it's time. It's time for the final Pro Tour of the 2015-2016 season. We are live, coming to you from the Sydney Showgrounds. Wherever you are around the world, is it morning, is it afternoon, is it evening, is it night, wherever you are, thanks for being part of our Pro Tour webcast. Rich Hagan, your host, sitting alongside the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall. Ready to rock and roll, BDM?
Absolutely, can't wait to watch these guys play.
All right, and sitting next to him from inside R&D over at Wizards of the Coast in Seattle, Mr. Ian Duke. Ian, looking forward to it?
Oh yeah, it's great to be here. I'm really excited.
It's going to be a great show. So much to get through. BDM, give us a sense of the scope that is in this event. So much going on all the time.
There's more than 300 players in this room, and they all have a different dream for this weekend. Some players are just hoping to acquit themselves admirably playing in their first Pro Tour. But others are looking for gold, they're looking for platinum. Others are looking to be their national champions. A handful of elite players are looking to clinch a berth at the World Championships this weekend. So there's a lot on the line every round all the way through.
Yeah, and we will keep you abreast of everything that happens over the next 3 days. Now, Ian, from your point of view, R&D, what are you and your colleagues at Wizards looking forward to seeing this weekend?
Well, the Pro Tours are always exciting. It's great to see the set come out and get played at the highest level. Standard is at the largest that it will be rotation, so there are tons of cards to choose from. We're really excited to see how players put them together. For me, the one card I'll be looking for this weekend is Emrakul. I'm really excited to see if players can find the right shell for that card. It's tremendously powerful. We spent a lot of time tuning it, getting to the right point, and I'm really excited to see Emrakul hit the top tables.
Well, one thing is for sure, we're going to see it in Limited, because that came out of the GP last weekend, that people, they see it 13 and they're not worried by 13. It isn't unlucky. They're thinking, I can make that for 9, I can make that for 8, and we are going to see Emrakul in action. So, for those of you of our Pro Tour weekend, let's mark your card for how it all works, because we're going to talk about all sorts of complex races, but underneath it all, there's a fairly simple system going on. So, BDM, why don't we start with you and walk us through the schedule and the formats for this weekend?
Sure, absolutely. We're going to start by playing Booster Draft. We're going to crack open a pack of Eldritch Moon. We're going to see what the best players in the world value as their first picks, and then we're going to play 3 rounds of Booster Draft. After that, we're going to get to look at what Standard looks like with these new cards, and we're going to see 5 rounds of Standard or better rounds, gets to come back and do it all again tomorrow. Same formats, same schedule of day.
Okay, so we see on there Swiss pairings. Can you just explain, Ian, a little bit about what Swiss really means?
Yeah, Swiss pairings mean each round players are randomly matched with people that have the same number of match points as them. They'll then play a best 2 out of 3 games, and whoever wins that best 2 out of 3 will get 3 points if they win the match. If the match ends up in a draw, each player gets 1 point, and the loser of the match gets 0 points from that.
Okay, so what we're working towards is kind of a pyramid approach where you start off at 0-0, so you can be paired against anyone. By the time you're 4-0, well, there's only 50, 40 players left. Perfect records, and they're then going to go closer and closer until eventually at the end of the day we may well see only 1 or maybe 2 players with a perfect 24 points. That would be 8-0. And although you can be paired in draft in the morning and then later in the tournament in constructed, you cannot play the same person twice in the constructed rounds. So that's the scoring. Let's move on. BDM, a lot at stake for lots of different people, but within the tournament itself, there is just a straightforward prize structure. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, really what this comes down to is first place wins $40,000 and 30 pro points. Second place, $20,000, and then you go through into 8th place, and then once you get past 9th through 16th, you go based on match points for your pro payouts, and then you see 15 points for 36 or more, et cetera, down the line.
And so,
but it's a $250,000 purse for this event, part of millions of dollars that given out over the course of the season.
Right.
And this is the last event. And again, there's a lot more money on the line in terms of platinum and gold payouts, which I'm sure we'll be talking about all throughout the weekend.
Right. So Ian, this is our last Pro Tour of the season, so this is a good point for people to be thinking, well, what about next season, which begins only next week, by the way, in Portland and Rimini. So if people are thinking, how do I get a slice of the Pro Tour action? What are the ways that they can qualify? Let's bring that up and we'll walk through the different ways you can qualify for the Pro Tour.
Yeah, so taking a look here, the first major way, I think, is playing in a preliminary PTQ at your local store, which then advances you onto a regional PTQ, Pro Tour qualifier. And that's probably the easiest way if you've never played on the Pro Tour before to get your first chance, is to play in a Grand Prix. Large open tournaments that will come to your area from time to time. If you earn 39 match points or more, then you get invited to the Pro Tour. If you've played in the Pro Tour and you earn 33 match points or more at this Pro Tour, it means you qualify for the next one. You can qualify by playing in the or being a pro club member.
So that's the platinum, gold, and silver?
Absolutely, from accumulating Pro Tour points. Or if you've been playing for quite a long time and you managed to make it in the Hall of Fame, then you can also qualify for the Pro Tour that way. Not a recommended first opportunity, though.
Three very important little words there, Brian David Marshall. Hall of Fame. You are the Pro Tour historian. We have a very big announcement at lunchtime today.
I know who was in, but we'll wait till lunch.
Yeah, so at lunchtime, we will reveal the new members of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame immediately at the end of the draft round. So first thing at lunchtime, the announcement for the Hall of Fame. Now, one of the slots available for the World Championship is the Draft Master. This is the person who does the best across the 4 Pro Tours, the 8 drafts that they will do in those. We have John Finkel leading the way. He is at 15 wins and 3 losses. He paces the field, a draw behind, 14 wins, and with a draw there, Marcio Carvano and Marcio Carvalho. And then on 42, we have Thiago Saporito, Sam Tharmaratnam of Canada, the Japanese Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka, and Matej Big Z Zatlkai, who was going to retire, and then he saw that there was a slot at Worlds just maybe with, and he is here for one. But that the players are ready down in the feature match area. We have a live feature match draft coming your way. We've got Pedro Carvalho, Celsus Quintana in his first Pro Tour from the Philippines. Hall of Famer Ben Rubin is down there. 18th ranked Ryoichi Tamada of Japan. Kentaro Yamamoto playing for Platinum this weekend. Former US national champion Antonino De Rosa, Alessandro Vukac of Canada. We are going to begin with the man who has just locked up a World Championship slot at Grand Prix Sydney last weekend. It's Grand Prix Pro Points.
Hello there, and welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. We got a really sweet draft format on our hands here, Randy. I know that the pros have been talking about maybe a few too many times in the last few days. Let's take a look at our table here as we break down our first draft here in Sydney. Now, our feature drafters over on the right-hand side there, Randy, that's Brian Braun-Duin, and we're going to be watching him. Rich mentioned it a second ago, but he is our GP master. He got more pro points from GP specifically than anybody for the whole season, and that earned him a seat at the World Championship, so we get to highlight him. What else do you see at the rest of the table? I see that he's feeding a Hall of Famer in Ben Rubin. You see Japanese star Ryoichi Tamada, and then Kentaro Yamamoto into Antonino De Rosa. That half of the table is super stacked. And then, Pedro Carvalho hanging out on the other side as well. Wow, that is a nasty table. Yeah, I have to say that BBD is feeding these players, and, he doesn't have to worry about them quite as much, but still, what a tough pod. He's a very good limited player, Kentaro. I mean, multiple Pro Tour top 8s, all that. So, yeah, this is going to be exciting, and really curious to see what BBD does with this format. I've got a chance to watch him draft a few times before, And he's capable of going in weird directions that
awesome.
maybe you don't know about yet. And plus, being a relatively new format, this is one of those scenarios where that might be open.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, there's a lot of different synergy decks that you can draft. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can do, and the format tends to be slow enough that you can do whatever cool stuff you actually want to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, feature. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Bueller, and we're all set for the first draft here. This is the best time of the whole weekend. Everybody's rubbing their hands together. We're going to get a chance now to watch some booster draft. We're going to watch Brian Bronduin, our newly minted GP master. He is going to be playing in the World Championship, so we'll be seeing him in about a month's time as well. And we get to watch some booster drafts. So let's get into this and see what these players have come up with for this exciting and deep limited format. All right, looks like we're underway here for Brian Bronduin. Let's see what he's got here.
Subjugator Angel.
Yeah, he's also opened up a Thalia here.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, a nice little rare. You can take a look at Brian Bronduin's stats there and get a picture of him. But yes, there his eyes on.
Yeah, sure. Good card, but it's got to be Thalia first pick.
I think so too. Yeah, there was a Shrill Howler in the pack, and Randy, I love all the werewolves in this set. I think they're all well. That said, Thalia, very good. You can take a look at what Thalia does. It's so annoying to have to play against Thalia. You can never attack into her because she's got first strike, and if you're getting beaten down, well, she certainly does a job by making your creatures in the battlefield tapped. Let's see what BBD follows up with here. He's found a deranged one. Routinely 4 to 6 damage before they could even block it.
There's not a whole lot in this pack.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'd prefer to stay in white, but
yeah, you're not kidding, dude. There is not much in this pack at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's some playables, but not particularly white ones. So what does he want to pair white with? All right, he goes for the whelp, goes for the wolf. I wonder if he's going to take an aggressive tack here. I mean, he's got a 3-power first striker in Thalia at 3 mana. He's now got a 2-drop with Menace. This could be almost like a Boros style aggro deck.
It could be, which is really interesting because that is not a popular strategy in this format. But I will say that when it comes to limited, you can try to figure out what's going on with the limited format, but you can also draft a good curve spells and get a very powerful card. And
wow,
he's going to move in.
Interesting. I don't know if he's moving in so much as speculating.
Sure.
I mean, at that point, that's a signal, right? 2 players looked at this bomb rare and said, no, I'm not going to draft this. So he should expect that it's going to be open, but he's not committed.
The interesting part about that card is that it is unclear how good blue-black is as a color combo. Mm-hmm. The card itself is fantastic, right? There's nothing to complain about there. Ooh, a Rise from
If we're going to be putting stuff in. Morn Willow hanging out.
Yes, there's a Morn Willow. I don't think that he's going to be able to move in that direction. But you see a hard turn here from Brian Bronduin. He took a white card, a red card, and then a blue-black, and now a black card. So it does look like that's a great pickup for him here. That is one of the better uncommons for his deck, in fact. Wow. Nice change of pace here for Brian Bronduin.
Smart one, too.
Yeah, he's picked up what he wants. Blue-black deck coming from the right-hand side. And
I think he's also picking up on the fact that there really aren't white cards coming to him. Like, he's abandoning the first pick, Thalia. The second pick, whatever. I mean, it was a dry pack. He wasn't an exciting, 2-1 Menace isn't the most exciting card anyway. But, I mean, abandoning Thalia takes
lots of black cards in this pack. I see that there's a Cryptolith Fragment in the middle. Cemetery Recruitment is a card that in the zombie deck can do really well.
Mm-hmm. That's the pick.
Wow.
So blue-black zombies, huh?
This is cool. Yeah, you know, the truth is, I don't think that blue-black tier decks in the bomb rare in it all of a sudden looks a lot better.
Right, yeah. How is blue-black zombies when you get to third pick Issa and Geralt?
Yes. I'm into it there. Certain Death here is certainly going to be the pick for Brian Braun to win.
Yeah.
It's not quite as good as a Certain Death here. He will want those. You'll see Laboratory Brutes, and there's going to be cards that we call it, you know, self-mill. They're going to put a lot of cards into the graveyard for Brian here. Wow, Olivia's Dragoon this late. And he's also looking at a Drag Under here. I'd actually just be tempted to take the Olivia's Dragoon. It does help him with some of his synergies. And, you know, he doesn't have to be in blue. Like, sometimes you end up being red-black. Yeah.
Splash for your Mythic Rare, maybe?
It's going to help this strategy along. Anyway, and my point was for Spontaneous Mutation, right? You can get a bunch of cards in your graveyard, and Spontaneous Mutation makes makes a creature smaller based on how many cards you've got in your yard. He's doing it.
Yeah, I think
we're going to get to see a very good version of this blue-black zombies deck and see what it can do. That's exciting.
Oh, Foul Bloods.
He passed a Wailing Ghoul finally. There was one in there.
We want to actually attack with
zombie.
Right.
It's just, you know.
Yeah, I think that's the problem with Olivia's Dragoons. He doesn't really have vampires, doesn't really have madness. These aren't. No. I mean, you can wind up with some madness cards in this deck, but obviously the Dragoons is a lot better in a red-black deck.
Totally.
What was the blue card he got back?
I did not see what the last card was.
It was Displays.
That was a Displays. All right. Well, this was a really interesting first pack. I love that Brian stayed open.
Yeah.
He did not stick to, you know, his first two picks, and in fact immediately abandoned, received what is definitely a signal, right?
Yes.
Like you know, I try to temper that by saying, look, these are data points. You have one data point. You need more than one to make a thing, but that is a signal. Like blue-black is open.
Third pick, it's a 4/4 for 4. I mean, look, people don't like to commit to two colors. People don't like cards, but
makes a lot of sense. It is funny. It's just BBD's in a much better place to take that risk on, knowing that he's just not getting cut to the right. You know, where the person who opened that card is less so.
Right. When you first pick it, what if the guy on your right also moved into this archetype?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, he just wants more zombie synergies.
All right, so here's pack number 2. This is also Eldritch Moon. Our last pack will be Shadows over Innistrad, but here we're looking to pick up some murders. You know, some of the premium.
Not for him.
Yeah, it's not going to be good enough. Wow, this is not a great pack for him. It looks like he's got Gavany, Unhollowed, and Unsubstantiate as his top two choices.
Those are not first picks.
Yeah, Enlightened Maniac also a choice for him. Wow, yeah, this is not great. Let's see what he goes with here. Like, he doesn't have a ton of cheap removal right now. He's got a little bit more on the expensive end with the Certain Death, and I think he just wants a way to interact with his opponent's creatures so that he doesn't get ran over.
Pick, but
yeah, so the Grizzled Angler.
Good when you get to flip it, though.
Yeah, probably not going to be the pick for him here. Chilling Grasp also in the pack, though. He'd much prefer a Drag Under. It's really outperformed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Drag Under is the safe pick. You could take Angler at this point and just make colorless creatures a higher priority, but Drag Under's good enough that he doesn't need to gamble on the high variance.
I mean, one of the things that he gets to do, you mentioned he gets to splash over into Delirium. He also gets to pick up some Emerge cards.
Right,
right. You know, he's not gonna pass a Wretched Griff or something at this point. Graph Rats. Oh, he found a Boon of Emrakul, it looks like. Oh, sorry, that's a Liliana's Elite. Even better. That is an absolutely top-tier card in his deck. Jeez. I was excited about a Boon. Now I'm really excited. That's great.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of payoff for all the self-mill he managed to draft.
You're right.
Past tense. Now he does.
He does.
She's in Giralf and also Liliana's Elite.
Yeah. Fits from the self-mill, and it happens to be a zombie as well for any of the other synergies. So that is just amazing. for Brian here. He's going to be really happy to see that Liliana's elite. I think I saw a Succumb to Temptation maybe in the middle somewhere. Oh, he's got a Cryptolith Fragment, pulled it to the front as well.
Sure.
Now, Spreading Flames is a card that he's raised up as well. And you can see why. It's a very so powerful and difficult to replace, especially out of blue-black, that you might want to splash for it. So, interesting.
Well, if he wants to splash red, he's got, I don't think Mercurial Geist deck.
No, but there's a Vildenpack Outcast, which fits any deck that can cast it. And let's see what else he's got. A Spontaneous Mutation, and there's also a Geistfueled Scarecrow. He's got a lot of creatures. I think I would probably lean away from the Scarecrow if I were him and go for the Spontaneous Mutation, but we'll see.
It's pretty hard.
For it. Your does slow you down.
Drawback is relevant.
Yeah.
For sure.
I've been running it in blue-red as my curve topper. There,
Sure.
it's really nice.
Another Certain Death.
Yeah.
Crusaders.
I think I like the Certain Death here.
So does he.
Yeah, it looks like he took a glance at the Eternal Scourge there.
Right.
That's the one that's kind of hard to kill with spot removal, but not that hard to kill in combat, and decided, more removal, please. All right, there's a Laboratory Brute and a Gavany Unhallowed. I think both of them are reasonable choices here, though given the cards that he's already got, I think the Brute is a better choice for him here.
He's got enough payoffs for self-mill that you just want more.
Yeah, Gießen-Drolf just buy back a lot of cards. Laboratory Brute plus Gießen-Drolf, and that's all of those mill you for some amount when you play them.
I don't think he's going to see Spontaneous Mutation at this point in the draft.
I think you're right.
Basically,
packs, and then we're going to be finishing up with Shadows in just a minute here. And this is looking pretty good for Brian, I think.
I agree. Second Foul Blood's there, too. He probably does want to try to see if he can sneak some artifacts into his deck, some enchantments into his deck.
Yeah, he's
going
to
to
take
Delirium a little more reliably.
Gavany Unhallowed there. Card that I think pulls its weight.
Agreed.
You know, it looks like a card that's kind of one of those
dorky 2/4.
Yeah, you play it sometimes,
3/5,
but it's
4/6.
actually it tends to get better. Wow, the Grizzled Angler came back.
Oh, take it.
I would just take it.
Absolutely.
It helps his self-mill plan just on its own. And,
True.
And he also has a Geistfield Scarecrow now, too.
Right.
So he could actually get that thing transformed.
And a whole other pack to try to find artifact creatures count as colorless creatures for this context. So.
Wow. Olivia's Dragoon has not fared well at
No
this
respect.
table so far. You know, it has gone down a little bit in value for me, but I still think it's one of the better black commons. I'm surprised to see it go this late at the table.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's no vampire player. There's no Black
Correct.
Red Madness vampire player
Yeah.
anywhere. This deck's a real almost litmus test on how good the blue-black zombie deck is.
Agreed. And I think this is the perfect setup for it, too, because I think that the general consensus is that the deck's not quite good enough unless you have a real reason to do it, and he does.
Right.
And so this is the situation in which you would draft this deck, and I can't wait to see what it. And I got to tell you, his move into blue-black has been really, really good for him. The colors are open. You saw that, with 4 cards left, like 3 of them were black cards, and some were playable. There was a Graph Rats in that pack too. It's like, yeah, you can play that. He got a literal last pick Succumb to Temptation, which, it's not a bomb, but like,
He's in the correctly. Well, it wasn't that hard to read, getting past the 3rd pick mythic, but
he did move.
He abandoned his.
Yep.
He went white card, red card, and into blue, black, gold card. And he's getting paid off for it.
He is, yeah. And, the thing is that he's close to having enough playables here. He's probably sitting on 19 playables or something like that. And that's going to give him a lot of flexibility in the Shadows over Innistrad pack where he can pick cards that fill curve spots, not necessarily just based on power level. Or he can pick, a decent removal spell over a good creature because these creatures are already fine. That kind of decision and that flexibility is really powerful.
He can take a dual land of some kind to try to get that red splash in.
There you go.
I think he also, I do think he wants to try to get an artifact creature or two.
Yeah, he's got one.
Right, he's got both the angler. Right, he currently has the 4/4, but he can flip his angler. He can turn on delirium.
Yeah, he does have the 2 Thraben Foulbloods that he'd like to get going. Start. You can get a really nasty loop going with that with Geese Drolf too if you have like a sacrifice Atlight or if it just dies repeatedly and just keep buying it back. It's
Can I have an
sweet.
Unhallowed in play while I do this?
Yeah, I'm in.
Awesome.
So a nice pickup for him here. Yeah, I really like how BBD's managed this draft. I mean, he, like you said, he got a very clear signal, but he heeded that warning and went for it. And that involved abandoning his 2 picks, which a lot of players have a hard time with that.
You're right.
All right, let's see what he finds here out of this pack.
Ever After?
Yeah, there's an Ever After at the front, but I also see at the back and
Cursed
there.
Witch.
Yeah, he's pulled that to the front too. That is interesting. Murderous
Compulsion.
Compulsion would also make the cut in his list. There's also a Pale Rider of Trostad, which actually might make the cut as well.
One of those is going to come back, probably.
Yeah, he's going to get something. But yeah, it is definitely between Ever After and the Accursed Witch.
I feel like I Accursed Witch.
I would Accursed Witch as well. I think that he's like
The Ever Afters.
he's correct in his with the excuse me, with the power level of Ever After being very, very high here. And it also works well with his self-mill strategy. So there's a lot to like here. But I also feel like he's going to be getting creatures back out of his graveyard anyway. He has 2 different spells that can do that. And Accursed Witch is really powerful. Close pick. Really close pick for BBD.
Hard to go too far wrong.
Yeah. Lamplighter's really what the door ordered here. He's pulled Ongoing Investigation to the front. With if he can green mana is an absolute It's really interesting. You think of Ongoing Investigation as this card that's like, well, I got to get my creatures in for damage. And his can't. He's got a bunch of 1/3s and stuff. So he's not about that. He's about that grind. But look at that last. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. It does not care how it got there. If you self-mill it and start grinding through, but he does need green mana to make that work. Really interesting. Ooh, there's a Ghoul Steed.
Yeah.
I think he's going to take the Stormrider Spirit, but I actually like the Ghoul Steed better here. It does work very well with the self-mill plan,
right.
And it can help you get other zombies and creatures into the graveyard that can then come back. So I think I like the synergy a little better, even though I agree with BBD on his pick that Stormrider Spirit is a more powerful card, but sometimes the other one jumps up a little given what else you have. He's got an Asylum Visitor pulled to the front here. That's kind of interesting too. Not amazing in his deck.
You know, I'm surprised that this pack has not been amazing for him.
Yeah.
Given this is the direction he got Geese off from.
Like
Yeah, but
there's blue black. They're just not the
they're kind of
premium stuff. Yeah.
He had reason to have very high expectations.
He's got another
Twins.
All right.
State as well.
Do it,
Definitely
BBD.
rather. Well, yeah.
Take the second Ever After.
It's what the pack said to do.
Yeah, that's sweet.
I would rather have one Ever After, one Accursed Witch than 2 Ever Afters.
Yeah, I would too. I think that if there was an Accursed Witch here, he would have taken it.
Sure.
Looks like a Farbog Revenant, his really only viable option. Magnifying Glass, it's interesting, Randy. It's gone up a little for me.
Yeah.
It's just slower here, Eldritch Moon is just a little, it's a step slower. You have a little more time to grind, and that's the kind of card that can do it.
Yeah, that Ongoing Investigation we saw Brian take earlier, I think is even better for the same reason.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just putting that, even if it never comes up with the green mana, just having that in your sideboard so that no one else can play it against you has some value.
Ulvenwald Mysteries have not beaten it since Eldritch Moon came. Every time somebody played it, I thought, well, it's going to take 6 turns, but I am very dead. It's funny because those cards were good before, and now
Right.
somehow they're just better. There's a Seagraff Scob and a Liliana's Indignation, neither of which are playable in his deck. He's got much better cards than Seagraff Scob. Even though it is a zombie and cheap, you know, he's getting value from his cheap
Where's the
zombies.
self-mill? Why
Yeah.
did I play the vanilla one?
Yeah. Yeah, Seagraff Scob really kind of got trounced when Eldritch Moon came out because Fogwalker came out too.
Right.
It's just not the card you want anymore, unfortunately. And there's another Farbog Revenant. He ended up taking the Rotten Heart Ghoul.
Sure. Shadows was not super kind to Brian.
No, it was medium. Like
His
I would
deck's
call that pick
fine.
fine. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But given where he was after 2 packs, he didn't improve by as much as he might have hoped.
He really wanted a removal.
Right.
You know, that's the thing that, you know, the deck's power level was good, and he did pick up the 2 copies of Ever After, which give him what will likely be a near unbeatable late game. His graveyard will essentially always have 2 targets for it.
Right.
And the type of card, you know, an Ever After is the type of card that you look at and you think, okay, if I'm getting 2 good creatures back, it's fantastic. If I'm getting a good creature and a medium creature back, it's pretty good. You'd still play it, but it's the times when you only get 1 creature or even, God forbid, no creatures that it's bad. Take a look at BBD as he wraps up. A little smile from him. Good job, buddy.
Yeah,
that
he
was a
should be
good
happy.
draft. He should. That
He
was
should be happy.
that was a solid draft, and he read the signals correctly, and was rewarded for it. And we call that justice. And now the only problem is he's got to build his deck and then face this table. This is not an easy day 1 table for our GP master Brian Bronduin, but you know it can give him a little bit of practice for the World Championship, right?
This is play testing for him?
Look, the thing
There's
is,
a Pro Tour to win.
when you go to the World Championship, you are facing down mono awesome players. There's
Sure.
just nobody that's bad, and you know this pool or this table for him is similar. Lots of really great players in it.
I don't think he's quite in playtesting mode yet, though. He would platinum. Well, he is
Yes.
qualified for Worlds, but he does not yet have platinum status in the Players Club because of the GP cap. So many of his points were capped that he's kind of only gold.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot that he could accomplish for himself this weekend, even though the World slot's already locked up.
Yeah, you know, I chatted with him. I think he needed a X and 4 finish.
Yeah, 12
here.
and 4 is what I heard. I knew that's what he needed going into the GP. I
Yeah,
don't know
he
if-
may have bumped number 6 up a
think he
little
still
because
needs a
he
12
was playing for top 8 at the GP.
Right.
He did not want to give up that seat, and Seth Manfield certainly gave him a bit of a sweat as he had to watch him play into the top 8.
Yeah,
Now
it was
Seth
fun to
had to
watch.
win, but Seth ended up losing in the semis, and that gave Brian Bronduin the GP master slot at the World Championship. All right, that's going to do it for the first draft of the day, but we've got more draft action for you and updates and such from Rich Hagan at the news desk.
Marshall and Randy with the call there on BBD's first draft of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We've got another complete draft for you coming right up. 3 Pro Tour top 8s. He's a Platinum Pro. He's from Japan. Here's every pick as it happened of Kentaro Yamamoto.
Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall here with Ian Duke from R&D, and we are about to watch 3-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor Kentaro Yamamoto draft. Here you get a look at his table. Antonio DeRosa across from him, Brian Bronduin, Ryoichi Tamada, Pedro Carvalho, among some of the other players at this table. But let's see what Kentaro Yamamoto does. Oh, also hidden by Ian Duke was Hall of Famer Ben Rubin at this table. This table is no easy task at all, even for someone with 3 Pro Tour top 8s like Yamamoto. Let's see what he did when he opened up his first pack of Eldritch Moon. Or not. Well, there we go. There you see him shuffle quickly assembled alphas, comes right to the front there, Ian. A deranged whelp near the front.
Yeah, the assembled alphas stands out. It's a fairly strong rare. It's a 5/5 creature for 6 mana. It's very difficult to block or get in combat with. I wouldn't call it a bomb, but it's definitely a strong consideration.
There's also a Galvanic Bombardment in that pack, and a Make Mischief, not as nearly in the same league as those other cards, but a lot of red cards to choose from in that pack, and possibly, you know, sending some red signals down
Yeah,
to,
it's really
to your
interesting.
left.
I think you could have either picked the assembled alphas or the galvanic bombardment, and you definitely have to be mindful of the fact that you're passing one of the two either way. Looks like you did go with the assembled alphas.
All right, so pick 2. Looking through, you see a certain death. A Faithbearer Paladin. Oh, see a Foul Emissary. An
And I think it's
Ingenious
a
Scab. Oh,
Heron's Grace Rider there.
Heron's
Or
Grace Champion,
rather,
yeah.
yes.
And that's a pretty powerful signal. Field.
Yep, it fits perfectly in a green-white humans deck. It's not red, unfortunately, and
Right.
it would require him to leave that first pick behind,
It's
but it's a powerful enough card that I could see picking it here for the option of either staying in red or abandoning that and going
And
into green and white.
He does Heron's Grace Champion. Ingenious Scab fits really nicely into a blue-red shell.
Yep.
Really benefits from a lot of the spells that you'll have in red with its prowess. A powerful card. And he's
In the road, he has a powerful rare in each of different colors.
So there's a Thermo Alchemist. That's another great card in the blue-red spells deck. You see a Fiendbinder, which is me. You know, he's like, well, what's here? That's white for me. You know, playing off the
And then
Heron's-
a Conduit of Storms there. The
and a
double
Conduit of
facer.
Storms. Yeah.
Yep.
So another red card.
Yeah, I think if he decides to go with the red card, the Conduit of Storms is stronger than the Thermo Alchemist. Looks like he has that pulled to the front right now.
And it looks like he is okay. So that's one of the things you can do. You can get past a card. You can say, all right, let me see what follows up this Heron's Grace Champion. Oh, nothing? All right, I'm going to go back to my red cards.
Absolutely, yeah. It's good to take those opportunities. It doesn't mean you're automatically switching gears into white and green, but it's good to have that option
Okay,
there.
Wretched Griff comes right to the front along with
So seeing the Galvanic Bombardment here, BDM, that's a huge signal that red could be open. This is considered the strongest red common by many players, and seeing this here, fourth pick is a great sign that red might be very open.
All right, so he does take the bombardment there. And so you could be red-white or you could be red-green and possibly splash that Heron's Grace. The games in this format go longer, so the Heron's Grace Champion might even still be possible to be splashed, although I guess not something that you're necessarily looking to do.
Yeah, it's certainly an option. I think Kentaro Yamamoto here, though, is planning on being red and just looking to stay open to find what his second
So you
color
deploy
will
the
be.
Gatewatch in the back, a Tattered Haunter, looked like a Chilling Grasp there.
Tattered Haunter is a nice card to see here as well. This could be a signal that blue might be the right second color to be in. Tattered Haunter, one of the stronger blue commons in Eldritch Moon.
That we've seen different versions of it. If you've ever played with a Welkin Turn, then you have a pretty good idea of what's going on when you're
That's
playing
right.
with a Tattered Haunter. Oh, an Ingenious Scab. That's a pretty late for that to be in the pack. A premium blue common. There's also an Enlightened Maniac in the pack. I can't see what the last red card is. There seems to be a lot of blue
Yeah.
going around as well.
The
Black
Scab's
going
because of the prowess ability, those are the two colors that tend to have the most spells.
Yeah, and when those spells are removing creatures out of the way and you're making this guy bigger and you get some extra pumps on him in the mid-game. So there's a Laboratory Brute, there's a Prophetic Ravings, which is not a card you see very often, get played very often, a Morn Willow, a Lunark Mantle, which we saw picked very highly at the Grand Prix.
Yeah,
in the top 8.
interestingly. Yeah, not a lot of great options there. It looks like he does go with the Laboratory Brute. It's basically, it's a Hill Giant. It's a 4-mana 3/3. Not a card you're excited to play, but it might have to fill in the curve.
It costs 4. It goes here. So there is a Convolute. I see a Campaign of Vengeance in the back. Convolute is
Yeah,
the pick
interesting
here
to see a lot of these powerful multicolor cards going around.
Campaign of Vengeance has been a little bit of a divisive card when I've talked to people about drafting. There's some people who love it, and there's people who are like, I won't even touch that card.
Yeah, very interesting.
So now we see a Cryptolith Fragment, which, again, we talked about that idea of splashing. That's, something that gives you...
I like Crypt Bit, especially in an impactful later on in the game.
Spontaneous Mutation and Enlightened Maniac. He's going to go with the mutation there. Just a great combat trick.
Yeah, it's a fine card. It's not added in your focus so far, but it could turn out to be a great card in his deck, and of course triggers prowess as well.
Did he take Turn Aside there?
Yeah, I think so. We're getting kind of down to the dregs of the pack here, BDM.
I was surprised to see a Gavany Unhallowed going around so late. It's been a fine card, Interesting card to see at the back of the pack. Perhaps I've been overvaluing it. Deploy the Gatewatch, and not deploy the Gatewatch is what he takes.
Right. Yeah. Deploy the Gatewatch. You'll see.
So how do you like this at the end of pack 1?
It's a little sketchy. I mean, he has some solid picks. Seeing the Galvanic Bombardment into a couple strong blue cards was a nice middle of the pack for him. But I would say his deck right now is, it's kind of in like the B range. You're like okay with how the pack went, but really hoping to get something juicy coming into the next pack.
What are you hoping for here in going into pack 2?
I mean, as always, a bomb rare. Something like a Docent of Perfection in blue would be fantastic. But really just a strong removal spell, another Galvanic Bombardment.
Reviewing, looking through the cards, just getting a sense of things. Players don't get to look at the cards while they're actually looking at the packs. So they only have the opportunity to review in between each pack. So it's kind of an interesting opportunity to sort of do a little tally of, how many 2-drops do I have? How many 3-drops do I have? How much removal do I have?
Yep.
So what's my mana fixing? The
other thing that's really important to look for when you're in the red and blue combination is how many instants and sorceries do I have? Because there are a lot of cards in those colors that pay off those card types. And right now he's a little bit low on that. He's kind of good stuff kind of range than in a heavily synergy focused deck. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we look at his future picks.
All right. So we see, I see a Bold Impaler back there. I see Spreading Flames, a very, very powerful card. But I also see a Brazen Wolves, and this to me has become one of the top red non-spell commons.
Yes.
Non-instant or sorcery commons. I love this card, and it's great in the blue-red spell. Because you're bouncing things and you're killing things, and then you're just attacking for 4. You just put such a clock on your opponent with this card.
Yeah, it looks like he does go with the Brazen Wolves. Just a really solid common. Doesn't ask much of your deck, right? Which is really important. His deck.
There's an Invincible Gorgers, a Galvanic Bombardment. I saw a Mercurial Geist.
Yeah, that's really interesting, BDM. Mercurial Geist is the multi-common for the blue-red combination. However, it's up against one of the top red commons here in Galvanic Bombardment. So personally, I would go with the Galvanic Bombardment based on the way his deck is shaping up so far. Mercurial Geist is really not an excellent card unless you have a lot of instants and sorceries to go with it. And yeah, he does go with the Galvanic Bombardment, which I definitely agree with, but it's worth keeping in mind that Mercurial Geist is still in the pack and it could come around. It would be, I guess, 10th pick here.
I think there's a couple cards that might come around there, right? He might get a Spontaneous Mutation. He might, it's possible that even, a red card will come back around like a medium red creature.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. We see Eternal Scourge. We see Make Mischief. Not a ton here for him. There's a Convolute. A reprint that's been kind of you're like, oh yeah, I got to play around that sometimes. Oh, he is going to take it looks like he's going to take the Convolute.
Yeah, this is an unexciting pack to be sure. Convolute is a card you'll play sometimes, make the deck maybe happen, something like that. How your deck is shaping up, but it's not something you're excited to pick third for sure. And he's got to be worried a little bit. Remember, back to pack 1, he did pass that Galvanic Bombardment one. Would be red.
Wow, there's another Brazen Wolves though, and that seems to be the clear pick here. Lots of black cards flying around the table. I don't know if Yamamoto took note of a Haunted Dead that went by in the last pack. He's like, oh, now a Midnight.
Great opportunity for him to jump into black, and seeing the Brazen Wolves here is got to be like really welcome sign after seeing that previous pack being really lacking in red and blue cards. So really good pickup for him there.
There's a Bard Hostility. Fortune's Favor. That's an interesting card, kind of reminiscent of Fact or Fiction, with a little bit of get to play a little game with your opponent.
Little mind game, yeah. It's a very fun card. I wouldn't say it's premium or excellent. It's solid. It's a little stronger than Inspiration, for example, and something that I'll often play in a blue-red deck that values instants and sorceries. But again, Kentaro Yamamoto, though he's blue and red, doesn't have a lot of synergies with his instants and sorceries yet.
He does take the Fortune's Favor here.
Yep.
So that's kind of that'll be fun to watch and see how you divide that up.
Yeah.
Got to find out if the tech team has a face down pile, face up pile graphic ready.
I don't think we have that planned out necessarily, but we'll see.
All right. So back in, we see a Field Creeper come to the front of the pack here.
Yeah, a little bit early to be excited to be picking Field Creeper. I think, I mean, it's just a 2-mana 2/1 in his deck right now. He doesn't have Delirium or really any special way to take advantage of it. There are a few things in this set that care about colorless creatures, which is worth keeping in mind. But
Grizzled Angler, Stensia Innkeeper, Shreds of Sanity could be an interesting card for him, depending on his instant and sorcery count. But
yeah, interestingly, he's looking at the Grizzled Angler here. This is a card that I like quite a bit, although we're late into the Eldritch Moon picks to go for that one. You do need a fair number of colorless creatures in your deck to really take advantage of it. So
Stensia Innkeeper is a pick. This is a nice card that sometimes, you know, if your opponent hiccups a little on mana, you can really punish them.
Yeah.
Or keep them off their splash for a big turn.
yeah, I'm always happy to play my first Stensia Innkeeper.
Spontaneous Mutation is looking like the pick here. Again, wow, so many. And a Weirded Vampire, it looks like. Wow. Black is running very, very deep in these packs. Curious to see how many players end up black, or if, you know, we know at least one that we watched draft previous, but, you know, I'm curious how many other black.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a breakdown of the table a little bit later on in the day.
Now, again, we're going down to the dregs of the pack. So what do you start to think about here as you start to imagine your Shadows over Innistrad pack? Like, what are you hoping for? Oh, wow, look at this. Insatiable Gorgers came back around the table for him out of that pack that we were talking about.
Very nice.
What might return. So he did get an Insatiable Gorgers out of that pack.
Yeah, I think Kintaro's in a kind of a tricky spot here. He's got kind of a blue-red good stuff deck.
There's a Make Mischief.
A couple different synergies you can explore here, whether it's Madness, whether it's caring about instants and sorceries and prowess, or doing graveyardy type things. And he's got just a little bit in each of those directions, but not enough to really come together to give him a coherent strategy. So I think he's really just looking for more good cards in the third pack, which is strange to say, but this is a really synergy-based format, and he's in a spot where his deck is not well positioned to take advantage of any of the synergies that are offered to him.
Right, so it just takes a Thraben Standard Bearer away, and you know, I don't want to deal with that card later. And that's it for our Eldritch Moon pick. So now where do you feel? Do you feel like his deck's a little stronger than it was, looking at a pack one? Do you feel a little better about it?
Still kind of riding that line where I'm a little bit nervous about it. I mean, he's got the Galvanic Bombardments. He's got some solid creatures. I think he's in okay shape. He's not, train wreck disaster status by any portion or by any stretch of the imagination. But, I think he wishes he had a little bit more in one particular direction for the synergy in his deck.
Sure. I think I like where he's at. I like 2/3. I like Brazen Wolves.
Yes.
I like the Ingenious Scob, so I like where he is on 3. I like that he's got that Assembled Alpha for his late game. That card is impossible to deal with.
It's really hard to deal with,
especially if you have some instants and things to, to sort of
Definitely.
make it really miserable for them. And pending a couple picks here, I kind of like where he's at.
Yeah, I think he's in solid shape.
I think we're sort of in like the B range right now.
I totally agree. Absolutely, That's a good way to sum it up. One thing that's interesting is his deck is pretty well suited to take advantage of combat tricks in the Shadows over Innistrad pack, which is a little bit unusual for red-blue. But he has some more beefy creatures. He has the Ingenious Scob. He's got the Brazen Wolves that we talked about. So if he can pick up a couple mid to late pick, useful combat tricks, that's something that he could take advantage of in his particular seat.
Right. There you get a look at the table. See Ben Rubin, Brian Braun-Duin, Pedro Carvalho across the table. There's Antonino De Rosa just got married, so congratulations to him.
Congratulations.
Yeah, just before the GP weekend.
Very cool.
So it made it easy for a lot of players to make it down. But now, Kentaro Yamamoto is about to open Shadows over Innistrad, and let's see what that brings to the table. Immediately brings a Gastaff Arsonist to the front.
Okay, that's a solid card, but not something you're necessarily looking to first pick. We'll see what his other options are here in the pack.
Doesn't really look like there's very much.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of glare here, but based on the fact that he does still have that Gastaff Arsonist in the front, I think that's the card that he's looking at right now, which again, that doesn't excite me that much, BDM. What do you think of that first pick?
I'm never super excited about Gastaff Arsonist. It's gone up a little bit for me in this new format because it's a little slower. And we have a little bit more time for the games to play out.
Yeah,
and
that makes a lot of sense.
So everything that's a little bit more expensive has gotten a little better for me. All right, there's a Storm Rider Spirit. Wow, there's a Fiery Temper. That's the perfect card. Wow, he really likes Gastaff Arsonist because he has it up against Fiery Temper right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's not an actual, these are equal, I'm deciding which one. Fiery Temper, to me, just has to be the slam here. And a really exciting card to see, even second pick. You know.
I'm also fairly happy with Stormrider Spirit in this deck. Again, a lot of times you want to keep your mana open. Yeah, he is going to take the Fiery Temper, but you know it could be a creature or a spell when you have the flash creatures.
Yep. The one thing to be a little cautious of is he is pretty heavy on 3 mana cost cards.
Yep. It doesn't really have a madness outlet for this.
That's also true. But even just at hard casting this for 3 mana, you're really happy to have that card in your deck. But you know, just something to keep in mind as he's looking at future picks.
It is the Gastaff Arsonist day here. Trying to clear the shelters. Take a Gastaff Arsonist home with you. There's a press for answers. It's a nice little spell that could work for him, but not something I think he wants to pick this early. So it is. He takes a second Arsonist.
So at this point in the draft, he's got to be satisfied with where he is on big creatures between the 2 Gatstaff Arsonists and the assembled alpha that he has already. So I don't think he's really looking to add any more big creatures to his deck unless he sees something really premium that's going to outclass what he already has.
What are you looking for here now? Maybe some Sanguinary Mages or something along those lines, like a good 2-drop?
Yeah, I mean, even a card like Just the Wind, I think, would be welcome in his deck also,
Sure.
even though he doesn't have a lot of madness. It's good to just get through extra damage with Brazen Wolves, things along that line.
Eldritch Kindred, see a Vampire, see Insolent Neonate, which can be a nice card. He likes the counter spells. He's got Deny Existence near the front.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But Bloodmade Vampire is going to be the pick, it looks like. No, he takes a Deny Existence.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me. I wonder if that's an acknowledgement that this format has slowed down a little bit more, as you were talking about, BDM.
I think
Games
has,
are going a little bit longer. You need to be prepared to answer your opponent's bombs.
So Seagraph Scob and Vessel of Paramnesia. There's also a Furtive Homunculus in there, so you know, not super exciting 2-drop creatures to round things out.
Yeah, I could see him picking the Furtive Homunculus here just to kind of round out his curve. As we said, he's a little bit choked on 3 drops right now, a little bit low on 2 drops. This is not an amazing card by any means, but it's fine in an aggressive slanted red-blue deck.
Yeah, I mean, also, you've seen more creatures from Shadows over Innistrad that you wouldn't normally see get played because you only have 1 pack to fill in here. Wow, that's a great card there for him. He had the Convicted Killer up there for a second, but Pyrehound is just a perfect card. Again, a little slower. You have a little bit more time to set it up, and this card can get out of hand very, very quickly.
Yes, it definitely can. It's a very high synergy common compared to what's usually around. And this is one of those cards when I was talking about earlier about wanting to have instants and sorceries in your blue-red deck and wanting to play to that synergy. So a really nice pickup for him there. I believe it fits his curve well as well. I've kind of have a mental picture of his mana curve in my mind, which I wish I could show you. But
you'll draw it for us when we're done. You'll just give us a little
Absolutely,
diagram.
yeah.
Reduced to Ashes looks like it's going to be the pick here. Another card that's gone up. I didn't love it in Triple Shadows, but have been really, really happy with it in this new draft format.
yeah, totally agree. I think this is it's a powerful card just in terms of what it does. And the reason people rated it a little bit lower in the previous format was, you know, it was a little on the slow side.
Yeah,
But now
and you could be on your heels from a 2-drop Hinterland Logger, and you're like, great, I've got a 5-drop removal spell in my hand. Okay, so Ember Eye Wolf near the front of the pack for him. There's also is there a Skin Invasion back there? I think there was, which is a card I kind of like. And I like in his deck, but not something he's very interested in. It's an Insolent Neonate. It's the only card that could go in his deck. Oh, I guess he could take the Explosive Apparatus.
Yeah, I imagine we'll probably see the Neonate here. Oh, okay, goes for the Apparatus.
Just a little bit more removal.
Yep.
Not that he has, he has nothing that cares about Delirium.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Gastaff Arsonist.
And
Still in
again,
the pack.
exactly the reason why we weren't excited to see that first pick is like that's the kind of card that you can just kind of pick up whenever the opportunity presents itself later in the pack. And I don't think he's going to be playing 3, so that
I think
probably leaves him
probably
sideboard.
2, possibly 1, depending on
Yeah,
how
my
much
guess is he
has.
plays 2 of those plus the assembled alphas as kind of the top end of his curve.
You see Macabre Waltz is the pick here. There was also a Magnifying Glass card we heard Marshall say that he likes a little better now, but you know, still, again, you know, that kind of interesting shift of values in all these different cards in Shadows of Innistrad based on the speed of Eldritch Moon.
Yep.
Seagraph Scob, another 2-drop comes in for him towards the end. There's Vessel of Paramnesia or Behind the Scenes. Takes Behind the Scenes, and then, you know, the last couple cards. Ian Duke, How do you feel like this deck ended up?
I feel like after each pack, I had him at about a B every time, right? And it didn't really go up or down since, in between then. Yeah, I think every pack went okay. I think he's going to be able to put together, 23 cards that he's happy with, that are solid. I don't think his deck is outstanding. He doesn't really have any bomb rares that stand out to me. The assembled alphas is good, but not something that is just going to take over a game by itself necessarily. So yeah, I think I have him at a B.
How about how he drafted the seat? Like, do you think that there was something else, a different direction he could have gone that would have gotten him a higher grade?
I think he drafted the seat very well from his perspective, especially given how pack 1 went. And the key that stands out in my mind is that like 3rd, 4th, 5th picks where he saw the Galvanic Bombardment, I think it was 4th in pack 1, which is a huge signal, into 2 very strong blue commons after that. I think that was the clear direction that he needed to go there. And I think, switching at any point after that would have been a mistake. So yeah, I definitely give him, an A- or an A on the way he drafted. So.
Excellent. So Kentaro Yamamoto, drafting here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We're going to watch him play very soon.
Thanks very much to BDM and Ian Jeek there with the call on Kentaro Yamamoto's draft. Now, Brian David Marshall, he's been a busy boy between the Grand Prix and the Pro Tour here in Sydney. He's been out and about looking for all the best stories, and he managed to get the keys to a rather prestigious apartment. It's time to meet the team.
We are just a couple days away from Eldritch Moon, and we're in the Sansui neighborhood of Sydney. It's a suburb along the western shore of Botany Bay. We're about 20 kilometers away from where the Pro Tour is going to take place, and we're looking in on Team Channel Fireball and Team Ultra Pro, who are teaming up to break the format for this Pro Tour. If it looks cold and dark in here, this 7-bedroom house with 4 bathrooms, it is because it is. It's winter here in Australia, and all the action is taking place upstairs. It's also where the space heaters are. Let's go up and see who's here. All right, so as we get to the top of the landing, immediately you see Sam Black, world team champion from 2008, 2-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, and a pretty good person to have on your side if you're trying to break a format. Across from him is Justin Cohen, the Rookie of the Year, who was the finalist from Pro Tour Fate Reforged. He also won Grand Prix DC earlier this year. Now, across from them, you can see Paul Cheon, who was a member of that 2008 U.S. national team that won the World Team Championship, and he is playing. It is, as Paul points out, the last time the U.S. won. Also the last time he won anything relevant, he points out. 4-time Grand Prix top 8 competitor Corey Burkhart sitting there with them. And if you come over here, see some more players. You see another member of a U.S. national team, Andy Beckstrom, on the World Magic Cup from a couple years ago that made the top 8. And here we see 4-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor and Hall of Famer Ben Stark. The Pro Tour. Never been on the U.S. national team, but he can console himself with his trophy from Pro Tour Paris. There you see Josh Utter-Layton. He gets on the Hall of Fame ballot next year. He has 5 Pro Tour top 8s. There is Matt Severa, who, alongside Justin Cohen, won Grand Prix DC earlier this year. There is David Ochoa, one of the founding members of Team Channel Fireball, foodie extraordinaire on the Pro Tour, and he is a semi-finalist from Pro Tour Return to Ravnica. It's Pat Cox, 3-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor. Behind him, Matt Nass, another person, he really kind of went on your side. He's broken standard, put it back together, and broken it again multiple times this year. And of course, founding member of Team Channel Fireball, Luis Scott Vargas, a Pro Tour Hall of Famer and 7-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor. Luis,
as of right now.
As of right now, yeah, absolutely. What are you looking for as you end this season here in Sydney?
I'm just hoping to have a good tournament and kind of make it to Worlds this year. I've got a really good shot of that, so as long as the wheels don't fall off, I think I'm in good shape.
What was your expectation for Worlds coming into this season?
That I would not be attending, that I would be doing coverage, actually. I thought that's the most likely way I get to Worlds. I went there last year to do coverage, and that was great. But I'd love to be a competitor, and I think I got a good shot at doing that.
Yeah, we call that a win-win situation on our side of the table. So now if you come over here, we're going to be doing a Pro Tour in Sydney, Australia. And, hometown hero Ben Sek is from Sydney. He's won 2 Grand Prix in his career, one in Australia, one in Africa. A little trivia for you there. Ben, what does it mean to have a Pro Tour in your hometown?
I mean, it's been fantastic. I've grew up about 10 minutes away from where the tournament's going to be. We had the Grand Prix last weekend. I made top 8, which was great. Just really, really exciting to play in front of like a hometown crowd. I mean, like a lot of these guys that I grew up with playing Magic. I saw them last weekend. They're going to be coming and watching there, and I think it's really, really great. I mean, Australia's a great Magic country, and it's just good to see have all the pros come over here.
So it's winter here in Australia. I know you haven't lived in Australia for a while. Have you been out of the country long enough that you don't feel like it is as cold as many of your countrymen do?
Yeah, I don't think it's that cold. I mean, I do live in San Francisco, but San Francisco also seems to have kind of cold winters as well. But this is totally mild. I mean, actually, last week it was actually really, really nice and sunny. It's got a little overcast right now, but I think overall, it's not that cold at all.
Yeah. So, as he said, not that cold at all. And you can see a winter in Australia. It's not quite like winter in other parts of the world. And people, I think, will be really enjoying their time here in Sydney for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Thanks to BDM and, of course, to the team for letting us get that insight. You'll see plenty more from the team house throughout the weekend. Really looking forward to those. Some really great stuff coming up. But yesterday we had a chance to talk with the 3 leaders in the draft race. Who is going to be our draft master coming out of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon? Let's get a word with them as they head towards that first round of draft action.
I'm here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer John Finkel. John, we're sitting here 20 years later. We're still talking about you drafting Magic, playing Magic at the highest level. Couple of different routes for you to qualify for a World Championship slot this weekend. The first is going to start on Saturday at the draft table as we play out the race for the draft master. Do you still get excited sitting down to draft at the highest level? I mean, do you take satisfaction in, being atop the standings of all the people who've been drafting on the Pro Tour all year?
I mean, drafting is fun. I mean, playing the Pro Tour, it's not always fun. I mean, it's rewarding, it's awesome, but fun isn't always the word I'd use. And especially when you get constructed, there's like grinds and this, okay, I'm gonna do this thing and I'm gonna do this thing, and if I just miss one land drop, it's gonna be terrible. Draft, you have these different games. It's not like you're trying to heavyweight punch people back and forth like nuclear weapons, right? You have to you use a little bit. It's a little more interesting. You have to have a little bit more nuance. So I really find the draft games a lot more fun to play. You also don't have that worry of did I play a terrible deck? I mean, maybe you drafted a bad deck. Maybe it didn't draw it right, but you're not that thought of, oh yeah, I made a terrible mistake.
So Eldritch Moon, in my experience, has played out a little more grindy, maybe in a good way. Like you have a little more play in the games than maybe you had in Triple Shadows over Innistrad. Is that something that favors you and your draft style?
I don't know if it favors me. I definitely like it. I think it's a nice development. One of the directions Magic has moved over the years is towards making the removal spells worse, more expensive, and making the like the creatures and the threats better. So before maybe you have a terror, now you have a murder. Before maybe you have a 4/4 rare, 3/4 flyer with no ability, or maybe seeming like a.
Here, as you start to imagine your Shadows over Innistrad pack, like. What are you hoping for? Oh, wow, look at this. Insatiable Gorgers came back around the table for him out of that pack that we were talking about. Getting Insatiable Gorgers out of that pack.
Yeah, I think Kentaro's in a kind of a tricky spot here. He's got kind of a blue-red good stuff deck.
There's
There
a Make Mischief.
a couple different synergies you can explore here, whether it's mad sorceries and prowess, or doing graveyardy type things. And he's got just a little bit in each of those directions, but not enough to really come together to give him a coherent strategy. So I think he's really just looking for more good cards in the third pack, which is strange to say, but this is a really synergy-based format, and he's in a spot where his deck is not well positioned to take advantage of any of the synergies that are offered to him.
Right, so it just takes a 3-bin Standard Bearer away, and you know, I don't want to deal with that card later. And that's it for our Eldritch Moon pick. So now where do you feel? Do you feel like his deck's a little stronger than it was, looking at a pack one?
He's not, train wreck disaster status by any portion. Or by any stretch of the imagination, but I think he wishes he had a little bit more in one particular direction for the synergy in his deck.
Sure. I think I like where he's at. I like 2/3. I like two Brazen Wolves.
Yes.
I like the Ingenious Scob, so I like where he is on 3. I like that he's got that Assembled Alpha for his late game. That card is impossible to deal with.
It's really hard to deal with,
especially
yeah,
if you have some instants and things to to sort of
Definitely.
make it really miserable for them. And pending a couple picks here, I kind of like where he's at.
Yeah, I think he's in solid shape.
I think we're sort of in like the B range right now.
I totally agree. Absolutely,
Yeah.
That's a good way to sum it up. One thing that's interesting is his deck is pretty well suited to take advantage of combat tricks in the Shadows over Innistrad pack, which is a little bit unusual for red-blue. But he has some more beefy creatures. He has the Ingenious Scob. He's got the Brazen Wolves that we talked about. So if he can pick up a couple mid to late pick, useful combat tricks, that's something that he could take advantage of in his particular seat.
Right. There you get a look at the table. See Ben Rubin, Brian Braun-Duin, Pedro Carvalho across the table. There's Antonino De Rosa just got married, so congratulations to him.
Congratulations.
Yeah, just before the GP weekend.
Very cool.
So it made it easy for a lot of players to make it down. But now, Kentaro Yamamoto is about to open Shadows over Innistrad, and let's see what that brings to the table. Immediately brings a Gastaff Arsonist to the front.
Okay, that's a solid card, but not something you're necessarily looking to first pick. We'll see what his other options are here in the pack.
Doesn't really look like there's very much.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of glare here, but based on the fact that he does still have that Gatstaff Arsonist in the front, I think that's
me in this new format because it's a little slower. We have a little bit more time for the games to play out.
Yeah,
and
that
so,
makes a lot of sense.
So everything that's a little bit more expensive has gotten a little better for me. All right, there's a Stormer Temper right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's not an actual, these are equal, I'm deciding which one. Fiery Temper, to me, just has to be the slam here. And a really exciting.
When you have the flash creatures.
Yep. The one thing to be a little cautious of is he is pretty heavy on 3 mana cost cards.
Yep. It doesn't really have a madness outlet for this.
That's also true. But even just at hard casting this for 3 mana, you're really happy to have that card in your deck.
It is the Gastaff Arsonist day here. Trying to clear the shelters. Take a Gastaff Arsonist home with you. There's a Press for Answers. It's a nice little spell that could work for him, but not something I think he wants to pick this early. So it is. He takes a second Arsonist.
So at this point in the draft, he's got to be satisfied with where he is on big creatures between the 2 Gatstaff Arsonists and the Assembled Alpha that he has already. So I don't think he's really looking to add any more big creatures to his deck unless he sees something really premium that's going to outclass what he already has.
What are you looking for here now? Maybe some Sanguinary Mages or something along those lines, like a good 2-drop?
Yeah, I mean, even a card like Just the Wind, I think, would be welcome in his deck. Also extra damage with.
Or just Kindred, see a Vampire, see Insolent Neonate, which can be a nice card. He likes the counter spells. He's got Deny Existence near the front.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Deny Existence.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me. I wonder if that's an acknowledgement that this format has slowed down a little bit more, as you were talking about BDM.
The
games are going a little bit longer. You need to be prepared to answer your opponent's bombs.
So Seagraph Scob and Vessel of Paramnesia. There's also a Furtive Homunculus in there, so not super exciting 2-drop creatures to round things out.
Yeah, I could see him picking the Furtive Homunculus here just to kind of round out his curve. As we said, he's a little bit choked on 3-drops right now, a little bit low on 2-drops. This is not an amazing card by any means, but it's fine in an aggressive slanted red-blue deck.
Yeah, I mean, also, you've seen more creatures from Shadows over Innistrad that you wouldn't normally see get played because you only have 1 pack to fill in here. Wow, that's a great card there for him. He had the Convicted Killer up there for a thing, but Pyrehound is just a perfect card. Again, a little slower. You have a little bit more time to set it up. And this card can get out of hand very, very quickly.
Yes, it definitely can. It's a very high synergy common compared to what's usually around. And this is one of those cards when I was talking about earlier about wanting to have instants and sorceries in your blue-red deck and wanting to play to that synergy. So a really nice pickup for him there. I believe it fits his curve well as well. I've kind of have a mental picture of his mana curve in my mind, which I wish I could show you. But
you'll draw it for us when we're done. You'll just give us a little
Absolutely,
diagram.
yeah.
Reduce to Ashes looks like it's going to be the pick here. Another card that's gone up. I didn't love it in Triple Shadows, but have been really, really happy with it in this new draft format.
yeah, totally agree. I think this is it's a powerful card just in terms of what it does. And the reason people rated it a little bit lower in the previous format was, you know, it was a little on the slow side.
Yeah,
But now
yeah, and you could be on your heels from a 2-drop Hinterland Logger, and you're like, great, I've got a 5-drop removal spell in my hand. Okay, so Ember Eye Wolf near the front of the pack for him. There's also is there a Skin Invasion back there? I think there was, which is a card I kind of like, and I like in his deck, but not something he's a card that could go in his deck. Oh, I guess he could take the Explosive Apparatus.
Yeah, I imagine we'll probably see the Neonate here. Oh, okay, goes for the Apparatus.
Just a little bit more removal.
Yep.
Not that he has, he has nothing that cares about Delirium.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Gas-Staff Arsonist.
And
Still in
again,
the pack.
exactly the reason why we weren't excited to see that first pick is like that's the kind of card that you can just kind of pick up whenever the opportunity presents itself later in the pack. And I don't think he's going to be playing 3, so
I
that
think
probably
what,
leaves him in the
probably
sideboard.
2, possibly 1, depending on
Yeah,
how
my
much
guess is he
has.
plays 2 of those plus the assembled alphas as kind of the top end of his curve.
You see Macabre Waltz is the pick here. There was also a Magnifying Glass, a card we heard Marshall say that he likes a little better now, but still, again, that kind of interesting shift of values and all these different cards in Shadows of Innistrad based on the speed of Eldritch Moon.
Yep.
Seagraph Scob, another 2-drop comes in for him towards the end. There's Vessel of last couple. Duke, how do you feel like this deck ended up?
I feel like after each pack, I had him at about a B every time, right? And it didn't really go up or down since the, in between then. Yeah, I think every pack went okay. I think he's going to be able to put together, 23 cards that he's happy with that are solid. I don't think his deck is outstanding. He doesn't really have any bomb rares that stand out to me. The assembled alphas is good by itself necessarily. So yeah, I think I have him at a B.
How about how he drafted the seat? Like, do you think that there was something else, a different direction he could have gone that would have gotten him a higher grade?
I think he drafted the seat very well from his perspective, especially given how pack 1 went. And the key that stands out in my mind is the into 2 very strong blue commons after that. I think that was the clear direction that it needed to go there, and I think switching at any point after that would have been a mistake. So yeah, I definitely give him an A- or an A on the way he drafted. So.
Excellent. So Kentaro Yamamoto drafting here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We're going to watch him play very soon.
Thanks very much to BDM and Ian Jink there with the call on Kentaro Yamamoto's draft. Now, Brian David Marshall, he's been a busy boy between the Grand Prix and the Pro Tour here in Sydney. He's been out and about looking for all the best stories, and he managed to get the keys to a rather prestigious apartment. It's time to meet the team.
We are just a couple days away from Eldritch Moon, and we're in the Sansui neighborhood of Sydney. It's a suburb along the western shore of Botany Bay. We're about 20 kilometers away from where the Pro Tour is going to take place, and we're looking in on Team Channel Fireball and Team Ultra Pro. It's 7-bedroom house with 4 bathrooms. It is because it's winter here in Australia, and all the action is taken to the Team Black World Team champion from 2008, 2-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, and a pretty good person to have on your side if you're trying to break a format. Across from him is Justin Cohen, the Rookie of the Year, who was the finalist from Pro Tour Fate Reforged. He also won Grand Prix DC earlier this year. Now, across from them, you can see Paul Cheon, who was a member of that. Is that the last time the U.S. won?
Also the last time I won anything
Also, the last time he won anything relevant, he points out. Four-time Grand Prix top 8 competitor Corey Burkhart sitting there with them. And if you come over here, match-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor and Hall of Famer Ben Stark, the Pro Tour. Never been on the U.S. national team, but he can console himself with his trophy from Pro Tour Paris. There you see Josh Utter-Layton. He gets on the Hall of Fame ballot next year. He has 5 Pro Tour top 8s. There is Matt Severa, who, alongside Justin Cohen, won Grand Prix DC earlier this year. There is David Ochoa, one of the founding members of Team Channel Fireball, foodie extraordinaire on the Pro Tour. And he is one on your side. He's broken standard, put it back together, and broken it again multiple times this year. And of course, founding member of Team Channel Fireball, Luis Scott Vargas, a Pro Tour Hall of Famer and 7-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor. Luis,
As of right now.
As of right now, yeah, absolutely. What are you looking for as you end this season here in Sydney?
I'm just hoping to have a good tournament and kind of make it to Worlds this year. I've got a really good shot of that, so as long as the wheels don't fall off. I went there last year to do coverage, and that was great. But I'd love to be a competitor, and I think I got a good shot of doing that.
Yeah, we call that a win-win situation on our side of the table. So now if you come over here, we're going to be doing a Pro Tour.
Know where the draft's going and where I want to be and what cards I want and what cards I expect to see, etc.
All you have to do is finish one match better than the best player ever to play Magic at this PT at Limited, and you can be our draft master. Good luck with the calculator.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
I am here with Tiago Saporito from Brazil, and by the way, you're going to be platinum again. Congratulations for that.
Thank you, Marshall.
2 years in a row, back to back. That's really impressive. Great stuff from you. Now, you've got, so that's off your plate. That must be a relief. But you're in the running for Draft Master here. You are right in the hunt. How do you feel coming in about your chances for the Draft Master slot at World Championship?
I think I can do it. I'm prepared. I'm confident. I think I'm drafting well, so let's see.
That's very good. Now, it's interesting because it's not just about how you do, it's also about how the other contenders do, John and Calcano. Are you going to be looking at their scores as you go, or do you just ignore it?
Oh, I'll just ignore it.
Yeah, and just play your game?
Yes.
So you can focus. After the Pro Tour, then you'll look?
End of the second draft, I'll look.
Then the second draft, you'll know. You said you have a pretty high confidence level coming in for this one. What's been your approach and your secret to doing so well at Limited for the whole season?
Honest, I don't know. I'm only drafting a lot before the Pro Tours, and it's working, so there's no secret.
Oh, that's great. You have no idea? It just comes to you?
Yes.
You know, we'll see this sometimes from the Pro Tour testing teams, that one player is kind of the limited specialist. Is that you for your team?
Oh, I think it's me and Marshall from Dex Protection, but before I was in face-to-face, and on the playtest I was just losing all the time, so I don't know, right?
So maybe you learned it all from them.
Yes.
That's really funny. Now, also, from a personal perspective, though, you also Apollo, but there's 2 slots, so you could very easily pick up that second slot. That's got to be exciting for you.
Yeah, I'm very happy about it. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm locked because the third guy has 25 points. That's not a lot, but let's see.
Okay, so that's nice. And then World MagicCup. If you overtake Paulo and nobody else overtakes both of you, then you can be the World MagicCup captain for Brazil too. Is that on your radar at all?
I mean, I wanted it, but I think it's very hard, but I'll try it. I mean, I would be very happy if I'm the captain.
Yeah, but it's Paulo.
Yes, it's hard.
Thanks very much to the players for giving us their time. Tiago Saporito, a really lovely guy. It's got to be hard, BDM, when you're someone that good, but you are comprehensively not the best person in your country or your region because there's one of the giants of the game sitting above you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to feel like Saporito feels like he has to push himself. But I mean, Paulo is really just one of the elite players of the game. So it's like drafting at John's house. You're just like, all right, I'm not going to get blue cards. I'm probably not going to beat John. That's how it goes.
Facts of life.
Yeah.
Okay, so the pairings are getting put together right now for round number 1 out on the floor. You're missing nothing. So Why don't we, contenders, let's take a look at the 7 players who are closest to winning that. As you already know, John Finkel leads the way on 45 points. That is 15 match wins, 3 points per win and 3 losses. Christian Calcano and Marcio Carvalho are both on 14 wins, a draw and 3 losses, so they're 2 points further back. And then a match win behind Finkel right now, Thiago Saporito, who you've just heard from, Sam Tharmaratne, Shota Yasuoka, and Matej Big Z Zatlkai. So BDM, mark our card. Give us a couple of people there to watch out for.
Well, you know, I'm really curious what happens if Matej Zatlkai goes 6-0 here and everyone at the top of the standings picks up, you know, a loss along the way. And what happens if we end up in a tie?
So it is possible, just to mark your card, that Draft Master, when the draft rounds finish tomorrow afternoon, will not be determined because the tie-break is pro points at the end of the season, which will of course not happen until at least Saturday night, or potentially for 1 or 2 of them, Sunday night. So we could see Draft Master being determined in the back-end rounds of Constructed on Saturday or Sunday. That's if they're tied. If they happen weirdly to be tied on pro points, then it's Pro Tour top 8s this season. So that's how that works. But fundamentally, first things first, start off with a 5-1 or a 6-0. So you've talked about Matej Big Z Zatlkai. I want to ask you from a card playing perspective, because in order to get the results, they have to do a lot of fundamentals right. Talk about what's needed, the skills to draft when you're going from a big set, 3 of the same pack, to now 2 of a smaller set, and then that same big set, but now all the cards are subtly different.
Yeah, I think the biggest skill, Rich, is just being able to sort of divorce yourself from your initial evaluations of the cards, in this case, Shadows over Innistrad, and be able to reevaluate them and create new opinions and ideas based on what has come out in Eldritch Moon. These are both very heavy synergy sets, which means that the way cards interact with each other is a really important part as to which cards are powerful. It's not just this card is better than that card, it's, well, this card's better than this card if you have enough support for it or in the right deck or all these other factors that need to be considered. So it's a lot of reevaluation under the context of the new cards that could enable old cards to be more powerful than they were.
Something that's changed over the last, I would probably say about 4 or 5 years within R&D is the way that draft sets now have a clear direction, particularly to help newer players. So if we say, you know, what is red-green doing in set X? Well, the answer is it might be ramp, or it might be werewolves, or it might be removal and tempo, or whatever it is. This time around, almost all the color pairs, and we're going to look at these in more detail during the course of our draft coverage, they've stayed the same. So fundamentally, the blue-white deck that was Spirits when it was triple SOI is now still blue-white Spirits. But just because the name and the archetype are the same doesn't mean they're going to play the same or that the makeup is going to be the same. So it's of how different some of those archetypes are going to play out, even though they're notionally, the plan is vaguely similar.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to individual cards. Take Madness, for example, right? Madness is defined by what cards have Madness and are powerful with the Madness. Also what the mix, and you have a huge variety of cards that both have the Madness ability and can allow you to discard, separate cards that can allow you to discard them to them. Now you have a lot more different combinations and a lot more sort of texture that you'll have to navigate as you're putting together your deck. Now you mentioned, Rich, a lot of the archetypes being similar to one another. The one new archetype that is very different from what it was in Triple Shadows is green and blue.
Right.
In green, Shadows over Innistrad Moon, green and blue is all about the new emerge mechanic.
Right. And Brian, this emerge mechanic is going to be central, I think, to draft play this weekend because there's so much value to be had.
Absolutely. Cards like Exultant Cultist and Enlightened Maniac and Foul Emissary, you know, all sort of gum up the ground for you early on, and then you get to cash them in for great value when you emerge with like a Lashweed Lurker or, you know, even a
Wretched Griff is a card where you look at.
I mean, if you're lucky enough to ever see a Wretched Griff, I mean, come on.
Eduardo Sachkalik had 4 in his draft deck at the Grand Prix last weekend. I mean, he was just hoovering those value for more players that are on there. You've seen Christian Calcano chatting there earlier yesterday. You've seen Thiago Saporito. BDM, you know Christian Calcano very well. He is one of the ultimate grinders in Magic. basically one of the shortest distances of time is between a Facebook post saying, I'm not going anywhere this weekend, to I have found a flight to insert name of US city here, mean to him to deliver on a World Championship slot.
Yeah, Christian Calcano has long been one of the better drafters in our area on the East Coast of the United States. Someone who really prides himself, takes great pride in his draft skill and his draft results. And, you know, all Calcano wants to do is compete at a higher and higher level every time. And the opportunity to playing the format that he loves and takes so much pride in, it's going to mean the world to him if he can do that.
Also in the mix, you've seen Hall of Famer John Finkel. Well, here's another Hall of Famer, Shota Yasuoka. Now, Yasuoka has so many balls in the air this weekend in terms of the prizes he might win or fail to win. So much on the line for him. Right now, tied with Luis Scott Vargas for the outstanding Hall of Famer berth at Worlds. Currently, 1 win away from the Draft Master slot. Currently leading the Asia Pacific race. And if he he's probably going to get in as an at-large. So there are four tournaments on top, BDM, of the tournament itself for Yasuoka.
I think you buried the lead there, though. The lead is Shota Yasuoka is in the mix for the Draft Master race. Right? This was the knock on Shota's career, you know, in sort of the mid-years, was that he would always have these great constructed decks, and that he was always, you know, in tension, but maybe his draft record would betray him. And, you know, suddenly this is now someone he's put together 3 Pro Tours in a row with this, you know, tremendous.
From the lead is Marcio Carvalho. He's on 43 points. Tremendous draft record through a long and storied career for him. And then Sam Tharmaratan, that's someone who a lot of you won't know a lot about because just below the top tier of global rounds, making a top 32, making a top 16. He's playing in his 10th Pro Tour this weekend. And he is someone I would love to see come to the forefront. One of the quietest guys in World Magic. He's very similar to Guillaume Wafatamba. You can barely get away, but a really, really good player. And don't be surprised to see him up near the top. Now, Ian, we talked about a World Championship draft. Most of us play our drafts at Friday Night Magic, and one of the great beauties of the game that you helped design and develop is that it's so many different games to see different people. So for those people who are sitting down today on their Friday to draft Friday Night Magic, how different is that experience compared to what the 300 players out in the hall have just gone through? What distinguishes a Friday Night Magic draft from a Pro Tour draft?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rich. They are very different, for sure. I know the first time I played on the Pro Tour, it was a wake-up call to me, right? Like, wow, this is a lot different than the games that I've been playing at my local store. And one of the major differences in my mind is that playing locally at F&M is there's a lot of knowledge being a factor there, where it's like if you're a player that, you know, reads up on strategy articles and has listened to what other players have had to say and has done a lot of research, you're at a huge advantage going into your F&M because a lot of the other players there might not know the pick orders and which commons are considered better than which other commons and things like that. Here at the Pro Tour, the big difference is every single person at your table will have done that research. They already have the knowledge. That's a given. So a lot of navigating the draft, a lot more of the focus is on being dynamic, making sure that you're drafting correctly for the seat that you're in the right colors, that you're picking up on synergies that are open to you, and that you're able to sort of make those evaluations on the fly, built on top of that knowledge base that everyone already has coming in.
Brian, I know you love Limited. What's your take on the different levels of draft and the different experiences?
At the local level, or even when you're playing with your friends. And so, you know, it's interesting, you know, if you want to experience what it's like to have that hidden information, or some of that hidden information, you know, it's impractical to sleeve up all your draft picks. But you can pick a double-face card and sort of keep the tip card and the land card over it so that you don't reveal, like you could say, oh, I'm taking a double-face, you know, that you're taking a double-face card but not show it. To the other players at the table if you want to experience what these players do. And it does change the draft somewhat. You get a little bit of a game sort of warps around that person that they've taken a white card. And, you know, sometimes people can be punitive or not punitive, cooperative with that. And so it's just interesting to me how the different levels of information that the players have at this level versus, you know, drafting in almost any other environment other than a Grand Prix or the Pro Tour.
So we're just a few minutes away from seeing our first round of draft draft a creature with a creature enchantment with another creature enchantment? Is this a format with tokens everywhere? Is this a format with nothing happening before turn 5? Let's try and give you a sense of that, because this all broadly comes around this idea of tempo. What is the speed of the format? And if you get that right, you're at a huge advantage over the rest of the field. Brian, we were together in Sydney for the Grand Prix last weekend, and it was a really curious mix, because almost every round we had feature matches going to time. There was somebody playing at the end of the round, but the turnaround on the tournament was very, very quick. And that suggests that, yes, there are, 1 in every 4 matches will go close to time, but that there aren't many matches that are going right deep into extra turns. Now, do you get a sense of why that might be? That, how fast are we here?
I don't, we talk about it being a slower format, but it's not a slow format. What it is it's not a format where you just lose to a 1-drop, 2-drop werewolf, like you might sometimes in triple shadows, if your opponent stumbles. You have a little bit more time to develop, a little bit more time to play out your cards. So some of the games will go longer, but they're not bogging down. There's usually something like a Vidlin Pack Outcast will transform, and you can just wolf breathe,
alpha strike them,
alpha strike over them, So the game, there's usually a terminus point for the games. There's some cards that are going to be like, when I get to here, this is where my opponent has to have an answer or I will win. There's these real points of conflict that both players get to build to, more so than I think they did in Triple Shadows.
So Ian, in terms of the dials that you can twist inside R&D, there is a point, it's easy to make things slower, you make things more expensive and have fewer things at the low end. But how do you go about making sure that it isn't a format where every table is green, white on blue, white, 15 non-land permanents on each side of the board? What is it that unstalls the clog, if you
The synergies they're trying to accomplish, and making sure that those things are either aggressive in nature or have the capability to end the game is really, really important for breaking up those late game board stalls.
That is the state of draft. Pairings are just about to go up for round number 1. But we had a chance to chat with a bunch of great players with so many different things at stake. Maybe they're trying to get that last point for gold. Maybe it's platinum that they're after. A lot of players are trying to become their World Magic Cup captains. And so we had a chat with a bunch of those yesterday. Why don't we hear from Alexander Hain of Canada and Andre Strasky of the Czech Republic? They've both got a lot at stake here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
I'm here with Hain, a season. And how's it been going for you so far? Where do you find yourself right now in terms of your goals for the year?
So I'm doing pretty well, and I'm guaranteed platinum. And right now, if the cutoff was now, I'd make it both to Worlds and to the World Magic Cup. So as a professional Magic player, those are kind of the 3 big ones, kind of in order.
Yeah.
So I'm in good shape, but I still need a good finish, to hold on to my lead in both races. And I'm always looking to win another Pro Tour. So.
So now Pascal Maynard is 5 points behind you for the lead of the World Magic Cup captaincy.
Yeah, he always seems to be chasing me in something.
So have you guys developed any kind of rivalry? Last year, you guys, of course, famously in the Grand Prix Player of the Year race together, going all around the world.
I mean, that was definitely quite an experience. I think neither one of us will forget. I gave him a sorry get well card.
Interestingly, neither of you pursued that race this year.
No, once was more than enough. I thought I would get there this year, at least in reasonable shape on just at-large points. So that was kind of my goal. And I don't know. We've always had kind of a bit of a friendly rivalry because we grew up as a Magic players in a similar area in Quebec City for him and Montreal for me, and we'd play in a lot of the same tournaments. So we've known each other for a long time and kind of competed against each other for a long time. So it's really funny that we're kind of competing on the world stage now, after 5 years of playing on Pro Tours and stuff.
That has to be pretty special, actually, to see someone come from your local shop scene to the feature match area at the Pro Tour.
Oh, definitely.
So what records need to have? Have you thought about if I go this and Pascal goes this, Have you thought about those like permutations?
So yeah, I mean, Pascal needs at minimum an 11-5 record to pass me, even if I don't get any additional points here. And then of course for every, if I go 10-6, then he needs an even better record to get ahead. And basically, if I win the whole thing, then I have a guaranteed. So that's
that's the plan. So Alexander Hayne, he's just going to win this Pro Tour. He's going to get him to the World Championship, get him a MagicCup. You're going to win those as well.
Well, yeah, that's the plan at least.
There you go. You've heard it. He's called his shot. Alexander Hayne here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Well, one thing's for sure, if you're going to win everything, you don't need to worry about the permutations. It's you. You just have to worry about where to put all the trophies. That's Alexander Hayne. There's a lot less of Alexander Hayne right now. Great job by him. And he is in a very happy spot, 5 points clear in the Canadian World MagicCup race, currently 4th in the North American regional race, and he will be looking up to lock up one of the North American regional slots for the World Championship. Now, over in the Czech Republic, Ondřej Straský has been one of the developing stories of the last 12 to 18 months. Most of the news, you talk to the likes of Lucas Blahan, they all say that this guy is the real deal. He certainly is. He's growing, he's maturing into his Magic career and really hitting a sweet spot. Now, right now, he is tied for the lead in the Czech Republic World MagicCup race alongside Lucas Blahan. We had a chance to chat with Ondřej Straský on the eve of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
I am here with Ondřej Straský. Ondřej, welcome to the chairs here. How's it been in Australia for you so far? You've been here for a while, right?
Yeah, I've been here for like 2 weeks, and it's been kind of exhausting because I'm not really good at dealing with jet lag, so I've been just napping throughout the days, didn't sleep.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
You haven't gotten over the jet lag in 2 weeks?
It takes me a long, long time, yeah. I'm really bad because you need to like force yourself to not go to sleep, and I just can't. I just like fall asleep whenever I want to. But I think I'll be fine tomorrow. So.
You're starting to come out of it after the 2 weeks stay. Now, lining up the tournament here, this is an important one for you, right? The last PT of the season has a lot of extra pressure on it because of setting up for the next year. So I wanted to talk about your World MagicCup situation here. This is kind of interesting. You're actually tied with Lucas Blahan coming in here.
So I'm tied with Lucas, and there's another Czech pro, Petr Sochurek, who's like 4 points behind us. So it's going to be exciting. Like, both of them are my friends, and I mean, if they win, I'll be fine with that. But I obviously try to do my best because I would like to represent Czech Republic once again. Last time I was on the team with Lucas and we didn't do well, so I would like to have another chance to do better.
Are you going to be watching their standings as you go through, or is it the kind of thing that you just do what you do and it figures out how it figures out?
I think I'll be checking up on them.
Yeah.
I mean, I just need to finish better than they do, so hopefully I know that they just... I mean, I'm not going to wish for them to like try and read their draft, but
of course,
if it happens, I mean, it's a competition, so.
Yeah. You can be friends and compete. Now, what about for the World Championship? Right now, you're slated to get a European slot. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm like with the Czech Republic slot, I'm tied with Lucas and I think Joel Larson. So, yeah, there's a chance I get it. I think I estimate that I need to win 10 times to get the 6 pro points, and that should lock me in. So
and that will lock you either for that slot or for the at-large bid?
Yeah, I think so.
How important is that for you?
I think that's the goal. Like, the World MagicCup would be nice, but Worlds, I played Worlds last year, and it was amazing. It was the best tournament I ever played. So I would love to go back again. So I think that's the goal for the tournament.
Okay, Ondřej, hopefully you get some rest tonight, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much to Ondřej Straský. All right, Ian, trivia moment. Last year, coming into the last Pro Tour of the season, how many players had a theoretical chance of BDM? How many of those do you reckon you can name?
None of them. I've purged that from my memory banks. I've cached it and have access to it, if I need to go to the archives. But I had to make room for all the people who are in contention for Player of the Year this year. I really needed the extra memory space.
Okay, how many players are indeed in contention for Player of the Year?
3.
3. Okay.
Can you name them?
I can name 2 of them. Yeah, so it's Seth Manfield, Owen Turtenwald, and Steve Rubin. Managed not to say Ben, that went well. So, 3 players have a theoretical chance, but let's be clear, this is really a one-horse race. If Owen Turtenwald or Steve Rubin don't make the top 8 on Sunday, Seth Manfield's Player of the Year. That's without Seth Manfield doing anything other than reading the paper for 2.5 days. He doesn't need to play at all. That's the minimum requirement. And Steve Rubin actually needs to win the whole thing and Seth do badly. Owen may well need to go deep into Sunday and Seth do badly. So we're pretty close to a coronation, but with the little asterisk, stranger things have happened. BDM, give us a sense of just what a great season Seth Manfield has had.
Well, look at the point total. That Mike Segras had a great season last season that brought him to Player of the Year, and that got him 73 points. We are double digits more points than that already for Seth Manfield this year. I mean, he's theoretically within striking distance of 100 pro points, which is absurd. It's just absolutely absurd in a 4 Pro Tour season.
Yeah, one of the great achievements. And then behind him, Owen Turtenwald. And Ian, it's worth pointing out that Owen is qualified for Worlds as the mid-season master, meaning he led at the halfway point, and then actively chose not to pursue Grand Prix after Grand Prix after Grand Prix. So part of the reason for that 13-point gap that we have coming in here is because of that active choice of, yep, my goals for the season are accomplished, I'm locked solid at the World Championship.
That's a great point about the mid-season master being a reason why, you know, Owen may have stepped on the brakes a little bit there as far as the GPs go. So yeah, very, very interesting. And I can't wait to see him coming up at the World Championship here at PAX.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And then finally, BDM, someone that you ended up doing a phenomenal interview with was Steve Rubin, the winner of our last Pro Tour. And it was just so great to see, because he, again, is someone a bit like Sam Tharmarathonam. Not a lot of people know a lot about. He's not some at the forefront of giving his views and wanting people to know how important he is. He's very much someone who's quite laid back, really appreciates everything that he's got from the game.
Yeah, someone's laid back, but when he does speak, he has that quality that people really listen to him. He's very impactful, and I thought that his words after winning the Pro Tour about, you know, allowing yourself to make a mistake and, yeah, that's okay. It's going to happen. You know, you're playing Magic. It's a complicated game. There's a lot of decisions. You make one mistake, you roll with it, and just play your best from there on out, and just allow yourself to make that mistake. It was very inspiring. You know, and it's actually something that even in drafts has come back to me. I'm like, you know, it's very easy to just get very angry at yourself when you make a mistake playing Magic, and that can be such a trap. And I can only imagine at this level, you know, we've talked about all the stakes that are here, how easy it is to beat yourself up, you know, 2 matches away from being done with a tournament in the quarterfinals of a Pro Tour, and you make, you know, oh, you know, what am I, you know, because you start to fantasize about all the things. I thought that was just a beautiful sentiment that he shared.
Well, the 2 best players in the game right now are Seth Manfield and Owen Turtenwald. They've had the best 2 seasons. They're both tremendous players, and they both took time out from their final preparations for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon to come and talk to us and to you last evening.
I am here with Seth Manfield. Seth, what a year, man. You know, we're coming into the last Pro Tour of the year, and it's like every tournament I didn't cover, you were top 8ing or winning, and then every tournament I do cover, you're top 8ing or winning. Can you, like, put this year in perspective for us? It's insane. You just refuse to lose.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I guess maybe I'm playing a bit better than I used to. I'm not really sure, but I know that I'm definitely running hot this year, absolutely. And it feels amazing just to know that I can put up this type of run this year. I mean, it just builds my confidence a ton, so.
Does it feel weird? You know, like, I saw you at the GP here in Sydney last weekend, you know, and you walked by and I'm just like, dude, like, you're just top 8'd again. Like, you cannot lose. And you kind of gave me this look like, I don't know, man. Does it feel weird?
Yeah, it's weird because I go into the tournament after having just done well, and I'm like, all right, I'm probably not going to do it well in this one because I just did well, so that's variance. And then I do well, and I'm just like, okay, like, I don't know. Why am I doing this well? I don't know.
But you'll take it.
Yeah, I'll definitely take it.
So coming in, you've got a 13-point pro point lead over Owen Turtenwald for the player of the year, which is, that's a big advantage. It's going to take for Owen to overcome, you're going to have to bomb out, and he's going to.
As far as the math goes, I'm definitely a heavy favorite. I know that. Being player of the year would mean a lot. And I think I've had an incredible year to put myself in this situation. He's going to do.
Yeah.
But
you should. First tournament that you won, but like from there to here, insane.
Yeah, that was definitely the transformational point. I think a lot of people have seen me differently ever since I won Worlds. So.
Do you feel different?
I do. I'm less nervous. I feel like, I feel more comfortable in the sort of setting where being one of the top players in the world, I can say that I feel like I am one, and I definitely couldn't before Worlds. I felt like going into Worlds last year, I was like, all right, if I go 7-7 or what have you, then that's pretty good. That would be even money against the best players in the world. But I feel my confidence growing, and winning helps. Like whenever you're winning a lot, it's going to make you want to play more and more. So.
Yeah. You said one of the best players in the world, but he's currently ranked #1 in the world. Seth, enjoy the last Pro Tour of the season. You get a little pressure lifted off you for this one as you cruise to what was an amazing season. So congrats and good luck.
Thanks.
I am here with Owen Turtenwald. Owen, welcome. How's
Pretty well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The food's good? You're okay?
Food is great. I love this place.
So last Pro Tour of the season, it often carries like a special weight to it, right? There's goals to be met. It's going to set you up for the next year. For you, you've met most of the goals, right, that you would have set forth coming into the season. How are you feeling coming in about that?
I'm looking forward to playing because it's always exciting to just play in the Pro Tour. That's the thing that people forget a lot is obviously there's incentives and goals and things you want to accomplish, and you get some kind of fulfillment when you do something great, but just the Pro Tour is just such an awesome experience and it's just a big, great thing to be a part of. It's fun to play the games. You meet a lot of people. I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, it's funny, having gotten to know you personally as well, I know how important the Pro Tour is to you, and I think it's one of those things that sometimes gets lost in the fray with all the testing and the videos and the cards and the thinking and the talking, but at the end of the day, I know for you and everybody on your team, the Pro Tour is just a very special thing for you guys.
Of course.
Yeah. Now, there is a Player of the Year race at hand here between you and Seth Manfield, but according to my stats here, he's got 13 points on you. Now, is that something that you're thinking about coming into the last Pro Tour? Is that on your mind, or is that something that you just sort of let come out on the wash?
Yeah, it's not really something that's on my mind just because to pass him, I would have to have a really good tournament at this last tournament of the year, and he would need to have a bad tournament. And there's very little I can do to influence that outcome except trying my best, which I'm always doing that. I'm always trying my best. So if I do well, I'm going to win. If I do badly, I'm not going to win. But whether or not I win Player of the Year, I know I had a great season, so it's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, and it is insane, by the way, the season that both you and Seth have put together has been really crazy to watch, the number of pro points that you got. Do you know how many pro points you have right now? Off the top of your head?
65, 70, I don't know.
Yeah, you lost track like a PT ago because it kind of stopped mattering for everything except for this last. For you.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I was actually just sitting around thinking the other day, it's like I have Platinum. I'm playing in the World Championship. I'm going to play in the World Magic Cup. I'm going to play in the Magic Online Championship Series. It's like, done.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part, too, is that, if you get the top pro points from your country, right, then you get to be the World Magic Cup captain for your team. But you just won a WMC. You just said, I'm going to secure this seat now.
I think that there's a chance that I already won the WMCQ qualifier. And if I get the top pro points in North America, which would be the captain slot, I actually don't think that's ever happened before. So I don't think there's a rule on the book for what they're going to do.
We can't throw any more trophies at this guy. It's all we've got. Owen, congratulations on a great season and good luck in your last Pro Tour.
Thank you.
See, Owen Turtenwald, he basically wins everything. He even wins the wins the WMCQ. Fantastic stuff by Owen.
How do you feel about the quarterfinal opponent who like looks at the pairing, the bracket, and just sees his quarterfinal opponent in the WMCQ as Owen Turtle?
What are you doing here? That's not fair. Well, it is fair, and that's the deal. Owen won the WMCQ and a lot more besides. Well, we are here in Sydney, Australia. Now, if you're wondering, where is my round one? I want my round one. We want round one. We want round one too. They did find an issue with the pairings inside the software, which they're fixing right now. It's 5 minutes away. Hope you're still enjoying our company at the very least, and we will be with round one as soon as we can. But we are here in the fabulous Australian city of Sydney. And BDM, I kind of naturally assumed you'd been here multiple times.
Following the coverage along in the back office of Neutral Ground in 2002. And in fact, though, that GP, I mean, that World Championship in Sydney was I was like, wow, that'd be pretty cool. I had friends who were covering the event. I'm like, that's pretty cool. You get to travel around the world covering these events. I'd love to go to Sydney. Maybe I should think about doing some coverage. So actually, 15 years later or 14 years later, finally getting to go here. But that was kind of one of the initiatives for me to start reaching out and asking about doing coverage.
Yeah, Ian, I don't know what Reed's plans are for this coming week, but talking to a lot of the pro players, they are actually skipping the first week of next season in order to stay put in Sydney once all the needs of testing limited and testing constructed are done, so that, hey, I've come all this way, I want to stay here and see the Gold Coast and travel around.
Yeah, absolutely. Who can blame them? That's one of the awesome perks of playing Pro Magic, is you get to see the world.
BDM, highlight for you so far of the trip? Was it the Opera House?
No, it was a single cup of coffee.
Really?
Yes, right by the Opera House. We went to a restaurant called Aria, fine dining establishment. We went for lunch. And, I was like, look, I know it's a little weird, usually have it, but I haven't had any coffee yet. Can I get a coffee? They gave me a long black. It was the single best cup of coffee I've ever had in my life. And the next 3 cups of it that I had after that were each almost as good.
And that wasn't just because you were tired from traveling?
No.
So is that enough to get you to go 28 hours each way just for the coffee?
It's close. It's close.
Okay. Well, we had a great time at Grand Prix Sydney, where, to be fair, because there were so many pro players, was a bit of a bloodbath for the home team, to be fair. Ben Sek got as far as 9-0 overnight, but it was really, really tough. The top nines on 21 points leads Paul Jackson by 19. They're both Grand Prix champions, and they both came down to sit with us on the eve of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
I am here with David Mines and Paul Jackson, both native Australians here. First thing I wanted to ask you, Paul, we'll start with you. What's it feel like to have a pro tour in your home country and get to play it?
It's just great. Not having to travel, obviously. Such a nice.
Now it should be noted, you're from Perth.
You know what I mean? Yeah. No, it's just awesome. Feels just not many people get to do this,
Yeah.
It's just a great feeling.
Yeah. What about for you, David? It goes so far.
Yeah, the European one's like 22 hours. The American ones are 13 hours. Like, no matter how much further you get in there beforehand, you're still jet lagged on some level. So it's cool that the last one of the season gets to be in Australia.
Yeah.
So like the big one, where everything counts.
Yeah, and this is where everything counts for both of you guys in many ways, because the honor to represent your country at the World Magic Cup as the captain is a big deal, and I know it would be a big deal to both of you. Now, currently, it sits, Dave, you're on 21, you're on 19 pro points coming in, so it looks like it's going to be between you guys. Animosity? Are you just like staring at each other in the hallway the whole time, or are you guys friends?
I think I'm playful, sort of banter back and forth about it.
Yeah. So it's all good. Yeah.
Either way, you'll be happy?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't mind picking up a few extra pro points ahead of David here.
Well, maybe a few.
The GP last week is asking how my seal pool is. I'm like, I think it's decent. He's like, oh.
Yeah. At one stage, I think I was X3 and you were XO.
Yeah.
And then we both didn't day 2.
And then you both didn't day 2, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
How much would it mean, like for you, for example, David, to represent Australia at the World Magic Cup?
Yeah, I think it's PJ did it last year, and I think it's a massive honor. I think Australia's really sort of coming along in the Magic scene, so it's nice to be able to be in this new wave of Australian Magic that's coming through. I think the PT here is sort of putting a lot of focus on Australian Magic, which is good.
Yeah, and the GP last weekend that you guys mentioned. Yeah.
So it's really cool. I think it would be great. Like, the people that are on the team already are really good friends of mine. So aside from that, it'd be a great trip as well. Yeah, no, I think it'd be a great honor. So.
Yeah. When it comes to the actual points, are you guys going to be like watching, like, are you going to meet up each other and be like, yeah, I won my round, or like, I lost, or are you going to kind of just show up, do it when it's over?
Yeah, I think more just do our thing and not kind of like check every round.
Yeah, like before, I guess it's the PT is first and foremost. Like that part is secondary, and I mean if one of us is doing really well and the other one's not, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
What's happened?
Yeah, sure. And I mean, with 21 and 19 pro points respectively, I mean, you guys could put up some pretty strong finishes here and finish strong on the season individually as well.
Yeah.
All right, guys, good luck. Thanks for taking the time to chat.
Thank you.
Those two, David Mines and Paul Jackson, they couldn't be from anywhere other than Australia, and that's just fantastic. Worth mentioning that there are other players who are competing here this weekend, people like Chris Cousins, Dominic Z, Sean O'Malley amongst them. They are playing, but with a lot fewer pro points. So it's possible someone could come up on the rails with a top 8 performance and overtake Jackson and Mines, but realistically, that's a head-to-head. Well, another head-to-head is in Brazil, where Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa leads Thiago Saporito by 7 pro points right now. And that's not just for the World Magic Cup race, that's also for the Latin America regional berth, although 2 slots are available. Saporito may well get the second one of those. Well, the decorated Hall of Famer with all his multitude of Pro Tour top 8s came into the news desk to chat with us yesterday evening. Here's
competitor Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. Paulo, we're heading into the last Pro Tour of the season, and you're in good shape for 2 of the end-of-year races. Tell me where you are in terms of the World Championship. You feel pretty good that you're going to get a chance to play there, right?
Yeah, at this point I feel pretty locked for the World Championship. There are 2 Latin American slots. I'm in first, and some miracle would have to happen for a catastrophe, I guess, for someone to pass me. The World Magic Cup is a little bit different though. Thiago is X4 or better, and I do badly, then he becomes the captain.
There's only 1 slot there to be the captain. Doesn't mean you get to play on the team. You have to have won a World Magic Cup qualifier to get on the team. So that's the only opportunity to get there through. How is that? You see each other in a lot of different cities around the world. Is there a little bit of rivalry that goes on as you guys are fighting it out for that, that captaincy?
A little bit, yeah. I would say every time we see each other in a tournament, we're like, "Did you win?" And we look at each other. It's like, "Yes, did you?" Yes, and like, "Stop winning." And it's mostly friendly, but also real. I guess it's weird because we're friends. I want him to do well, but not well enough that he passes me. So it's an interesting dynamic.
Right, you'd be happy to see Brazil represented by him if it came to that, but you would prefer to do it yourself.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he would be an awesome captain. He's a very, very good player. But I would still.
Of the 2 tournaments, the World Championship, the World Magic Cup, how are those different for you? Like, what do those represent? Is there a different pull to each of those tournaments?
I think there is. I think the World Magic Cup is the more fun tournament. You get to play with a team, you represent your country, and that's great. But the World Championship is just so much more serious. Not that the other one isn't serious, but it's just like the pinnacle, it's the top. And I've wanted to be world champion for a very long time. And Team World Champion is not the same as World Champion. So the World Championship is much more important tournament for me. If I had to choose one of them, I would definitely choose that one.
All right, Paulo, good luck this weekend at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. And, good luck to Thiago, but maybe a little less luck.
Less luck.
All right, so there we are. That was Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. Great news. Pairings are done. Players are seated and shuffling in our feature match area. So the action here. Thanks. Everything sorted out for you. So here are the matches that you're going to see right now. We've got Yuki Ichikawa of Japan up against Willie Adel of Brazil. So that'll be a good one. And then BDM, someone that I know you think is really...
Oliver, too, has come out of nowhere. He's running away with the Rookie of the Year title. He's 1 point off the lead for Constructed Master for an invitation to the World Championship. He's platinum. He's a new member of Team Face-to-Face Games for this tournament. And, he also won a Gamers Helping Gamers scholarship. So he's just having a tremendous year as he goes into college next year.
And you should point out what that is. Gamers Helping Gamers, John Finkel's charity?
Finkel, yeah, John Finkel, Bob Marr, Chris Pakula, a number of other players all involved with that. Tim McKenna, very notably, turning their tournament wins and their celebrity within the game to raise money to create need-based scholarships for gamers going to college.
Now, Paul Dean of Canada, he's in the feature match area. Right now, he won't worry too much about draft. His big focus this weekend is on the constructed master. He's Sam Black, Steve Rubin. And then we have Brian Braun doing. Seems a long time ago that we watched him draft, but those cards that he's pulled together will be the centerpiece of our main video match. He is up against Kentaro Yama, two drafters. So I know that you both had a good look at, obviously, Kentaro's draft. Did you get a chance to see much of BBD?
I did. I did. He went very strong into a blue-black zombie deck after he got past Jason Jarolf, like third pick. So, you know, and he really just did it. Like he just went really interesting.
Something that Marshall and Randy were talking about in the booth during BBD's draft was that the sort of feel about blue-black zombies is that it isn't quite a tier 1 deck unless you've got a really good reason to go there. But it sounds like you do have.
And Geralt fight.
Is time, one of the best moments. It's time for round 1 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Thank you, Rich, and welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. That's Randy Buehler. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. We've all been waiting, and it is time for round 1 action. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler. We're ready for round 1 action where we have, well, this worked out quite nicely. We've actually got our 2 featured drafters. So for those of you that have been joining us on the live stream, we got to watch Brian Braun of the United States draft his deck. He's going to be playing a blue-black zombies deck. And his first 2 picks were red and white, and he moved over, and we're going to see how that works out for him. He, of course, is going to be playing in the World Championship as our our GP master. Let's take a look at his opponent here, Kentaro Yamamoto of Japan. We got to see him draft as well, and we're going to get an idea for how his deck came together. And we are underway here in round 1. Looks like blue-red for Kentaro was what he drafted. There's a couple of different archetypes in blue-red that you can play. You can play a blue-red spells deck. You can also just play a blue-red good stuff. It ends up being like a tempo-style deck. Lots of prowess creatures. Ingenious Ska being the headliner. In the meantime, we see Brian Braun starting to do what he's going to do, a lot of self-milling. Yamamoto represents a real threat and one that can attack quite cleanly into the Wailing Ghoul there as well as it becomes a 4/3.
Yeah, that's one of the better red commons. Attacking is a 4/3 and only costing 3 mana.
This is a sweet attack for BBD. Look at this. And it looks like Kentaro says, yeah, I'm just going to block. That was a free attack for Brian Braun. He knew he wasn't going to block the Brazen Wolves, and there was no downside to attacking as his creature would survive combat anyway, so he smartly decided to try to chip in there for a point of damage. In the meantime, the Foul Bloods is going to jump in front of that Brazen Wolves. And Stencia Innkeeper. What an annoying card, Randy. It taps down one of your opponent's lands and keeps it that way. And we see BBD misses land drop again here.
Annoying is a great word for it.
Oh, I would not stay at that particular hotel, I'll tell you that.
The perils of the road, you say.
Things have gone well for Kentaro thus far, sequencing his plays nicely. It looks like an Ember Eye Wolf is going to join the team here. And he's not going to block anything, Brian Braun. Kentaro's not going to spend any more mana, and there's an Ingenious Ska.
Quite the curve.
This is a nice sequence for him. He went 3-4, and then on the next turn played a 2 and a 3.
Also, not only did Brian miss a land drop and lose access to a land from the Innkeeper, he hasn't played an island yet. Like, he's playing a monocolored game so far, and his hand has a couple of blue cards in it. Scarecrow at 4/4, though. Doing a pretty good job of gumming up the ground. Sure, Kentaro can attack with his wolf. He'd be delighted to trade. The Scob attack is a little cheeky.
This is a situation where, yeah, Brian is going to take a more conservative block here, and he's going to block the Ember Eye Wolf, which is going to get pumped a couple of times. And in fact, the turn worth of mana and the Ember Eye Wolf from Kentaro. So this is Brian saying, look, if you want to pump your entire turn here and not develop your board, I will make this trade. I'm trying to buy time so that I can, you know, get back in this game and find an island and start casting all the rest of the spells in there.
Brian also gets an artifact into his graveyard that way.
Yeah, that could be... Oh, and hey, he's already got the Grizzled Angler in his hand. Now, he doesn't have the mana to cast it, but that will work if he can get the Grizzled Angler down later.
Plus, it gets him that much closer to Delirium.
Yeah, with a second copy of the Thraben Foulbloods there, that could be relevant as well. Looks like a Laboratory Brute hitting the battlefield for Kentaro. That's going to mill the top 4 cards of his library when it hits battlefield. Yeah, he wanted to make sure between 3 and 4, and it was 4.
I feel like Brian's done a pretty good job of slogging through his color screw.
Agreed. He has really drawn a lot of black cards, but it will start to tick-tock on him here. And this is a risky block. Let's see. Does Brian actually have Delirium? No, right? It's land, creature, artifact. Now, if you had an instant way to get it, that would be pretty nice here, because the problem is if Kentaro plays any non-creature spell to trigger the prowess...
Oh, spontaneous mutation. Does that count?
Absolutely counts, and that is plenty to get the Foulbloods into the graveyard and keep the attacks coming for Kentaro. He is trying his hardest to capitalize on the mana issues that Brian Braunduin has had.
You still like Brian's block there, yeah.
How about a Liliana's Elite?
Right.
That's really good here. That is 1, 2, 3. It's a 3/3 already, and we know that Brian's deck is capable of putting a lot of cards in the graveyard, so it could get much worse. Now, it's a 4/4 already, which is where it needs to be. Yeah, it's a 1/1 at its base stats, and then it gets +1/+1 for each creature in your graveyard. So it's a 4/4, which is perfect. Because now the big pump, the Ingenious Scob with his blue mana there, and get its power all the way up to 4 and put that Liliana's Elite in the graveyard. Now, that might be a trade that Brian wants to make here. He really needs to try to hang on for as long as possible, and he has a lot of ways to get creatures back from the graveyard later on. He's got 2 copies of Ever After in this deck, and we mentioned earlier that, you know, the card that put him into this strategy was Gisendrolf, so he very well may want to trade here.
I think you trade.
It's tough because he's looking at the 3/3 that the Sensia Innkeeper, which is being held back currently by the 4/4.
You're going to take 4?
Right. So he does decide just to trade off for the Ingenious Scob. And there's another Brazen Wolf. Wow, this draw from Kentaro has been very impressive, and Brian just cannot find that blue mana. You're right, though. He's done a good job of hanging in there.
Right, and it's because he's been blocking and trading, which I mean, I think it plays into his long-term strategy, and it just buys him turns, buys him time.
This is a really nice play here for Brian. You know, if you're going to get stuck on 4 lands and only half of your colors, if you're going to play cards like Haunted Dead, that's exactly where you want to be. Haunted Dead is a 2/2 zombie, and it brings in a 1/1 spirit. And the really cool part is that you can pay 1 and a black and discard it. And discard 2 cards to bring it back from the graveyard to the battlefield. That nets you another 1/1 flyer. And when you have cards in your hand that you can't cast anyway, that's a great place to put your mana. Like, it could buy him enough time to actually get out of this game. So we see a pretty important block scenario here as Brian is scrambling to stay alive. Kentaro not letting up at all. But that worked. And BBD took 6 in that exchange thanks to the 2 3/3s. And he needs to find an island, and he did.
Is it in time?
It is interesting, too, to note that Kentaro did not let the Haunted Dead die. He made sure that the damage went to places where it would stay on the battlefield as just a 2/2, and that Brian couldn't recast it from his...
He's of certain death if he draws 6th mana. But now the island turns on Grizzled Angler and Laboratory Brute.
That will keep him alive.
Yeah, it seems like you run Laboratory Brute, you get a 3/3 into play.
Yes.
and you're hoping to draw any land next turn to turn on certain death.
Yeah.
Now the board is stable.
Wow, he is very close to getting this board stabilized. And of course,
we're no 6 lands, 4 spells.
4 spells. There goes all the action. There was an Ever After in there as well as a Stitch Mangler. Both would have been fine here. In the meantime, he's going to have to either trade and chump or, yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
so he's going to trade and
So,
chump.
and for certain death.
Nice, and this means that he gets to stay at just 1 life after the Laboratory Brute hits him. This is going to be really close. Oh, and Kentaro finds off the top Fiery Temper and burns him out. BBD did everything he could to stay in that game, but Kentaro was able to stay 1 step ahead the whole entire way, eventually finishing him off. And those last 2 draw steps were very kind to Kentaro as well. He drew his Bomb Rare and his Burn spell. That's going to do it for game 1. We'll be back right after these messages.
Take on the darkness. Eldritch Moon is now available on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com. Up your game with Ultra Pro Magic the Gathering accessories. Find the best Magic art on card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and more. Visit ultrapro.com to learn more and find a retailer near you.
On one of our side tables while our players shuffle up in sideboard here. You can see Yuki there. He's a Gold Pro from Japan versus the Hall of Famer Willie Adel on the right-hand side of your screen. He's from Brazil. Looks like he's firing off a Prey Upon here on a Gatstaff Arsonist. And I see there's a Drownyard Behemoth saying, well, you might be a big werewolf, but I'm a big crab. And kind of reached his claw over there and smacked him. And it looks like Yuki has a Voracious Reader now that just transformed. It was much worse than that a second ago. We've also come into this game with the life totals at 6 each best archetype in this format currently.
Blue-Green Emerge?
Blue-Green Emerge, yeah. He's got the deck. That's the one.
Favorite.
Yeah,
My 2 favorites,
yeah,
for what that's worth.
I was going to say that. Blue-Red Spells is the other really good archetype. So this is really going to highlight, at least in the early running of Eldritch Moon Limited, 2 of the best decks.
I mean, there's a lot of good decks, but I do think these are the 2 best.
Yeah. Looks like the Reader is going to attack. That is a bold attack, as Willie has 2 insects that he can chump block. He also has a 5/7 he can just throw in front. And there's 2 cards in hand. Now, the Voracious Reader does have considering in the way of pump spells and ways, how could I possibly lose this
How
game?
about Lightning Axe? Does that count?
Kind of. Not sure what Yuki's plan is here. Is he's going to take out the Wretched Griff and then trigger Prowess. Unfortunately, the Voracious Reader becomes a 4/5 and won't survive still unless he has another play. So let's see what he's got lined up. We know Yuki's got something in mind. He just wouldn't have made this attack otherwise. Oh, Savage Alliance. And it looks like he's going to pay 1 extra to escalate it. He's going to give his creatures trample, and he's going to do 2 damage to the Drownyard Behemoth here. That's not the mode you usually see. Usually it's all 3 or do 1 to all your creatures, which actually maybe he does that. Let's see. So 3, 4, 5. Right, he actually can pay. Right, so I suppose he can just escalate for free there because the Voracious Reader reduces its cost by 1 naturally, so it just freed up an extra mana. So he actually can just do everything. Wow, what a blowout. Holy smokes. Look at this board state. When we came in, he had a 3/4 flyer, a 5/7, and 2 insects that are all gone now. And he even took a point of damage in that exchange. That's insane. He regrets that block now. Like, it was an insane sequence that he needed, a full-on removal spell plus Savage Alliance, so it was very unlikely. But look what happened.
So just checking what have been played.
I mean, the rest of it was going to happen anyway.
On your turn.
Play this on this.
You played it with discarding or
No,
paying
he
5?
paid 5.
So this creature was already on this phase?
Yes.
Okay, so this costed 5 mana?
Yes.
And this costed 2
Yeah,
mana?
We played like the 3 scale is 4.
Okay. So these have been paid for 4 and this for
5.
For 5.
5
And 4. Okay. Okay. And you did not play anything else during this turn, right?
No.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, so you see the judge just double checking. Voracious Reader doesn't get transformed that often. It does have that static ability that reduces the cost of your instants and sorceries by 1. And so the judge was just double checking to make sure. So onward. Why don't we jump back over to our main match here? We'll let this one come to its conclusion. Looks like Yuki's going to win that game.
Agree.
Off of that incredible sequence. Savage Alliance.
It's a good card.
Aptly named.
Very good card. All the Escalate cards are good.
Yes. Yep. All the Werewolves are good. All the Escalate cards are good. All the Emerge cards are good.
Pretty much.
They did a good job. All right, and we are underway in game 2. Brian Bronduin finds himself down a game against Kentaro Yamamoto. Both of the colors. Asylum Visitor, the first play for Brian Bronduin, but it's immediately going to get Galvanic Bombardment right out of here. And Kentaro's got a tattered Haunter that he's going to use to start applying pressure. That is definitely the type of card that Brian Bronduin does not want to see on the other side of the battlefield. Flyers are a weakness for Brian's deck. He's got some expensive removal. He can gum up the ground quite well. Conduit of Storms there for Kentaro. Not a super exciting follow-up, but he'll take it. It could accelerate him out. When it attacks, he gets to add red mana. And looks like that's not going to happen here, as Drag Under is going to send it back to his hand and draw Brian Bronduin a card. He gets to attack for 2 damage here with his Liliana's Elite. Kentaro, we're going to see that happen a lot. The Tattered Hunter can't block non-flyers anyway, and Brian, I believe, only has 1 flyer in his whole deck. I did get an update, by the way. Steve Rubin is playing a game over Paul Dean, and Yuki Ichikawa did finish off that game, so he's up a game over Willie.
Makes sense.
And we see Drag Under number 2 hitting the Laboratory Brute there.
Have you seen the stat for Brian's Grand Prix win percentage?
No.
It's at 69.3% of his Grand Prix matches he wins.
Wow.
Grand Prix master indeed. That's actually the 2nd highest rate in the entire field at this Pro Tour.
For Grand Prix?
Yeah, Grand Prix win percentage.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, now his Pro Tour win percentage is only 52%. And he has definitely had more success at the Grand Prix level so far in his career. And you often see that as people are sort of leveling themselves up as players. They have their successes first at the GP level and then transition to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, he's working his way up. Duel by putting more creatures in the graveyard. There's an Ingenious Scob for Kentaro. He, interestingly here, has chosen not to replay his Laboratory Brute that got dragged under last turn.
So this is going to go on the bottom. This taps this.
And it looks like while we were looking at the players there, there was an Ever After played. Wow. And he's going to do that pre-combat, trying to hit a bunch with the Laboratory Brute for his Liliana's Elite. Unfortunately for him, Kentaro has a really nice answer with Spontaneous Mutation.
The card is so good.
Yeah, it's just going to completely nullify that threat.
Instant speed, deal with a creature.
You know, we jokingly called it the blue Swords to Plowshares.
It's not a joke.
It kind of performs that way in some matchups.
And they don't even gain life. Yeah, great card.
And there's that Laboratory Brute from last time. Really fueling that Spontaneous Mutation. Almost doesn't matter how many cards Brian can get in his graveyard now, or how many creatures, I should say. Liliana's elite will be on blocking duty for quite a while. In the meantime, you can see Brian, you know, he stuck to the game plan. Every creature on the battlefield is a zombie here. Like, he is absolutely committed to the plan.
Now, the actual zombie synergies are not huge, right?
No, they're not.
Gisa and Garoff.
Yeah, that's his big one. He didn't pick up, you know, an advanced Stitchwing even.
Right.
His best zombie-specific synergy is Haunted Dead, which is good. But, you know, it's not a game-breaking scenario. He's more of, you know, a self-mill deck.
Right, right.
It's like he's going to chip in there with a Laboratory Brute. Also gets interesting if these games end up stalling out. You know, like Kentaro's played 2 Laboratory Brute, and Brian Bronduin's played 1. He's also played a Wailing Ghoul. He brought 1 back. Like, that's 10% of your library going away with every Brute. You know, if you don't have a way to close out the game, you can find yourself in a potential mill situation. Now, as it stands, it's really interesting because that benefits Brian, as he's got 2 copies of Ever After in his deck, and that just goes on the bottom. So him getting milled isn't really an option. Now, Kentaro, I think he's a little more susceptible there. There's that Conduit of Storms for Kentaro.
Seems like Kentaro's flyers, though.
That's the real issue here, is that Brian is going to have to deal with these flyers, and he's in a really awkward position where he's on exactly 6 mana. He has a 6 mana removal spell in hand, but the Mausoleum Wanderer is sitting there like, hi, hello. Certain Death is kind of rotting in hand here for Brian because he just needs to hit another land so that he can take out the Tattered Haunter, but
He has, however, just had a very nice draw step.
oh, hello.
Yes. The reason he's blue-black, he got passed to him 3rd, said, I'm in. Read the table. Table said, here, let me smack you upside the head with this mythic rare.
And this has been the story of the draft so far because, you know, the consensus is that the blue-black zombies deck isn't one of the top-tier archetypes, but when you have that card, it does raise it to that level of very good. Yeah, this is tough because Brian can go, he really wants to resolve his Certain Death because not only does it represent killing the Tattered Haunter, it also gains him 2 life, which is going to give him a buffer against the Mausoleum Wanderer since it will presumably stay on the battlefield for a while. Because he has the option to just fire it off and effectively trade it for the Mausoleum Wanderer. But if he does that, A, he's not killing the creature that he really wants, and B, he's not gaining the life. So it's a tough position for Brian here because he knows he just needs to draw 1 land to make that work, but he's taking 3 damage a turn in the meantime.
I'll get to it.
Yeah, unhollowed his +1 counter and is now rumbling. Yeah, it's really tough too because from Brian's perspective, now that he's drawn his bomb mythic rare here, he knows that the long game is going to benefit him substantially.
Interesting.
It's just he get to that point.
So he's going to go for this is the other.
What he's doing. I like this play from Brian a lot. I think that the Certain Death is way more important. Remember, he just drew Geese and Giraffe.
Right.
He has that in his hand. Kentaro has no idea. He's a Tattered Haunter to die. And this is going to work out beautifully for him. If he can resolve that, he's going to go back up to 9 after he takes the 2 here, and Kentaro has no more flyers. I like it.
Yeah, I would have been pretty tempted to just play Geese and Garoff there, get my 4/4 down, start playing cards out, and then would try to set up a potential race scenario. But I like Brian's line a lot better.
I do too.
This line looks great.
Now, Kentaro does have the 5 mana he needs to transform the Conduit here. It becomes a 5/4 if he wants. The problem is that Liliana's Elite is just sitting there like, yeah, well. I mean, I can't see quite how many creatures are in Brian's graveyard, but, you know, it's 5, 6, 7, something like that. So it's got plenty of toughness to spare. It out because now he gets to just windmill.
I mean, he's thinking through it
Certain
again.
Death.
This has got to be Certain Death, the flyer. Interesting. Now he's going to play Geese and Garoff.
Huh. It looks like he feels like he's got a little bit of breathing room here.
He did have a third land, which lets him play a 3-mana zombie from his yard. I've lost track of what exactly is in there, but that might be relevant.
Yeah, I think there's a Stitch Mangler in there somewhere, potentially. Or any number. All right, Kentaro says, yeah, you're doing it. Let's see what he comes up with. You're right, the third mana could have been the decider for him. Yeah, and it was. It was just a Foul Bloods. And now he's doing a quick check to see if he's got Delirium.
He has Delirium.
Yeah, we have him marked. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, he's got that Delirium mark up on the upper right. So that's going to make the Foul Bloods +1/+1 and have Menace. So that's a legitimate threat there. It's also something that can trade off pretty easily. So Brian up his board out, and he can either use the Certain Death to take down the flyer, or if he just thinks he can just straight win the race, he could just, kill a creature here and just start attacking. He still gets the 2 life, and he could just ignore the Tattered Haunter. He will have to be confident that he can get through, but it looks like he's got perfect information with Kentaro Yamamoto on 0 cards here.
Right.
Quick update from our back table. Steve Rubin and Paul Dean are now tied at 1 game apiece. They're going to game 3. I got to say, this is looking good for Brian Bronduin. I know the life totals don't favor him currently, but I do think that with the Certain Death in his hand, he should be able to leverage that into a situation where he can either win the race outright, or he can just kill the flyer and stabilize the board and then take over with his board state. Yeah, he's going to go for the race plan. Yeah.
7 to 8.
You can make a lethal attack here and for that. I think Brian's mapping out his next turn. With Kentaro on 0 cards, it's in Brian's best interest to not take too much risk on here. He really has stabilized this board, and at 7 life, it's going to be difficult for Kentaro to kill him next turn unless he opens the door for that to happen. But he also has an interesting spot where he can force Kentaro to block if he applies lethal damage here, and maybe get rid of one of the creatures just by default.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Mutated Elite is one great blocker.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a question of whether he wants a second blocker. What he's willing to feed.
It's also interesting, Kentaro really doesn't want to have that Stitch Mangler die. Brian can replay it next turn, lock down a creature. And it looks like a near all-out swing here from Brian. He's left back his 2 best blockers, Gavinion Hollowed and that Liliana's Elite.
It's also nice when you're attacking into a potentially large blocker, having the Unhallowed as a creature you know is going to survive this combat. You're not risking it. It's just going to start picking up more +1/+1 counters.
Yeah, this looks good from Brian's perspective here to try to force a game 3. Speaking of game 3s, we've got Oliver 2 and Martin Dang heading to game 3 on one of our side tables as well, so keeping you up to date there. In the meantime, Ingenious Gob looks like it is going to trade for Giesengroff.
You take 6. You have 2 counters on this.
Meanwhile, the Conduit of Storms is going to transform and then just gobble up the Wailing Ghoul. And that's going to put Kentaro all the way down to 2. Now, he can get in for 2 in the air here and would need to 5 damage otherwise.
What card can he draw?
I mean, there's a few cards, X-Spells work.
Or do they?
Sure. And that's not going to do it. All right, so Brian Bronduin finds a victory here in game 2. And this is great. We get to see these 2 decks go against each other for a 3rd game. You can see over on the left that there's multiple game 3s either happening or starting. So why don't we take a look at Steve Rubin versus Paul Dean from Canada, who are in, it looks like the early stages. You can see just a couple of lands for each players there of their own Game 3.
Steve, our Pro Tour Shadows over Innistrad champion, still alive in the Player of the Year race.
He's the only one outside of Owen and
Yeah, it's
and
crazy
Seth, right?
that there's only 3 players who are mathematically alive for Player of the Year. Now, it's not unusual for, you say, these guys have to make top 8 at the last Pro Tour to win Player of the Year. But it is unusual for that number of players to be 2.
Yeah.
Only 3 players even mathematically alive.
And remember last year?
There were 51.
Literally 51. It's insane. All right, so let's get caught up on this board state here. It looks like we've got green-red versus green-white. There's a Sigardian Priest that just attacked after some threat there. Got bonzed. And wow, this doesn't look great for Steve Room. He's playing a Hulking Devil, a card you don't see a lot of. And I believe that that's a Selfless Spirit that has attacked Paul down to 16 as well. Now, the Hulking Devil probably going to draw the respect of the Sigardian Priest there. That can tap down non-human creatures.
Are you saying that Paul has cobbled together an answer?
Indeed. It's a big turn, though. There is a land for Paul here.
Your turn.
Looks like an Ironclad Slayer there for Paul. The sad version. Doesn't get anything in this particular scenario, so he's just going to play it as a... But that's not bad.
Combat.
Paul can even take some risk and tap down Flyer if he wants. Looks like he's not going to. That would be assuming he's willing to make the trade. The problem, of course, with that is that the opponent has instant. Halpak Wolf is a follow-up for Ruben, who passes the turn back. And he's got kind of a scrappy crew here. A Spirit, a Wolf, and a Devil versus a couple of humans.
Just kind of what red-white does.
Honestly, Randy, I don't know what red-white does. I have not drafted it. I have not played against it. I think it's an archetype that you would prefer not to play, at least currently. Maybe there's a build they haven't found yet, but this is what you have to do, I guess. Just piece it together. True Faith Sensor there for Paul Dean. Okay, well, we're going to let this game come to its natural conclusion on its own because we've got action on our main table all set to go between Brian Braunduin and Kentaro Yamamoto, and I got to see how these two decks finish. I mean, we've got maybe the two best. I think the 2 best color pairs going at it here with blue-red. Oh, excuse me.
No blue-green deck
yeah,
here.
Blue-green is actually my favorite
There
color
you
pair. Yeah. I don't want to get too excited about the blue-black deck here. All right, really important. He leads off with a Tattered Haunter, and being the tempo deck, being the deck that can really keep you ahead is a big deal. Wow. Speaking of big deals, there's Brian Braunduin. Looks like he sideboarded into an Olivia's Dragoon. I don't know if that made the main deck for him. He declines to trade here. I thought he was going to trade, to be honest. I thought he would just pitch a card and just be like, sure, block it. I mean, that Tattered Haunter can be responsible for 8-10 damage this game. And it looks like BBD wants to take the aggressive route here.
The Dragoon was in the main deck?
It was main? Okay,
Yep.
we just hadn't seen it yet. So instead, he's going to play Stitch Mangler to lock down the Ingenious Scob for a turn, and he's going to attack. So his game plan is not trade with your Taunter. He's looking to beat down.
Could potentially race with this board so far.
Feels like this benefits Kentaro generally.
Sure.
But it is very hand dependent. So, Brian might have one of those hands that just plays well into this where he can kind of curve out with good creatures. And yeah, we see once again, though, Kentaro with the Brazen Wolves. That's the kind of punching power that Brian generally doesn't have in his
Draw is pretty good, though.
Whoa, hello. Well, now we can see why. He gets to play Giesing Geralf here and then follow it up with a Drag Under and probably a Wailing Ghoul next turn, and then the next turn Certain Death something. You can see how he could line up a sequence of plays here that actually ends up making him the tempo deck. Okay, he's going to mill 4 cards here. And now we're going to see him slow down a little. No good attacks there. He could have pitched a card to the Dragoons, but that's a little aggressive, so he's just going to pass.
Kintaro's like, what is this? Oh, what all does this do again?
A lot of rules text on that card.
Why didn't I have my Convolute mana? The Brazen Wolves can still attack on this board.
It can.
The Scob can potentially attack.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. Brian could double block on this board, and it gets a little awkward for Kintaro. He really would be incentivized to kill the Dragoons, because then Brian can just keep regrowing the Stitch Mangler if he kills that. It is just a 1-for-1. But it looks like Kintaro says, well, I'm not winning a long game in. The obvious block for Brian is this, is to double block the Wolves, because it's a 1-for-1 here.
I like the way he ordered his own blockers.
Yeah, he did.
I have a suggestion for you, Kintaro.
And Kintaro adjusted accordingly.
Yes, he did.
He does not want to get that Mangler into the graveyard. Even though it's, you know, potentially the better creature, he wants to make sure that Brian doesn't get to just recur it. And Brian being careful with his bomber there not to throw it in front of the Ingenious Scob. So Kintaro got in for an additional point of damage, but has very conspicuously left up an additional blue. He could have tapped that blue and gotten in for another point of damage.
Good point.
And now Brian is going to have to look and say, why wouldn't you do that? And I know why. It's right there on your screen, Convolute.
Also, his draw step that turn was a Deny Existence.
Yeah, and he's also got Fortune's Favor, which he can't, actually he can cast. So he can do any of those here, depending on what Brian does. So if Brian's wondering, is there something I should worry about here? Yes. Yes, there is.
Drag Under cannot be denied.
No, it can be convoluted. And you got to figure that Kintaro with 2 counterspells in hand just wants to fire it off.
Agreed.
Yeah, because I think he would have much preferred for Brian just to play some creature that he gets to deny existence, but yeah, he's going to convolute it. Interesting dynamic here as well, as Brian is probably going to assume, okay, I got the counterspell out of his hand.
Right. But there's the Deny Existence waiting behind
Yeah,
him.
and Deny Existence is
You
not
don't
very
see
good.
that one coming.
Yeah, it's not a card that you
Main
you
deck,
play
though, for
around.
Kintaro. He took it relatively early in the draft, too. Watching his draft, it was...
Could be a pet card of his.
Could be. Yeah, it was not the card Brian and Ian were expecting him to draft out of that pack.
Oh, now he's got an interesting choice on his hands there. He just drew Gatstaff Arsonist, which is a great threat to play for the 5 mana that Kintaro has available. Or he can pass back and leave up 2 good options, one of them being Deny Existence if Brian plays a creature, and he can go for Fortune's Favor to get him some cards if he doesn't. This is an interesting decision point. This has been a really cool match to watch. Yeah, he's just going to go for the big threat here.
BBD is on mono certain death.
The thing that I think that Kintaro likes about this situation here is that next turn, he's likely to just pass the turn and he can transform his werewolf and then leave up those 2 cards and still have a play to make. And that's a really tempting sequence for Kintaro.
Yeah, counterspells with werewolves is pretty nice synergy.
It really is. And you don't see it often.
No.
Got 1 match result in, by the way. Yuki Ichikawa has Adel 2 games to 0 to take his first match. And now here's a big decision from Kintaro. Do I want to trade? Borrowed Malevolence is going to be the card that jumps to his mind as a way that can actually mess with this trade. But it happens.
Yep.
Now, if I'm Kintaro, what I'm thinking is I'm going to see one of those ever afters from Brian Bronwyn, though it doesn't look like he
cavalier.
has it.
No, he does.
He does have one?
He has both. I thought.
I think he has 2.
Oh, he's on mono certain death.
Yeah, certain death. But I think the ever afters is what I would be thinking about from Kintaro's
Right,
seat.
right, right.
Probably figures there's not a lot he can do about it. We also have Steve Rubin, our reigning champ there. He has defeated Paul Dean 2-1. So 2 matches down out of our 4 in round 1 here.
Brian did draw the 6th land that turn, turning on certain death.
So things are going to start dying. And that works out really well for him because Kentaro cannot counter that.
Nope. Deny.
He's down to 7 life, though, so he doesn't have a lot of wiggle room, but...
The 2 life he's going to be gaining is relevant.
Absolutely relevant, in a big way. And it looks like he's actually going to try to shut the door on the game again. He keeps just ignoring the Tattered Haunter and just slamming in. So it's 6 damage, and you can see that's a 1-turn clock for Kentaro, who actually has no blockers at the moment. Now, here's a cool card. So this is Fortune's Favor. So Brian gets to look at the top 4 cards of Kentaro's library. He's going to arrange them into 2 piles. One will be face up, and one will be face down. He can put any number of cards in either, and then Kentaro gets to pick one. It's usually 2 and 2, in my experience, but you don't know. If you take the pile that's face up, you know exactly what you're getting. If it's what you need, you're golden. If you need something specific, then there's mind games.
Such an awesome design.
I feel like
So
that
it's
card
3
can be its own
lands.
game.
Oh, yeah, it's 3 lands and a Cryptolith Fragment. Wow.
What did he do?
He put a single land face down and showed 2 lands Cryptolith Fragment face up. that is spectacular.
So awesome from Brian, because Kentaro has to be like, oh, that's must
the good
be
card.
something amazing. And, a card... Did he actually end step this Fortune Favor? That's really interesting as well. He did not leave up blue mana. This is you have to know all the cards in your deck when you play this type of card. He's left up red mana that he can use for Galvanic Bombardment, but it won't do anything at this point. But I think a more relevant card after a Fortune's Favor would be a Spontaneous Mutation.
Sure.
But that, he might be thinking that's it. Look at BBD. He's almost smiling.
Oh, Kentaro sell through it.
That's funny. I mean, it is hard to turn down 3 cards, but
It's 2 lands and a Cryptolith Fragment.
Yeah, I love that from BBD because those cards just don't matter here. The Cryptolith Fragment enters the battlefield tapped. It won't even do anything on the turn that he plays it, and the lands, presumably aren't that important. He would get one of those anyway. And BBD just has 1 turn to go, and knowing that he has the other copy of Certain Death in his hand,
right?
It's going to be very difficult for Kentaro to come out of this. He did actually find a Galvanic Bombardment, but without another copy in his yard, it doesn't kill anything. Yeah. I think we're going to see the game end here.
Attacks. Okay.
I think that BBD just attacks for lethal, forces an issue here, and that's it. Brian picks up the match 2-1 over Kentaro Yamamoto. And I got to say, that's a great start to our Pro Tour, Randy. What a fun match to watch.
Yes, indeed.
Lots of mind games, some really clever play there from both players. That was really cool. So BBD showing us how to do it with the blue-black zombies deck. And now we're going to jump over to the only table that's still running.
Yeah, blue-black zombies looked good there.
It did. It had its game plan, and it executed on it well.
I mean, the games where he drew decent Duroff in particular were...
This is game 3 with Oliver 2 versus Martin Deng from Denmark on the right-hand side. And it looks like we came in just in time to see Oliver pick up the match here.
Wow.
And,
that's what he does.
Yeah, he does. He plays very quickly. Young Oliver 2, very likely candidate for Rookie of the Year. Here we're going to find out at the end of the
there's a handful of people that can top 8 to pass him, but he is very likely. This is his 4th Pro Tour. He's platinum. He's played 3 Pro Tours in his career, and he's already hit platinum.
Yeah, not bad.
9-7, 12-4, 12-4. Those are his 3 Pro Tours.
Yeah, he got picked up by multiple testing teams. There was a bidding war for him or something.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean the kid can play and he prepares. He's primarily a Magic Online player until parlaying some wins into sticking on the Pro Tour.
On the bubble for Worlds is the super that he's got a lot to play for. I mean, sure, he's probably going to get Rookie of the Year either way, but that's not a guaranteed seat in Worlds. He wants another day 2 run, and then he wants to go play at PAX in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, so he's going to be working hard towards that. He's
so
one
far
of the
so good
as far as that goes, and we get a chance to see just a snapshot at this point of the limited format. But wow, it looks super exciting so far. We've got 2 more draft rounds coming for you before we move on to Standard and see what the teams have come up with that a little bit later on as well. Why don't we send it over to Rich Hagan at the news desk? Oh, sorry. Actually, he's not ready yet, so we get to chat for just a couple of minutes here, Randy.
Fair enough.
So initial impressions. Blue-black, we got to be blue-green, blue-red twice down in the feature match area as well.
Yep.
Only a glimpse of red-white. What stood out to you?
For me, my biggest question right now is how long till we can draft?
Like you and I?
Yes. This format looks great to me.
I've got my computer over here.
I was actually talking to Luis yesterday. I thought had the best take on the format I've heard, which is, Luis has a reputation for going super deep and drafting 7-mana creatures and card drawing over everything, and he's really got his draft game into shape. He likes, Ben Stark said Luis has figured out how to draft now.
Yeah.
But this is a format where Luis can just do all the stuff that he likes to do, and it's good.
Yes.
Like, how sweet is that?
Yeah, he's really happy. I can tell you that. We recorded the podcast last night, and he's just on cloud 9. Because not every format's like that. Right. Sometimes you play the formats that are a little bit quicker, a little bit more combat centric, but this is one that's just right at his speed. And I got to say, me too. I love drafting formats like this, and these often tend to be the ones that I go when I've got a few for that.
Yeah, the interesting question for me is actually, is there an aggro deck? Is aggro just unplayable? I feel like Black-Red Vampires should be good.
You can do it. Yeah, it's a real deck.
So you've got the option of it, but it's not the dominant thing that's going on.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks
all right,
sweet.
A lot more to learn here today, but for now, let's send it to Rich Hagan at the news desk.
Thanks very much, Marshall. Sorry about that, doing my hair, you know how it is. So, here we are at the back end of round number 1. Draft Master is one of our central focuses through the first morning. And let me tell you that it is a litany of carnage in round number 1. First of all, got a lovely tweet from Sam Tharmaratan and Sammy T saying, so I will not be your draft master this weekend. So we're down to 6, and the first 4 results coming in are not good news. John Finkel, I saw him stand up probably after about only 10 minutes in the match, and he had lost 2-0 to Christopher Larsen of Denmark. So Chris Larsen picks up the win. Finkel remains on 45 points in the draft master race. Christian Calcano was 2 points behind on 43. He remains on 43 points. He had a really tough match in round 1 against Ken Yukihiro of Japan, and Yukihiro took the W, meaning Calcano stays on 43 points. Marcio Carvalho also on 43. He's still playing. Thiago Saporito, 42, still playing. Finally a winner. Shota Yasuoka of Japan came in on 42. He wins his match over Andrew Jeffries of the United States. So Yasuoka now tied for the lead in Draft Master with John Finkel. And then Matej Big Z Zatlkai postponing his retirement one last hurrah here at Sydney, but it has not opened up well. He was up against Rodrigo Lopez of Chile, and it was Rodrigo Lopez who won that one. So Matej Zatlkai on 42. He now has a maximum ceiling of 57. There, 42, 5 more wins, 15 points, 57 is the maximum there. But a long way to go still in that competition. As I say, Marcio Carvalho and Thiago Saporito, we're still waiting for results from there. Well, out on the floor, we're down to the dying minutes of the round, and Brian David Marshall is out on the floor with Jack Lipke, our roving cameraman. BDM, who you got?
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Brian Braun-Duin, the freshly crowned Grand Prix Player of the Year. Brian, what was going through your head down those final rounds of the Grand Prix last weekend?
Well, the final rounds of the Swiss, I was just thinking I need to 3-0 my draft to make top 8. That way I'll lock myself for the Grand Prix Master. I ended up losing the last round, so I didn't make top 8, and then I was just basically sweating Seth winning the tournament, and I'm just thinking, like, one of these guys has to beat Seth. And he didn't lose in the quarterfinals, but he did end up losing the semifinals, and it was kind of a big sweat.
So has it sunk in yet? You are going to go play in the World Championship. You're going to be one of 24 players who gets to play a bonus tournament of Magic this year. Has that settled in for you yet?
No, not really. Like, as soon as the Grand Prix was over, I started focusing on the Pro Tour. So I haven't really had a chance to sit down and think about it and digest it all too much. So I'm sure next week it'll settle in that, I get to play in Worlds, something that I've wanted to do for a very long time. Platinum, so that's my goal. Anything short of that is less than what I want, but that's a really hard finish to get, so I'm just going to play my best and see what happens. Okay,
so I have to ask you, we watched you draft on camera. You draft a couple of non-blue-black cards to start the draft. bomb, some would say. What goes through your mind, and how do you 2 draft picks? That's prime real estate.
Well, my first pick was a Thalia, and I also think it's one of the weakest colors. So I wasn't like looking to get out of white, but I knew that it was certainly a possibility. And then my second pick was not that powerful. I saw Gissa and Geralf. I pretty much just slammed it and tried to move in. I thought it was a very big signal because that card is extremely powerful.
And you're very happy with how that deck worked, built around that?
Yeah, I had a really hard time building it, exactly how to build it, but I do think the deck turned out pretty. So I'm excited to see how it plays out. It's a strategy I've never really drafted before, so I honestly had no idea if it was going to be an 0-3 or a 3-0 or anywhere in between. So I'm just going to play my matches and see what happens.
Needs a 12-4 to get platinum, but you know he's going to try something new here, round 1, and Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Sending it back to you, Rich.
All right, thanks very much, BDM. Now, more results in Draft Master have come in. Thiago Saporito was up against Eric Severson from the west coast of the United States. Severson took the win, so Saporito remains on his overnight score, if you will, from the last Pro Tour of 42 points. But the remaining Draft Master, 5 results in, the 6th has just come in. And Jeremy Dezani, former Player of the Year, the Pro Tour Theros champion from Dublin in 2013, he was the first round opponent for Portugal's Marcio Carvalho. Really tough open for Carvalho, but Carvalho got the win, and that means that Marcio Carvalho, with 5 rounds to go, leads the Draft Master race. 46 points for him, 3 Battle Kai on 42. 1 round done, 5 to go. And meanwhile, 1 round done, 15 rounds to go in the Pro Tour. So let's mark your card a little bit more. What are the keys to all the archetypes? Well, a lot of you have been on Magic Online busily drafting away. We've crunched the numbers for you. I'm going to take a look at all the key archetypes and all the best cards that are going into your winning decks. Hello everyone, welcome to the news desk here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Rich Hagan alongside Ian Duke from Inside R&D. Ian, no better person to have beside me to the intricate of colours. What does that even mean?
So the allied colors are those that sit next to each other on the color wheel.
So we're going to start white-blue, blue-black, black-red, red-green, green-white. Those are our 5. Okay, tomorrow, if your enemy colours are your thing, we'll do plenty of that too. So, right now, let's start off with white-blue, and let's take a look at the overview of what white-blue is trying to do, and it's spirits.
Yeah, so we'll call it spirits here, but it's also sort of a classic blue-white flyers deck. Hold the ground with high toughness creatures that don't have flying and get in through the air with flying creatures. There's also a few cards that take advantage of the spirit creature type and a few creatures that have entered the battlefield abilities that you can either return to your hand or blink in and out of play to get more value.
Are those spirit-dependent cards mostly at higher rarities in general?
Yes, mostly at higher rarities.
Okay, so why don't we take a look at the commons, our first through 5th picked commons among draft winners on Magic Online. So it's not just pick 1, this is what goes 1 through 5. What stands out to you, Ian?
So Choking Restraint's just a great removal spell. We'll kind of bypass that one. Next up is Hattered Haunter. This is one of the best blue commons, just an efficient flyer, gets in for 2 damage turn early in the game. It's also a spirit, just great card to add. Sort of a classic thing in this blue-white Flyers deck is a creature that can tap down other creatures and sort of buy you more time.
Sort of Master Decoy variant.
Exactly, Rich, yep.
Okay, so those are the commons. What about the uncommons then? Now, you're not going to see these as often, of course. Around about 2 and a bit commons per draft. You're more sort of in the 1 if you're lucky on the uncommons, and you've got your Drogskull Shieldmate there. You see the Geist of the Archives. And Nabelgast Herald, that's a card I find really fun.
Yeah, and here's a little bit of that Spirit Tribal that we were talking about at higher rarities. Flash Flyer enters the battlefield, and whenever it or another spirit enters the battlefield, you can tap a creature an opponent controls. So.
That card, Geist of the Archives, is a card that wouldn't have existed in Magic a few years ago. This idea of Scribe being an ability that you've kind of created to go on plenty of cards, and it's so popular with players. I mean, that card, a 0/4 defender for 3, not very exciting at all. Put that Scry 1, and you're like, I could get to Scry like 5-6 times before they kill it, and 4 toughness is a big deal.
Yeah, and you were talking about a popular ability that we want to put in many sets. That's what we call an evergreen ability. So Scry now being evergreen, we get to put it here as well.
Okay, so let's see having seen the commons and uncommons from Eldritch Moon, what does that mean for Shadows over Innistrad? Let's add those together and show you the top commons and uncommons in blue-white there. So there you see you've got the Cathar, Angelic Purge removal, Puncturing Light, Sleep Paralysis, again, plenty of removal. And then on the uncommon side, anything that stands out there, Ian?
Yeah, I guess I'd highlight Silver Strike here as a great card for this blue-white Flyers deck. Being able to destroy an attacking creature and gain life really helps you win a race when you're attacking the air with spirits.
Okay, so that is white to blue spirits. Let's move on to our second color pair, and this is going to be blue-black as we move round the color wheel. And, well, blue-black, what is that about? Well, if you ask BBD, he'll tell you it's about zombies.
Yeah, and there's kind of a couple things going on with this deck here, Rich. At the surface level, it's a zombie deck, right? You want to have lots of zombie creatures, a couple rewards for having zombie creatures. But at its heart, the play style of this deck is like a slow and grindy control deck with a lot of self-mill, which means putting cards from your library into your graveyard and then taking advantage of that in various ways.
Okay, so let's see where those cards work out for you. Here are the top commons: Wretched Griff, Boon of Emrakul removal, Ingenious Scarb, Certain Death removal, and Midnight Scavengers.
Yeah, and I'll actually highlight the removal here. Even though both Boon of Emrakul and Certain Death are a little bit on the slower side, that's exactly what this deck wants to be able to protect itself and win a late game.
Yeah, I love Certain Death for sure. What about the uncommons then in blue and black? There you see them.
Yeah, again, more removal spells. Murder's a card that just goes great in any deck. And Ruthless Disposal, another card I want to highlight, has just been a very talked about black card. It can take out 2 creatures at once, and maybe you get some synergy with Madness going on as well.
And you know what? Even if you don't, sometimes you have a spare land floating about. I mean, it's still a good card. It's just either a good card or a really good card. It's never a bad card.
Yep.
Really like that card. All right. What does Shadows over Innistrad bring to the mix then in the drafts that you are succeeding with on Magic Online?
Yeah, I mean, Kindly Stranger is a card that stands out here, something that helps you win a late game and also benefits you for self-mill, as we talked about, putting extra cards in your graveyard, achieving Delirium.
So that is blue-black. That's what you're doing in your Magic Online drafts. Here's black-red, and it's vampires.
So again, it's about the vampire creature type, but it's also about the madness mechanic. Vampire decks tend to want to be very aggressive, getting on the board early, and using what we call discard outlets, abilities that allow you to discard cards to use your madness cards at a discount.
I've got a little red flag coming up, which is, we've said the word aggressive, and we've also talked already this morning that the format is at least slower. It may not be slow, but is that something you should be worried about when you're thinking about going black-red? I mean, how easy is it to get that aggressive deck?
I won't say it's something you should be worried about, but it's something you should be thinking about in how you craft your plan for winning the game. I think with Eldritch Moon slowing down the format a little bit, making it a little bit more defensive, you're less likely to win a game by just playing out a bunch of small creatures and blindly attacking with them, and you're going to have later game plan a little bit more than you did in Shadows over Innistrad.
Okay, so let's put that deck together for you. Let's look at the commons. And there you are, you've got your outlet of Olivia's Dragoon, you've got Madness with Alchemist Greeting, obviously a quality removal spell in Galvanic Bombardment and Boon of Emrakul. And Brazen Wolves is a card that people have really taken the shine to.
Yeah, just a fantastic red creature that goes in any deck. I do want to highlight Olivia's Dragoon here at the top. This is a card that looks relatively innocuous, but it just does so much for this deck. Between being a vampire and being a mana-less discard outlet, it really lets you leverage your madness spells. Definitely a card to look out for if you're in this archetype.
So those are the commons. Let's take a look at the uncommons. There we go. Incendiary Flow, love that card. Savage Alliance, yes, ditto. Murder, well, of course. Smoldering Werewolf and Markov Crusader you see there on the right. And boy, is that lifelink back-breaking sometimes.
Yeah, it sure is. That's definitely tends to be an underrated ability, and it's really, really strong on this card.
How hard is it to make a card like Incendiary Flow in a space where it's a cheap card, it's a red removal spell, like the 3 damage has been around forever, you've got your Incinerates and so on. Is that quite a narrowed space?
Yes and no. I mean, it's narrow in the sense that it's important to get it right. It's not narrow in the sense that, you know, red gets burn spells, and in each different set, we try to give you different variations on it that make sense within the context of this set. Right. And here, the exiling clause on that really does have a huge impact in this format.
For sure. All right, let's take a look at the Shadows over Innistrad cards that are going into these, your top commons and uncommon picks for Shadows over Innistrad in the black-red combination.
Yeah, Fiery Temper, as always, an excellent red removal spell. Up there, uncommon Lightning Axe, something that goes really, really well with all the Madness cards. You can look through this list and just see removal, Madness Outlet, Madness card. That's really the story of this deck.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so that's black-red. We move round the color wheel once again. Let's go to red and green. Let's take a look at that color pair for you. What are they trying to do, Ian?
These are the werewolves, Rich. You know, in Shadows for Innistrad, werewolves had a transform mechanic where if no spells were played, they transform. So you want to kind of get them down early, maybe pass the turn to transform them, get in a lot of damage. In Eldritch Moon, the werewolves behave a little bit differently. They actually have mana cost payments to transform into Eldrazi. And those two mechanics actually pair really well together because you can play out a few of your Shadows werewolves, play an Eldritch Moon werewolf, and then instead of playing a spell, transform your Eldritch Moon werewolf, and so too will all your Shadows werewolves transform.
Yeah, it is very, very neat the way this has developed over the block. So let's take a look at the commons then for red and green. The Brazen Wolves are there again. Prey Upon, you'd expect to see, and Galvanic Bombardment. Again, let's go straight to the uncommons and take a look. And Ian, what stands out to you here in the top 5 uncommons?
I think Clear Shot really stands out to me. Just a really powerful card that allows your werewolves a lot of flexibility in combat. Your creatures tend to be bigger than your opponents, so it can really, just help you dominate the board.
I love cards like Smoldering Werewolf as well that give you to not play like, you're like, well, have I got a target for it right now? Am I going to get greedy? I've got 1, but I want to wait for 2. That's not often the right answer, but it is an answer. I love cards that give you that sort of play. It's not often going to decide a game necessarily, but it just edges you a little bit forward, and that's a super thing in that. What about Shadows Innistrad then? How do the red...
you can see cards like Duskwatch Recruiter, as always, just a fantastic card, both in a werewolf deck and a non-werewolf deck. Most of these here actually being the werewolves themselves, which is great to see, really highlights the strength of this deck is in its powerful creatures.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they're werewolves, they are powerful, and we've got one more color pair to bring you today. It is green-white, so let's take a look. It's the humans.
Yeah, this is sort of the white weenie deck of the format in a way. You're playing out lots of small creatures, and they're achieving strength through numbers. I really like that description there. As also mentioned here, equipment tends to go really well in this set with some of the equipment actually calling out the human creature type.
All right, let's look at the commons then in green-white. There you see them.
Yep, again here, Guardian Priest doubles as both a human, can get in for some early damage, but then also taps down your opponent's large creatures, lets your other humans get through as well.
Talk to me about Desperate Sentry, because that's an unusual card, because as soon as you start off with 2 and a white for a 1 and 2, that's obviously horrible. But it actually leads to an awful lot of interesting gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. It pairs really well with equipment as well, as something to highlight there.
All right, uncommons are up next. Let's take a look at those very quickly for you. And you'll see their Clear Shot, Hamlet Captain, the Stag, Faith Unbroken, and Subjugator Angel. And then once we get to Shadows over Innistrad, what does that bring to the mix? Let's show you what Shadows over Innistrad is doing here. There we are. Anything there in?
Thraben Inspector, a card that's often underrated, but just a great way to get extra humans on the battlefield, recoup some cards, works excellently with equipment, really shows you kind of what the deck is all about.
All right, so those are the allied colors here, and we are gearing up for the next round. So those are the allied color pairs on the Magic Online Draft Archetypes.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. That's Randy Buehler, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. We're headed into the second draft round where we've got a really nice one for you. We've got Ari Lax down in the feature match area sitting ready to play against Brad Nelson. We'll introduce you to them when we head down, which is right now. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler, and it's time for round 2 of our first booster draft of the tournament here. We've got a nice one lined up for us. We've got Brad Nelson. Take a look at Brad here. Brad's got 3 Pro Tour top 8s and 12 GP top 8s. He was also the Player of the Year in 2010. He is one of the best standard players in the world. He's got a 70.5% win percentage in standard. Now, this is limited. It's a different area. We're going to see how he comes up with his deck here. His opponent, Ari Lax, of course, our Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir champion, Platinum Pro, and kind of just been around forever. You know, everybody knows Ari, and it looks like we're ready to go here. Taking a type that I have not explored a lot of yet, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then his
mostly
opponent,
humans deck, right?
That's what it tends to be.
Yeah.
The question is what are the payoffs, right? That's where you wanna look. Now on the other side of the table, Ari's taken white black, which is one of the best color combinations in terms of removal. It's a little light on synergy. There's not a whole lot going on with, you know, specific color pairs or bigger picture synergy. So we'll see what happens here against a Devil Thorn Fox from Brad Nelson. Okay, now this is really interesting. So Brad's just played Ulvenwald Mysteries, which is a card that was already excellent, and it's somehow better now in the new format. Whenever one of Brad's non-token creature dies, or whenever one of his creatures dies, he's going to get to investigate. Whenever he sacrifices a clue, he gets a 1/1 human. So once, you know, the two creatures, the creature that he has right now, if that thing were to die, he gets to replace it with the 1/1 and a card, and as you can see, that starts to really get out of hand, and it's even going to hold back attacks from Ari outside of his Olivia's Bloodsworn, which is going to get in the air. And there's a Courageous Outrider for Ari Lax. Did not catch if he revealed a card off of it. We'll ask our sideline reporter down there to see if there was a card revealed, since I didn't see it. But this is already starting to look decent for Brad here. He's going to play a Solitary Hunter here, and it looks like the ground is starting to get nicely locked up. The Thraben Foulbloods is being held at bay. Wow, here's another Courageous Outrider. Let's see if he hits on this one. Looks like he may be whiffing again. It's either what order do I want to put them in, or which of the two cards that I hit am I picking from? It's starting to feel like the latter at this point.
Yeah, Brad's limited game has really stepped up of late. I mean, I feel like the move to Team Eureka has helped him a lot in that respect. I mean, he's bounced around on teams over the course of the last couple of years, but seems to have settled in nicely with those guys.
Looks like a Midnight Scavengers is what Ari revealed there, if I saw correctly. So we'll see how that plays out as we move forward. In the meantime, though, Ari not wanting to play into Brad's game plan here with his Ulvenwald Mysteries, and he's just content to build out his board and chip away in the air with Olivia's Bloodsworn. There's a chance that Ari has a bit of a Delirium sub-theme here as well, as you see the Thraben Foulbloods. The typical Delirium payoffs aren't game-swingingly huge. They're more like my creature gets a little bigger and gets a bonus, but still, those add up. The Solitary Hunter is actually a pretty big problem for Ari. I see that Ari's got the 2 Courageous Outrider on the battlefield. He's also got 2 Faithbearer Paladin in his deck, which are also 3/4s and just bounce off of that thing. Now, one way that Ari can push through damage is he has a Lunarch Mantle in his deck, which is going to give his creature +2/+2 and the ability to get flying occasionally. And I also see that Ari has a really nice bomb. He's got Dark Salvation in his list. So we'll run over that one if it pops up. There's got a lot going on to read out on the air. But if it shows up, we'll walk you through it. And customary. Brad's kind of in the tank here, trying to decide what to do. He's been surveying the board for a while. He's played his 5th land. And what does he come up with? Wow, Equestrian Skill. We didn't see a lot of that in Shadows over Innistrad, and certainly haven't seen a lot of it here with Eldritch Moon out.
Payoffs for
but
humans.
there it is. So this is going to be a 6 power, 7 toughness Trampler now. And Ari's, I think he's like, yeah, get that blocker out of the way. I'll take some damage, because I think that Ari is the one who's trying to put together a race here, and his attack looks quite nice now. He's getting in for at least 8 damage this turn, assuming that Brad doesn't have anything. It was a Wailing Ghoul, not exactly the power play he wanted to make this turn, but hey. It looks like he's going to leave back the Foul Bloods, declining to offer the trade, and there will be no trades offered here from Ari. Oh, he actually had Confront the Unknown.
Only
which
one pack of shadows.
It's the one, and it's not terrible for Ari. Like, let's not, you know, it basically is going to be 2 clues for Brad, and Ari's going to lose one of his 3/4s. So it's not the end of the world for him by any stretch, but that was the one card that he was like, okay, well, you do actually get to chip into my board state here. And as the game goes longer, all of this benefits Brad. All of it.
Hello. Anguished Unmaking. Down goes Giant 6/7.
That's interesting. Yeah, the Anguish Unmaking, you know, he wants to target, like, I think targeting the Ulvenwald Mysteries was something that would go through Ari's mind, but it's really tempting to just get the big 2-for-1 there and set back Brad a lot on tempo, because the one thing about Mysteries is that it's slow. It is slow. Like,
Right.
he's
It's also an exile effect, so it doesn't even trigger the Mysteries.
Yeah, great point. He doesn't even trigger it on top of all that. Now, he's got 2 clues out there already to start getting things rolling, and Ari's going to have to try to grind through the humans that are going to show up in any other place that Brad comes up with. But hey, we'll see. So it looks like Brad...
Draw 2 cards. I can shove this.
So he's mapping out, well, you're going to draw a couple of cards, make a couple of humans, but I can still attack with everything profitably, so he's going to do just that. That. Looks like there's a Steadfast Cathar as well, which is just a 1 toughness blocker.
I'm going to put you to 2 here. All your stuff dies.
You heard it from Ari. Put you to 2. All your stuff dies. He's trying to overwhelm the Ulvenwald Mysteries here, and he's doing a really good job of it.
Indeed.
Did you hear what he said? He said, you can play Bruna and get that back, which is interesting. I think that he's just going through worst-case scenarios at this point, but... Oh.
Does Brad have one?
Well, I'm kind of flabbergasted here, Randy. He does. It's not in the main.
Wow.
And that does it. Ari Lax is going to take that game. He must have passed it to him or something, because he knew about it. He said, Bruna, you get that back, but he still said, I'm still going to win. But Brad's actually not main decking Bruna. Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, that's going to do it for game 1. We'll be back right after these messages.
Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These Magic celebrations are headlined by 2-day open tournaments with the best players in your region, as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Lille, Indianapolis, Guangzhou, Louisville, and Kyoto. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for more information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Sydney, Australia. Let's take a look at one of our side tables where we have Olivier Ruel and Godenis Vidigiris battling out in game number 2 with Olivier up. And let's take a look at the scene. So it looks like we've got a Brazen Wolves and a True Faith Sensor on one side. So an unlikely combo, but we do see planes there for Godenis, so probably has some humans to go along with it. On the other side, wow, he is getting smashed here. A Geist-fueled Scarecrow. Looks like it's pounding in there. There's also a Rattle Chains, and that's a Terrarian that just entered the battlefield here for Olivier. But this is a lot of work for Godenis to do, and you know, the Brazen Wolves are serviceable on defense, but they really want to be attacking. Godinez is trying to find a way to survive here. He's all the way down to 10 and facing some really nice threats. One of them evasive, one of them just huge. You know, 4-4 for 4 is just bigger than anything anybody's doing on turn 4 outside of rares. So
Quite the curve from Olivier.
Godinez is a deliberate player, shall we say. He certainly takes his time, and this looks like a critical juncture here. I don't think he has really anything to give. So I think he played a Murderer's Axe and just equipped it by discarding a card there.
Yep.
So that gives him a 4/5 blocker, which is just perfect against a 4/4. But Godinez knows that this is a necessarily risky play where if Olivier has basically anything, he's just dead.
And Olivier's like, well, I have 4 power worth of flyers.
Mm.
How about I just put you at 6?
Yeah. He cracked that Vessel of Ephemera on end step there. And even though the roadblock is in place, like you said, Olivier has other options. He can just attack in the air. So he's really presented a interesting diversity of threats for Godinez to deal with. And it looks like Godinez is leaning aggressive. You know, 2 equipment already and a Brazen Wolves is what we've seen from him. So he's probably would much prefer to attack. You know, I'm going to go ahead and say let's move back to table 1 here. Olivier, looking to be in great position, is going to take some pretty special cards from Godinez to get out of that, though there are some in the format, so we'll keep an eye on it. So Ari Lax navigating that first game to finish off Brad Nelson and pick up the first one. That's a Graph Harvest turn 1 here for Lax. That could get interesting. That gives all your zombies menace, and now you can see it on the side of the screen there. So
How high do you have that card?
I do not have it high.
Yeah, I have thought of it as a sideboard card.
That's how I think of it too. But I will tell you that is a controversial opinion for both of us. Yeah, there are a lot of players that like Graph Harvest a lot better than that. And you can see why, right? I mean, in a long, grindy game, it can certainly pull its weight. If you have enough zombies, that can be good. Makes zombies, so that, you know, sort of feeds itself. It's just you really need to know that the game's going to be one of those grind fests to make it worth it. And that's why I like to bring it in out of the sideboard rather than main deck it.
This is opponent's control on that card, right?
Ari's main, right?
I'm going to look, actually. By the way, we do have an update on that one. Olivier Ruel did win that game. It looked like he was going to. But, you know, Savage Alliance is a card. Like, it wasn't over, but... Yeah, he's got it in the main deck. And I'm not surprised to see that. Like I said, there's quite a few players who really like Graph Harvest and will main deck it quite happily. So
2 copies of Lunarch Mantle in Brad's hand?
11.
Wow.
He has a lot of auras in his deck.
He does. He's got double Lunarch Mantle plus Equestrian Skill is what we've seen.
Somehow he's drafted Boggles?
Flying Werewolves. All right, now you see one of the payoff cards there, a Lone Rider that he's played, and that is a prime target for a Lunarch Mantle. If you can assemble that combo, it is very difficult to beat. And there it is. Right on time there from Ari Lax. You know, we talked about this card earlier, and it is a complete blowout in this scenario. The interesting thing is that with Dark Salvation, he actually did target the Lone Rider. He says, I know what my problem is here. Like that, right now it's not doing a ton, but he wanted to make sure to kill it. So Ari is going to spend 5 mana to get 2 2/2s and kill the Lone Rider, and that is really gross.
Bloodsworn. 16. Go ahead.
So you heard Ari. He said, I'm thinking about attacking with the Foul Bloods as well. Decided against it. Drops Brad down to 16. Sam Pardee, by the way, he's playing Shota Yasuoka, and he's already won his match 2-0. So they're dropping quickly here. We've already got 2 of our 4 matches finished up for round 2 here. You can see that Brad has done some attacks, and Ari is exploring options, shall we say, on blocks.
These are blocks.
Also, you can appreciate Ari's, how clear he is with his communications. He tells you, I'll let you know when I'm ready, and then he says, these are my blocks.
Take that stack.
So they trade off some cards. And Brad follows up with a Fiendbinder. Interesting. Ari has very powerful spell in his hand with Faith Unbroken. And let's see how he decides to proceed here. He's going to go with the Courageous Outrider.
Faith Unbroken has to be one of the swingier cards in the set.
That's right. It's the kind of card that, if unanswered, will often win the game. But if answered, well, you're down 2 cards. You're back where you started minus a card. And so
14.
you do want to time it specifically. And, you know, I think that the best case scenario is to use it to punch through a ton of damage where you can say, okay, I've gained a huge advantage. And if you have to use your turn to undo all this, you don't get the life back.
Right. Should be particularly good against Brad. I mean,
and that's one of the ways that you can do it, and you don't get your creature back in that scenario. So choking restraints there from Brad. You kind of put that right on cue for your point there, which is that, you know, even one of his better removal spells doesn't actually do what you want. Now, good thing for Ari, though, because, you know, Brad just played the choking restraints now.
This is tapped.
And we see a Lunarch Mantle as well there.
yeah, Brad really trying to just get
He's
Ari
trying
dead.
to race. Yeah, he just hit him for 7. I mean, it was a big turn. He's trying to punish Ari for playing Graph Harvest. You know, so far it hasn't done anything.
Right. But he's doing that by building up these walking 2-for-1 piles.
Yeah, I think Ari's kind of licking his chops here, but it is getting dangerous.
Yeah, Ari's at 2.
He's down to 2 life. He knows he has the tools to win the game, but you can, you know, playing 1 spell a turn, he might just fall too far behind, and that Fiendbinder is a pretty big issue. If his Bloodsworn keeps attacking, it's not going to block anyway. Wow, he has a lot of removal here.
So he uses the Angelic Purge, not the Faith Unbroken.
That's right.
This way he can have 2 blockers available.
That's
for the
right.
Fiendbinder.
And there it is, Lunarch Mantle number 2. It gives that creature flying if he wants to sacrifice a permanent. And that was interesting. It was one of those signs when you saw Ari Lax, he put up his hands. He said, you got me? Because I'm tapped out. If you can tap or get rid of this thing or give that thing flying, then I'm dead. And Brad finds it. Wow. He really pieced it together there. Every turn applying massive pressure. All right, one more match going in the feature match. Let's take a look at it. We've got Yvonne Flock on the left-hand side versus Raphael Levy. And looks like our graphic is just flopped there, but we'll get that sorted out for you. So here we go. So we've got Ingenious Scob there for Yvonne Flock. On the other side of the table, we see black-green, which could be really interesting here, especially with some emerge cards. Oh, and there's one right on the top of Levy's hand here. Abundant Maw. And by 1, I mean 2. He's got 2 Abundant Maws. And, you know, with Abundant Maw, he can sacrifice that Foul Emissary, which if you have really good eyesight, you can see there it is. And he's going to get the 3/2 Eldrazi. He's going to get the Abundant Maw. And he's got another Abundant Maw in his hand, too. So this is not getting any better for Yvonne Flock. You can see that life totals are relatively high for the players. Want to note here that Yvonne Flock is up a game over Raph Levy here, so this is game 2 of their match. The blue-red deck, though, is scary. There's a lot of cards that just say, hey, get some stuff out of the way for a while and hit you for a bunch right now. And, you know, as we saw in the Nelson and Lax match, like, sometimes it doesn't matter. You just haven't.
Because you said it. Ari had all the answers.
He had it all. I mean, he was
Couldn't
choosing
deploy them
between
fast
removal
enough.
spells on that
Right.
last turn.
Right. Which removal spell will I play? Okay, I'm going to be vulnerable briefly. I mean, I'm not sure Ari did anything wrong, but Brad did some stuff right.
Well, you know, one thing that we did see that turn one Graph Harvest that we talked about, it did nothing.
Right.
It didn't do anything the whole game, which matters. That could have been another spell. Also, it's interesting because Brad played well into it. He said, well, I'm just going to smash you here, right? Like where you're not going to get to that grindy late game. So looks like Raph is going to go ahead and survey the scene here. He's facing an advanced Stitchwing and an Ingenious Scob. There's also a Clue and a Devil sitting there for Yvonne. But Yvonne's tapped out. So this is a turn where Raph really gets to plan out how he wants to proceed. His life total is still relatively high. You know, he's not under immediate threat of death. He can try to set up a sequence where he plays a creature or two and then tries to get that other Abundant Maw down, which is a big life swing. I think he's going to play a Gavany Unhollowed here. He is. And he's going to attack with both. So he's offering the trade here. He can, if Flock wants, he can trade the Devil for the Eldrazi token there, which is a pretty advantageous trade. That's that's something that Flock's going to be interested in. He had already played a Make Mischief. Okay, well, you know, this one's kind of right in the middle, and our front table is ready to go. So let's head back over and get to the Game 3 conclusion here on Brad Nelson versus Ari Lax. I got to see how this one plays out. And then we'll keep you updated as to Yvonne Flock versus Raph Levy. Prowler there for nice start. Nothing can often get through for a bunch early. Though it looks like it's going to be held up here by that Spirit. So that's not going to be a great game plan for cancel that order. With playing those Lunarch Mantles well here. The question is Ari going to be able to come up with a removal spell to defend? His Guardian of Pilgrims is going to punch in for a couple of damage, but you can see quite plainly that he does not win this race. Brad Nelson has no fear. He's just sending it in there. If you got the removal spell, you got it. This is a big turn here, too, because Ari did nothing on turn 3. And he has nothing to do this turn. So if Brad can add a nice big threat to the battlefield this turn, he could put himself significantly ahead of Ari with, you know, potentially 2 good threats.
The thing we've been saying about how the format is just slow in
Brad,
time to do cool stuff.
Brad disagrees.
Brad disagrees. It's like, I would like to feast on a never-ending supply of people who are set up for the mid and late game grind.
Crossroads Consecrator is going to pick up its own Lunarch Mantle. What is happening? It's just... And all Ari can do is play a Courageous Outrider. Now, the good news for Ari is that that's pretty good here. Oh, and he whiffed.
Yep, swing and a miss.
It is tough. This is a big turn here. Because Brad has a really nice turn lined up with Choking Restraints for the only reasonable blocker. And now he gets to just pound in there again for 7 damage. And it's adding up very quickly. Like Ari is legitimately contemplating chump blocking at this juncture.
Sure.
The problem is he might not get a chance to chump block again because Brad can. It's very all in, but he could give his creatures flying next turn. Raph Levy did indeed win that game against Yvonne Flock to force games 3, so we're going to come back to that one if they're still playing as we look at this match, which might be over quickly here. Brad Nelson with an unbelievably fast start. He's got 2 1-mana creatures, both with Lunarch Mantles, and Ari Lax just can't buy a bucket here. He whiffs yet again. He just missed. He gets to look at the top 4, but yeah, he just can't find any humans. But even then, what is he doing with humans at this point?
Hit Brad's hand. Cultist Staffed. Devilthorn Fox, a Confront the Unknown. He's just not playing the same format as everybody
No,
else.
he's
This is
not.
awesome. Attempt to trade? No.
So Ari's going to take 3 damage here from the Crossroads Consecrator. And there's the Devilthorn Fox. And
Brad's
right
only
now,
got
Ari has
3 mana.
no board state. Nothing.
3 mana, and he's still doing 2 things a turn. Brad's deck seems cool.
I like that it has a super plan. And wow, Ari Lax has to just show him a handful of spells. No. So you hear Ari going over that play that we were discussing with the
End of
2
game
different
2.
removal spells at the end of game 2. And you'll see this, especially among friendly players. They'll say, hey, what if I would have done this? Or I don't know which one was better, and kind of talk it out.
I mean, these guys were teammates at various points in the past, so they know each other pretty well. Thought I was safe.
Yeah, he said
I
I
feel
had
like a lot
2
of
removal in my hand, and he certainly did. We were making similar remarks here from the booth, and it's like, what are you supposed to do?
Right. I feel like a lot of Brad's opponents may say that this draft.
They
thought
felt
I was safe.
Yeah. Now, I am curious to see what happens if Brad's deck goes up against a blue deck with all the drag unders, unsubstantiates,
Right.
and just sets him back. Anyway, that does leave us 1 match. So we've got Raphael Levy versus Ivan Flock here. And as we saw in the middle game, Raph looks like, which is cool. There's emerge creatures that are just green, and there's, of course, the Abundant Maw that we saw there for Raph in black. And then on the other side, Ivan Flock is on the islands and the mountains. So I'm going to take a look at his list here while they're shuffling up and get an idea for which version he has. There's a very spell-centric version, and there's also kind of a tempo deck that you can do, and oftentimes it ends up being somewhere in between.
All right, good luck. Good luck.
There's one very cool thing going on with Ivan's deck. He's got 3 copies of Take Inventory.
Oh, wow.
In his list. So 1 in a blue, draw a card, and then you draw an extra card for each copy of Take Inventory in your graveyard. So he can kind of go off with that if he draws a bunch of those. He's also playing a Blood Mist, which is a card that signals that he is the one who's looking to be aggressive and keep attacking in the air or chip in for damage. So we'll keep an eye out for that too. Oh, I see why. He's also got 2 copies of Mercurial Geists. So, yeah. Kind of the 1-card combo with a lot of combat tricks in the format. That's the 1/3 flyer that gets +3/+0 when you cast an instant or sorcery. So let's see what happens here. We've got Conduit of Storms for Ivan Flock. Not doing a ton here, but it is a 2/3, so it's going to be able to dodge that explosive apparatus from Raph.
Go ahead.
Didn't see what he must have Boon of Emrakul. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Boon of Emrakul, indeed. And an Exultant Cultist now for Ivan Flock. When that dies, he draws a card. Nice little card, solid.
I like that card. Probably like it more than I'm supposed to.
No, I think actually you're probably right about there. It really does. It just, it goes in emerge decks too.
Right.
It's
So good to emerge.
It serves its role very well.
It blocks reasonably as well.
Very much so. You know what it really does well? It double blocks reasonably. And it looks like Farbog Revenant is going to be the play here for Raph Levy. He doesn't want to use his explosive apparatus just to take down 2/2 that draws his opponent a card. So while missing a land drop, he's just going to play the Revenant.
Both these guys are world team champions, various points in their career. Definitely one of the things we're watching as this tournament plays out, to see who gets all those national captaincy seats. Levy's in the mix for France, but not in the lead.
Okay, that's a Gibbering Fiend there for Flock. Not an amazing play against a Farbog Revenant. And wow, Flock doesn't have anything else this turn. I spoke too soon. He's got a Naval Ghast Herald in his hand. So he's going to use that to tap down the Farbog Revenant, most likely. And there is land number 4 now. So you'll look at Nabelgast Herald there on the side of your screen. Nice way to get pressure in and keep some pressure off of you. And there's a Crow of Dark Tidings now for Flock.
Good.
Interestingly, Raph just passing through the rest of his turn there. He could say, go to combat and, you know, have Yvonne make a decision about what he wants to actually tap down. But by just saying go, it signals to Yvonne that he has no attacks that he'd like to make, and Yvonne can just choose which creature he'd like to tap. He's going to go for the Revenant. That's going to tax on the ground. At least for a turn. Oh, Savage Alliance, do 2 to that and 1 to everything. And that is going to kill both creatures.
Wow.
And yeah, you're going to mill 2 from the trigger, and then he's going to crunch in for 6. So, man, clear shot, Savage Alliance. Flip a coin on which one's the best uncommon, but Savage Alliance is unbelievable every time it gets cast.
Yeah, I mean, I have, but that Savage Alliance is very well named. It is Savage.
It's like humans and werewolves hanging out. Ah, that card is so gross, Randy. Look at the board now. All that work that Raph had built up, it's just gone now. Now, Raph does have the explosive apparatus, which is, there you go, good enough to take down the Herald.
Good.
And he's just going to play it safe and do it now.
Nice.
Raph's down to 9. This is game 3. In round 2, they're both up a match from round 1. And looking to go 2-0 and put themselves in that in the booster draft rounds this weekend. It's just a super solid common in blue. It goes into every deck. I think I like Drag Under. It might just be better. He just drew another one, but very solid deck here for Yvonne. Looks like a Dusk Reaver there for Raph. Okay. Yvonne doesn't need much. He just needs to get things out of the way for a turn cycle here or push through, but Dusk Feaster is going to do a good job of blocking here as long as Yvonne doesn't have a way to do it. You can see Raph is sort of expectantly looking at the battlefield because he's like, look, if you have some way to get this thing out of the way, this game's roughly over. And if the Dusk Feaster gets to sit there and actually block, well, we might have ourselves a game here. All right, Ingenious Gob number 2 from Flock, and he passes. That's going to be a sigh of relief from Raph, though. Not for long. He is going to need to continue to put blockers out. Let's take a look at Levy's hand here and see what he's got going on. Emissary, an Unhallowed Foul Bloods. He does have an Abundant Maw and a certain death that he doesn't have enough mana for as of yet. The Abundant Maw doesn't look too amazing here when you have to sacrifice such a powerful creature on board. So he's got some interesting choices here. He could play his Foul Emissary and hope to hit a 2-mana creature and be able to play 2 creatures this turn. But if he doesn't, then he forgoes the ability to cast Gavany Unhallowed, which is a better blocker. What he really wants to do is play Foul Emissary, hit a 2-drop, play that, keep the Foul Emissary alive, then next turn play Abundant Maw, sacrificing the Emissary, make a 3-2, and kind of reclaim this game for himself. But if he whiffs, he's probably going to end up having to chump block if Flock has basically anything. So really important part of this match unwinding here. And let's see what Raph does. Is he going to go for the Emissary? Yeah, it's a tough spot. You see him shake his head.
The other line is basically play Unhallowed. Gavany Unhallowed and call it good.
Yeah, so then it's, you can hear him counting 2, 4, 5, 6 damage, and he's going for it. Let's see if he can hit a 2-mana creature here.
Land.
There were 2 spells, but I couldn't quite see if he hit. Wow, Raph is just hanging on by an absolute thread here. It would not take much from Flock to be able to maybe kill Raph, at least put him to near death. Yeah, this is about as close as they get, and you can see, look at Raph, he just laughs. Ivan Flock, one of the nicest guys on the Pro Tour. Just an absolute sweetheart. He says, yeah, no, take your time, do your thing. You can hear a lot of math being done by Raph here as he sort of works his way through. Is that a Wicker Witch?
Go ahead.
I think so.
I think it was. I couldn't quite tell, but in any case, it's not a 2-mana spell. Ooh. Mercurial Geist off the top for Ivan Flock. Now, that doesn't help him at the moment, but he may be able to set up either a lethal attack next turn or a 1-2 punch where he attacks here and then the next turn. Let's see what he does.
Now, he's got Alchemist Greeting in his hand as well.
Okay. So he can use that to kill the Foul Emissary. He can also proactively use it on the Dusk Feaster and get his triggers.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if that actually works, and I'm guaranteed that's what he's thinking about right now, where he forces a trade with the Dusk Feaster, but also punches through a ton of damage and maybe even forces a chump with the Foul Emissary, which would be pretty good. If he can leave the board state clear, he knows that that could very easily strand a card in his hand. He's going to take a safer route here. It looks like the math didn't work out for him, so he's just going to rumble with everything. In comes the team. Yeah, he's got
So
2 prowess triggers
3
here.
4s now.
That's right, and he can make one of them 4 power.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not dead.
Levy does some quick math. Well, I'm not dead.
That is the good news for Raph.
Again. Well, I don't have a choice, right?
No, neither did
That was clever. I actually thought Ivan was teasing him and saying you could block one of the ones that leaves you dead, but he was actually saying you can block either of these 2 Ingenious Cops, but you got to block one. So Raph falls down to 1 life here. And let's see, if he goes back up to 4 and plays the Abundant Maw and blocks, he's taking 4. He's dead on board, so he's going to need to just play multiple creatures here and try to stay at least on par with the creatures that Ivan has. He does have enough mana to play both Wicker Witch and Thraben Foulbloods from his hand, which gives him just enough blockers to not die. If he plays the Abundant Maw, he's dead. So it looks like it's going to be Wicker Witch, Foulbloods, go, and hang on for the ride. Almost any spell from Flock that has to do with creatures will get the job done. And,
We know Flock's holding Mercurial Geists.
And he is, yeah. Oh, he's going to go for the Certain Death, which also keeps him alive.
Sure, gain 2 life.
Puts him up to 3, and it's a little bit safer of a play because Flock can't interact with this. He's tapped out. It's going to happen no matter what. Wow, this is just so close. Now, the downside to this line from Raph is that he's a lot less likely to be able to get Abundant Maw online next turn. But, you know, you do what you got to do. Oh, man, Raph this is so close. Looks like a take inventory there from Flock because he knows that he can still set up a lethal threat with the Mercurial Geist either way. A potentially lethal threat, I should say. It's not lethal on its own.
Plays his Lyre and chips the turn.
Is that a Dark Salvation? I'm scrambling to the deck list now. Oh, it sure is. Raph just ripped Dark Salvation off the top. That was massive for him. It is not quite big enough to kill the Mercurial Geist because the Dusk Feaster is not a zombie, but It's a flyer. It can still block the Geist anyway, and he can use it to take down a ground threat like probably the Gibbering Fiend, just in case Yvonne can find Delirium at any point, and then put 2 blockers on the ground as well. He has no wiggle room.
2 zombies and kill a guy seems pretty good.
I agree with you.
I guess he can also just play 2 creatures.
He can, yeah. He can still make the play that we talked about earlier, where he goes Foul Blood's Wicker Witch. And that does set him up for the Abundant Maw next turn, which is a priority when your opponent is playing red and can just burn you out from anywhere. A land off the top for Flock. His other card is a Vilden Pack Outcast, which is fantastic and could very well win him the game down the line, but it's slow. He needs to just cast it for 5 here and pass the turn, and Raph is still alive. He was at 1.
Crazy.
I think that was Borrowed Malevolence off the top there for Raph, which would mean if he leaves up black mana, that could also be a deciding card. It's about as close as they get. So now the question for Raph is, does he want to just play Abundant Maw? That would get him up to 6 life, which is clear of cards like Incendiary Flow and Fiery Temper. Or he can go for Dark Salvation, kill a creature, and leave up Borrowed Malevolence. Yvonne with a subtle reminder about the clock here. As you know, you can't blame Raph. This has been the tightest of games. He has no wiggle room at any point. So he needs to, like, if he just plays 1 spell wrong, he's just dead. It looks like he's going to go for the Dark Salvation line here and just say, well, I hope he doesn't draw. Oh, he's actually going to combine it with Borrowed Malevolence to kill the Vilden Pack Outcasts here.
Okay.
So that was -3/-3 thanks to the Thraben Foulbloods plus the 2 zombies. And then he gets to tack on an additional -1/-1. And that makes a lot of sense. That creature could easily just kill him or at least force his whole team to block.
Ooh, an attack.
An attack has happened. Trades? Tradesies, anybody? And Yvonne says, look, maybe, I'm actually just going to take a look right now.
Yeah, double block. Massive trade.
He does not have Incendiary Flow in his list. Raph won't know that, of course.
Flock got 2 draws since the cultist died.
He also...
One of them was an island.
Yeah. Fogwalker, not really what Yvonne Flock wanted to see here. And I think Raph might win this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's now ahead on board and able to play his Abundant Maw.
That's right. Abundant Maw, get rid of Wicker Witch, and gain 3, go to 6. You go down to 15.
Go ahead.
And pass the turn back. He's still going to keep Dusk Feaster back because that Mercurial Geist is the scariest. Uncaged Fury, the Blood Mist, he could die pretty easily to it, so he's going to make sure to respect it. But Raph Levy has clawed his way back into this game. Fantastic stuff. Remember, the Fogwalker has Skulk, so he actually can just attack through Raph's team here. And Raph is going to need to now try to close this game out quickly. He doesn't want to die to 2 hits from a Fogwalker and an Incendiary Flow. Now, again, Flock doesn't have that, but...
Send them all.
Are we going to see a grotesque mutation here?
Wow.
Oh, man!
Raphael Levy.
Levy.
So close to death. So many turns.
Yeah, he's had some time in the booth, and he said it, on the brink of death so many turns, and he found it. No wiggle room. He had no room for error there that whole time, and he actually found the win. I mean, in situations like that, your mentality has to be, there's things I lose to, ignore those, and then focus on what you can actually control and sequence those out, and that's exactly what Raph did, and he did a really good job of it. You know, it's not like Flock didn't need much. Right, like there was a
no, he
lot
thought
of
he had
times
it.
when
He had the one
it.
all-in attack, the base that put Levy to 1. He's just like, I'm just going to attack again next turn. That should do it. I've got multiple creatures, but Levy just fended it off.
Great stuff down in the feature match area. We've got one more round of draft coming up for you, but for now, let's head to Richard Hagan at the news desk.
Thanks very much, Marshall and Randy. What a beast Raph Levy is. Hall of Famer. He's been in Pro Tour top 8s a decade ago and 2 decades ago. Can he make a 3rd decade's worth of Pro Tour top 8s? Well, winning games like that will certainly help. Now, out on the floor, of course, great magic everywhere. Luis Scott Vargas, he's in contention for the Hall of Fame slot at the World Championship. He was up against Pierre Dajon, who leads the French World Magic Cup race by a single solitary point from the man you've just seen win there, Raphael Levy. Right now, out on the floor, BDM is with the winner of that match.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas. Luis, every time I looked over in that game 3, it looked like you were pretty far behind. Tell me, how were you able to pull that game out?
Yeah, that game was really weird because I didn't play a land on turn 3. So I was like pretty screwed, but my opponent, Pierre, he didn't have a lot of pressure, and I kind of enacted this plan on turn 3 or 4 that I knew would come to fruition if I was to win the game on around turn 15, which was to keep chump blocking his 4/4 Geistfield Scarecrow. I couldn't let it go to the graveyard because his Angler would flip because it's a colorless creature. And keep getting hit by his 3/3 flyer, play Subjugator Angel, hit him with exactly just Handwear Garrison to make 2 1/1s and hit him with a 2/3 down to 16. I hadn't damaged him yet. Next turn, untap, chump block, go to 2. End of his second main phase, cast Long Road Home on Subjugator Angel. It flickers. Beginning of end step, it comes back, taps all his creatures, and I attack with everything. And it ended up happening. Like it ended up happening where I had to have everything go right for like 5 turns after everything going wrong for like 5 turns.
And so that puts you at 2-0 here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Your Cup 8's outstanding. Playing on the Pro Tour with all of these other Pro Tour Hall of Famers and to be right at the top of the standings alongside Shota Yasuoka and so many other great players.
I think it's awesome that me and Finkel are in contention for Outstanding Hall of Famer because, you know, I wouldn't say retired because I certainly play all the tournaments and all that, but it's cool seeing that we can still game. Of course, Finkel's always, you know, been a threat to top 8 every Pro Tour he's ever played in. Shota's obviously an outstanding Hall of Famer as well, but he just, like, he's one of the new guys still, so no one ever, you know, called that into question. But it's a good group. That's definitely an invite that's going to go to someone who had good results this year. Both Finkel and I have 2 top 8s. Shota has a top 8.
All right. And then we have one more round of draft to go here before we get to see what Luis cooked up in Standard with Team Channel Fireball and Ultra Pro. But right now, one more round of draft.
Thanks very much, BDM, and thanks very much to Luis Scott Vargas, one of your outstanding Hall of Famers. Could he be the outstanding Hall of Famer by the end of the weekend? Well, draft outcomes are coming in. The Draft Master is going like this. John Finkel won his round over Robert Dale. So Finkel goes to 48 points, but Marcio Carvalho continues to set the pace. He came in at 43, and he has won and won again. Just now coming in, he defeated Eric Severson. Severson playing a big part in the allocation of Draft Master because he beat Thiago Saporito last round. Saporito now at 0-2. Matej Zatlkai is up to 45 points. Shota Yasuoka up to 45. Chris Calcano won that round to go to 46. But coming up on the rails, someone we haven't talked about yet, watch out for Nathan Holiday, Platinum Pro, part of the Ginger Global Alliance. He has won his first 2 to go from 39 to 42 to 45. And he is still looking for a stumble from Marcio Carvalho, but just keep an eye out for Nathan Holiday. So, more draft coverage coming your way. Earlier on, we had our draft, of course, and the draft viewer. Now, very popular. I know lots of you love to put yourself in any of the seats round the table from our feature table and work out what you would have done with every pick. Well, right now, we get to find out what someone did. Over there waiting for us at the video wall is our own Ian Duke and one of the larger-than-life characters in the game. Here comes Antonino De Rosa.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Draft Viewer. I'm Ian Duke. With me is Anthony DeRosa from Team Pantheon. Now, earlier today, we got to see Brian draft to show you another angle of that here. So why don't we take a look at the first pack here. Anthony, what stood out to you in this pack? What were you deciding between, and ultimately, what did you go with?
All right, so the cards that I think are first pick quality are the Undead, the Foul Emissary is really good, the Scavenger is decent, Prey Upon, and the Lurker. I try to stay away from black in this format. I kind of like the teamer colors. So I kind of went with what I thought was the most powerful card, which was the Lurker. It kind of stinks to take a gold card first, but it's in 2 of the 3 colors that I like. So I felt that it was okay to take. And I'm hoping that the people next to me will take the 2 black cards and not take Prey Upon or Foul Emissary.
That makes a lot of sense. One question about Lashweed Lurker. This is an emerge card.
Yep.
Do you feel like you need to build around it at this point in the draft? Are you looking for things like the Foul Emissary maybe to come back around?
So I think it's very important to build around it, but they made it really easy on us. There's a lot of creatures that just work naturally with emerge. I've had decks in practice where I even had 6 or 7 emerge guys and was totally fine deck.
So at this point, you're looking for things to go with it, but feeling pretty confident that you'll find them.
Yeah, it's super easy.
Very cool. Let's take a look at pick 2 here.
All right, so here, so there's Galvanic Bombardment. That's obviously one of the better cards in this pack, but I already have a green-blue card. There's but I think the Stag is the card that I took. It's, I think it's just a better card than the Griff. Not by much, though. It's no Flame Tongue Kavu or Necrotol, but it's, I would say, underperforms after you read it, because it looks...
Let's see where we're headed here.
So here, the 3 cards to consider are the Maniac, the Foul Emissary, and Ingenious Scab. I think Ingenious Scab is more of a blue-red. I had the Stag, that's, kind of utility creature. I felt that taking a Foul Emissary was the right pick. Also, I already passed the Foul Emissary, so I kind of don't want people taking the emerge creatures, so I took that over that because I kind of wanted to cut emerge.
Right, you're kind of cutting the strat back, or is that a really long shot?
I think it could come back, but if people know how good emerge is, then it won't come back.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Let's move on to pick 4 here.
Okay, so here, this is probably my toughest pick of the draft. I think Drag Hunter is probably the best blue common. But I wanted to cut this emerge thing. I just want to try to get more emerge guys later. So I took Foul Emissary again. Looking back, maybe that was wrong, but that was what I was thinking while I was drafting.
So it was partially for the strength in your deck, but also partially to signal and make sure no one else was moving in.
I didn't want anybody else to take emerge guys.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I don't know, if I were you, I'd be feeling pretty good at this point. Having a strong emerge creature and 2 emerge build-arounds really gives you a good direction to take your deck.
So here, I got the perfect card. I already have 2 Foul Emissaries. So there's Griff. The only other card that I could take is the Fogwalker, which is not bad in that type of deck, but I just went with Griff.
Awesome. Yeah, looks like a great pickup. Check out pick 6, please.
All right. You can go different ways. Cards, you could try to take inventory and try to hope to get 3 so you can play them. Not many people like Chilling Grasp. I kind of dig it, but on our team, not many people like that. Spontaneous Mutation is the other card that I considered. For some reason, I can mana this, that's nice, but I mean, it costs even more with madness, so it's tough to mana this out.
Great. On to the next.
This one, once again, was pretty easy. The 0-2, I consider the 2-1 sometimes, only because blue-green sometimes has trouble getting to Delirium, and that guy is a great Delirium creature to get to that, but 1 toughness is pretty bad in this format. You kind of want to stay away from that, so I just took the 0-2.
And how strong is this card overall? Is this mostly a build-around for your deck? Or?
I always play it. I'm not happy. I mean, I have 3 in my deck. I always play it, and I'm always glad I have it.
Cool. Let's check out pick 8.
So here, once again, there's this card. I tried this out a few times in practice draft. It's not very good, so don't play it. But I just took the Woodland Patrol. There's also some weird synergies with humans. So the Maniac guy, he's a human. This guy's a human. So just to have some humans, it could be good for the third pack.
Cool. So we're going to whiz past the rest of the pack, I think, and take a look at your pack 1 picks. Anything notable here? Is this mostly just rounding out the chaff at the end?
The spider, I could play it against, if I'm playing against a blue-white flyer deck. That's about it.
Cool. On to pack 2. So this is pack 2, pick 1 coming up here in just a moment.
Okay, so here, I don't have any 2-drops in the first pack. So Wharf Infiltrator was kind of like the easy pick. Both of these, the Scarecrow, so I think this card is a lot better than people give it credit to.
But Wharf Infiltrator is just great, right?
Infiltrator is just a great card. I took that.
Awesome. Really good addition to the deck, and on to pack 2, pick 2.
Okay, this seemed also another easy pick. I took the Griff. I considered for a second the 3/3 only because it's an artifact, but that was it.
And there was another Emrakul's Influence here. Is there any amount of Emerge that would make you play this card, or is it just something you want to stay away
I tried
from?
to consider were the Hemlet Captain, just because I only had 1 2-drop. The Fog Watcher I considered for a second, but Dragon Hunter is just the best common, the blue common, so I took that.
Excellent.
Evolution. I never cast Evolution, so I kind of wanted to stay away, but I wouldn't be surprised if you tell me that was a bad pick. But I just try to stay with, the more consistent stuff.
This was like
that if it was a Magic Online, and I would definitely take that if it was a practice draft.
Cool. Taking a look at the next.
Here, once again, I mean, there's a Creeper for a 2-drop, and the only card I thought that I could play was Inline Maniac, that in Grasp, but this Grizzled Angler, I'm told, is really good.
Yeah, I've had good experiences with this card. It seems like it could fit in a deck with a lot of colorless creatures like yours.
My teammates say it's really good, but the one time I did have it, very good for me, so I...
A little more consistent, perhaps. Very nice. And pick 7.
Well, I was really happy with this pick. I needed 2-drops, and Nose Constrictor is very good.
That seems awfully late to see a Noose Constrictor. That's pretty unusual, right?
Yeah, it's one of my all-time favorite Magic cards.
Definitely.
So I took Nose Constrictor here.
Awesome. So I think we're going to zip through to the end of pack 2. Look at all your picks here. Anything else standing out to you that you want to comment on?
Spontaneous Mutation is a really good sideboard card. I try to take one or two primal druids, just in case you can play, like, let's say 1 planes and primal druids to be able to go get your planes. Like, keep an eye out for that.
Awesome. And let's go into the Shadows over Innistrad pack. Pick 3 here. Pack 3, rather.
So I thought my deck was really good after pack 2. Here, this is where things kind of go downhill. The only 2 cards, I'm trying to stay away from cards that aren't in my colors. So I just picked the 4/5. I didn't have any 5-drops other than the Stag, but it's not exciting taking that first pick.
Definitely agree, yep. On to pick 2.
Yep, pick 2 is when I start getting a little sad. Obviously there's 2 awesome, I don't know if that was 2 awesome black rares. And then I took Aim High, but you could take the 3/3 because of that human synergy I was talking about. A lot of the blue and green guys are humans, but I took Aim High because I didn't have any tricks. For the 3rd pick, Tireless Tracker. This card is bonkers, so I took that. If that wasn't there, Rapid Bite is also really, really good.
Yeah, easy Windmill Slam, though. That's excellent. Great pickup for you.
Well, the only 2 cards I could play is Press for Answer, Confront the Unknown, but I already have 2 Grasps, so I took Confront the Unknown.
Okay.
Also works well with your tracker.
Any consideration to, like, Kessig Dire Swine just being a big creature or some more Delirium
theme cards? You
cards?
can get plenty of those guys later, I think.
Sure. Okay, cool.
So here, nothing too exciting. The only card in my colors that I could consider playing is Watcher of the Web. It's more of a sideboard card, in my opinion, so I took that. Here, this is weird. You could take a root out to, like, maybe have it in your sideboard. I kind of cut the Compulsion. It's something I normally don't like to do, is cut cards, but I just felt that card is just way better than this one. So
yeah, it looks like this pack was basically a miss for you, right?
Yep.
Now, were you nervous at all at this point, or you're feeling pretty good about what you had so far?
I had like 19 playables going in the pack 3, so I mean it stinks, but whatever happens.
Okay. Take a look at the next.
All right, here I considered the Swine and the Might Behind reason. I only had 2 combat tricks, so I took the Might Behind reason. I like this card more than most people, I think. But be careful when you play with it, especially against other blue decks. It can be really bad.
Is this a card you usually start in your main deck?
Yeah, I started it this time. So I could take the Swan and have a 6-drop, which I didn't have at the time. I could take the counter spell, which sometimes is good. But I had 6 come into play abilities in my deck already. I had the Maniacs and the Foul Emissary and the Stag. So I took Essence Flux. Be careful when you play at home. It does not work with the big Eldritch.
This is awesome. That's very cool to see. So we're going to zip forward to the end of pack 3.
Yep.
Anything else stand out here you want to comment on?
No. You know, through some bad luck, maybe 2-1, so we'll see.
Okay, and how are you doing so far?
1-1.
1-1. All right, so still one more round to go. Thanks for walking us through. I'm
Thank you.
Ian Duke. With me, Anthony DeRaffier. For those of you wanting some translation services, bonkers is very good. Stinks is not very good. So there we are. Hope you all followed that at home. Anthony DeRosa, great value as always. Plenty to learn from there. Now remember, you can put yourself in every seat in the draft viewer online, work your way through all the picks that everyone made. Do you agree with Antonino? What would you have done differently? How much would you have given to be in a position to do things differently here at the last Pro Tour of the season? All right, so we heard from Brian David Marshall and Luis Scott Vargas just a few minutes ago. That incredible match was between Luis Scott Vargas. It takes 2 to tango. He was up against Pierre Dajon of France, a Pro Tour finalist from Theros in 2013 when he lost to his teammate and friend Jeremy Desani. Now Dajon finds himself 1 point clear in the World Magic Cup race for France, already a World Magic Cup winning nation. And the person directly behind him is Raf Levy, not only a Hall of Famer, but a world captain. So Raf wants this slot badly. We had a chat with Pierre Dajon about what it would mean to him to get into the World Magic Cup for France. Let's hear from him now.
I'm here with Pro Tour Theros finalist Pierre Dajon. Pierre, going into this last Pro Tour of the year, you are within striking distance of platinum. Yeah. I think 11-4-1, somewhere in that range, gets you to. Is that the thing that's most on your mind as you prepare for this event?
It would be nice, for sure. But like the most important thing for me would be captain. Like I was captain this year, very closely over Rafael Levy coming into the event 1 point. And being captain for the next year would be actually the most important thing. Platinum would be a great bonus, obviously. And I think since Raf and I have good preparation, we need to do a very good result to be captain. But that would be the first thing on my mind.
So you're talking about the World Magic Cup?
Yeah, World Magic Cup by team. That would come first for me.
Oh, wow. And so talk to me about what needs to happen. It's a narrow margin, you're saying, between you and Rafael Levy, 1 point ahead of him.
Exactly.
Are you going to be keeping an eye on him every round?
Well, I try not to do that too much because he's a friend, so I don't want to see him play and be like, oh, lose. But I would still like to be ahead of him. And if we tie, he wins. Because he has better tiebreakers than I do. He won a GP. He won two GPs, actually. He was the guy who beat me in the finals of PT Theros. So obviously I would like to trans, and that would be a ton of fun.
And then what, is there anything else in striking distance for you at this event, or?
So apart from captain and platinum, yeah, also if I just score 5 points, which I think is more doable, I get to vote for Hall of Fame. But that's not like the first priority down the line.
That'd be a nice little bonus. You prepared for the last Pro Tour with Team Eureka. I'm assuming you had the same setup for this one?
Exactly. Like this is a big change for me this season, is that I tested with Eureka for all PTs. That's been great for me so far, and we tested together again.
Okay. So Pierre Dajon, Team Eureka, he is hoping to be the French national champion and lead the World Magic Cup team. If he gets the platinum, that would be nice.
All right, thanks very much to that interview there. Pierre Dajon giving us his time on the eve of the Pro Tour. I've been joined at the desk by Brian David Marshall, Pro historian. Lessons we've seen now in depth. 3 drafters, Brian Braun-Duin, Kentaro Yamamoto of Japan, and just now we've had Antonino DeRosa in at the draft wall. So if we want to just pick one highlight, if you like, to take away for use for players at their own FNM or their next Magic Online draft, BDM, let's start with you, and BBD.
To paraphrase Ghostbusters, you know, if you get to the 3rd pick of the draft and someone asks you if you're blue-black, say yes. You know, there's value in reading signals at the table, and if you're a your opponents are like, look, I don't want to be the person that commits to this gold card and they pass it down the table and there's an opportunity for you to move in, then you should take it. It was interesting talking to BBD about the draft. He's like, I've never drafted this archetype before. You know, this is someone with a lot on the line too. He needs to go 12-4 to get to platinum at this Pro Tour, and he's like, you know what? This is a very powerful card. I trust that even though I haven't drafted this archetype before, this is a signal that it's going to be on rails for me in terms of the way the table's playing out, and it was that way. And we saw that black was wide open. There was a real the attitude in the room also seemed to be that black was the color that people want to avoid the most, and perhaps taking that information in and sort of having this sense of the meta game of draft that people didn't want to be black, that it would be super wide open for him.
Now, Ian, we talk about this meta game of draft. The thing is, a lot of these super teams are drafting with some rotating mix of 10, 12, 14 of the top 100 players in the world. Let's say pretty much all the teams are made up of that top 100 or so. But the vast bulk of the Pro Tour is not made up of the top 100 players in the world. It's made up of 130 RPT queuers. It's made up of 200 people who are playing in their maybe first, second, or third Pro Tour. So how valuable is that insight of your own draft metagame versus what you think is actually going to appear at the tables at the Pro Tour?
Well, obviously getting that extra data and being able to talk with other excellent players is a huge asset, but there is a danger that your testing can get a little bit inbred there, where if your team decides we don't like a certain color or we just haven't, had a good example of this archetype, we're going to stay away from. Other teams may have had different experiences and may have figured out things that you don't. So you can't make the assumption that other teams have drawn the same conclusions as you have. As long as you keep that in mind, then you can definitely leverage the extra information.
How brave do you think the BBD pick was? Because it wasn't just a third color; it was a third and fourth color.
I thought it was very brave, considering that he hadn't drafted it before. If he had some experience with the archetype, I would downgrade that a little, because he could still get right off of that card and go right back to what he was doing. We watched Kentaro Yamamoto do that, where he speculated on a green-white card with the second pick of the draft after taking a red card.
So, Ian, the two of you were together watching Kentaro Yamamoto's draft. A lesson that came out of that one, if you would.
So it's a strange-sounding lesson, but actually just picking a bunch of good cards makes for a good deck, which sounds really strange to say, but Kentaro was able to identify these are the colors that are open in my seat, which were red and blue, and he was getting paid off with things like 4th pick Galvanic Bombardments, 6th pick Ingenious Scab, bunch of Brazen Wolves, and while his deck didn't have a ton of synergy, he just had a lot of the top commons in his deck and just a bunch of solid cards.
And if you can't get the synergy, it's essential to end up with only good cards, because once you're down to no synergy and only the 23rd pick cards at pick 18, 19, 20, that's when you have your 0-3
That's
deck.
right. In my mind, there's sort of two acceptable strategies. Identify a synergy, move in on it early, stake your claim, and really take advantage of it, or stay open and just look for where the good cards are. You don't want to get caught in between those two things. That's where things can really go awry.
Now, Antonino De Rosa, BDM, has a long and storied...
This is a player who's been around for a long time. He's been on the Italian national team. He's been on the U.S. national team, dual citizenship, has a Pro Tour top 8 on his resume, and is, has done well at the highest level.
For sure. Now, Ian, you were at the video wall with Antonino as he went through all the key picks. Again, a lesson for people at home to take away to their next Eldritch Moon draft.
So this was kind of the opposite of Yamamoto's, in that Antonino De Rosa identified a strategy that he liked a lot in testing. He saw the multicolor uncommon for that strategy and just first picked it and was saying, hey, I'm willing to move right in. And then you could see he was cutting off things like foul emissaries to make sure that nobody else in his area of the draft was competing with him for those synergy cards.
Yeah, I thought that foul emissary pick very early with just the one emerge card at that point was super interesting there. Not a lot of people might pick that card as highly there.
Totally agree.
All right, so that's some lessons from individual drafts, but Draft Master is one of our key focuses here on the first morning of Eldritch Moon Pro Tour here for you, and the feature matches in this last round of draft this morning reflect that. So why don't we take a look at the Draft Master for you? We'll get that up in just a moment and show you where people were coming in. John Finkel led the way on 45 points. Christian Calcano had 43. Marcio Carvalho also at 43. Well, Carvalho has gone win-win. So he is now up sitting there on 49 points. There you see the board coming in. Finkel is at 48, so he's 1-1 so far. Christian Calcano on 46, 1-1 so far. Shota Yasuoka, 1-1 on 45. Matej Zadelkai, 1-1 on 45. Not in front of your eyes right now is Nathan Holiday, also on 45 points, having gone win-win. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that that is where we are going to start our feature match coverage, because Marcio Carvalho was in the same pod as Nathan Holiday. So if you win by doing, bring back the leader in Draft Master. That's going to be an amazing match. So Marcio Carvalho against Nathan Holiday will be coming your way, obviously both at 2-0. What else have we got in the feature match area? Well, not for Draft Master. We have BBD. He's back with his blue-black zombies at 2-0, and he is up against the Hall of Famer Ben Rubin at 2-0. Ben seemed very laid back about his deck, but then Ben seems very laid back about pretty much everything. So that's not necessarily a sign. Back to the Draft Master, and this is another great one. It's so tough. You're playing for these slots at the World Championship, and then who else is in your pod? You see Matej Zadelkai down there at 42, now up to 45. Well, he must get to 48 by the end of this draft, or he can kiss this goodbye pretty much. And who does he have to get through? Pro Tour champion and former Player of the Year, Jeremy Dezani. That is the matchup for Matej Zadelkai. And you're thinking, yep, I wouldn't fancy that one, thank you very much. BDM?
By the way, Brian Brundoon, if he 3-0s this pod, his route through this pod is kind of insane. It's Yamamoto, Antonino DeRosa, and now you're saying Ben Rubin this round?
Ben Rubin,
yeah,
yes.
So just a murderer's row pod for him to get through if he's going to go 3-0, again, on that road to try to get 12-4 in Platinum.
And our final match is Christian Calcano, aiming for Draft Master, against another Pro Tour champion in JC Tao.
Wow.
It does not get any, but it's time for round 3 for Eldritch Moon.
Hello and welcome to this round 3 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and Draft Master won't be able to be thinking too much about that tomorrow if they aren't able to put in some good results. The players, they're just finishing their shuffling up down in the feature match area, but a big match to start things off. Marcio Carvalho currently leading the Draft Master race, and he's up against one of his competitors, Nathan Holiday. Let's head things down to the feature match area. Round 3 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We see the players just getting ready for this. The last of the draft rounds here today on the first day of the Pro Tour, but a very important one for many of these players in terms of the overall shape of how their Pro Tour is going, because almost all of the players in this feature match area, Randy Buehler, very keen to get extra draft wins for the Draft Master title that could get them an invite to Worlds. Kicking things off in our main video match, we have our current leader in the Draft Master race. That is Marcio Carvalho of Portugal. He's had a storied career in Magic and certainly a lot of success lately, currently leading on 49 points in the draft, and his opponent on the other side of things, Nathan Holiday, 45 points in drafting over the course of this season.
Yeah, Nathan, Platinum Pro. Bunch of good GP finishes, 4 top 8s, including the Grand Prix San Diego win. Would love a big Pro Tour finish here.
And even though there's been a lot of talk about black possibly not being one of the more popular colors, both players here in these draft finals in black, and a big play there on turn 3 from Marcio Carvalho. That's Liliana the Last Hope immediately coming down and saying, Steadfast Cathar, I'm going to test how steadfast you really are. +1 loyalty, -2 power, -1 toughness. That enough to off the 2-drop from Nathan Holiday. And I think we might be starting to see why Marcio Carvalho has been doing so well in this particular draft.
Yeah, Nathan does not look happy with what has happened. Hard to have turn 3 go much worse than that.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a big zombies plan in his hand too with Dark Salvation, but Liliana, she's the one that brings that about. And with ticking up loyalty and only an equipment there from Nathan Holiday, this could be a quick game for Marcio Carvalho. There we see Liliana. The +1 ability will be able to control the board by giving things -2, -1. At some point, if Marcio so chooses, he can effectively kind of draw cards by putting 2 cards into his graveyard, then putting a creature back into his hand. And then, well, if he gets to 7 loyalty, things get messy. So I like the sequencing there. We see another Steadfast Cathar from Nathan Holiday, but he waited on it so that he could equip it with a True Faith sensor so it would be able to survive Liliana.
2, 4, 2.
Just Cryptolith Fragment, the follow-up from Marcio Carvalho thus far. So this Cryptolith Fragment, in addition to providing mana of any color, it is dealing damage to both Marcio and Nathan Holiday. If at some point both of these players are below 10 life, well, it'll transform and then it gets kind of scary.
Nathan's starting to look over at the ultimate. He's reading. Liliana is only 1 loyalty away, and now that Twins of Mara Estate have come down to block, defend Liliana's loyalty.
2-1, right? 2-1, yes.
Yeah, I like to refer to this as the protect the queen strategy. Once Liliana's in play, you can push up towards that ultimate, and if the ultimate happens, well, every single turn from then on, or each one of your turns, should I say, you put X 2/2 black zombie creature tokens into play, where X is 2 plus the number of zombies you already have in play, and Frank Carson's done the maths on this. It gets very out of hand very quickly.
Sleep paralysis will deal with the flyer. I mean, if you're Marcio here, do you tick up to 8 so that you don't lose Liliana?
4 zombies and you get 6.
Or do you just cash in the emblem while you can?
Get 6. Oh, so then it's like 2, 6, 12, you know? I think you maybe read it wrong, but no. Okay. You get a lot. The judge is here is going to say how many zombies it will be
It's fine.
if I ultimate this.
A lot is a fairly accurate description.
Nathan Holiday sitting on a removal spell that doesn't deal with a Planeswalker. A Macabre Waltz. And yeah, he just scoops him up. Wow. He's done.
Well, that was a very, very quick game one. We'll bring you some more Magic very shortly. But first, these messages.
Take on the darkness. Eldritch Moon is now available on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com. In the art of Magic the Gathering Innistrad, terror falls from the skies on blood-spattered wings. These pages, lavishly illustrated with the award-winning art of Magic the Gathering, are your entry into a world beset by terrible evils on all sides and betrayed by the hope it held most dear. On sale now.
Hello and welcome back to this round 3 here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon, and as Marcio Carvalho and Nathan Holiday shuffle up after a very, very brisk game 1, we're going to get a chance to look in on one of our other matches, and this basically the only match in our feature match area not featuring Draft Masters, but still featuring Masters of various different descriptions. Brian Braun-Duin has just locked up his slot at Worlds thanks to being the Grand Prix Master, and then Ben Rubin, of course, well, he's a Hall of Famer. He's earned his title of Mastery long ago.
Yeah, we watched Brian draft this blue-black zombie deck. It's nice to see how the featured draft pod actually plays out. The winner here is the 3-0 from that pod.
Cemetery recruitment, this guy.
Cemetery recruitment there, getting full value, getting back a zombie, which means that there is a card draw on top of it. Most of the creatures in Brian Braun-Duin's deck are zombies, and that means that it's not too hard for him to extract that value. But he's facing down a couple of Steadfast Cathar here, a Bloodbriar that's already got a +1/+1 counter. So he's got a reasonable amount of things that he needs to deal with here. The Relentless Dead there, bringing a Spirit along with the 2/2 body. Seems like kind of an expensive rate at 4 mana, but given that you can play it from the graveyard for just 2, certainly a reasonable rate going on there. We've seen a fair amount of success from these green-white decks in the feature match area already, Randy. Brad Nelson with his hyper-aggressive green-white deck full of pump spells. I'm interested to see, looking at the graveyard from Ben Rubin, it doesn't look like he was on quite as aggressive a plan as Brad, but green-white certainly one of those decks that it doesn't look as exciting as some of the other decks in the format, but it gets the job done.
It can. Yeah, I saw Brad on Twitter thinking, just shocked at having even the possibility to get 3 wins out of that deck. He didn't seem super confident with it. Was happy to have the 2 wins. Maybe he stumbled onto something, though. Ah, the stag. Elmer picks a fight and wins it.
Yeah, it's one of the more powerful uncommons in green. I mean, green having access to powerful uncommons full stop.
You could say that again. One of the more powerful uncommons in green. It might be in the top 3 or 4. Green uncommons are quite nice in this set. Clear Shot, I think, is the headliner.
So big swing is coming in here from Ben Rubin. And Brian Braun doing the way that his deck plays out, it's looking to go into the long game. It's got lots of blockers, so we could see this game going on a little bit of time here. So we're going to jump back across to our main match very shortly. It looks like Marcio Carvalho and Nathan Holday just drawing their opening hands, making sure that they're happy with their 7s. Marcio and Nathan, of course, currently vying for a very important set of point swinging. Marcio currently on 49 draft win points. Nathan Holday on 45 draft points over the course of all of the Pro Tours this season.
Yeah, Nathan wasn't really on the radar. He wasn't in the top, half dozen players coming in, but most of the competitors have already picked up a loss. Nathan with the 2-0. If he gets to 3-0, he is right in the thick of it.
And Steadfast Cathar there, being able to attack in on turn 3 fairly straightforwardly, getting +2 toughness on attacks, enough to get past those rats, and another copy of them coming along for Holiday. This start, so far looking a little healthier, but this is where Nathan Holday's fingers are crossed.
Right, it's turn 3. Do you have her? Please, no planeswalkers, says Nathan Holliday.
And the Fiendbinder in Nathan Holday's hand at least means that he can set up a set of attacks where he can get through a few blockers. But yeah, it gets pretty tough when Liliana's also killing things. Yeah, Graft Rats just not proving effective blockers against these 2/3s on attacks. And for those of you keeping track of the Draft Master race, Matej Zalkai has already picked up his first game win against Jeremy Zazani. Matej on 45 points, and he had said before this Pro Tour, this may be his last Pro Tour for a while, unless something great happens in terms of Draft Master.
Hasn't he said that for like 3 Pro Tours in a row, though?
He just keeps winning in draft. Ironclad Slayer there.
Just saying, I'll believe it when I see it.
A straightforward 3-2 that doesn't look too exciting in the face of Gavin Unhallowed from Marcio Carvalho. When it enters the battlefield, it does get you back an aura or equipment, but I think in this case, just a warm body for Nathan Holday.
Yeah, that card can do a lot of work. It's a serviceable body at 3-2. You don't love it, especially when there's things like 2/4s floating around. But in Black-White in particular, there's so many good enchantment removal spells. Even if you don't have equipment, it can be very powerful.
Well, Truth Faith Sensor putting a question to Marcio Carvalho here in terms of how he might want to block. Looks like he's just taking this damage here. And Carvalho here kind of stuck on just black mana, gradually accumulating blue spells in hand, and that really not where he wants to be.
So you get to get a 3 or less, and then a 4.
Ah, Emerge.
A big play here and gets to have a look at a hand with, well, you know, a little bit of power here, getting to take both a card costing 3 or less and a card costing 4 or more. Descend Upon the Sinful, a very, very powerful card here, but in terms of tempo, it may be that the Fiendbinder is actually the pick. Strength of Arms, the only target in terms of smaller spells. Yeah, leads Descend Upon the Sinful, that one that basically he's going to say, at the moment you're ahead on the board, you don't really want to be casting that anyway. And of course, now that Carvalho knows about it, he can play around the mass removal spell just a little bit better. Technically, we could see a Wretched Griff cast for the full 7 black mana, but I'm sure that Carvalho would much prefer to be able to emerge it in some way, shape or form. a Lunark Mantle here. Lunark Mantle getting a lot of action in our
really
feature match
is.
area.
Sorry, yes.
+2/+2, and Nathan Holiday has sacrificed a permanent in order to jump his Ironclad Slayer, let it get in for a big chunk of damage here. Marcel Carvalho down to just 2 life, and if he doesn't have an answer to this nearly flyer, let's say, he's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Now, Lunark Mantle was off the top, too. Marcia's like, that wasn't there when I was taking cards out of your hand. He's dead if you can't deal with it.
Yeah, he's finally drawn the island, but it looks like it's not going to be able to do as much as he might like. Stitchwing Scab will function as a blocker in the air if needed.
It's a chump blocker, though.
There's so many creatures on Nathan Holday's side of the board that all 3 of them are lethal at this point. He's going to be in rough spot here. That Fogwalker cannot lock down any of Nathan Holday's creatures. He's been able to...
Super nice here.
And of course, if you're getting used to the cards, worth noting that while Fogwalker can stop a creature from untapping, when it comes into play, it does not itself tap that creature.
Yeah, so the Stitchwing does come down as a potential chump blocker. And presumably Nathan is willing to sack a permanent and force that.
3 cards? Sorry, 3 cards?
Quick update on one of our other matches going on. Christian Calcano, currently on 46 points in the Draft Master race. He has won his game 1 against JC Tao. So everything's still to play for here in terms of the Draft Master race. I mean, Nathan Holiday is having to throw away a fair proportion of his board in order to keep jumping in here. And it may be that Marcio Carvalho can use the ability on Stitchwing Scab to sort of gradually bring things back, though I believe it comes into play tapped, which could be a problem for him here. There we have it. Discarding 2 cards and paying 1 on a blue to get back that 3/1 flyer. Sometimes good enough, but in this case, it will not be fast enough. I think that we're going to have to see the Griff coming into play if Marcio Carvalho is going to keep this game going.
Yeah, the fact that Nathan sacrificed a creature instead of a land last turn does have Outbloods first and then plays the Griff, so fair enough. He still has 3 blockers.
And of course, draws a card because he casts Wretched Griff, so he has got a big flyer now. Campaign of Vengeance now in Holiday's hand. Worth noting, of course, that even if Marcio Carvalho is able to weather this early storm, he still has 20 points of damage to deal to Nathan Holiday.
5 toughness and a lot of power. Is it
3, 5, 7? 7 fire?
Yeah, 7, 5.
Campaign of Vengeance, you see it there, will of course mean that we're going to be able to have an alternate way of dealing damage for Nathan Holiday, even in the face of those blockers. It'll take a bit more mana though, so time will tell whether or not that one proves to be relevant. The first swing there from Marcio Carvalho, looking to at least start to work on Nathan Holiday's life total. And sleep paralysis, potentially a big deal here. That was the draw from the Griff. Hopeful glance towards Nathan Holiday, who's trying to figure out exactly what he's going to do this turn.
I mean, the Griff's going to have to chump block here. But then Marcio has an actual answer.
And in the meantime, Nathan has been putting a large proportion of his board into the graveyard in order to keep flying.
Yeah, sack a permanent, not a trivial cost. Yeah, here we go again. To the air, attack, Griff chump blocks. Nathan has to ship it back. Answer this.
Yeah, I mean, each and every turn of this game, I feel like Marcio Carvalho's draw has been dominated by blue cards. The fact he's only got 1 island, meaning that he's taxed a little bit on what he can do each turn, but with Nathan Holiday having put so many of his lands in the graveyard, he himself is not going to be able to do too much for future turns, and sleep paralysis now meaning that a large proportion of what he's got going on has just gone away.
Doesn't even have a good blocker anymore.
Advanced Stitchwing here from Carvalho. One of the cards that he's not going to be able to cast just yet. He needs the double blue to be able to get it going, but once he does, it's a very solid one. And of course, if he ends up with it in his graveyard, in some respects, it's easier for him to get into play because they're just the one blue mana needed to get onto the battlefield.
True Faith Sensor moves over to the untapped creature.
And that Cavalier Unhallowed now hitting for 5 each turn.
Oh, yeah. Nathan forced a jump block.
This has been a really interesting game in terms of watching how tempo can play out. I think Nathan Holday has been trying to put things away quickly the entire game and ultimately has been punished for going so deep on that Ironclad Slayer. Marcio Carvalho picking up the win there.
And you see the fist pumps from him, too. He came in 1 point back in the Draft Master, and he 3-0'd. So he's actually starting to build up a lead. If John Finkel's not in the feature match area this round, Finkel's 1 point behind him. John would have to win to keep pace. If Finkel loses, if Calcano loses, Marcio could actually go into tomorrow's draft rounds with a match to give.
An exciting place to be, and certainly very happy to be there, Marcio Carvalho. We're going to get a chance to move across and see one of our other Draft Master hopefuls, Christian Calcano against JC Tao. And JC Tao has quite the board here. 2 copies of Weaver of Lightning in play. That meaning that this Imp's Mischief doing a whole bunch of extra damage.
Calcano is up a game?
Combat.
So JC Tao's spells deck here against yet another green-white deck.
Good.
Still lots of damage to deal in this matchup, but JC Tao, every spell that he draws here will feel a little bit like an Arc Lightning.
Calcano came into the weekend 1 point behind John Finkel for Draft Master, tied with Marcio Carvalho. But, oh wow, yeah, he does not seem happy with this board state. Up a game, though.
No blocks. Take 2. Yep. Okay.
So currently 3rd in Draft Master. A match behind Calcano, a point behind John. I mean, a match behind Carvalho, and a point behind John.
Yeah, the 1/4s on JC Tao's side of the board, kind of doing it all here. Pretty effective blockers, but then tacking on an extra point of damage to a creature every single time JC Tao casts a spell. And many of the humans that Christian Calcano has going on here don't start out with a huge amount of toughness. So it's not going to take much from JC Tao's removal for it to kind of turn into mass removal. See there, Tao's hand. Smoldering Werewolf, another card that's able to dole out small points of damage here and there. At the moment, there's not the double red for JC Tao to cast it, but only a matter of time, one must assume.
Bedlam Reveler is also easier to pull off than I think people may think at first.
Target.
Though, of course, it also requires a second red.
And when it
Chilling
does happen,
Grasp.
it's a very, very big game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is large and hard for them to deal with. And, oh, by the way, functionally has an Ancestral Recall attached to it. Because it's usually the last thing out of your hand, or the last thing you care about anyway. Chilling Grasp, though, plenty good enough here to blunt an attack and get a couple damage triggers.
So just Noose Constrictor able to get stuck in here. 3 cards in hand for Calcano and lots of mana untapped. So this kind of asking a question of JC Tao.
Right. Yeah, he's just not interested in gang blocking. Makes sense.
can see a Choking Restraints there in hand for Calcano. That at some point will be able to deal with attackers from JC Tao, but that's not really what Tao's plan's about at the moment. He's more just controlling the board with those copies of Weaver of Lightning, and it's very, very slow at dealing with creatures that are not looking to attack or block. 3 mana to cast, a further 5 mana plus a sacrifice to exile a creature. Not really the rate that Calcano is going to want to pay, but sooner or later he may find himself doing so.
Agreed.
No box. No problem. 18. Good. Combat.
After this round, we do have a lunch break queued up, but it's a pretty exciting lunch break.
Oh, very much so, yeah. This is where we're going to find out at the end of our Pro Tours for the year who our newest inductees to the Hall of Fame will be. I know that's one that I've been hotly looking at. I went through all of the candidates earlier on and working out my votes.
You wrote a lot of words.
Oh, yeah, I covered everyone.
You
and
did.
It's an interesting race this year.
Yeah, just 2. Yep, 14.
Calcano here in a comparatively slow race, it must be said, but kind of on the wrong side of a fair amount of board control from this red-blue deck, and the only real consolation he has right now is the fact that JC Tao, he's only got 4 lands to work with. He's not necessarily casting multiple spells a turn, because at that point, things can get very out of hand for him. He looks on the top 4 from a Courageous Outrider, looking for a human, and the green-white deck.
Well, JC's got to decide if he wants to insubstantiate first, and he does. So he's not going to let Calcano get the trigger. Going to bounce the spell from the stack back into Christian's hand.
Once he does get a little bit more mana going, his deck can, when it's casting multiple spells a turn,
It's just the second red, too. Like, his second red turns his hand on, and there it goes. Mountain off the top, so JC can play a Smoldering Werewolf this turn. I presume there's enough spells in his graveyard to turn Bedlam Reveler on for next turn. Mountain was a good draw.
And conspicuous
Smash.
numbers of swings here from Tao. Calcano down to 13, and Smoldering Werewolf after combat finishing off a couple of creatures.
Wow, Smoldering Werewolf, the 2 points that you get to deal, it always feels like, oh, I'm not going to get to kill anything, but then attacking first, they block. Of course you block where you're going to have 1 toughness left over. Smoldering Werewolf able to just finish off 2 different...
When you're already ahead, though, I mean, you saw that the hammer blow there as JC Tao able to attack in and then power things up with the Smoldering Werewolf afterwards. And he's only 1 mana short of being able to transform that Smoldering Werewolf, after which point it's a 6/4 that shocks something or somebody whenever it attacks.
Combat.
So we see a Steadfast Cathar that's been sat in Calcano's hand for a little bit of time here. Not really quite what you're looking for when your opponent has multiple ways of doing 1 damage at basically no cost. Are we going to see a Bedlam Reveler with an otherwise empty handy?
Quite possibly.
That's pretty much the dream for this card. You do have to discard your hand when it comes into play.
Sure. Pass priority, all right.
Calcano here respecting the werewolf enough to pump up his Noose Constrictor quite a bit, discarding 2 cards in order to make sure that the werewolf taken out of the game.
Yeah, he wanted to get Noose Constrictor up to the point where it would live.
Sure.
And yeah, JC's just like, yeah, let's trade. Trade cards, Choking Restraints, no problem.
We're drawing 3 more cards here. Just the way we drew it up.
13 to 11, right?
And for what it's worth there, you see Tao does have Delirium. His hand will update it for you in a second. Suddenly drawing 3 extra cards, just a little bit of a tax for our spotters keeping track of cards in hand.
Not the most exciting 3 cards. But it's a lot better than drawing them over the course of the next 3 turns.
Absolutely. Though Borrowed Hostility, with enough mana, you can do some kind of nice things with. The +3 power and first strike, especially if you start spreading them around a little bit, plus the prowess trigger that you're going to get on your Bedlam Reveler, plus the 2 triggers you're getting on your Weavers of Lightning, suddenly your 1-mana spell's doing an awful lot.
It's a good point. And he does have exactly 1 mana left over untapped after the Bedlam Reveler.
Sure, Sam. Go ahead.
A second try on that Outrider here. This time round it does resolve, and digging 4 deep, looking for a human, and that a swing and a miss for Christian Calcano. We've seen that quite a bit in our feature match area.
Sorry, did you fail to find? I fortunately did.
I mean, a 3-4 for 4, not a terrible rate before you get started, but you really do want that extra card off it before it becomes an exciting addition to your board. Considering how few active spells there are in JC's hand, he has a lot of action going on here. And Christian Calcano has to respect that there could be 3 spells getting cast this turn, at which point almost anything that happens is a disaster for him.
He can't just take it, though. I mean, he has to start trying to line up blocks.
This first, a second. Oh, sorry. Yes, this first, a second.
All right, let's see how much value we can get off just the 1 spell. Spoiler alert, there'll be some.
Calcano, just look it over.
Or hostility. I will give this guy +3/+0 and first strike. 2 triggers. Send them over there. First strike.
So just kill 3 creatures. Does that count? Is that value?
Good enough, I think, is where we go on that. JC Tao, of course, already has his invite to Worlds as winner of Pro Tour of the Gatewatch. And after, well, that very, very powerful play there, we're now tied at 1-1 on this, this match. We can get a chance to jump across and see a little bit more Magic from one of our other tables.
Yeah, it'll be a big game 3 there. Sounds like we might get to look in on Brian Braunduin and Ben Rubin.
Yeah, Brian Braunduin's deck, not necessarily a quick one, but one that has a lot of power there given appropriate time. And we've given it time, and look at all of these permanents on the board. Big attacks coming from Ben Rubin here. And Braunduin on just 5 life, lining up an awful lot of blockers.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So lose everything.
Escalate.
Borrowed Grace there, giving all of Ben Rubin's creatures +2/+2, including, it looks like Ishkanar is in play for him alongside various spiders, spirits, and such like and so on.
Everything dies on BBD's side. Nothing dies on Ben Rubin's side. Wow.
This is how we do it. It's Friday,
That
depending on
was
where the world you
insane.
are, it's nighttime. And, well, Brian Braunduin has to scoop up his cards for that one. That a pretty decisive turn for Ben Rubin. That squaring that
forces a
matchup
game
at
3
1-1.
though, right?
It does.
Yeah, so. Oh, and meanwhile, you see Jeremy Dizani and Matej Zadokai scooping up their cards. It is Dizani who wins over there, 2-1. So Big Z came for the Draft Master race, but only put up a 1 and 2 in this draft pod.
Yeah, he has not had a particularly great draft. I mean, one thing to say for Big Z, he did only land in Australia late last night. So if anyone was potentially feeling a little bit of jet lag, it may well have been Zadokai himself.
Sure.
But nonetheless, I mean, I'm sure that he'll be competing hard for the rest of the tournament. Plenty still to play for here. Just unlikely that he's going to be able to make it in terms of Draft Master to Worlds.
Yeah, 3-0 from Marcio Carvalho is setting the pace. That 1-2 from Big Z. He might still be mathematically alive, but he's out.
He would need some draft implosions from some people ahead of him at this point.
And there's probably half a dozen people ahead of him now. See JC Tao shuffling up.
Tao was, of course, the champion of Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch, playing red-blue, indeed playing a red-blue constructed deck that featured a few cards that are not unusual to see in draft decks. And I think that it's worth noting, of course, that at that Pro Tour, while he did have a fantastic constructed deck, you cannot make the top 8 of one of these Pro Tours just off the back of having the best deck in the room and constructed. With 6 rounds of draft over the course of 2 days, you do need to put in a pretty creditable finish there, and JC Tao was, of course, able to do so in order to rack up his top 8 before we even got Worlds invite and so on. There we see the Grafdigger's Cage around the gravestone in our feature match area. Our feature match area has morphed a little bit over the course of this this season. There's a little bit of spooky Emrakul squiggles on one of the gravestones in there. Very atmospheric. And this now our last match in the feature match area, apart from, I guess, that game 3 with BBD and drop, shall we say, from JC Tao. Just a straightforward 2-2 for 2 coming from him there.
See Calcano's stats. Over 200 career pro points.
And in his very first season, Calcano just missed Rookie of the Year. I know that is one that has always sort of stung for him a little bit. Had a fantastic first season.
JC trades his 2-2 for a card from Calcano's hand.
He's the all-star.
Calcano declaring that Weaver of Lightning an all-star. And hard to argue with him, though it's when they pair up that they get really scary.
I won out. 3, yes.
Guardian of the Pilgrims there, allowing an attack for 3 for Noose Constrictor without the cost of any cards going to the graveyard. And Calcano with a little bit of follow-up also there.
Cards, 1. Just 1.
Shreds of Sanity, an interesting one in JC Tao's hand. Not one that we necessarily see too much of, but able to get back both an instant and a sorcery for a red-blue spells deck, so kind of an interesting inclusion. For now, Ingenious Scab the play, just building his board, biding time. On the other side of things, Christian Calcano does have the ability to give his humans double strike, and that a little bit scary.
Go.
Now we saw a very decisive play with Smoldering Werewolf in game 1. It'll be interesting to see whether or not JC Tao waits to set that up again in the second game. Goes for an Enlightened Maniac this turn as his 4-drop of choice. Well, that does quite a lot of work, and if you've got any kind of emerge or flicker effects, then the ability gets very powerful indeed. Expose Evil tapping down a couple of creatures here, meaning the Christian Calcano will be able to rumble in with his green-white deck, and that kind of, where the green-white deck wants to be, playing the aggressive role, getting into the red zone, getting early damage in such that it doesn't have too much trouble finishing things off.
Not a lot left in Kalkana's hand, though. Couple lands on a Thraben Inspector.
Immediately cracks the clue. No great surprises there.
Combat.
And Prey Upon was the draw there, so 1 mana left over. I mean, no gigantic creatures with which to get fights going now, but at some point there's definitely value in being able to off something like a Weaver of Lightning that doesn't have very much power with that Prey Upon.
Second May effect? So lucky.
Prey upon this and your Weaver.
Down goes Weaver of Lightning. News Constructor's going to finish it off.
Does not even need to discard a whole bunch of cards from hand. We know that they're lands, but at some point those lands may become valuable, especially if he's looking to create extra double strikers on attacks.
No value whatsoever. Sure. Go ahead.
Resolves?
Yep.
Trigger.
And the Outrider here, meaning that Christian Kalkana gets to go looking for a human, and this time he finds one, a second copy. So the chain working very, very nicely for him here. Courageous Outrider there. Just a very powerful card when it's hitting. I mean, even when it isn't, it's a 3/4 body for 4, which is a happy place to be. But when you're drawing into more humans, that's the exciting moment.
Go ahead.
You have 3
I have
cards?
3 cards.
Smoldering Werewolf in play now for JC Tao, and with 6 mana, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we're going to see a slightly larger Eldrazi Werewolf in play sometime very soon. But
Kalkana drew Odric.
Now, Odric gets very interesting once you give any one of your humans double strike. I'm not quite sure how JC Tao is going to be able to get out of that one. Right now, Reach, I believe, is the only ability on his team. There you see all of the abilities that Odric Lunark Marshall can grant. The shortcut for this is basically any ability that would be vaguely useful during the combat step. Odric is happy to share around if you have at least one example of it.
Go.
Kalkana just building out his board for now.
So there we do see the Smoldering Werewolf transforming. Now a 6/4 that whenever it attacks, it gets to shock something. There we see the erupting Dreadwolf, barely recognizable as a wolf upon transformation, now an Eldrazi Werewolf.
Station Rattler. Tap the Sentry. Go to combat.
Yep.
Attack. Trigger. 2 damage.
The timing on that transformation, pretty relevant there, able to get rid of the scariest creature on the board, even if it isn't the largest. And with Unsubstantiate, Make Mischief, and so on in hand still, plenty of opportunity for JC Tao to do things to impact the board in his second main phase. Unsubstantiate, sometimes an unsummon, sometimes I guess a sort of remand of sorts, though without the extra card. Wow, these are some gigantic blocks from Christian Calcano, respecting that there could be all sorts of tricks from JC Tao.
And really desiring to get that werewolf off the table. I mean, the fact that it can deal 2 damage every time it attacks. They're kind of not interested in seeing that more, so takes the mass trade. It is a good thing he did overcommit to the block, obviously. Otherwise, the unsubstantiate could have wrecked him.
As things stand, though, that does mean that the unsubstantiate ready for something that might come from Christian Calcano soon enough. Pious Evangel there. For now, it's going to be a source of life gain for Calcano, but at some point it may be able to attack JC Tao's life total a little bit more effectively if he chooses to sacrifice it and transform it. Sacrifice another permanent, sorry, and transform it. And I like how Calcano here is waiting on his Odric until he's able to really make the most of that ability, because even though Odric can't attack the very first turn that it comes into play, if there are other abilities going on, his ability does still trigger and share them about between Calcano's creatures.
No blocks.
We got 5.5 minutes.
Not lots of time left on this round, and neither of these players particularly looking to get a draw here. We hear that there's about 5.5 minutes left in this match. And with Calcano still on 21, it's going to be rough sailing if JC Tao wants to win this one.
14.
After this round, we will, of course, be on to our first rounds of Constructed. We see an Imps Mischief there, dealing a point, getting a Devil into play. Before our Constructed rounds, though, there will be the announcement of this year's Hall of Fame as we're on our lunch break here on the Pro Tour.
Combat. Cards. I have 4.
You can see there, Confront the Unknown, potentially a big pickup here for Christian Calcano. Even though it's likely to just be +1/+1 and draw a card, all of those things potentially pretty relevant on this board.
I'll let you know when it's fine. No worries.
Good communication here from JC Tao, just sort of saying, I'm going to line up my blocks, I'll let you know when I'm done, not wanting there to be any confusion as to what he's up to.
I'll pass priority. Pass. Okay. Take 2? Yeah, take 2. For 11 damage. I will shoot that. Response. I'll sack it. This resolves first. Get a token, gain 1. 14.
Lovely sequencing there from Calcano, getting maximum value from his creatures. And there's Odric.
Yeah, Calcano seems to have been able to push through.
Just a quick update. Brian Braun was able to 3-0 that draft.
Wow.
2-1 over Ben Rubin there in this final round. So he'll be going into Constructed with an unblemished record thus far.
Yeah.
Australia
Our
is
GP
treating him
master.
very well.
Our GP Master getting it done at the PT. A nice 3-0 start. Saw a report from outside the feature match area, by the way. John Lounge. Limited master slot to Worlds. Not off to a great start. 1 and 2. He was in the lead coming in, so he's still in it, but over a match behind Marcio Carvalho, who 3-0'd.
Yeah, Carvalho now on 52 points. Finkel stuck at 48. Christian Calcano currently at 46. If he's able to put this one away, he will go up to 49.
Yeah, he must win, or Carvalho has a match to give. Be up over a match.
About 2 minutes left on the clock here, and that kind of forcing Calcano's hand a little bit, getting stuck in with almost all his creatures here. Now, the Wayward Disciple are a very relevant piece of this board, because when it or any other creature that Christian Calcano controls dies, JC Tau will be losing a life, Christian Calcano will be gaining a life, and JC Tau, he's got a little bit of life to give, but he needs to be to that.
Interesting. He can sack that for a clue and then discard the card to the Noose Constrictor if he wants to. How much damage is this?
6.
7, 8, 9. That dies. Those die.
This guy. Oh man. Why would I do this to myself?
I would have blocked it from him.
Calcano here wishing that he'd got stuck in with everybody all of a sudden.
Yeah, like this.
Smart way.
JC acknowledging, though, he would have blocked differently.
Wait, yeah. Oh, sorry, 6, 9. And then these 2 die.
You're pitching all?
Sorry?
You're pitching all the
Yeah,
cards.
my 3 cards, yeah, this. Yeah, 6,
5,
7, 8, 9. Yeah, they counted right, yeah. Ugh, I thought I miscounted.
Big worries there from Calcano.
Yeah, 2 creatures die. Pious Evangel, trigger. There you go, Christian Calcano.
Still in the race.
Gets the 2-1.
49 points, and our current standings in terms of Draft Master, let's just go through it. Marcio Carvalho, we saw him win in the feature match area, up now at 52 match win points. Then we have 49 points for Christian Calcano after that win. And finally, John Finkel on 48 points, in spite of not having had a particularly exciting draft in this first draft here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. But this is the end of our draft round at the Pro Tour. We've seen some interesting decks, actually. I think that going into this, I was expecting to see a little bit more red-blue, maybe a little bit more emerge.
Right.
But zombies have been doing great runs, and actually green-white has been really, really performing here. Meanwhile, are you excited to be going into Constructed?
Yes.
I certainly am. I know that there's been a lot of teams that have been working on interesting decks here, and we will be moving across to the Constructed soon enough. Before that, though, we're going to have our lunch break here on the Pro Tour, and in that lunch break, we will have the announcement of the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. But for now, here from round 3 at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon, we'll pass things across to the news desk.
Thanks very much to Tim Willoughby and Randy Buehler there with the call in round number 3. The Draft Master, Brian David Marshall, is halfway done, but on the points, maybe more than halfway done.
Yeah, Marcio Carvalho came in. He was the only player on that leaderboard to go 3-0 in draft. He catapulted past John Finkel. Christian Calcano pulling in behind him at 2-1 to stay 3 points behind him going into the last draft. John Finkel faltering a little bit at 1-2. Still very much in it, and anything could happen in that last draft pod.
Right, so right now, it's the 2 players with the draws from previous Pro Tours, Calcano and Carvalho.
Do we know if they drew with each other?
We don't, but I'm sure we can find out. So those are the leaders in the Draft Master for tomorrow. Finkel will come back on 48, as will Shota Yasuoka. He won his last round, so he is within 4 points of the lead. Nathan Holiday, of course, falls back, having lost in that last round. He had the chance to narrow the field against Carvalho, couldn't take it, and Carvalho took that one down.
Remember, we don't know for sure, by the way, that people will be drafting tomorrow until we get through the constructed rounds.
Right, so just to clarify, you have to get to 4 wins and 4 losses or better to come back on day 2. So right now, for example, John Finkel, at 1-2, he must go at least 3-2 in Constructed, or he will not have a seat at the draft table tomorrow morning. So we'll see what happens with that, but we don't want to tease you any longer. It's one of the big moments of any Magic year. There is a reason that we have the Pro Tour historian sitting beside me. It's time for the 2016 announcement of the class for the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Hello everyone, welcome to the Pro Tour Hall of Fame announcement for 2016. Rich Hagan joined here at the news desk by the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall. BDM, I know that pretty much nothing in the world of Magic brings out more of a sense of history and excitement and honor and duty than this sort of next 10 minutes where we talk about the new class.
Yeah, absolutely. People ask me about the Pro Tour historian title a lot. Really, it refers to curating the Pro Tour Hall of Fame, and this is what we keep our eye on all year long, and I can't wait to do. So let's talk a little bit about what it takes to get onto the ballot for the Hall of Fame and just walk people through how these players who we're going to be talking about today got to be nominated in the first place.
Okay, so let's take a look. You begin by you must have 100 lifetime pro points, professional points. We just shortened them to pro points coming into the end of April. Now, you get 3 points for playing in a Pro Tour. You get 8 points for winning a Grand Prix. And you get sort of 8 to 10 points for a decent Pro Tour finish. So 150 BDM is a big deal.
It is a big deal. We get used to some of the top players putting up these really gaudy numbers year after year that you forget how hard it is to accumulate 150 lifetime points. And you need to do that to become eligible. It needs to be 10 years since your Pro Tour debut season. So for the purposes of this ballot, it's players who debuted during the 2007 season or sooner. There's some players who remain on the ballot for multiple years.
And then you see a point standing. That doesn't mean 10 wins, 3 losses. That means not suspended or under investigation. So in good order, the books are in decent shape there. All right, so there are 5 reasons that you might vote for someone to be in the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. And BDM, they start with performances.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. It's, getting to the top 8. It's, putting up finish after finish, and it's about being one of the best players in the game. And, really the way we keep track of that is top 8. You'll see a lot of people talk about top 16s, talk about top 32s, but a lot of times it's those big finishes, those strong performances that really matter. But it's not just that. When you start talking about the top 16s and the top 32s, you go to that second line in the voting criteria, which is player ability.
Right.
Player ability is a more all of these categories are somewhat subjective to the different voters, but performance, ability, integrity is something that matters to people.
Right. Now, integrity, that is not about how they fill in their tax return back at home. That is, do they play the game in the right way? Very straightforwardly. So, if you've been suspended, that's kind of a big deal.
Certainly a big deal for me when I cast my ballots.
Right. And I think for most people, I think that's increasingly vocal. Maybe 5 years ago, there was a point where people would be prepared to overlook a single suspension and go, well, maybe it isn't as bad as it looks. But I don't think that's true anymore. And the overwhelming majority sort of say, you know what? You were kicked out of the game for a time. We don't want you back in the hall. So that's integrity. Now, sportsmanship is something different. That's not about cheating or not. Sportsmanship, I think a good example is Luis Scott Vargas. Like, if you were going to lose a game of Magic, who would you rather lose to than Luis Scott Vargas? You're going to have a fun and a friendly time, and you're going to learn a lot whilst getting utterly destroyed.
Do you make the game a better game to play?
Right.
By the way you behave, the way you act? And again, people can weigh these things differently. Obviously, you're not going to put sportsmanship up as high as you're going to put performance or ability, but it certainly factors into the equation.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he has 6 Pro Tour Marvel. It isn't. The last I'm most interesting and also the most awesome, because it does allow for people who have gone down different paths within the game to still be in the hall and have their contributions to the game in general noted. So what does that mean? What kind of things are we looking at there?
If you look at someone like Willie Adel, when people talked about voting for Willie Adel in last year's Hall of Fame class, a lot of the discussion was based around Willie's contributions to the South American Magic scene, not just the Brazilian Magic scene, but the entire South American Magic scene, getting players to the Pro Tour, helping people sort of get that, giving them a helping hand up, helping them have a place to play test, helping them work out travel arrangements to go to the events, and really making South America a better place for aspiring Pro Tour players.
Okay, and one last bit of housekeeping. You must be on at least 40% of the ballots to make it into the hall. Brian David Marshall, it's just about time. How many additions do we have to the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame in 2016?
2. There are 2 members of this ballot going into the Hall of Fame this year. Very excited to introduce titles after that. It is Yuya Watanabe from Japan. Congratulations to Yuya Watanabe. 484 lifetime pro points, 3 Pro Tour top 8s, 24 Grand Prix top 8s, 2 World Championship top 4s. He debuted in 2007 in Yokohama. That's not even the first Pro Tour that season.
Right.
And then just look at the titles. Players Championship.
We do just have to make the font smaller to fit on all the titles that man has.
You know, and we talked about Rookie of the Year, but then 2 years later, he won the Player of the Year. 2 years after that, he won Player of the Year. The next year after that, he won the Players Championship, which you now know is the World Championship, but at the time also counted as the Player of the Year title. So, you know, sort of straddles between two World Championship and a second Player of the Year title, but just a phenomenal career for Yuya Watanabe, and still going very strong.
Yeah, and listening to what a lot of people, because you get a lot of chat around Twitter and Reddit and Facebook and Instagram, Snapchat or whatever, and you do find one of the defining characteristics for Yuya is that really excellent players, people who are in the top 25 right now, said, if I'm playing for top 8, I will take anyone other than Yuya Watanabe, and that puts him right at the front of the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Went 4-4 in his Pro Tour debut at Pro Tour Yokohama, but you know, managed to pick up the pace a little bit
Just
after
a little
that.
bit.
Yeah, won the Rookie of the Year.
I can tell you he's 3-0 today, so it's all going very nicely for you
Still playing at the top of the game. Very excited to be going into the Hall of Fame, and was very appreciative of all the Japanese Magic fans that have supported him throughout his career when I talked to him.
Yeah, we'll hear, of course, from Yuya Watanabe about his induction into the Hall of Fame. But we said that there were 2, that is only 1. So, Brian David Marshall, who is the second addition to the Pro Tour Hall of Fame?
It is a player who also debuted in 2007. Owen Turtenwald is going into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. He has 3 Pro Tour top 8s, 416 lifetime pro points. He's got that 1 World Championship top 4. He Pro Tour debuted in Valencia, which you may remember as being a very tumultuous Pro Tour in terms of getting
sodden.
It's a little soggy, a little bit of a slog. You know, he did very well at that Pro Tour, actually. He finished in the top 32 on his Pro Tour debut. So, you know, he's been successful coming right out of the gate. And there you see his titles underneath. He's the Player of the Year in 2011, and he's got 4 Grand Prix titles to go with 21 Grand Prix top 8s in his career.
Right, and 7 of those came in a single blistering season. And the thing was, I mean, Magic's cyclical, and drafts players, you know, but Albuquerque and Washington, D.C., everyone was kind of thinking he was going to do it the following week. He was just going to win back-to-back GPs because he was just that good at that point. And it would need something, not catastrophic, but you know, it would need something really quite special to derail him. To me, we talk about the contributions to the game in general, and I think this is not terribly visible to most people because he does this largely alone. But I think he's redefining what a Magic professional player is because he watches everything over and over and knows it is just possible that in one of my next 150 50-50 matches, I can turn it into a 51-49 just because I watched 1,000 hours of video.
He is the Magic equivalent of a gym rat basketball player.
Right?
You know, he's Steph Curry. You know, just putting up, 100 3-pointers before every game. You know, just, going through the repetitions, going through every possibility. Yeah, really changed the way. You know, and also someone who's just become an icon of the game in terms of representing excellence. I won't, there's a young player who's become pretty well known on the Pro Tour this year, and, people were shuffling back. The pinnacle competitive play right now for a lot of players.
So those are the 2 players who made it into the Hall of Fame. Why don't we look at the ballot and see everyone else who got more than 10% of the ballot for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. So here's the rest of the list. Yuya in on 90%, Owen on 70%, and BDM, just a little bit about the next 6.
Sure, Mark Herberholt, a Pro Tour champion from the first Pro Tour Hawaii. Someone who's considered one of the great deck builders, of course, a famous showdown with Guillaume Wafatapa at Pro Tour Yokohama.
2007,
was
yep.
The debut. Justin Gary, again from YMG, someone with multiple Pro Tour top 8s and a Pro Tour win at Pro Tour Houston. Martin Yuza still playing right now and very active. One of the great drafters and put up some really early numbers in his career where, boy, you really thought we'd be talking about him in this class. Tomohiro Saito, someone who's actually been elected to the Hall of Fame before, but was not
in good standing.
Was not in good standing and did not get included. Tsuyoshi Ikeda, someone I campaign for every year. I really have strong feelings about Tsuyoshi Ikeda. When you talk about that community, he is really someone who trailblazed the professional Magic scene in Japan through his store, through his team, a great player, and Marine Lebert, someone you have a lot of time to talk about with his 4 Pro Tour top 8s.
That's right, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2000. At the class for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame in 2016, it is Yuya Watanabe and Owen Turtenwald. Congratulations to both of them. And BDM, when can we see the induction ceremony for this?
Right, so they're not technically Hall of Famers yet. They're Hall of Famer elects. The Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place prior to Pro Tour Kaladesh in Hawaii, October 14th through 16th. It'll take place on October 13th, actually.
Right, so that'll be pretty exciting stuff, a great way to kick off our Pro Tour Kaladesh coverage. But for now, that is the story of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame for 2016. Yuya Watanabe and Owen Turtenwald. So congratulations to Yuya Watanabe and Owen Turtenwald. They are into the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. You'll see them inducted at Pro Tour Kaladesh later in the year. But right now we're going to turn our focus back to Eldritch Moon. And I had the chance to visit Seattle, the headquarters in Renton, Washington of Wizards of the Coast, and have a chat with all the guys and girls who worked on our latest and greatest Magic the Gathering set. So here's part 1 of Inside R&D. Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Inside R&D, coming to you from the home of Wizards of the Coast in Seattle, Washington. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, and together we'll all be howling at the moon, the Eldritch Moon. First, here's a charming little bedtime story.
At the beginning of the Eldritch Moon story, we pick up right where Shadows over Innistrad left off, where a great rumbling sound spread across the plain at the moment of Avacyn's death. And then what is happening is the drown yard off the coast of Nephalia that Jace investigated a while ago. Well, something's coming up from the sea there, and that something, of course, is Emrakul.
That Nahiri was summoning Emrakul to the plane. That was the cause of the madness. We knew that. But we wanted to slow roll it a little bit. We wanted to create a sense of mystery, right? Shadows of Innistrad was about mystery. We couldn't just tell you that. So what we wanted to do was lay a lot of hints. And then the idea was this was the payoff. Eldritch Moon was, and ta-da, here's what it is. And so we really tried to tease in Shadows of Innistrad, but we knew in Eldritch Moon we had to pay it off.
One card in her in Limited, you actually might be able to get her on the table.
You get one turn to totally devastate the board, see how much you can kind of drive them mad and use their resources against themselves. But they get one turn to try.
And Ugin fought the Eldrazi on Zendikar, but here he seems more interested in fighting Nahiri, who brought Emrakul here. So he has actually gone and solicited help from Olivia Voldaren, and all these Voldaren and Markov Vary is waiting.
They have this epic old school planeswalker face-off at Markov Manor, which is twisted and bent and ruined, as we saw in Shadows over Innistrad. And the two are fighting in ways that you can't, it's mind-blowing, because these guys, I mean, they're thousands of years old and they have all this power. And in the end, Nahiri does get what she wants. She gets Sorin to face, look straight on, watch Emrakul descend through Nephalia up into Thraben, and he just sees Innistrad falling. And that's all Nahiri ever wanted. She got her vengeance.
Jace's response to Emrakul appearing on the plane is a little more predictable, I think, what you would expect. He goes and gets help. He goes back to Zendikar and finds the rest of the Gatewatch. Gideon and Chandra and Nissa are still there, still cleaning up. And he brings them back, says, hey, I found the third one.
One of the things that I love about Emrakul as
as the antagonist in the story, is that she's not just a 13/13 who steals your turn. She's bigger than that. She is affecting all of Innistrad with physical warping, with mental warping. So as she moves up the coastline from the Drownyard where she emerged to the city of Thraben, where she's drawn because it's the biggest concentration of human life on Innistrad, all of these cultists who've been waiting for arrival and mutated, horrible, half Eldrazi creatures, very different from what we saw on Zendikar, have converged on Thraben as well, where we find the Gatewatch completely overrun.
Enter Liliana Vess. Liliana is the necromancer who has been in touch with Jace for a very long time. They share some history. This Innistrad, she has a manor as well. She's been there doing her own thing. And she's been tangentially aware of the fact that the plane is being invaded by an Eldrazi monstrosity. She also knows that the Gatewatch is there, and they're with Jace. Liliana could leverage. She figures that if she helps the Gatewatch defeat Emrakul, which she believes herself obviously capable of, that they will owe her. And that is something Liliana loves, is to be owed.
Liliana has sort of adopted Innistrad as a second home. This is the first place she came after her spark ignited, and she has spent a lot of time here over the years. So she's strangely fond of the place and interested in saving it from being overrun by the Eldrazi.
So Liliana is a very important character in the story. She has her necromantic powers as strong as they'll ever be here on the plane of Innistrad. So we tried to deliver on that with pushing her mana cost down as much as we could, and to give her a sweet ultimate, very reminiscent of Endless Ranks of the Dead.
With this Liliana, we knew that we wanted a pretty low-cost planeswalker, as coming into this standard environment, there's a pretty large density of 4 and 5 cost planeswalkers, and we didn't really want to push Liliana up to 6. So we wanted something probably at 3 mana, and we were looking for effects that would be interesting on a 3 mana planeswalker. The challenge with 3 mana planeswalkers is always that when they come down very early, if they are especially difficult to answer, they can just take over the game immediately. So we were looking for something a little bit more directional and something that pointed you towards some of the themes of the set.
Pivotal event number 4, Dark Salvation, is this awesome moment where the Gatewatch are in tremendous trouble. They're being totally overrun by all of these monsters and cultists. And who should arrive but Liliana? And she brought
army of zombies, and she is strolling in triumphantly as Innistrad's last hope. Not exactly the white knight on a shining horse that you would expect to see showing up to save the day. In her mind, she's the star of this movie, and she swoops in fully aware of the fact that she's the star of this movie, practically looking at the camera saying, "Look at me, I'm awesome."
So we knew from the very beginning that Liliana and her zombies were going to her side either. The zombies are the perfect tool against the Eldrazi. On the design team, we really wanted to make sure that that was true in the gameplay as well, which is how the Eldrazi horror tokens ended up a little harder than zombies. Happy to trade all those 2/2s for 3/2s.
Innistrad being different from Zendikar, the Gatewatch is not able to recreate the magical techniques that they used to destroy Ulamog and Kozilek on Zendikar. What they end up doing is living by Avacyn. Actually, what cannot be destroyed must be bound. So turns out the Hell Vault, in which Avacyn herself was imprisoned along with all the demons she stuck there over the years, is a fragment of the moon. Which means, in a strange roundabout way, that the moon is like a giant Hell Vault. So that's...
Just do that? Could you just make a card that represents being imprisoned in the moon? So I mean, it was tricky. We kind of knew it needed to be blue because it was Tamiyo's magic, and so we spent a lot of time. This is a tricky, trying to find the exact, what exactly does it mean to be trapped in the moon?
The challenge with Tamiyo was that she moved from being a mono-blue planeswalker in her first incarnation to a Bant planeswalker, so she was both much more difficult to cast, and really hard to kind of relate about, well, what's the natural evolution of her? And we tried a lot of versions of her that parroted, I think, a little too much, exactly what her first card did. And while we ended up in somewhat similar space, we kind of, flipped some things, reversed them, got up with the idea of okay, well, what if her minus ability freezes some creatures? Then her plus ability says, well, we'll give them creatures curiosity. She's a pretty curious person. And this idea of they'll work together, but this card's going to require something of you. It really requires you to play a creature deck.
One of my favorite things about the new Tamiyo that's in Eldritch Moon is the ultimate which lets you draw 3 cards, and then you can cast spells without paying their mana cost. So all that's cool, but what I really like is that if you can this Tamiyo's ultimate with the original Tamiyo's ultimate, which whenever you cast a spell, it goes, instead of going to your graveyard, it just goes back to your hand. Put those two together and you can just cast all of your spells as many times as you want for free, infinite mana, returning them to your hand, and you can just chain everything off and go crazy.
Probably the biggest challenge of Moon is there's a lot going on. We were back in Innistrad, and we had Shadows of Innistrad had to deliver everything you loved about Innistrad, plus new things. So we had all that. We were the small steps. We had a continual story, plus huge reveals. Emrakul is here. Liliana joins the Gatewatch. I mean, there's a lot going on. And we had new mechanics, and we had old mechanics, and there's all these facets we had to fit in. We had this little tight set we had to fit so many things into, and that was the challenge of how do you get all this awesomeness.
Certainly is. Thanks very much to Mark Rosewater there and all the guys and girls at Wizards of the Coast. I can tell you that there'll be 2 more parts coming your way on Inside R&D as the Pro Tour progresses. But draft is done. I can tell you, just getting the scores in right now. Marcio Carvalho, 52 points. Christian Calcano, 49. On 48, John Finkel and Shota Yasuoka. 46, Tim Wu of the United States. 45s, Matej Zatlkai, Nathan Holiday, who went 2-1, 3-0. The 45s, they need to 3-0, and hope Carvalho does nothing tomorrow morning, or indeed manages to lose 5 constructed matches in a row. Seems pretty unlikely. So right now, box seat towards constructed, and the constructed master is going to be one of the great races of the weekend. There are 10 players within 4 points of the leader, Sam Black. 2 of those are just a single point, and Oliver Tew. Yesterday, on the eve of the Pro Tour, they came in to talk about their plans, their preparations, and their hopes.
I'm sitting here with Oliver Tew. Oliver, you are in the lead for Rookie of the Year. You're a Platinum Pro all throughout next year and for this event as well, staying in a pretty nice hotel room for this event. And you're 1 point off the lead for the title of Constructed Master and a berth at the World Championship. What has this year been like for you playing Magic?
This year's been pretty insane. I went from not qualifying for a single Pro Tour to just qualifying for my first one and becoming Platinum. All this crazy stuff is happening. I never expected any of this to happen, but can't say I'm unhappy.
I think your story is something that a lot of people who are playing and attempting to qualify for the Pro Tour would almost dream about. Go to the Pro Tour, you get to that first Pro Tour that you play in,
yep.
And tell us about what that deck was and how that played out for you.
For Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, I played a Abzan red deck, which is pretty similar to the deck that ended up winning the Pro Tour, just with red in it, because there was all these crazy mana bases with the fetch lands and the battle lands that let you just play any number of colors. You once got me started in the Constructed Master race.
So you obviously worked with some super team for that event?
No, that one is just basically more or less by myself, with a handful of other people.
So that's what's pretty amazing to me. Now, and for the next 2 Pro Tours, you get largely with groups of qualified people, but you were not part of any of the super teams.
Yeah.
And what did you play in Modern?
In Modern, I played Affinity. I wasn't fully aware of the broken Eldritch, second most broken deck that I could find. So that was a great choice for that tournament.
And then, of course, the last event, Grixis Control.
Yeah.
And that became a pretty big player in the standard metagame for a while. Was that something you ever really expected to see, that maybe one of your decks was going to radiate out from the Pro Tour and suddenly be played at Friday Night Magic and open events and other tournaments?
Not at all, but it's always something I've strived to achieve, and it felt pretty good when I saw other people that I didn't even know playing the deck.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, for this event, it's a little bit of a change up because you worked by yourself or you worked with a group of qualified players, but you're wearing a team shirt.
Yeah.
You got called up to the majors here. What's the experience like preparing for a Pro Tour with team face-to-face games?
It's been great. It's good to learn from players that are much better than myself and have a lot. It took some adjusting to kind of, be able to interact freely with all these, Hall of Famers and other Platinum pros. But it's
16 with Affinity, and Mike Sigris went by and he was like, this kid, watch him. And so I assume that was maybe your introduction into the face-to-face group?
Yeah, for sure. Mike has been a huge part of my Magic career and has helped me out a lot. Words cannot describe how much he's helped me.
So you're 1 point behind Sam Black. What has to happen if you don't get there through the constructed race? What has to happen for you this weekend to maybe get one of the at-large berths?
I just need to do well in draft, get lucky, maybe open up some nice rares, and then should be in a good spot to get one of the at-large spots.
Spoken like a true constructed master. He thinks limited is about luck. All right, good luck this weekend, Oliver, to you. I was very happy with Sitting here with Platinum Pro Michael Majors. Michael, you're 1 point off the lead for the constructed master standings, which could unlock an invite to the World Championship for you. Tell me a little bit about how this season has played out for you in constructed. What have you played at these Pro Tours that leaves you in such a great spot?
Well, I mean, the season as a whole has been crazy. With no I've been just playing and being around a little bit, but yeah, I went from gold to nothing, and now I'm platinum, which was not even my goal. I far surpassed my expectations going into the season. I wasn't really sure what my relationship was going to be with competitive Magic going into this year, but obviously I'm hearing it's crazy. But it's cliche or whatever, but win or lose, I'm going to be happy. Obviously, I'm going to do my best to try to get to Worlds now that I'm in this spot. But as far as my constructed decks, typically my philosophy with the Pro Tour is my skill advantage is going to be significantly less than, say, like a Grand Prix or maybe like a SG Tour event or something like that. So I kind of just try to attack people and get them dead. So the first Pro Tour of the season, I played the Green-White Megamorph deck, which is the deck that I kind of oopsed and was good on the first SCG event of Battle for Zendikar. Just a Green-White proactive deck. And then the Pro Tour that was modern, I played a Zoo deck with Reckless Bushwhacker. And then this last Pro Tour, I played Blue-White Humans. So kind of a consistent theme of trying to attack people.
Well, I'm excited to see what you're going to bring to the table this weekend. Now, different team for you in terms of preparation this time. Any conflict with like trying to fit in with a new team and also trying to focus on this like important race?
No, not really. Their Team Eureka is very business-like about how they approach the Pro Tour. They have like a set schedule and they have a system about how they want to do things. And as a newcomer, obviously, I'm kind of just being integrated. I want to do well at the Pro Tour. Doing well at the Pro Tour is also a path to Worlds for me. So it's not like they're two separate entities completely. So I'm just going to try to do my best. And hopefully I do well in Constructed to make it easy.
All right, Michael Majors fighting for the title Constructed Master this weekend here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Thanks very much, BDM. Great interview with Michael Majors there. And it is time to get our constructed heads on because the players are ready. We're ready. Let's head down to the feature match area for round 4 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Hello and welcome to this round 4 at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by R&D member Ian Duke. And Ian, I don't know about you, but the whole way through the lunch break, as exciting as the Hall of Fame was, as exciting all of the announcements were, I was just thinking about Constructed, because this Constructed format, we've seen lots of the likes of the Collected Company decks and so on, but there are actually quite a lot of different ways of attacking it. And down in our feature match area, having seen some of these deck lists, I know that we've got some sweet magic ahead of us. Let's head down to the feature match area now so we can see round 4 here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Hello and welcome to this round 4 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon, the very first round of this constructed format that we've seen thus far. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by R&D member Ian Duke, and we've got some big names in our feature match area. Our first match on camera features two very, very well-storied players in the game. First up, we have Andrew Cuneo. Now, Andrew is most known for playing control decks. He's basically the originator of the idea of draw go, but he's on a slightly different plan for this particular event. He is on, well, we've called it green-black Delirium, and there's some very powerful cards at the top end because, while it doesn't have traditional Delirium, Emrakul certainly doesn't mind there being cards in the graveyard. On the other side of things, well, he is Hall of Fame elect Owen Turtenwald, currently second in the Player of the Year race, looking to put up a great finish in order to be able to pip Seth Manfield at the post, as it were. And he is on, well, it's another deck that cares about the graveyard. We can see a Vessel of Nascency there as the very first play from Owen. Vessels of Nascency on both sides of things because each of these decks utilize the graveyard heavily. Owen Turtenwald's deck, we called it Temur Emerge. That means rather than got blue and a little bit
of Shadows over Innistrad and Eldritch Moon. Both decks are seeking to fill the graveyard and get value out of that. And Owen's deck also making use of the new Emerge mechanic. So really excited to see what these decks are bringing to the...
This all sort of spelling out a large proportion of what's going on with Owen Turtenwald's deck, but he takes the, in some respects, least exciting of those cards, the Corrupted Graftstone, that just ensures that he's mana as cards in his graveyard with that Vessel. Given that both players have started with Vessels of Nascency here, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we saw another crack here. Let's see what we can have put into Andrew Cuneo's graveyard. Liliana, Traverse the Elven Wild. An interesting mix here.
Yeah, Andrew's deck, of course, being a Delirium deck, is trying to get sort of the maximum variety in different card types that are possible there, and you see a couple of those spill again. Planeswalker land.
And of course, enchantment from the Vessel itself.
Yep, that's one of the reasons why Vessel of Nascency is so powerful in these Delirium decks, is not only does it mill cards off the top of your library, but it also puts an enchantment into your graveyard, which is one of the hardest card types to get.
One of Guiltleaf Winnower entering the graveyard as well there. But there is Liliana at the last hope, immediately being used to put more into the graveyard. The +1, well, it didn't have any targets there. You can use it just for +1 loyalty, but it looks like Andrew Cuneo wants to get his main engine going, putting 2 cards into the graveyard and then returning a creature from the graveyard to his hand. And this is Pilgrimage here from Owen Turtenwald. His deck, the one that more resembles some of the old ramp decks, but I think it's a little bit of a misnomer to call this a ramp deck, even though it's very happy to reach a point where it's casting Emrakul. His is the deck that has a merge going on. It's got plenty of things that it can do. It doesn't necessarily need to get lots of lands in play. And there we see, yeah, that's a Nullwood Dryad there coming into play for Owen Turtenwald. He already has Delirium, meaning it's a 3/3.
So here comes Mind Rack Demon, here for Andrew Cuneo. Milling some more cards off the top. Mind Rack Demon, of course, being a 4/5 flying creature, which presents a pretty fast clock here.
Yeah, you see the Demon there. It's an interesting one in terms of Delirium because it basically has a drawback unless you have Delirium. And in this case, well, Andrew Cuneo, he's fairly handily got 4 different card types in his graveyard, probably more like 5 or 6.
Yeah, and of course, Tim, if your deck is set up to easily achieve Delirium, Mind Rack Demon being a 4-mana 4/5 flyer with Trample is just an awesome deal. And in addition to that, it's actually helping you get even more cards into your graveyard. So just a lot of value out of this creature, and it's a card we might be seeing quite a bit of this weekend.
The Death Touch there on Nullwood Dryad, meaning that it gets to swing in, even though it would be losing that fight against the Demon. And gather the pack there, meaning that still more cards going into the graveyard for Owen Turtenwald. Yes, he's filtering through and finding cards for his hand, but he doesn't mind at all getting more cards in the graveyard because Emrakul is a feature in his deck, and at some point, it can just cause all sorts of havoc. We can see 2 copies of Grapple with the Past in Turtenwald's hand there. Grapple has added a lot of consistency to these graveyard strategies. It gets compared in Limited a lot to Vessel of Nascency, but conveniently in Constructed you can run 4 of each, and in fact both of these decks choosing to do so.
Yeah. So here comes Transgress the Mind from Andrew Cuneo, taking a look at Owen's hand.
And of course, this Devoid spell can very happily get rid of Emrakul. It's that or Kozilek's Return. Kozilek's Return fills an interesting hole in this particular standard format because I think that we're going to see quite a bit of it being played from the graveyard without ever having been cast. You can see that when you do cast an Eldrazi creature spell with a mana cost 7 or greater, you can exile it and play it to deal 5 damage to each creature. And what that basically means is that between Emerge and the likes of Emrakul, you've got a lot of different ways of getting Kozilek's Return online without necessarily having cast it from your hand. Well, grapple with the past from Owen here. Lots of targets because you don't have to take the card, any of the 3 cards that it puts in the graveyard, any of the lands or creatures in Owen Turtenwald's graveyard. Fair game here for the grapple with the past to return.
Looks like Owen decides to take the Emrakul there, which is one of the 3 cards that he just milled. So a really, really powerful card to have in his hand here as we approach the later stages of this game. And something that, you know, landing an Emrakul, I think, could be the deciding factor in this game, given the way that it's playing out with both players ramping up quite a bit. And, I mean, Andrew has the Mind Rack Demon on the board, but aside from that, it doesn't look like this game is ending in a hurry. So I think we could see Owen actually get up to the Emrakul this game.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge, I suppose, for R&D when you've got a card that you know you want to cost a lot of mana, but equally you kind of want to see it get cast a little bit. You don't want to see it cheated into play too much. I can imagine balancing Emrakul must have been a tough one.
Yeah, although the solution of having the cost be reduced sort of in the Delirium style, I think was a really elegant one that Ken Nagel came up with pretty early in the process.
I did actually see a player with 2 copies of Emrakul in their draft deck. Be interested to figure out exactly how they did in that particular draft, but he seemed pretty pleased with himself while he was building his deck.
I imagine so.
So right now, let's see if we can work out exactly how much Emrakul would cost. We've got creatures, lands, instants, sorceries. I think that we have an artifact in the graveyard also. Not quite to the point where Owen Turtenwald can easily cast the big Titan, but very close indeed. You can see there, as and when you do cast Emrakul, well, you gain control of your opponent and their next turn. They get an extra turn afterwards, but in the meantime, you can wreak all sorts of havoc. And if nothing else, the 13-13 body does close out games really fast.
Yeah, typically I think these decks are aiming to get Emrakul down to around 8 mana casting cost is kind of a realistic goal. And it looks like we're getting pretty close to that here. Unfortunately for Owen, aside from the Emrakul, he's actually running pretty low on gas, so he really wants to get her out in a hurry. In the meantime, Andrew Cuneo is the one with all the options here. We can take a look at his hand. It looks like he has Deadweight, Nissa, Guiltleaf Winnower, Grapple with the Past, and Grasp of Darkness. And down comes the Nissa here, which is going to find him his land drop for the turn. And getting pretty close to Nissa transforming as well, which is, you know, going to be a great long-term advantage for Andrew if he can get that up and running.
Yeah, we can see various removal options for Cuneo, Deadweight, Guiltleaf Winnower, Grasp of Darkness. None of these going to be able to deal with the big Eldrazi Titan.
Sure.
It does shrink down a Nullwood Dryad.
Looks like Liliana -2s, removing her last loyalty there, and picks up, I think, another copy of Mind Rack Demon that was there for Andrew. One thing that's really interesting when you're anticipating your opponent maybe casting Emrakul pretty soon is you have to be careful about what loyalty you leave your Planeswalkers at. Of course, you know, you definitely don't want to make sure, you know, that your Planeswalkers at a loyalty where they can minus and kill themselves, but you also don't want to leave them with the capability to use a powerful ability, you know, that your opponent could take better advantage of when they're controlling your turn. So that's something we'll probably be seeing a little bit this weekend, is kind of sequencing your Planeswalkers to maximally play around Emrakul.
And Ian, in terms of that Deadweight play, will that have been Andrew trying to avoid Emrakul then putting Deadweight on his own Nissa?
Yeah, that's very, very likely. And that's a great point, Tim. Yeah, often you'll find yourself using your removal spells on your own creatures the turn before you think your opponent might play Emrakul, just to sort of have more control over where those get pointed. So there's definitely a lot to think about when your opponent could be playing Emrakul soon.
Well, Ishkanar Graf Widow there, another card that's revealed off this Gather the Pack. Another big sort of payoff card for having Delirium. Though in this case, no access to black mana for Owen Turtenwald, simply playing Ishkanar as a 3/5 that brings some friends to the party.
Well, yeah, that's right. He does have that Corrupted Graphstone, but no black cards in his graveyard.
Ishkanar, very powerful even when you don't have the... And indeed, right on schedule. Grapple with the past, putting 3 cards in the graveyard, one of which is Ishkanar, but it looks like Kunio here more inclined to just make sure that he hits lands.
Yeah, and the reason for that being wanting to transform his Nissa, I imagine.
Yep.
And there it is, land number 7. Nissa transforms into Sage Animist.
An extra land into play, couldn't hurt. I kind of like how the impending Emrakul generates a certain amount of madness on the other side of the board before Emrakul herself actually hits play.
Yeah, it's really flavorful, actually, in that, like, not only does Emrakul control your mind for a turn when she actually enters the battlefield, but even the turns leading up to it can cause you to do some pretty insane stuff, you know, just kind of playing around that and trying to set up the best that you can.
Guiltleaf Winnower did kill off Ishkanar Graf Widow there. And we have our first game update. Martin Dang already down a game to Justin Cohen. We may get a chance to see a little bit more of that, so we're not going to spoil too much about the decks they're on. But let me tell you, there are a lot of very sweet decks in this feature match area. Every look-in we get will be one which you guys are going to enjoy a lot.
Trigger.
Yep. Okay, so here she comes. Emrakul herself. Owen says trigger, says go. At the end of the turn, Andrew uses his Grasp of Darkness.
Yep.
All right, so here we have, I mean, potentially a fun game of musical chairs as Owen takes control of Andrew Cunio's turn. So Mindrak Demon, Ishkanar, and a land. Not so much in terms of spells that can be cast that are going to be a problem here.
And you can see the way that these players are handling sort of the shared turn here is Andrew has just revealed his hand, those cards that look like they're tapped right in front of him. Those 3 cards are in his hand so that Owen can see them. And Owen just taking a look through the graveyard to see what his options are here. Definitely a lot to think about when you are suddenly in your opponent's seat.
I mean, one of the things that is almost always true when you cast Emrakul is you can set up some attacks for your opponent that are going to pan out very badly indeed. When you've got a 13/13 to block with and you know that you control all of the effects your opponent's going to play, you can attack their best creature into Emrakul and be pretty confident it's going to work out just fine.
So it doesn't matter. I'm going to say land.
Now, Lanoir Wastes here, when you tap it for colored mana, it does deal damage to you.
That's right.
That's going to be a great start for Owen, and that presumably the reason that he has played that land. Otherwise, it might seem a little strange playing lands for your opponent. A strange game of solitaire magic going on here for Owen Turtenwald.
These 2. Yep. And then I'm going to say...
Yeah, I can't wait for the article puzzles to come out that are like, okay, you're in the middle of controlling your opponent's turn. You know, how do you best wreck them? By using both your cards and their cards against them. So it looks like the Hissing Quagmires come in here, and Owen makes some good blocks to take those out.
For a single point.
Go. He successfully dealt some damage there, though. Just the 1 point, but...
Yep.
And now, of course, remember with Emrakul, after taking one of your opponent's turns for them, they get an additional turn. So, you know, to be fair, right, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, you would effectively be taking 3 turns in a row.
That's right.
And I guess that seemed a little bit too good, though I'm sure that R&D tested out all sorts of different options.
Yeah, it's actually an ability that we had tried, I think, a couple times before, or at least talked about, what if you Mindslaver meaning take an opponent's turn for them, but then you give them an extra turn afterwards to compensate. What does that look like and how powerful is that? And it turns out it's still plenty powerful.
So Ishkanar coming down here for Andrew Cuneo, and he is going to be able to potentially activate the ability of the Legendary Spider. And Ishkanar Graf Widow does have the ability to deal a fair amount of damage without having to go into the red zone.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Then I'll go 3 and 10.
And that enough to close things out. A big Emrakul swing, dealing the final points of damage. So Owen Turtenwald, a game up against Andrew Cuneo in our main match. We will be back with plenty more Magic soon enough, but first, these messages.
Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action next weekend at Game Day. Test your skills and your new standard deck at a store near you. Top finishers are awarded special Game Day prizes, including full art premium promo cards and a champion playmat for the winner. Whether riding the bus or waiting for the Pro Tour finals to begin, Magic Duels is a great way to hone your skills and try new strategies. Featuring hundreds of earnable cards from Magic's latest sets and virtually unlimited AI and online opponents, start playing Magic Duels free today on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and Steam.
Going back to this, round 4 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon and the very first round of Standard here, where we get a chance to see some of the cool decks that the pros have brought along to this particular tournament. We've already seen 2 different graveyard strategies being operated on our main match, but we're going to get a chance to jump across to our back table here, where we have Brad Nelson up against Patrick Dickman. And, well, again, it looks like we've got some similar things going on one side of the board. There is an Emrakul in play there, and Patrick Dickman's still playing this game, but that's because he's got some Eldrazi of his own going on. We see there, well, a whole host of kind of interesting assortment of creatures going on for Patrick Dickman. Reality Smasher paired up with Drowner of Hope, the sort of thing that we were seeing at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch, but then Reflector Mage and Elvish Visionary. This is an interesting deck, Ian.
Yeah, it has shades of what looks a little bit like a Bant Company deck, but yeah, as you mentioned, Tim, we have quite a few unusual cards here. Reality Smasher, Drowner of Hope, and even Elvish Visionary. Something with Patrick.
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting to figure out exactly sort of where the differences came from, because the Reality Smasher is certainly far from standard, though I guess that if you're expecting a lot of Collected Company decks, that big trample creature poses a fairly significant problem for them. Dickman on 14 life here. That's an important number when you're facing down Eldrazi Titans.
Yeah, although, without looking too closely at Brad's deck list, I do see that basic mountain in play. I wonder if he has any burn spells that are capable of dealing extra damage to Patrick.
Certainly a consideration. I don't think that Patrick Dickman would describe himself as comfortable with this situation. When you're facing down an Eldrazi Titan on the other side of the table, things can get a little messy.
Combat. All right. Down to 1.
All right, that's the first 13. The last one's the tricky bit, though. What do we have from Brad Nelson here?
So this looks like a hard cast Kozald. And is that a Distended Mindbender maybe that he got there? Looks like a Distended Mindbender actually sacrificing Emrakul to pay the emerge cost. Not sure we've seen that very much so far this standard season.
Yep. When the dust settles, though, there's only one creature on the table, and it's Brad Nelson's.
Yeah, and with the Distended Mindbender even getting to take a pick at Patrick's hand there, and Brad knows there are no answers.
That will do it. We may get a chance for a second look in at this rate as the table are shuffling up. Looks like they're getting kind of finishing up with their shuffling, though, so we will make sure that we don't miss a single moment in that match. Andrew Cuneo versus Owen Turtenwald. They're moving to sideboards now, and, I mean, this is a format where the sideboard options get kind of crazy because there's a lot of different things going on in the format. How well prepared do you think these guys will be for opposing Emrakuls?
I'm certain they're going to be very well prepared. I mean, both Andrew and Owen play for Team Channel Fireball Pantheon, they opted not to play the same deck, but clearly they are aware of how each other constructed their decks, and there are a lot of similarities between their deck. You know, we mentioned before they're both playing cards like Vessel of Nascency and Grapple with the Past, and both playing Emrakul, so no doubt they've taken that card into consideration and consider it a major part of the metagame here.
Looks like we have got a mulligan from Andrew Cuneo here. Not ideal, but Andrew Cuneo, with access to black mana, he's the one that's got Infinite Obliteration in his sideboard, and that one, kind of the final trump card. He can also do things with Seasons Past and so on to potentially set up some of the kinds of loops that we saw from John Finkel in the last Pro Tour, albeit with a different payoff at the end of things.
Oh, that's a really interesting point. Yeah, I wonder if that's just sort of a sideboard plan for just going much bigger than what the opponent is doing. That's pretty interesting. You know, you mentioned the sideboards being really important, and I would say even just your entire 75 card configuration is really, really important, especially in these Delirium decks here. You have so many options, and you self-mill so much that your graveyard actually becomes a toolbox. So small changes in your deck list, either, you know, whether you're playing 1 or 2 copies of a certain creature or 0 and 1 of another, will make a huge, huge difference if the game goes long.
Well, it looks like the 6-card Hand of Keeper there. We can see a Liliana that's ready to come down on turn 3, and that scry, I believe, was to the top after the mulligan from Andrew Cuneo. And Transgress the Mind means we get a good chance to have a look at exactly what Owen Turtenwald has going on. In some respects, it's not the most exciting of hands. He's got Jace, he's got Pilgrim's Eye there. Lots of ways of setting things up for the later game, but not necessarily too much of the big payoff. A Kozilek's Return there. Just one card sort of chilling out in the middle. I can't quite make out.
But that Jace here, Tim, being the huge deal, unable to be taken by Transgress the Mind, and it's going to fix Owen's hand. So, you know, on the one hand, it's great to be able to peek at your opponent's hand on turn 2 and take something away from them, but leaving him with a Jace just means, you know, Owen's going to be able to sculpt his hand really well over the next couple turns, and that's probably bad news for Andrew, given that Andrew is on the mulligan here.
Yeah, Liliana there. I'm sure that she would love to have been able to kill off Jace, but Jace's 2 toughness, just enough for him to be a persistent threat. Instead, Liliana putting a couple of cards in Andrew Cuneo's graveyard, giving him the potential to get back some creatures. So, Kozilek's Return, the discard from Jace. No massive surprises there. It certainly does a lot of work from the graveyard. And then a Vessel of Nascency for Owen with 2 mana up such that he can activate it at his leisure. I mean, I guess that with Vessel of Nascency and so on and so forth, very, very easy to transform Jace in this deck.
Definitely true. And having access to something like Jace transforming and flashing back a Grapple with the Past basically means, you know, you have access to just about every card in your graveyard between having an active Jace and a full graveyard toolbox. Yep. So I can definitely see, you know, this is our first peek at what these decks are doing, but I can see how these are really, really strong late-game decks with a lot of options.
Now, one interesting card there that got hit by the Vessel of Nascency was Coax from the Blind Eternities. And if we were talking about how Infinite Obliteration might be the trump card for Andrew Cuneo, in point of fact, Coax from the Blind Eternities goes one bigger than that, letting you get an Eldrazi card you own from outside the game or in exile and put it back into your hand. So Owen Turtenwald, he definitely came prepared in this matchup.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting technology there. I wonder if you know, Owen does something like sideboard out 1 copy of Emrakul and bring in 1 copy of Coax from the Blind Eternities, and that, you know, sort of gives him insurance against a card like Infinite Obliteration.
Well, even the one that gets exiled, he can potentially fetch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a great point as well.
So each player kind of working on a long-term Planeswalker plan here. Turtenwald's hand has improved substantially since the point that Transgress the Mind came along. An extra Jace, Den Protector. Meanwhile, a couple of copies of Dark Petition for Andrew Cuneo, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if we saw the Seasons Past plan happening a little bit after sideboarding here. Dark Petition, of course, just another reason why Andrew Cuneo's deck can afford to have lots of singletons, lots of variety in terms of the cards that it's running, because he can just fetch out the cards he needs as and when he needs them. Jace at 6 loyalty, and then Jace pre-transformation in play as well. Andrew Cuneo having a good old read of Coax the Blind Eternities.
Borrowed an Eldrazi from someone, you still Petition with Spell Mastery.
Sure.
So Spell Mastery means that this Dark Petition, in addition to letting Andrew Cuneo search his deck for a card and put it in his hand, he's going to have 3 black mana available with which to get up to some sort of mischief here. It may well be that he chooses not to use that mana right now, that he's got bigger plans for later in the game. He does not have to reveal that card he searched for. This basically one of the most powerful types of search ability available.
Yeah, Dark Petition, of course, being a callback to old school Magic cards, Demonic Tutor and Dark Ritual, both in the same card. So pretty cool design there. I like that one a lot.
Well, it sounds like the match between Martin Dang and Justin Cohen is going to be one that we may still get a chance for looking for. He has now squared things up with Justin Cohen. It's 1-1 there, and potentially we can get a bit of action from that game 3 at some point. Well, To the Slaughter, aptly named, able to deal with both of the Jaces in play, making Owen Turtenwald sacrifice a creature and a Planeswalker. The fact that they were both Jace, kind of immaterial, doing good work there.
That was really cool. That's not a card I expected to see very much this weekend, to be honest. But yeah, that could have been the card, actually, that Andrew Dark Petitioned for right there and spent the 3 black mana on. So very, very cool to be able to fetch that up.
I mean, I guess if you're talking about Emrakul being a big deal, this is a card that can deal with a big deal.
Yep.
You see the 2 next to Owen Turtenwald's name there. That indicates that right now he's second in our top 25 rankings, behind only Seth Manfield. And at this stage in the season, the top 25 is basically our Player of the Year race. By the end of this weekend, we will know who our Player of the Year is, and it's going to take a big performance for Owen Turtenwald in order to top Seth. Seth having had just a fantastic season.
Infinite Obliteration, Emrakul the Promised End.
Sure.
Now, looking at, of course, is that you can kind of chain them together. Once you've got the first one in play, you can use that to emerge the next one, even as we see Infinite Iteration here dealing with Emrakul. And I think this is the reason that Andrew Cuneo was reading that Coax from the Blind Eternities. He wanted to make sure exactly how good or not his ability to get rid of Emrakul would be. There we see Infinite Obliteration.
Draw on Mrs. Pilgrimage. That'd be cool.
So Owen's hand quite congested here now. With that Infinite Obliteration, it leaves Owen with just 3 copies of Elder Deep Fiend and only 5 lands on the battlefield. No other sources of card draw, no other ways to sort of select what he wants to draw out of his deck. He's going to be stuck here either drawing multiple lands in a row or piecing something together with the other cards that he draws.
So Gather the Pack revealing that Owen does have other Planeswalkers going on. Chandra is an option to him, though not one that he can do much with right here in terms of mana.
And was that a complete miss on Gather the Pack there?
A full swing and a miss, no creatures to hit there, but Innistrad Pilgrimage, which was kind of the card that Owen was hoping to find coming along here, allowing him to fetch up a couple of copies of a forest there. So these Elder Deep Fiends looking a little more castable very soon. So in this game too, Turtenwald kind of having to just watch as Andrew Cuneo gets to do most of the fun stuff. But I think it's fair to say that both of these decks have a large amount of very, very cool things that they can do. I'm certainly looking forward to piecing together something resembling at least one of them to play at my local F&M.
16. Your turn. Go. Up to. Tap your black mana.
So there's the 8th land, the mountain from Owen's hand. That turns on as Elder Deep Fiends. So we're probably going to see the next couple turns be locking down a lot of Andrew's mana.
Yeah, we saw him there saying, I'll tap all of your black mana. That's kind of the only place where he can really present a bottleneck. And actually, these Elder Deep Fiends will not take very long to close this game out. There's no access to black mana for Andrew Cuneo for his big removal spells. Likewise, his Hissing Quagmire can't get activated. This is a problem for Andrew Cuneo here. Now that Owen Turtenwald has the mana to be able to just continually flash out these Eldrazi octopuses, it's rough waters.
Yep.
Oh, but huge draw there. Andrew was able to pull a land off the top and that gave him a 5th mana for Ishkana here. So that's going to present some nice blockers and maybe give him a chance to get a turn where he untaps with black mana to do something a little bit more impactful.
Now, while checking out his graveyard here, a Kozilek's return in the graveyard would be a very big deal here.
Oh, and I believe with just one unknown card in his hand that he drew this turn, he's played out all the Elder Deep Fiends that we know about and that Andrew knows about. So it's a mystery what he drew this turn, and we'll see if it's enough to get past Ishkana. My guess is, we'll just see Owen kind of come in with his Deep Fiends here, see some jump blocks from Andrew, and then Andrew will get an opportunity to untap with his black mana, and we'll see what he can do.
So grapple with the past, giving a whole wealth of options to Owen Turtenwald here. Goes for Den Protector there, and Den Protector basically turning on the rest of his graveyard. And this kind of the engine that the Team Mirror Merge deck has, he's able to turn that Grapple with the Past into any card that he likes from his graveyard, albeit at the cost of a fair amount of mana. Massive swings there from Owen, enough to knock Cuneo down to smaller number of permanents in play.
Interesting note there, Andrew actually blocked with his Ishkana instead of the 3rd Spider token, likely wanting to put it in the graveyard so that if he draws some way to recur it from the graveyard, like a Grapple for the past, then he'll be able to replay Ishkana and buy even more time. As things stand, though, we'll take a look at Andrew's hand. Looks like he has Grasp of Darkness, Pick the Brain, and Hissing Quagmire. That's not going to be enough.
Dude, crazy game.
That was, as Owen Turtenwald very sagely pointed out, a pretty crazy game. All of the octopuses making things happen there for our Hall of Fame elect. Owen Turtenwald announced as going to be one of the players alongside Yuya Watanabe, who is going to be part of our Hall of Fame come at the induction ceremony in Hawaii later on this year. But at the end of that match does not mean to say that we do not have more Magic for you. We're going to move across and get a chance to see Mr. Ben. Tyler's Tracker in play. That tracker could get very large very, very fast. And this, well, it's been described as a blue-black madness deck for Ben Sek. I'm very intrigued to see what it's got going on. Voldaren Pariah, the card that he's played there, not too exciting without a few friends to work with, but certainly a powerful card, even just in abstract. And with madness, well.
Yeah, Voldaren Pariah has been a very talked about card. I think players recognize that it's very, very powerful, but it has not found a home yet. So really interested to see what Ben Sek's deck looks like and how it utilizes Voldaren Pariah.
Yeah, right now Camaluzzi leading 1-0. His deck described as Legendary Naya. And to me, when I see the word Legendary these days, I'm thinking of Thalia's Lancers. They're the creature, of course, that can search for any legend in your deck. And, well, there's quite a lot of good legends when you go across the colors of green, white, and red. Of course, the colors of Marco Camaluzzi's flag. He, of course, one of the Italians that was part of the World Magic Cup winning team.
Yeah, and sure enough there, Tim, it looks like there is a copy of Thalia's Lancers in Camaluzzi's hand.
And attacking with a gigantic Tyler's Tracker here. Stasis Snare and a Sylvan Advocate, which is very easily a 4-5 right now.
Things looking really rough for Ben Sek here. Let's see what he can put together on perhaps one of the final turns.
Well, he's got lots of copies of Voldaren Pariah. Dragonlord Silumgar, interesting. We can take that Tyler's Tracker for now. It looks like that's the option that Sek's going for. The Tyler's Tracker still remaining tapped. But with another Stasis Snare in hand here for Camaluzzi, we may be seeing an end to this game very shortly.
If I drew land, I would have beaten you, I think. I just was stuck on 4 forever. Yeah.
Tough draws there for Ben Sek, though. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see a little bit more of the Blue-Black Madness deck at some point in the tournament because, I mean, those two colors in combination, they're kind of two of the big Madness colors. Red being the other one that gets to have some Madness fun. But we're going to get a chance to jump across to another one of our matches now. We're going to get a chance to see Brad Nelson against Patrick Dickman, a little bit more of that match. Brad Nelson, of course, one of the players known for his standard prowess. Went 3-0 in his draft with green-white aggro, which I think to him in addition to... When Brad's winning his drafts 3-0, then people need to worry because he is very good at constructed indeed. And we see kind of some of the earlier stages of this game here. Casting Traverse the Elvenwald. Does he have full Delirium? Looks like it. So has the option of a creature or a land, gets Ishkanar Graf Widow, and that's one of the more powerful things that you can be doing in this standard format. Patrick Dickman of Germany, a player who's also had his fair share of constructed success. Specifically, that he's best known. One of the really innovating a lot, especially with regards to some of the splints between lists and so on and so forth. But even since the Pro Tour has moved more towards standard, he has shown himself to be a fierce competitor as a member of Team MTG Mint Card.
So when we took our sneak peek earlier, Tim, we were talking about how Patrick Dickman's deck looked a little bit similar to a Bant company deck, but we actually now have the title updated there for you. Bant Eldrazi Rights is what we're calling this. And it does look quite a bit different from a traditional Collected Company deck, although it does have the card Collected Company in it. So I'm really excited to see how this deck plays out and try to understand why Patrick has made some different decisions in his deck building than what we've seen in these classic Company versions the past couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, to me, one of the most interesting words in that deck title is rights. This is a Cryptolith right deck, a full 4 copies of them in there. And with Drowner of Hope, that's a lot of mana that you're producing. Eldrazi Sky Spawner bringing along an Eldrazi Scion token. I mean, I would not be at all surprised to see a number of copies of Kozilek's Return cast this game. Here it cleans up almost everything that Patrick Dickman has going on, and crucially just gets set into the graveyard where it's not too much of a stretch to imagine Brad casting it, or getting its ability again.
Yeah, just to say a few words about Kozilek's Return and those interactions. I mean, obviously it's no surprise to anyone that Bant Company is the sort of the boogeyman deck coming into this tournament. I believe one of the reasons why a lot of players are looking to Eldrazi and looking to emerge as a mechanic is because of the powerful interaction with Kozilek's Return and the fact that when Kozilek's Return is flashed back from the graveyard, as we call it, that's actually a triggered ability. You're not casting the spell, so it can't actually be spell quellered, which is a really, really powerful interaction when you're up against a Bant Company deck.
And 5 damage, enough to deal with basically anything that deck has going on.
Yeah, including an upgraded Sylvan Advocate. So yeah, a lot of like really interesting sort of breakpoints and interactions that make that interaction really powerful in these matchups.
So here's Ishkanar. We saw it searched up earlier on, but Brad Nelson not wanting to hang back on getting it in play. And his Jund Delirium deck, I believe, does have Delirium now, so he'll be getting a few Spider tokens to go alongside the big legend. Yeah, as much as Patrick Dickman has Spell Queller here, the things that he's able to counter with it are not necessarily the big threats from Brad Nelson's deck. He's able to go big, at which point the 2/3 Flash Flyer is only stopping setup cards rather than payoff.
This one? Oh, sorry, no, it's Spider. Okay.
Brad Nelson there, hopefully going to pick up his Ishkanar Graf Widow, but no, it's one of those Spider tokens that Reflector Mage is bouncing. That one doesn't go back to his hand, simply gets exiled because tokens, there's only really one zone that they live in, and that is in play. With, I guess, the one exception of emblems which live in the command zone.
So Brad we see with a copy of Distended Mindbender in his hand. That is something that he could emerge. out of Ishkana or potentially even a Spider token. Can't quite get a look at his land count there. And that, of course, being able to trigger Kozilek's Return out of the graveyard threatens to sweep Patrick Dickmann's board. So we may see a turn here where it looks like, yeah, Patrick has sort of decided to go all in with what he has. Wisely adds a counter to the Sylvan Advocate to put it up to 6 toughness. So it now can't be taken out by the Kozilek's Return. So nice play there by Patrick.
Yeah, Dickmann carefully surveying the cards in Brad Nelson's graveyard. The graveyard almost functioning as a second hand for Brad Nelson here. A second copy of Kozilek's Return here. Quite a nice pickup for him, as if he wants to, he certainly can trigger more than one just by casting a single Eldrazi. Though that will require him to take a turn off effectively, casting the first one for little value.
Yeah, I mean, one potential play Brad has here is just to pass the turn with the Kozilek's Return in his hand, and then if Patrick comes in with Spell Queller or Reflector Mage, he can actually block with the token and then Kozilek's Return, take 1 off the board, and then reevaluate his options the following turn.
Patrick Dickmann making hay. Brad here, playing his Kozilek's Return.
Oh, so interesting. Looks like Patrick Dickmann has picked up a second copy of Spell Queller. So he has the option now to actually Spell Queller the front side, if you will, of this second Kozilek's Return.
Well, that gets kind of dangerous, right? Because then the one that's in the graveyard will kill the Spell Queller, then the other Kozilek's Return will just get cast.
Correct,
So you've got a total of 7 damage, which is still pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not sure this play actually helps Patrick, but
yeah,
you know, he may just be sort of grasping at straws here with trying to figure out what he can do.
And with no creatures in play, Emerge is not the way that Brad Nelson is going to get any of his Eldrazi into play. He's going to have to pay full retail for them.
Oh, that is true. He looks like he's 1 mana short, I think. So would have needed to top deck a land that turn.
Though Languish is an interesting pickup here.
Yeah. Actually, it looks like he has 2 Llanowar Wastes, and I think he can Languish and then follow up with the Kozilek's Return off of the Spell Queller for sort of a combined total of 6 damage, or 4 toughness and 2 damage. And that does take out the Sylvan Advocate as well. Yes, it does. Okay.
So in point of fact, that worked out. The Spell Queller on Kozilek's Return worked out better for Brad than if the Kozilek's Return had resolved.
Was that Reality Smasher off the top? Is that what we just saw there? Looks like Patrick drew for the turn and then won the game. So I have to imagine that was a Reality Smasher.
Yeah, that really the big payoff for Patrick Dickmann's deck in terms of haste. And you can see there just 1 match left in our feature match area. That the one between Justin Cohen and Martin Dang. Martin Dang, of course, a Pro Tour winner. Justin Cohen, a Pro Tour finalist, but Dang already with Emrakul in play alongside a Den Protector. Don't know quite what the life totals are. Pyromancer's Goggles, the one big kind of payoff Justin Cohen has in play. Very, very far ahead on life to be able to get out of this, and extends the hand there. I believe that is Martin Dang picking up the match. Some very interesting cards being played in this feature match area. I mean, if nothing else, Emrakul has found a place that she wants to live, and that appears to be under the lights.
Yeah, no kidding, Tim. A lot of Eldritch Moon cards being shown off here. We saw Emerge cards, Distended Mindbender, Elder Deep Fiend. We saw Emrakul. We saw Ishkana. So really just a lot of cool new options here that we haven't really seen a lot of yet so far this standard season. So really innovative stuff, and I can't wait to see how these decks look throughout the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what I kind of like is the fact that even within the realm of decks that are looking to cast Emrakul, we've already seen at least 3 very distinct builds. It turns out that when you have colorless casting cost, there are a huge amount, also generic mana casting cost, a huge amount of different ways that you can approach getting Emrakul into play. Very excited to see how those play out over the course of this weekend. But as things stand, that is the end of this, our 4th round here. Plenty more constructed coming across to you for the whole rest of today. We have 4 more rounds of constructed here where we get a chance to figure out what people are going to be using. Any particular cards that you're really hoping to see in this feature match area over the course of the next few rounds?
I mean, we've seen a lot of them. We saw a little bit. Saw a ton of different ways to build them, which is something I'm really excited to see unfold over this weekend. I looked a little bit through the deck lists yesterday as they were being submitted, and there are a lot of people playing various Delirium strategies and taking it in quite different directions. So there's like kind of a whole spectrum there, and yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how that shakes out in terms of the metagame.
And of course, there was that Blue-Black Madness deck from Ben Sek, which we didn't really get a chance to see in action, but I, for one, am very excited. I'm going to see if I can't check that one out on the floor, even if I'm not in the booth to do it, because this is my last round in the booth for now. I'm going to be out on the feature match area floor, checking out things and bringing you plenty more Magic. But Ian, you're going to be in for a few rounds yet?
Yep, I'll be in here with Gabby Sparts next round.
Fantastic
so it's
stuff.
Gonna be great.
Things just sort of wrapping up round here in terms of round 4 feature matches. Owen Turtenwald, of course, on great path for potentially able to at least trouble Seth Manfield for Player of the Year, currently working without a single loss. We will see how he's able to continue that. But for now, this is the end of round 4. We'll head things across to the news desk.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much to Tim and Ian Jeek there with the call for round number 4. We're halfway. 4 done. 4 still to come, all constructed all the way through the rest of the day. And then we come back tomorrow. If you get to 4-4 or better, you get to draft tomorrow morning. 3 rounds of Eldritch Moon, Shadows over Innistrad Draft, and then 5 more rounds of constructed down the stretch. I can tell you with time called, you can see 40 matches left. That's not a typo. 40 matches are left. So that is over a quarter of the field still playing at time on the round. This is not a fast format, which means, of course, we're going to get to show you lots of great Magic in the feature match area and also out on the floor, because Brian David match that's still this is right now. Seth Manfield, 1-2 in his draft. Steve Rubin, 3-0. Owen Turtenwald, 3-0. Both Turtenwald and Rubin have won their opening round of constructed. They're at 4-0, waiting to hear on Seth Manfield. So right now, still a long, long way to go. Remember, Seth doesn't have to do essentially anything at all, which so far he isn't, to be fair. But both Rubin and Turtenwald need to start by making the top 8. Rubin has to win the whole thing to have even a shot at Player of the Year. But that's where we are. Out on the floor, as I said, Brian David Marshall with Jack Lipke, his roving cameraman, and they are ready to rock and roll with someone who is still in the trenches here in round 4. BDM, what do you got?
All right, here we are on the floor. We are at extra turns. Paulo Vitor Damarosa, the Hall of Famers, play Yoshihiko Ikawa, and Paulo is on turn 1 of extra turns. Ikawa took turn 0. Goblin Dark Dwellers to Abundant Land on Paulo's side of the table. Rich?
You can see 2 Japanese Hall of Famers or Hall of Famer elect. You've got Shota Yasuoka and
2
Yuya
Goblin Dark Dwellers
Watanabe.
across the table from him.
So you can see Adrian Sullivan in the background
Having a little bit of a hard time hearing you, Rich, on my comm here. Looks like we're going to see Anissa, possibly a Ruinous Path. So right now, Paulo is asking about what happens with the extra turns from an Emrakul. Whose ledger do they go on? It is just 5 extra turns total. There's no additional turns that get added into the pie here. So the players are just making sure the life totals are correct. It is 4 to Paulo Vitor Damarosa, and it looks like 16 to Ikawa.
So BDM, it looks potentially like this is a question of can Paulo stay on here? Not can Paulo win in extra turns, but can Paulo stay
Paulo's
alive?
Doing some math. You see Paulo just trying to keep track of where the turns are going. It's been a little while since turn 0. There are some plays in Paulo's hand here. First things first. Adds up his mana. Taps it, untaps it. Finally taps it all. And he casts Ruinous Path and casts Seasons Past. Seasons Past is getting back Grasp of Darkness, Ruinous Path, Emrakul, Traverse the Ovenwald, Dark Petition. He's able to grasp the other Goblin Dark Dweller. So that wasn't with Awaken there, sorry. He was just planning on casting a lot of other spells. Plays an Evolving Wilds. Oh. All right, players are understandably a little frantic here. Coward draws for the turn. He's looking through his graveyard now. Casts Traverse the Ovenwald. Apollo shakes his head. It's a Goblin Dark Dwellers. Dwellers back. Looks like an Alchemist Greeting. And Apollo says, oh, that was one of the Escalate Red spells. Sorry, I wasn't able to get close enough. And Apollo shakes his head. Ikawa wins the match in extra turns. The Hall of Famer, obviously devastated there by the loss. Sending it back to you, Rich, at the news desk.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. A lot of frantic players down there and still a ton of matches to go. 25 matches still going. Now, the Constructed Master, this is just kicking off. We've had one round of Constructed, plenty of them still playing. Sam Black lost. He was the overnight leader, as it were, in the clubhouse after 3 rounds, 3 Pro Tours. He stays on 67 points. That means there is a new leader, and it is Oliver 2. The Rookie of the Year presumptive is setting the pace in Constructed Master. He's up to 69 points. Sam Black and Owen Turtenwald on 67. And then on 66, Michael Majors, who lost this round, Paul Dean, who won, Reed Duke, who is up to 4-0, by the way, in the tournament as a whole, and Seth Manfield, who's back to 2-2, but remember, 4-0 for Steve Rubin and Owen Turtenwald. They're trying to chase Seth Manfield down in the Player of the Year race. One very big match that's still going on out on the floor, certainly was last time I checked. Paul Rietzel up against Tomoharu Saito. Rietzel only 4 points back in the Constructed race. So that's what's going on out on the floor. Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. But we have the first text lined up. Now, I'm going to utterly amaze you here and tell you that we thought that Bant Company might be quite a good deck at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. And you know what? We're probably right, and so are you. So why don't we set a baseline for all the deck techs to follow and take a look at Bant Company in the company of Randy Buehler and Andrea Mengucci.
Hello and welcome. It is Deck Tech time. I'm Randy Buehler, joined by Andrea Mengucci. Welcome.
Thank you.
Start with a little good news, bad news. We're talking about how Bant Company is the defining deck in this metagame.
Yeah, definitely.
That was what you guys concluded, and you finished second with it at the last Pro Tour, so kind of makes sense you would stick to your guns.
Yeah, on one side makes sense because I know how to play it and I know how good it is. But on the other side, there are I'm sure there's a way to beat it, some ways to beat it, and probably I think our team didn't find it. So here I am playing Bant Company.
Well, we've started to crunch the numbers. We haven't got the whole metagame breakdown figured out, but I did look at how many people were playing Collected Company in this field. It's actually only about 23% of the field. And if you go to Bant Company specifically, it's like 19.5%.
Good.
So it's not the 35% Bant Company that I think a lot of people were afraid of coming in. A lot of teams out there figured, oh, we can beat it, or it's a little too inconsistent, or I don't know. Is that good news or bad news for you if you're only 20% of the field?
I expected it higher because that means that a lot of people, is out knowing that they can beat it, and that's bad for me.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Certainly in the feature match area of that round, we saw a lot of people trying black-green sort of delirium strategies and graveyard strategies.
We've been playing black-green, Sultai decks like the whole week, but they are, maybe they beat Band Company, but then they, are kind of soft to Gideon or kind of soft to, other strategies. So Band Company is like okay against the field. So
yeah, that's really the gambit, right? If you can beat Band Company, but you can't handle the other, 2/3 of the field, or maybe it's 80% of the field, that doesn't work either.
Yeah.
All right, so all the stories about this standard definitely begin and end with Band Company. At least they do coming into the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
We may know more by the end of tomorrow. We'll see where things wind up. But for now, the defining deck out there is the Band Company deck. So we wanted to talk to you. We wanted to take a look at what's actually going on. And this is the card, right?
Yeah.
This is just
the
so much power. Talk to me about this card.
So definitely this card is like the core of the deck. Whenever you cast this card, you actually gain mana because you probably have like 2 creatures that cost 3 mana, or one on 2 and one on 3. So it's actually a 4 mana card, but in real it's like a 6 mana card at instant speed, which means can dodge like Languish because you play end of turn, or opponent can attack into it. There's your opponent can be afraid of this card and not play, not attacking,
right?
Because you can, but maybe you miss or your creature are not the best, so you basically gained 1 attack. So many angles why this card is great, and that's definitely the card, the card defining of this standard.
Makes sense. We'll keep going through the deck. Some more of the familiar faces. These were fixtures in the deck last Pro Tour. They're still just a lot of the power.
Yeah, one new addition was Terrace Tracker. I mean, it's not new. Last time I played 2, but this time I'm big on 4. It's just great against every deck that tries to beat Band Company, like this black-green, black-white. Yep. Terrace Tracker with Evolving Wilds is just 2 extra cards. Even if your opponent Grasp of Darkness you get 2 extra cards in late game, which you will come, So this is why we play 4. And the other 2 are just pillar of the deck. So
makes sense. Let's keep going. Some more of the creatures that have been around for a little while. Your numbers are a little interesting here, right? 1 Avacyn, 2 Jaces. Talk to me about this set.
So mostly I would like to talk about the 2 drops. That's like the most interesting part. We have 4 Sylvan Advocate, of course, but we only play 3 Duskwatch Recruiter. Why this? Because Duskwatch, and then go a little bit faster. It's great in late game because it's card advantage. But in the mid game, or if you draw multiples, it's not spectacular. And for Jace, again, Jace it's not the best at the beginning of the game, but shines a lot in the late game. It's the best target for company. Another 2-drop, it's Selfless Spirit. Maybe we'll get it later.
We're getting to Selfless Spirit. Yeah.
And then Avacyn, we only play 1. I'm not really into Avacyn because it's not that good against Black-White, Sultai, those kinds of deck. But combos so much with Selfless Spirit. Sacrifice.
You start to see some of the new additions.
Yeah,
Selfless Spirit, you mentioned, is now competing for the 2-drop spot, and I think everybody has Spell Queller as just the most impactful card coming out of Eldritch.
Spell Queller is great. And it was very hard to learn how to cast Spell Queller. Because it's not that if your opponent plays a 4-drop, you bam, you Spell Queller it. It's not how it goes, because then if your opponent plays Languish, let's say, they gain, let's say, Kalithos back. So never counter Kalithos, for example. Or never counter, stuff that you can attack. Like if they cast Gideon and you have Spell Queller and Selfless Spirit in play and Spell Queller in hand, just don't counter Gideon. Just cast it end of turn and attack Gideon for 4. That's how you kill it. So it's very important that this creature is insane, not only because, counter a spell, but just because it's a flash flying. Like last Pro Tour, I was playing 4 Bounding Crazes. This one replaces it very well.
Got it. And then in the 2-drop spot, talk to me about Selfless Spirit.
So Selfless Spirit is a card that is not the best sometimes in the late game, but because sometimes you don't actually see his effect on the board because your opponent might not cast his Dromoka's Command because they're Selfless Spirit.
Right.
So sometimes Selfless Spirit is kept on check by Spell Queller in the mirror match, for example, but it's doing a great job. As I said, it combos well with Avacyn. It's just great against all the cost extra turn deck, all the red deck that's are not very popular in the standard, almost because Dromoka's Command and obviously for Selfless Spirit.
Okay, let's keep going. Dromoka's Command, you've mentioned a couple times. I noticed though, 3?
Only 3.
Only 3?
Yeah, we kept one Dromoka's Command in favor of Ojite's Command. We knew that Green-Black Sultai will be great at this Pro Tour, and Green-Black plays Ishkana, which is a beating. It's very hard for you to beat Ishkana.
Yeah.
I don't say Ojite's Command is just there for Ishkana. It's there for, a plethora of creatures, Dragolor, Silumgar.
but a plethora of creatures, including
Ishkana, the Avacyn. So it's just, and also you can just bring back Jace end of turn. He's not going to expect it. So it's a lot of new flash things to the deck. And since we have to cut some non-3 or less mana cost creature, we had to cut one Dromoka's Command.
Interesting. All right, I think the rest of the deck is just the lands, right? I don't know if there's anything to talk about here. This is just
probably the same mana base as
last time. You can look at the rest of it just for the sake of argument. Now, talk to me about your testing process, because you've been testing with MTG Mint Card. You guys had a great Pro Tour last time. I know you and Katsuyori Mori were playing in the last round. You got to top 8 spot, finished second. Did you think, oh, we're just going to play Bant Company again the whole time, or how did you wind up saying, yep, we're just running Bant Company?
At first, obviously, I didn't want to play Bant Company. But once we settled down, once we started, doing our tournament to see which was the best deck, there wasn't a winner. There wasn't like a deck that, beat it either Bant Company and, let's say, Black-White, okay? Because those were the two, our two best deck coming to this PT. And then there's the Green-Black Delirium deck, which is also very hard to build. So maybe we missed the perfect build, and other team could have focus the team. I saw Team Eureka playing like Jandu with Pilgrim's Eye, Team Face to Face playing I don't know, it's another black-green. So maybe there's something out there that we didn't find.
So you're watching the results of this Pro Tour just like everybody at home.
Sure.
Going, did somebody break it? Did they figure out?
That's a pity. You always are excited to watch the coverage.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, thanks. Good luck to you with Bant Company. I know it's done well for you and your team so far. Look, that's the baseline. That's where the metagame begins. Now, we're only halfway through Friday, though, and there are a lot of people out there who think they have decks that can beat Bant Company. Stay tuned. We'll find out who actually knows what's going to wind up on top of Standard. Send it back to the desk.
Thanks very much to Randy Buehler and Andrea Mengucci there on 55 points coming into this Pro Tour, in with a tremendous chance, a couple of points behind Martin Muller, who sets the pace from Denmark. Well, one of the tight races here going into the World Magic Cup, so looking for team captaincies, is right here in Australia. Earlier today, we heard from David Mines and Paul Jackson. They were a couple of points apart. Mines had the lead, 21, Jackson on 19. Now, we just heard Randy say, Bant Company, it's the baseline. It means that a lot of players who weren't certain they had the tools to beat it, well, they decided to join it, if you will. Paul Jackson is one of those, and one of the players out on the floor with Brian David Marshall. Paul Jackson's ready right now.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Paul Jackson. Paul, how's the Australian National Championship race going for you right now?
Well, it's going okay. David Mines, my opposition, had a rough start in the draft. I went 0-3. I rattled off 2-1, so, I don't like to count my eggs, but yeah, it's going okay. It's
a little something about an international controversy here, that you're actually not from Australia, but some other separate country that shares the continent with it.
Yeah, Perth. Yeah, it's on the other side of the country there. Jason Chung actually. It's a smaller flight for him. Takes him roughly about 3 hours, and me about 4 hours. So it's still have to travel far.
But they'll still let you play on the Australian national team?
I hope so.
Okay, so now one of the big debates a lot of people had coming into this tournament was beat 'em or join 'em on Bant Company. It was one of the decks that put up very strong results in the weeks leading up to this event. Yeah. Why did you decide to join 'em?
Well, ultimately we try to beat it. Like, had a couple of weeks of testing. And we couldn't really find a deck that beat that and the rest of the field. So, we just had a well-tuned Bant list and we went with that.
All right, well, you decided to join them. Why don't you join them over at the tables? Go find your pairings. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to send it back to Rich at the news desk.
Thanks very much to BDM and Paul Jackson. As you can tell, pairings are on the way. That means more standard action is on the way. Being joined by the Hall of Famer, Randy Buehler. Randy, you kicked us off with the absolute meat and potatoes deck tech. It's like you couldn't have a discussion about 10 rounds of standard here without Bant Company.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not that much meat or that many potatoes on the plate. I gotta say, 19.2% is shockingly low to me. The metagame percentage for Bant Company, it's just, people were talking about it in like affinity, call blade terms, 35%. Could it get to 40? I mean, look, maybe it'll get there by Sunday, right? Maybe the people who think they can beat it are wrong.
Right, so
but,
3 or 4 in the top 8 maybe.
I mean, we'll see. Another Pro Tour thinks they can beat it.
Right.
That's a lot. Like, some of them are probably right. Stay tuned. I mean, we'll see, but it's just a much smaller percentage of the metagame than I think anybody had predicted.
From the whispers, and we want to be a bit careful because we're still very early in the constructed rounds, we don't talk why they talk to us on Thursdays and early Fridays. But can you give us a sense of what kind of decks might be positioned to try and beat the bank company? Is it that everyone's swung one particular direction, super aggro, super control? What are people trying to do?
There's people who think to go, whether that's a Delirium deck or turning on an Emrakul, or people think that they can have a better late game than what Bant Company has if they build up the graveyard. Some people like to call them dredge decks. Obviously, there's no dredge cards running around standard, but the idea that I'm going to stock my graveyard full of stuff, and these graveyard matters mechanics are just going to give me such a good late game that I can overwhelm even the synergies of a Bant Company.
So, at a modern Pro Tour, we would go down the start list and go, is Alex Magicton playing Affinity? No, then Affinity's unplayable. Right? We would, and in the days we would say, look for the people who were playing Birthing Pod, and if Birthing Pod wasn't there in 1 or 2 lists, we'd say that cannot be a good deck. And there are certain players we look to. So if I say to you, Shaheen Sarani, what deck do you hear? What does Shaheen play all the time?
Esper Control.
Esper Control.
No?
Black-green Delirium. And this really points to what you're saying. Incidentally, just to break in, that noise you're hearing is not waves crashing on the Sydney shore. That is the round of applause. They're announcing the Hall of Fame right now. Yuya Watanabe and Owen Turtenwald.
Well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. But back to standard. So Shaheen, and I'm not giving away much because he's in the feature match this round, so you'll see that that's what he's doing. But he has said, no, graveyard is where you need to be. That is where the focus of the Pro Tour is honing in on. That's the zone.
Yeah, there's a healthy chunk of black-white as well, whether that's black-white control, more planeswalker-based, or black-white with, you do see some of the Angel decks that have been running around in the first couple weeks of the standard. But black-green there's a lot of black-green, there's a lot of Delirium. There's no one build of it. There's some of it that head toward, prized amalgams and zombie synergies, and some just plain zombie decks. But it's a lot of black decks, quite frankly, whether it's black-green, black-blue, any combination of those, 4-color. There's a lot of that running around. I'm super fascinated to see how this plays out. I'm just, relieved that we have a bunch of sort of contenders, and genuinely curious to see how it plays out.
So, how complicated would you say Bant Company, like the baseline Bant Company deck is to play? I'm asking for a reason, so start with that.
Medium? I think that there's an activation energy. You have to learn a bunch of the patterns, but then at some level, the good draws, once you get used to how Bant Company works, the good draws kind of play themselves, quite frankly.
Okay.
Once you get over that activation energy that you kind of know how the deck works, I've got the good draw, you're just gonna die now.
Okay.
So, it's not the most complicated deck in the history of Magic.
Right. The reason I'm asking is, on the face of it, if the best deck is known, and you are coming into your second Pro Tour, let's say, having, gone 3 and 5 on day 1 a couple of years ago, maybe, even if you know that this is the best deck, the chances of you being one of the best players of that best deck are extraordinarily low.
Right.
Because all the best players are going to play the best deck, and they're better than you are. So I wonder whether that Luis Scott Vargas or Paolo or Owen Turtenwald, if they're playing Bant Company, will beat me over a period of games with Bant Company, so I can't be on that even though I'm aware it's the best deck.
Yeah, I think the other thing that factors in there is how long have you been playing it? If you're Andrea Mancucci, you've been playing that deck for months. You played it at the last PT, you tested it then. If it's one of those where if people have been playing the same deck for months and months and months, they know all the interactions inside and out. They know the sideboarding strategies against all the various things you're going to run into and all of those interactions. So trying to catch up on all of that in in the week or two before the Pro Tour can definitely be tough. So it's the longer you wait to jump in, the more work you have to do to catch up, honestly.
Well, right now, with 9 rounds of Constructed to go, the leader in Constructed Master is not Sam Black, because he lost his first round. It's Oliver. What a great story that is, Randy. Just dominating Rookie of the Year.
He's, it's his 4th Pro Tour. He's already 12 and 4, 12 and 4. it's just unbelievable the results this guy's been putting up. I want to see him at Worlds. I mean, I don't care whether he gets there with Constructed Master, at large, whatever. But I mean, it sure looks like it. I'm rooting for him just because I want to see what happens when we turn him loose on that World Championship field.
Well, I've got the list of the feature matches. So let's talk about the archetypes that are in there. So see Green Delirium, White-Black Control, Blue-Black Zombies, Black-Green Delirium, and a heck of a mouthful to finish, Red-Green Delirium Ramp. Yeah. Okay, why don't we start with Red-Green Delirium Ramp? That sounds good. It's time for Reed Duke against Matt Sperling in round number 5 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Gabby Sparks, joined here by R&D member Ian Duke. Ian, how are we doing?
Doing great.
Awesome. And we are ready for more Magic here. You know, everybody was expecting Band Company this weekend, and we actually have a lot of cool new decks, and a lot of them that we're going to be showcasing this round. Our players are ready to go, so let's head down to the feature match. Hello and welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon and Gabby Sparks, joined by Ian Duke. And here we are getting ready to take a look at Reed Duke versus Matt Sperling. There's Reed, none other than your brother.
That's right.
Older or younger?
He's younger.
He's your
years
younger brother?
Actually, yep.
So Lil Bro battling with Red-Green Delirium Ramp today, the 4-time Grand Prix title winner. Impressive. On the right, we have Matt Sperling. Matt Sperling's brought Black-Green Delirium to the table. Any idea what this deck looks like or what it's trying to do?
Yeah, there are a bunch of different shades of Black-Green Delirium. It seems like each team, or even each player in some cases, has brought their own mix of cards.
And our players are underway. Here we go. Live at Pro Tour for Reed as a land to start out. Evolving Wilds for Matt. So Ian, do you have any idea how this matchup's supposed to go? These are pretty much brand new decks. I don't know how familiar you are with Reed's list.
Well, Reed never tells me what he plays before the tournament, so I actually just found out, they played around with a lot of different Emrakul decks, and one of the ones, that some members of the team chose to play was a Black-Green deck. On the other side, some of them tried to go a little bit bigger than that and play a rampier game. Some are playing, we saw Owen last round with Teamer Emerge is what we called it, right, with Kozilek's Return, a bunch of big Eldrazi. Reed has actually chosen sort of the cleaner route here, which is just to play almost an old-school red-green ramp deck that has a little bit of effort put into stocking the graveyard and getting additional card types in there to get Emrakul out a little bit faster.
And that's exactly.
Characterize this matchup as I think Matt Sperling is the aggressor here, in that I think Reed has the stronger late game and Matt has more proactive things to do a little bit earlier in the game. He's probably going to want to try to do something like get some mid-range threats into play, like Hangerback Walker, Nissa Vastwood Seer. Maybe a Mind Rack Demon is a great way to apply pressure to a ramp deck, and hopefully close the game out before Reed can ramp up and do bigger things.
And Mind Rack Demon is a card I heard you mention earlier. Is this a card that you at R&D were maybe making more of an appearance this weekend?
It was, in the sense that we thought the Black-Green Delirium deck was a little bit weak, a little under the surface, coming with just Shadows over Innistrad, but when you add in all the Eldritch Moon cards, and you get things like Grapple with the Past, and Ishkana, and Emrakul herself, that the Delirium decks actually become really strong now. And we expected to see kind of a variety of different Delirium decks, and so far, looks like things are playing out that way.
So Sperling's going to transgress the mind, taking a look at Reed's hand. Looks like Nissa's Pilgrimage, Fiery Impulse, a couple of lands, a Nissa, and Gather the Pack.
Yeah, Gather the Pack is actually a card we haven't seen much. It came out in Magic Origins, but it is one of the best Delirium enablers. So if you're brewing up your own Delirium deck, I'd definitely recommend looking at Gather the Pack.
Yeah, you guys got to see a couple of decks last round with Gather the Pack in it.
That and
Expected from R&D. Did you guys think that Delirium was going to be a big shower here this weekend?
We were hoping it would be. We were hoping some form of Delirium would be, but the tricky thing about the Delirium decks is they're almost like graveyard toolbox decks, and there's a lot of different ways to build them. So we weren't sure which would be the strongest version of it, or which players would.
Reed plays Anissa, gets a land, and passes the turn.
So I would say things looking pretty good for Reed here. He has the Hedron Archive and Nissa Vastwood Seer. He's ramping up quite nicely, hasn't stumbled at all. Matt on the other side of the table looks like he's off to a pretty slow start. Isn't really able to land anything too impactful just yet.
He did have the Hissing Quagmire, which is unfortunately a tap land on that turn, but now he has 4 mana unlocked. Let's see what he can put together. Considering his
Like he's got a couple more lands, so Traverse the Ulvenwald, Liliana. I mean, Liliana would be okay here, but not really super impactful. Looks like he instead goes for a Languish just to take out that Nissa before she's able to transform.
There for Sperling clears out Reed's board, but he still has to deal with what you mentioned earlier. Something like this, an Ulvenwald Hydra is the play for Reed, and this Hydra's big.
Yeah, it sure is. And that's kind of a little bit of a surprise here, too. This is a card we haven't really seen much in Standard thus far, but it's a card Reed's playing 1 copy of. It's a nice, huge, fat creature. It can block flyers, which is relevant. And it's just a lot bigger than what some of the other decks are doing. So
Here
pretty
we get
cool
to take a look at Ulvenwald Hydra over on the right. 6 mana star. Hedron Crawler for Reed.
Now, one cool thing about Ulvenwald Hydra is it can actually search out any land, and Reed has some interesting things to get, like Shrine of the Forsaken Gods, which can help him ramp into Big Eldrazi, like Emrakul, a little bit faster.
Getting a score update from one of our back tables. Luis Scott Vargas is up a game over Yuichi Ichikawa.
So back now here, large, 7/7 Ulvenwald Hydra.
So it looks like Matt does have 2 Grasp of Darknesses in hand, so he can take care of this Ulvenwald Hydra if he wants to. It is just going to be very expensive.
Yeah, it's not really where Matt wants to be in this matchup at this stage of the game.
And he doesn't even have the lands to do it right now. He tutored for a swamp right now.
Okay.
So he will be able to. Well, like you said, not exactly what he wants to be doing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just in the sense that he's sort of on the back foot now. He's the one reacting to Reed's threats. Matt would much rather be in the spot where, you know, he has his own Nissa in play that's threatening to transform soon, maybe a Mind Rack Demon chipping through in the air, but things not really looking like they're shaping up according to plan for Matt Sperling here. Adds Liliana the Last Hope to the table, takes out the Hedron Crawler, which slows down Reed's ramping a little bit, but of course Liliana may just be taken out by the Ulvenwald Hydra this turn anyway.
Yeah, and Gather the Pack here is going to continue drawing gas for Reed, revealing top 5. He finds a Sylvan Advocate, so only 1 creature. Sylvan Advocate looking pretty good on this board, though.
Yeah, indeed. Just a nice big threat, and Reed may have another play. See if we can take a peek at Reed's hand. Nope, looks like he's just added the Sylvan Advocate to a hand of Forest and Fiery Impulse, which not particularly useful here. So Reed now just needs to decide, is he going to bother attacking that Liliana or not? It's actually kind of tempting to just hit Matt for a bunch of damage. That might make the difference in the clock. So Reed plays his 8th land here. If he attacks Matt, Matt goes down to 12. Which would make the Sylvan Advocate lethal next turn. The only problem there is that Liliana will actually give one of those creatures -2 power. So it doesn't allow him to present lethal next turn, provided Matt ticks up his Liliana. But on the other hand, this in a way sort of denies Matt the use of his Liliana because he can only just make her tick up again in order to survive and doesn't get to actually use her card advantage ability. So pretty smart play there by Reed.
All right, so Matt's going to have to piece something very good here. Taking a look at his hand, a Traverse the Ulvenwald, a Grasp of Darkness, 2 of them, and a Ruinous Path. So Matt does have Delirium online, meaning that any creature in his deck is something that he could get with Traverse, so he needs something pretty good to stop this oncoming attack.
Yeah, I mean, one option would be to Traverse for something like Ishkana, but it looks like Matt's taking the safer route here and just casts Ruinous Path in the Ulvenwald Hydra, which I totally agree with. And then uses Grasp of Darkness combined with Liliana's weakness ability, her -2, -1, to take out the Sylvan Advocate.
There we can take a look at Ruinous Path. Wild Hydra, their minus effects or ways to deal damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely works well in combination with other black effects like Languish, like Grasp of Darkness. But also what's cool about Liliana is that she's a little bit more of a directional planeswalker, Gabby. She actually invites you to play her in a graveyard-based deck, which is something we really want to encourage with Eldritch Moon and Shadows over Innistrad. So it looks like the game is stabilized a little bit here. Matt Sperling able to make short work of Reed's threats, and Reed now looking for some more action to follow things up with.
He didn't find anything too good. He just has a Hedron Crawler right now. Hedron Crawler Fiery Impulse is currently hit. Dragonlord Tarka finishing off that Liliana, and now we have 8/8 Flample on the board.
You're on the Flample train as well. Marshall has gotten you on board.
The Flample train is definitely a thing, so we just gotta make sure we get everybody on it. Mindwreck Demon is a play for Matt.
Another Flample creature.
Another Flample creature.
Yeah.
Eldritch Moon is so spooky, all these flying tramplers.
Traverse.
Traverse with Delirium means that Matt gets to use his deck as a toolbox. Let's see what he wants to get. That looks like Emrakul to me.
All right, so things getting pretty scary on both sides of the table here. Reed with an 8/8 flyer on the battlefield, but Matt Sperling threatening an Emrakul here pretty soon.
That's correct.
A little bit difficult to get a casting cost count on Emrakul. We'll try to get you updated with that pretty soon, but looks like Matt does have 6 lands on the battlefield, and with that cost reduction is probably hoping to get Emrakul into play within the next, I don't know, 2-3 turns maybe? Looks like online faster than that. So in comes Dragonlord Atarka for 8 points of damage. And definitely a big clock on Matt Sperling to see if he can deal with this Emrakul. Okay, Reed's counting things up. Looks like the Emrakul actually comes out this turn.
Wow. That vessel was huge for Reed.
Yeah, it sure was.
And Matt's not that close. We got word that he's 5 different card types in the graveyard, so he's not actually that close to being able to cast Emrakul.
Deck with Mindwreck Demon, block with Emrakul.
All right, so Reed controlling Matt for this turn. He's just casting his spells and causing as much havoc as possible. And that's going to do it. Reed's going to take this game 1-0 over Matt Sperling. That was a crazy game.
Yeah,
Battling
sure
Emrakuls.
was.
We've seen so many Emrakuls in the feature match area, and we might see some more, but we'll see right after these messages.
Ready to take your game to the next level and start on the path to the Pro Tour? Rise to the challenge and test your skills at a local preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. To find an event near you, visit magic.wizards.com/pptq. Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Eldritch Moon accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We are moving on to one of our back matches. We'll take a look back at Reed and Sperling and see what they're doing just a little bit later. But currently we're going to take a look at Jeremy Dazani versus Shaheen Sarani. So Jeremy is playing white-black control, and Shaheen Sarani is playing black-green Delirium. And we don't know exactly what kind of Delirium build this is, but as you mentioned, there's a lot of different ways to build it. This is still currently game 1 for the players.
Yeah, these white-black control decks, another popular archetype here this weekend, Gabby. Some of them often playing things like Thalia's Lancers for legendary creature packages like Bruna and Gisela. Others just going more heavy on the Planeswalkers. There's actually a lot of different directions you can take the black-white decks as well.
Dazani is 18 versus at 2 after that attack. And my oh my, we have so many Planeswalkers on the board. It looks like Obnixilis and Sorin for Jeremy Dazani. Looks like this game's not long. It's not going to be going on for too long.
Dazani playing an Oath of Nissa, doesn't find what he needs.
Doesn't find what he needs. Picks up his cards. It looks like Jeremy up 1-0 versus Shaheen Sarani. An update from one of our back tables. Luis Scott Vargas takes the match versus Yuichi Ichikawa 2-0. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take a look at what they are at their match, but in the meantime, we will do a live looking at one of our other back tables. Looks like all of our players are shuffling currently, so we will look at one of our players whenever they're ready.
So definitely some pretty cool decks so far here this weekend, Gabby. I had a chance to talk to some of the players out there on the field, as it were. And one of the comments I got was, seemed like there wasn't really a consensus on what the best deck was. I mean, obviously, Bant Company is sort of the boogeyman coming into the weekend here, and no doubt it's a super strong deck. I don't think anyone will contest that. But what I heard from a lot of players was, if you were just coming in playing like last month's deck or a couple weeks ago's deck, and you hadn't made any changes to adjust to the Pro Tour metagame, that you would be at a huge disadvantage here. So I think we're definitely seeing an evolution of the standard format, from what we've seen in the past couple weeks. And these players have put a lot of thought into sort of trying to learn each other and think about how to go over the top of one another. And I think that's what we see with these Delirium decks that are going all the way up to Emrakul, is that you really need to be doing something big in this format.
One of the cool things that we got to do over the last couple of days is talk to the players, see what they're bringing, and that was definitely the consensus, right? It seems like everybody around the world is taking a look at this Pro Tour and saying, okay, we know Bant Company. This is the deck that we know and we expect. We know Spellqueller is an amazing new addition to the deck, and for that reason, it's making all the different versions of Bant Company coalesce around Spellqueller. But it seems like a lot of the teams have been able to find different ways to fight it, right? A lot of ways to go over the top, cards that cost more than 4 mana, ways to get around Spellqueller, and they're going big, right? They're dealing with a graveyard. They're going over with cards that cost 5, going as big as Emrakul. So it's been really cool to see the kinds of decks that people have brought to the table in order to fight Bant. And so far, we haven't even seen it that much in the feature match area.
Yeah, there's definitely quite a bit of Bant here this weekend. I want to say order of like 20%-ish is Bant Company, but obviously that means 80% of the field did not bring that deck, right? And there's a variety of other things going on here as well. So yeah, curious to see how the weekend shakes out and what ends up doing really well at the top tables.
That seemed to be one of the discussions that the players also had, is if they played it very good, it was very bad. Like it was very bad against some of the other control decks in the field. So it's a fine line to draw between, hey, I want to beat the deck that I know is a deck to beat in the room, versus I want to play something that can actually win the Pro Tour. Our players are underway here. Reed Duke versus Matt Sperling. Remember, Reed is currently up a game against Matt. Hissing Quagmire for Matt and Game Troll for Reed. Traverse the Ulvenwald for Sperling. Gonna find him that swamp. And pass back to Reed.
Yeah, showcasing one of the strengths of Traverse the Ulvenwald. I know it seems silly to say, but you can just fire it off on turn 1 or 2 to find a land. I actually think Matt mulliganed to 6 this game and kept a 1-lander on the strength of having Traverse the Ulvenwalds in his hand. So just really nice to have a card that can do double duty as either fixing your mana early or finding a threat later in the game.
Looks like the draw for Reed was she herself, Emrakul, the big one.
I'll search for it first.
Nissa is a play for Reed. Get a land out of his deck and a pass back to Matt.
Grapple. Yep.
Grapple with a pass for Matt. Oh, and Mindwreck Demon is a very nice pickup for him here.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, just the start that Matt Sperling is looking for in this matchup here. Stocking the graveyard a little bit, adding a Mindwreck Demon, stocking the graveyard even more. And this will put some nice pressure on Reed, and as well as giving Matt.
There we can take a look at Mindwreck Demon. 4 mana, 4/5, Flying Trample. Pretty easily enables Delirium by itself. We'll get a check and see if Matt has Delirium, but had about 8 cards in the graveyard, so doesn't seem. So we have an instant sorcery and a land so far, so Matt's going to be taking some damage from this Mindwreck Demon unless he can do something this turn. Seems kind of impossible to not have Delirium with that many lands in the yard.
So let's take a look at Matt's options here in his hand. He's got Another Traverse the Elven Wald, To the Slaughter, Double Dark Petition, and Evolving Wilds. Unfortunately, Evolving Wilds effectively coming into play tapped here. Doesn't allow him to cast Dark Petition this turn, but in future turns, that should really open a lot of great options for Matt.
Matt coming in with a Mind Rack Demon, dropping Reed down to 16. Looks like 3 mana, and this is a card, you mentioned this earlier, that's something that I don't think a lot of people were expecting it, but it's been doing a lot of good work. Grapple with the pass?
Really
or sorry,
interesting.
to the slaughter.
To the Slaughter, yeah. We'll see if we can bring up To the Slaughter for you folks there. But basically, if you have Delirium, this can take out a creature and a Planeswalker of your opponents. And what's really cool, Gabby, is it costs 3 mana, so they can actually just have 1 copy of this in their deck, and it's something they can Dark Petition for, and then spend that triple black mana on, which is very, very cool.
Looks like Matt's going to see if Reed potentially plays another Planeswalker into that, wants to get a little bit more value out of that, too, that Slaughter.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, we might see things play out such that Reed transforms Nissa and then plays a big creature like a Dragon Lord Atarka or something, in which case Matt could really, really punish him with To the Slaughter.
Reed getting in there with Nissa for 2. And taking a look at Reed's hand, it looks like we have a 2, not 1, but 2 Emrakul the Promised End, Shaman the Forgotten Ways, Dragon Lord Atarka, and Grapple with the Past. Wow, here comes Dragon Lord Atarka for Reed.
Interesting here, I think I saw Reed actually assign 4 damage to Mind Rack Demon and 1 to his own Nissa. Now, the reason he would do that is expressly to keep Mind Rack Demon alive.
Sorry about that. Well, that's okay.
Okay, it looks like
it was maybe a little miscommunication.
Yeah, perhaps.
It's all going to come out in the wash. It's going to make you sacrifice.
Yeah. So Matt's going to go ahead and use it to the Slaughter, and the players have figured out this little miscommunication. An update from one of our back tables. Christian Calcano versus Marcio Carvalho are currently 1-1. So draw step looks like a grapple with a pass for Matt.
Cool fact about Grapple with the Past, it's actually a callback to the art Make a Wish, I think the card was called, from the original Innistrad, where Bear throwing a coin into a well. And now we can see things didn't really work out that well for the poor girl there. But apparently, well, for the bear or the girl, I think, actually. But you can see she's there recovering her lost bear. Now
what does the original card do?
It has something to do with bringing cards back. I think you flip a coin and bring a card back from the graveyard. Yeah. But yeah, so she's finally reunited with her bear. So a very happy ending to that story.
As most things end very happily in Innistrad,
right?
as we have come to find out. Here we go, 5 mana, Dark Petition. And Spell Mastery is online, so let's see what Matt can manage to do with that 3 mana this turn. That is a really cool fact, Ian. I actually had no idea.
Yeah, there's some interesting things in the art if you take a close look.
There's probably so many more throwbacks than people realize, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of little Easter eggs in there, especially in this set. Yeah, if you take a close look at the art, you can discover all kinds of pretty cool things.
So pick the brain here for Matt. Taking a look at Reed's hand. Here it is. Pick the brain, 3 mana. Target opponent reveals his or her hand. You choose a non-land card from it and then exile that card. If you have Delirium,
you actually get all copies.
You actually get all the copies. So, and we saw that Matt also sideboarded into Infinite Obliteration. He milled that earlier. So it does look like he wants to try to attack some of Reed's. You know, it's a ramp deck, so it's a little soft to discard and the ability to take all your Emrakuls, take your Dragon Lord Atarkas, and then the deck doesn't really do much without those.
Definitely true. So yeah, looked like Matt was able to take both the Emrakuls in Reed's hand. He does have Delirium now at this point. Yeah, so taking both the Emrakuls and searching Reed's library for any additional copies of Emrakul, which puts Reed in a pretty rough spot if Matt can deal with Dragon Lord Atarka.
So looking at Matt's hand, Looks like a grapple with a pass and a Dark Petition in hand. So Dark Petition can tutor for any removal spell for that Atarka.
Yep, could find something like a Ruinous Path and then be able to cast that. So it looks like Reed will get in 8 points of damage, dropping Matt down to 6. And now here the question is, can Matt clean up Reed's board before Reed's able to finish him off?
This is great for Reed, though. So if Matt is able to use that the tutor to actually find a removal spell for Atarka, now he has a 6/6. Maybe it's a 6/6, maybe a little bit. About a 6/6. Yeah, there it is. And Matt Sperling being at 6, not a very good life total to be against. So he does have like Hissing Quagmire, which could be on blocking duty to take down the Ulvenwald Hydra.
Yep, unfortunately, it makes things awkward for Matt. He did have the play previously of casting Dark Petition for Ruinous Path and destroying Dragonlord Atarka, but now if he does that, he leaves himself with not enough mana to also answer the Ulvenwald Hydra. So Matt's options here are reduced to perhaps something like finding an Ishkana and
So Matt, considering his options here, taking a look at Reed's hand currently, a Shaman of the Forgotten Ways, a grapple with a pass and Hedron Archive, and man, these grapples with a pass have done so much work for all the players we've seen.
Yeah, it's just an incredibly flexible card, and that's, you know, when you're playing in a high-level tournament like this, that's exactly what you want, is a card that's good early game, it's good late game, it gives you tons of options to outplay your opponent or find solutions to difficult problems. Really, really impressed with that card so far here this tournament.
How do you feel this format is shaping out to be so far?
I'm really excited, honestly. We looked through the deck lists a little bit last night and this morning, and yeah, I was super happy. I mean, of course, we were all terrified coming to the tournament,
Yeah.
you know, that Bant Company would just run the show, and you know, that we wouldn't see a lot of innovation here, but it's been exactly the opposite so far from what we've been seeing. And that'll do it for that match.
Looks like that'll do it. Matt searches find anything that's going to be able to deal with both those creatures. So Reed is going to take down the match 2-0 over Matt Sperling. We're going to take a look at one of our other matches in the meantime. We still have 2 of them ongoing. Looks like we're going to be taking a look at Christian Calcano versus Marcio Carvalho. So Calcano has brought Band Company, already known, and Marcio Carvalho has brought blue-black zombies to the table.
Ooh, that's really interesting.
That's a spicy one. Did you guys got to see some of this last round, correct?
We saw a very little bit of Ben Sek playing a blue-black. We were calling it blue-black madness at the time. I'm not sure if Carvalho is on that same list or if this is a different variation. Looks like it is actually a variation here. A lot of similar cards, but you know what? We didn't actually get to see much of the deck last round either. So let's kind of zoom in here and take a look at what's going on.
So we tuned in a little bit too late, but what we just missed was that Haunted Dead coming into play, discarding 2 prized amalgams, and then those 2 prized amalgams coming back because of the Spirit Trigger.
That is savage.
So some pretty nice synergy with this deck. I think I've seen a lot of Dredge out there.
Yeah.
So Dredge players everywhere can
all kinds
rejoice.
of graveyard shenanigans going on this weekend, that's for sure. Now, what's exciting to me is that this looks like actually a full-fledged zombie deck, and that there's plenty of cool interactions here with the zombie creature type. One of the awesome new cards from Eldritch Moon, of course, being Crypt Breaker, which is a great big reward for playing zombies. Also lets you do cool madness things like discarding prized amalgam. So there's a lot of cool stuff to be had there.
No, I think 3.
Currently, Calcano is sitting at 14, Marcio Carvalho at 20. Collected Company for Christian Calcano this turn. Let's see what he finds. There's a Sylvan Advocate at the top, a Reflector Mage as well. But Marcio's starting to take over this board. The fact that he can just discard the amalgams and get them back, I think absolutely no price. This is a good way to fight Company.
Yeah, it sure is. And now, you know, zombies obviously not really a game in the established metagame right now. Sorry, a deck in the established metagame, I should say. But I can say from my experiences playing with the cards internally, the zombies deck is pretty good at going wide, so to speak, getting lots and lots of permanents on the battlefield, especially when you get something like a Crypt Breaker going or prized amalgam interactions. So that could be one way that Marcio Carvalho could take over this game is just like getting lots and lots of zombies in play and kind of going wider than Calcano.
Calcano passing back. Oh no, he's not. He's choosing what to bounce. Yeah, it looks like.
M20, right? Yeah.
Calcano's still here considering his options. Looks like Marcio Carvalho is going to draw a card from here, lose 1 life. And back goes the Crypt Breaker to his hand. Two mana, he's going to ultimate price the Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Down it goes. And pass back to Calcano. Taking a look at Calcano's hand, it looks like there's a Nissa Vastwood Seer, a Spell Queller, and an Elder Deep Fiend.
Oh, that's really interesting. Not something we normally see out of Collected Company decks.
It seems like that's something that could be very good. It's, you know, decks are trying to innovate to beat the mirror. That's pretty good in the mirror.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's sort of, you know, going over the top of what your opponent's doing, both in size and also potentially tapping all their blockers and making a huge attack. So it definitely makes some sense.
The other thing, too, is that you don't expect that out of a Collected Company deck. So it definitely has the got you factor, at least in the beginning.
Yep.
Eventually, people will see it if this becomes more of a mainstay. Okay, Calcano gets a Forest from Nissa Vastwood Seer. He goes ahead and plays it. And a pass back to Carvalho. So we see in Carvalho's hand, there's Pariah, which is a kind of inconsequentially, right? He doesn't really care too much about him, but all of Christian Calcano's creatures are impactful. He spent, you know, they're not incredibly expensive, but he spent quite a bit of mana getting them out there, and with Collected Company also. So it looks like Voldaren Pariah could do some work here for Marcio.
Yeah, this is super cool. I mean, so the Pariah's on the battlefield, and at any moment, Carvalho could sacrifice 3 creatures to transform Voldaren Pariah. And of course, on the other side, when the Pariah transforms, she actually makes Christian Calcano sacrifice 3 creatures as well. So it's kind of a 3 for 3 creature trade. But yeah, as you talked about, Gabby, Carvalho's creatures are a lot more dispensable. Either they can come back from the graveyard or they're easily created as tokens.
An update from one of our back tables. Jeremy Dazani wins the match versus Shaheen Sarani. Here on the right, we can see Voldaren Pariah. Sacrifice 3 other creatures you transform, but you can also madness it out for 3 black mana. On the other side, it's a 6/5 flyer, and it kills you very fast.
Sure does, yeah.
Forces your opponent to sacrifice 3 of their creatures as well.
I've heard it been compared as like the Black Avacyn in a way, which is, it kind of makes sense, right? Because both sides of the battlefield lose 3 creatures each, and then she comes in and hits you for 6. So.
Good thing those amalgams were made for recurring. Taking a look at his hand, looks like Crypt Breaker that was bounced back because of the Reflector Mage. Can actually be recast again here, but Spell Queller is going to say no. Crypt Breaker being one of the engine cards here for Carvalho's deck.
Yeah, definitely smart for Calcano to try to prevent that from entering the battlefield. It looks like this game is going to drag on a little bit further, and if Marcio Carvalho has an unanswered Crypt Breaker, he's going to be drawing a lot of cards and getting way ahead as the game goes long.
So that's going to go ahead and resolve Spell Queller, not letting the Crypt Breaker come to the battlefield. Stitchwing Scub for Carvalho, entering the battlefield. Another way to discard cards and recur. Another card that's okay to get in the graveyard.
Yeah, it works really well with prized amalgams. Very cool.
So Carvalho here deciding what he can attack with. Also deciding what he wants to do with that pariah.
Yeah, a lot of interesting decisions here, especially with that pariah being able to transform at instant speed. There's a lot to think through in terms of, do I want to get the maximum amount of damage in this turn? Do I want to kind of slow roll it and play a more reactive stance where I can wait and see what Christian Calcano does before I decide whether and how to transform my pariah?
Over there on our right, we can take a look at Stitchwing Scob. A great limited card, and not necessarily something that people were expecting to see here in Constructed. You can discard 2 cards to return it from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
Yeah, and that interact amalgams will be in the graveyard, and we'll see the Scob coming back into play.
The interactions in this deck are great.
Yeah,
it's such an excellently constructed deck.
Looks like the pariah is coming in.
Yeah, dropping down Calcano 210. And Calcano's going to have to figure out a way to deal with this pariah soon. That land from Christian's going to cause that Nissa to transform. Starting out at 3 loyalty. Let's see what he wants to do with it. Pretty vulnerable here to some of the flyers, but it is a very good draw engine. Here you can see the flip side of Voldaren Pariah. It's Abolisher of Bloodlines. It's got flying. It's a 6/5. It's big. Whenever this creature transforms into Abolisher of Bloodlines, target opponent sacrifices 3 creatures. So you had to pay the upfront cost of flipping it, and then your opponent has to sacrifice those creatures. If you put a card like this in a shell that doesn't care about sacrificing creatures, then this is all upside.
Looks like there might have been a third prized amalgam picked up this turn for Marcio Carvalho, sending them to the graveyard, and then we'll be able to bring those back presumably pretty easily. Is that a Haunted Dead also that's being sacrificed?
It looks like the Haunted Dead, and Marcio doesn't really care about getting this in the graveyard. He can discard cards and get them back, and with the amalgam in hand also pretty easy discard for him. Yeah, so Marcio is activating the pariah.
So what's happening now is the Voldaren Pariah is about to turn into Abolisher of Bloodlines. That'll make Christian Calcano have to sacrifice 3 creatures. And then likely what we'll see after that is Marcio Carvalho activating Haunted Dead's ability from the graveyard, bringing it back onto the battlefield. And that at the end of the turn will trigger all 3 prized amalgams and return those to the battlefield as well.
So Reflector Mage, and Jace Vryn's Prodigy go down for Christian. And if you're Marcio, what considerations do you have when you're trying to transform the Voldaren Pariah? I mean, it's a little scary against the Collected Company deck with 4 mana untapped.
Yeah, it is a little scary. I mean, the card Collected Company could find, say, another Reflector Mage or something like that to bounce your creature in response. But, I think the game is in such a state that it's just time for Marcio to make a move here.
And that he does, it looks like. Calcano is sacrificing that the Sylvan Advocate to tap down all of Carvalho's team.
Very cool.
Wow. Here comes some deep fried octopus.
So this is actually potentially getting a little bit scary here. That's 7 power on the board that Calcano has. All of Carvalho's creatures are tapped right now. Of course, he does have his second main phase to follow up and maybe present some blockers, but, this opens up a window of opportunity where Calcano could maybe set up a race. I think Calcano's in a spot where if he's going to win the game, he needs to win the game very quickly in the face of these powerful creatures and this engine that Marcio Carvalho has assembled.
It does look like he's taking the stance of, I don't have very long in this game.
Yes.
I need to find a window and see what I can do within that time window.
This is sort of double duty as desperation play, and also maybe I could race you, although both options looking kind of unlikely at this point.
So let's see what Carvalho does in the second main phase. He's discarding 2 cards, it seems, to bring back Haunted Dead. And back come all the prized amalgams because he's going to get a Spirit as well. So his board is pretty much out of control at this point, but he only has 1 blocker. Looks like a land was just the draw for Christian. plus, wow. All right, so the plus from Nissa reveals a Reflector Mage. Carvalho here considering his options. He's very close to just being able to off it.
You're looking grim here for Christian Calcano. Perhaps if you had several more copies of Elder Deep Fiend or something along those lines. Don't know how many he does have in his deck list. I can't imagine it's too many, being a target that doesn't get hit by Collected Company.
Okay, so in comes the Reflector Mage, bouncing the Stitchwing Scob. Looks like another Voldaren Pariah.
Yikes. That is a pretty awesome draw, if that is the case.
So he's currently just lighting up blocks to see what would happen in an attack. But like I said, if like you said, if the draw was Pariah, then a lot of options open up here for Marcio.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Marcio plays this a little bit more slowly. He's got to be thinking about something like a Collected Company off the top or a Dromoka's Command. So we may see him make sort of like a half-and-half attack here where he's not making an Alpha Strike going for lethal, but he's sending in some things that he's planning to sacrifice to the Pariah later anyway. So just kind of getting in a value attack, chipping in some damage, or maybe taking out a creature where he can, and then following up with the Pariah, sacrificing some things, and bringing back the Amalgams again.
He's actually opting to go in with a full-on attack here.
Okay.
All right, Calcano, what can you do about this? The other unfortunate thing for Calcano is having that Spell Queller currently hiding a Crypt Breaker. But at some point, this Spell Queller might have to go under the bus.
Yeah, I think it may have to. The window's rapidly closing here for Christian Calcano. Let's take a look at his hand and see what options he does have here. There is a Dromoka's Command in his hand, which can help him maybe sculpt to combat, which would be a little bit better than it otherwise would be. However, he's just under so much pressure right now. I'm not sure, he could put together the best blocks he has and possibly survive the turn, but I don't think he's really going to come out of this attack step in good shape.
All right, so he's lining up some blocks, putting the Spell Queller, it seems, in front of the Spirit, so it's not going to die. The Deep Fiend in front of an Amalgam. He's taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
He's still working through his blocks.
Block like that.
So these are Calcano's.
You didn't have it. Oh, that's insane. You're so good.
And we hear a little bit of banter between the players. It looks like the Dromoka's Command was unexpected here. So players are going to resolve damage.
That was blocked by the Deep Fiend, and then they fought.
Yeah. So
take 5, 7.
7. This dies too, right?
Yeah, so he's going to be taking 7 damage total, dropping him down to 3.
One card?
Yeah.
Well, now he has so few creatures that... Exactly.
Sure.
Now this Voldaren Pariah can come out, and
Go.
if Marcio forces some sacrifices, he's going to get the Crypt Breaker back too. And he's going to have a 6/5 on his side of the battlefield.
Yep. And he could do that at any time, really, here. So Christian Calcano just looking to see what the top of his deck shows, and it is not going to get him out of this sticky situation.
Marcio Carvalho takes the match here, and the players just having some good banter. These are sick games, so the players like to discuss and see what maybe could have happened. Was there a punt anywhere here or there?
Yeah, there were a lot of interesting decisions that game for sure. And pretty cool decks as well. I mean, that Blue-Black Zombies deck has a lot of neat interactions. It's something we haven't really seen before, so we'll keep our eyes on that one for sure going forward.
Yeah, it looks like Haunted Dead being kind of the glue around some of this, but Amalgam being awesome. Voldaren Pariah doing double duty in a lot of those matches. So
absolutely.
Some sick stuff here in Standard. But we have more Magic coming to you. This is the last match for this round, but we have more Magic coming to you next round. In the meantime, let's see what Rich has for us at the news desk.
Results. The Constructed Master is getting into the swing of things. 2 rounds gone today, mostly. Some people still out there playing. Listen, this format is slow. We're closing in on time on the round. With 10 minutes to go, 75 matches were still going. That's half the field, 40 minutes into a 50-minute round, still playing. Super slow, super sluggish, and you saw really with Calcano against Carvalho there, it's like, well, here's my back company deck. I've got a late game. Oh, I'm Blue Black Zombies. I've got a late game. So we'll see how that pans out as we move along. Winners in this round. Michael Majors up to 69 points in the Constructed Master. Paul Dean up to 69, Reed Duke 69, Seth Manfield 69. That's 3-2 on the weekend for Seth. And Paul Rietzel up to 69. He goes to 4-1 on the weekend, defeating Matt Light of the UK in that last round. Oliver 2 is still playing. He was the leader coming in. If 2 loses, there will be a 6-way tie for the Constructed Master after 2 of the 8 rounds. But out on the floor, Brian David Marshall, he's just finished looking at Paul Cheon against Alexander Hayne, but he's still trying to find more stuff for us. BDM, where are you with your beady roving eye?
All right, we are watching Martin Dang versus Nathaniel Smith. They're in game 3. They have about 10 extra minutes on the board. And let's get a look at the life totals here. It is 20 for Martin Dang to 4 for Nathaniel Smith. And that looks like an Elder Deep Fiend on the attack for Martin Dang. So Nathaniel Smith's going to need to find an answer. He comes up with a Ruinous Path. These guys have about 10 extra minutes in the round. There was I don't know if it was a deck check or whatever, but they have extra 10 minutes. So if this, once time ends, they can still continue playing. And we are over time right now. So they probably have about 7.5, 8.5 minutes left right now.
In the background, you see Alexa Telerov, the Serbian national champion. He's still playing in his match. Christopher Larson in the grey shirt, way in the background, standing next to Shota Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer. In the center of your shot, 2 Hall of Famers. You've got Frank Karsten in the Channel Fireball shirt, sitting next to Rafael Levy, and opposite Frank Karsten, Martin User, who's still live for the Czech Republic World Magic Cup race.
Meanwhile, Nissa has flipped into Nissa Sage Animist. And a Transgress the Mind, another Transgress the Mind takes another Emrakul. And here comes Liliana. This is just how they drew it up when you were doing the inside R&D, right, Rich? Liliana versus Emrakul?
That's right. And also, it was something we talked about, you and I, in the preview. It's like, were people going to find a decent home for Liliana, the last hope? Well, it looks like Nathaniel Smith, here, Silver Pro, certainly has done.
So Traverse the Ulvenwald. This is a card that Ian Duke called Green Sun Zenith, because you basically just go get to find any card in your deck and play it for 1 extra. So that's the same as a Green Sun Zenith for 6 total mana to get Ishkana, the Grafwood.
So Martin Dang needs a decent finish here, BDM, because he's quite a way adrift of Martin Muller for the Denmark captaincy. Muller looks like he's got that pretty close to locked up. And Dang needs a decent finish to try and get one of the European slots, or possibly an at-large berth for the World Championship.
Nathaniel's going to need to kill that Graf Widow. He's at 4, so the activated ability on the Graf Widow is going to make short work of him if the game goes many more turns.
Another Pro Tour champion just in the background over BDM's shoulder. We got a little glimpse of Mike Rohn, the Geneva 2007 champion, one of the all-time great team, joining the mix. Come and see how his fellow Dane Martin Dang is getting on.
So now we see Dark Petition. And it looks like Nathaniel Smith is choosing between Woodland Bellower and a Planeswalker up Nixilis, but He also, in a flavor fail, is playing Emrakul in his deck.
I can tell you the BDM that Owen Turtenwild is 5, defeated Logan Nettles. So Turtenwild up to 5-0, and depending on what happens with Oliver 2, Owen Turtenwild will lead the Constructed Master after 2 of the 10 rounds.
Of course he will. Okay, using the mana floating from the Dark Petition. Ultimate Price takes out the Graph Widow. About 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes left in the round for these guys. The match next to them is actually ended in a draw between Alex Johnson and Alexa Teleroff.
And because this is constructed, the tables are arranged in scorecard order, if you will. So you get a good sense that the closer you are to table 1, the better you're doing. The further down, the more you're struggling to make it towards day 2.
I tell you, Nathaniel Smith's deck looks a lot like the Pantheon deck from the last Pro Tour with the Dark Petition Seasons Past combo, and he seems to be lining something up here. He's been looking at his graveyard and making sure he's getting the maximum value from a Seasons Past that's looming in the next couple turns.
Scott reach 5-0 right now. Pascal Maynard of Canada is 5-0, and so is Steve Rubin. Remember, we said that only 3 people could be Player of the Year. Seth Manfield, he didn't have to do anything, just had to make sure that Owen Turtenwild didn't make the top 8 and Steve Rubin didn't win the whole thing. Turtenwild and Rubin, BDM, both at 5-0.
Nathaniel Smith draws a Liliana with Nissa, but then plays Emrakul, the Promised End. And Martin Dang, who's still at 20, just sort of shakes his head, says, sure. Draws a card for the turn. There's a Kozilek's Return in his hand, 2 lands. And he has the 3 spiders in play. Nathaniel looks for the most painful way to tap Martin Dang's mana. And casts Kozilek's Return to exile those spiders.
Such a beautiful card, Emrakul, the Promised End, because it doesn't quite do everything, but it sure does a lot.
And Martin Dang passes the turn back. He takes his extra turn after Nathaniel Smith took his turn. And now he has to face down Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn. It's 19 to Martin Dang for 4. Oh, did I say Aeon's Torn? Sorry.
We forgive you.
Checks up Nissa. Hits a land.
So if I asked you right now, BDM, would you be prepared to say that Emrakul will be the Promised End and will make it into the top 8 of this Pro Tour? Are we going to see Emrakul all the way to Sunday?
Absolutely. We may see more Emrakuls than we see collected companies in the top 8 at this point.
Wow. In the distance, get a little glimpse of Magnus Lanto, a teammate of Martin Dang. He is in the contention for World Magic Cup race in Sweden, 8 points behind Joe Larson. The door is open. Joe Larson opened up 1 and 3, not sure this round yet. But Lanto 3 and 2, so not quite setting the building on fire just yet.
After that attack, Martin Dang falls to 2. Seasons Pass from Nathaniel Smith. Gets a Transgress the Mind back, among other cards. And then plays a face-down card. And there's the hand. Martin Dang was at 20. Nathaniel Smith was at 4. But Emrakul was able to turn that game around. Nathaniel Smith wins 2-1 over Martin Dang. Rich, we're sending it back to you at the news desk.
BDM, thanks so much for that. Great stuff. Glad to give you some bonus magic from right deep in the trenches, in the tables in the 20s there. Martin Dang didn't get the job done. Nathaniel Smith advances there. So I can tell you Oliver 2's result is in. He's won, so he is back in the lead for the constructed master. 72 points leads Owen Turtenwald by a draw, essentially 2 points clear, and then a rogues gallery of Michael Majors, Paul Dean, Reed Duke, Seth Manfield, and Paul Rietzel on 69. But boy, oh boy, Owen Turtenwald and Steve Rubin, they are making Seth Manfield sweat and how. 5-0 perfect records, 3-2 for Manfield. 3-2, well, start developing that across to 6-4, to 9-6, 9-7. Seth Manfield not on pace to get much more than his 3 pure points for turning up and playing. So, maybe the door is ajar for Player of the Year. Still a long, long way with one of my favorite guys in Magic. Let's hear all about Black White with Dan Ward.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another Deck Tech. I'm Randy Buehler, joined by Dan Ward. Quite a while.
Yeah, I've been playing Black-White since Black-White wasn't popular, and it's still not popular. But
it's actually number 3 this weekend. If you go by the archetypes.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you can divide things up differently, but it's up there.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So Green-White and like Bant have been like the menace of Standard for a while, and I've been championing a Black-White deck that is unlike any of the other Black-White decks that people are playing. Okay. And I'm not just talking about like the ones now that like the Angel, the Bracella combos in there, a thing people are doing now. I've been playing a mixture of stuff using creatures as opposed to planeswalkers by gaining my small amounts of advantage, because the Black-White decks, they focus on like a Jund style of they're going to get incrementally ahead. They're not going to just, well, now they have Bracella, but...
And not just playing, but doing well.
Yeah, I've been doing really well. I think, the last 4 Grand Prix, I top-8'd New York. I lost to Seth. He's really good.
That happens.
He was also Black-White. And I topped, the other 3, I topped 64, and I was playing for winning in for another top 8. So the deck's been really good to me.
All right, now, I want to go through the deck, but I got to ask you about this story. I heard about your round 1. This isn't a constructed story, but you played against Luis Gadvargas. And what exactly did he do to you?
So I'm the first to sit out the draft table, and then LSV's a second. So already, my day's going really awesome.
Sure.
But getting to the story, I'm a turn away from killing LSV. We're both playing red-white, very aggressive deck. He has the card Assembled Alpha in play, which is a 5/5 that says whenever it becomes blocked or does blocking, it does 3 damage to the creature and 3 to the player. So he played a card which made me force attack. Sure. And I'm looking at my hand. I have combat tricks and tramplers, and I'm like...
And you're at like 20.
I'm at like... Yeah, I'm pretty much close to 20, like 18 or whatever. And I'm like, if he blocks wrong, he's dead. If he blocks right and doesn't have any combat tricks, he's dead. Go to attacks. He casts Give No Ground, +2/+6. He can block all of my creatures. There's 7 triggers for 3 damage on the stack, and I just die instantly.
So Give No Ground lets Assembled Alphas block 7 creatures.
7 creatures.
And deal 21 to your face.
Yeah, and I'm just like, welcome to Pro Tour.
Oh, that is quite the combo.
Yeah, at least it was game 3.
Oh, great. I'm glad you could laugh about it. That is quite the story. All right, back to constructed. Let's talk about Black-White. Let's start looking at some of the cards in this deck. I mean, Black-White control, this is just kill all the stuff, right? Trade cards.
I want to do a lot of trading and killing, Sylvan Advocate being one of the key cards of the format right now. One of the cards that I really like that's on here is Transgress the Mind. With testing for this PT, it's really phenomenal versus both Bant Company and Green-White. However, there was a lot of talk of Ramp coming back, Emerge decks coming back. I just happened to lose to an Emerge deck this last round, and I was really happy to have 3 of these in my deck. I want to be able to take the Elder Deep Fiends and the Ramp cards that they gain.
Now, is this deck, you talked a lot about Bant and Green-White, is that the metagame you were expecting coming in?
Yes, between the last 2 Star City tournaments and just the Grand Prix circuit overall, there's been a ton of those decks. There was 50% of the meta in both of those, and I expect to play against those, and I guess the third outlier would be humans, not counting any brews.
Sure. So some of the Delirium and the zombies that are running around in the Emerge decks, maybe another angle that you may not necessarily be prepared for?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily, I'm kind of prepared for it, but it's very swingy, because versus the zombie decks, the Kalitas is the key. If the Kalitas can resolve, then you're going to win the game. But
sure. Yeah, we can keep going, actually. I think I've got the creatures up next.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kalitas is the key to winning that matchup. It's really good in this deck particular, because you're just going to curve out. You're going to kill a guy, or play a guy, and then play this card. And if they don't have an answer for it, as soon as you untap, you're just taking the game.
Makes sense.
This card is crazy. People do not know about this card and should. This interaction between Hangerback and Abyss when you really need to. I've never done the last ability, so I'm kind of sad about that. Like exiling some stuff, that's living the dream. But this is the perfect thing I want to be doing. And it just blocks Sylvan Advocate. It blocks everything to it. It fold.
Makes sense.
So I really like this card. Hanger back, it's not good in Reflector Mage like standard, but when it's not good, like I've had plays where I'll play it, and then Reflector Mage will return it to my hand, then I'll play Avacyn and pitch it for 0 and kill all their creatures.
That combo's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, so a bunch of creatures. Let's keep going.
Okay, so here's the spells. I mentioned Tragic Arrogance. There's nothing like, you're living it. If you play Kalitas on turn 4 and then Tragic Arrogance against anyone, it feels really good. Languish, it's a one of. I went up to 2 of this. I had 2 Languish and 1 Tragic. I wanted to avoid Spell Queller, and I wanted to be able to deal with stuff that like Avacyn doesn't provide, like, you know, not like saving the stuff like Ultimate Price, but as far as like the sacrifice was a big, like Westfell Abbey, things like that.
Okay.
I wanted to deal with.
And then a couple of catch-all removal spells, Anguish Unmaking, Ruinous Path.
I'm killing all the creatures, so I want to hedge and have some things to take care of Planeswalkers. Anguish Unmaking is great. The one thing you need to know about it with Anguish Unmaking, the 3 life is definitely a cost. This isn't Vindicate. Like, there's been games where, like, I actually lose from having the Anguish, but, you know what I mean? It's a trade-off for having that powerful of a spell.
Makes sense. Keep going.
All right, now it's to the meat and potatoes of the deck. So Read the Bones is like the card you always wanted to cast on turn 3.
Okay.
However, now we have Liliana, the Last Hope.
Yeah, this seems like the huge new addition. You've been playing Black-White for a while.
Yes.
And then they gave you a Planeswalker.
I know, it's crazy. Like, thank you for giving me Liliana. So the reason, this amplifies the fact that I play creatures, and you'll see in my list that I do not play Gideon. For one, Gideon I think is weak toward Bant Company and Green-White. But this card is just so ridiculous. Like, you can play any of the 2-drops, which you saw that I have 5 of, and just ticking up to, like, pick off Selfless Spirits, pick off Crypt Breakers, different, you know, 1 toughness creatures in the format. But being able to, like, minus her, I was testing a lot against Thiago Saporito, one of my teammates, and he was champion Green-White. And the games I was really, like, destroying him, which wasn't many, was when I landed a turn 3 Liliana, and the Green-White decks just had no way to fight it, because they just couldn't get through the hangerbacks, the Iles, the removal spells, and so I would just ult when I was on the play. So the card's been pretty phenomenal in testing.
Yeah, I gotta say too, there's a lot of Liliana here this weekend. Seems like it's a real breakout Pro Tour for her.
Yeah, I can, you know, I'm the first one to stand behind the card. Like, it is phenomenal.
Makes sense, and that does sort of tweak the metagame.
And like you brought up the green-black X decks, I think those decks came back a lot, because when you're playing Tireless Tracker, now you're playing like Gravedigger that stays in play, that gets back Tireless Tracker. Like, it really provides a ton of value and allows you to go really long.
Awesome new addition to your deck and some other decks. Let's keep going. Land should be pretty straightforward.
It is. It was funny. I was looking at the Black and White Angels deck that top-8 Star City. I didn't do it on purpose. It's the same exact mana base.
Oh, funny.
And I was playing 2 Blighted Fens, and my teammates were just like, do you feel like casting Tragic Arrogance when you need it? And I was like, I do. So I cut those, and we added 2 more planes.
Yeah, we can keep going then. 8 and 5 basics, and then Gaia Reach Sanitarium, little new spice.
Yeah, it's great. It allows me to discard things like Ultimate Price when they're bad, Transgress the Mind when they're bad, and the greatest thing is you can discard a creature and then get the value from Liliana right away.
Oh, nice.
So it's been pretty good.
Now, you're a member of the Dex Army.
Yes.
Which is we think of mostly as sort of a South American team. You know, it's starting to become a little more international. You're like the one honorary American on the team. How does that work?
I am the one honorary American for this PT. Dex Army Spaniards and Portuguese, and I am the one outlier. It's kind of weird, but it works.
It does seem to be working for you.
Yeah, I've had a lot better testing. Some of the results, not necessarily this PT, but some of the results is. So.
Awesome. That's the baseline coming in. It was also one of the more expected decks this weekend. Liliana's great, but we'll see as the weekend evolves how good this deck's actually going to be. Let's send it back to Rich.
All right.
Good stuff.
Always.
Welcome back to the news desk. Thanks very much to Danwell giving us his time with Black White there. Pairings are going up right now, Brian David Marshall, so we're not too far away from round number 6. So why don't we draw breath just for a couple of minutes, work through some of the races, and do you know what? We've had 5 rounds of the 8. I reckon it's about time we showed you our scoreboard for the first time this weekend. Never mind the races, never mind World Magic Cup, never mind World Championship, never mind Platinum. This is just 5 rounds of pure Magic, and 10 players have a perfect record. Oh boy. That is a ridiculous, ridiculous top 10. Let's work our way through them in not scorecard order, because I have to be honest, I had to look up Ryu Jumonji of Japan, because I didn't have him in my data bank in my head. It turns out he played at Worlds in 2011 in San Francisco, went 12-6 across 3 days of 3 formats, so that's a very solid performance. No more Pro Tour experience since then, and then came back, went 13-2 at Grand Prix Tokyo earlier this year, so not a top 8, but the virtual top 8, the 39 points we show you at the beginning of every Pro Tour. If you get that, you get an invite to the next PT, and he is making the most of that, one of 2 Japanese players with a perfect 5-0 record. I think, BDM, in your memory bank, there will be something about the other one.
Yeah, well, Yuya Watanabe is coming off of just hearing within the last, knew a little bit beforehand, but announcing publicly that he was one of 2 people elected to the Pro Tour Hall of Fame for this class that'll be inducted at Pro Tour Kaladesh. The other is also 5-0, by the way, and that's Owen Turtenwald.
Right.
Which is kind of insane.
Yeah, so Owen Turtenwald, if we take another look at that list for you, Owen Turtenwald 5-0, but also going for Player of the Year, Steve Rubin. On tiebreaks, he is currently #1 right now, but don't worry too much about tiebreaks at this stage.
Steve Rubin decided he liked winning his way through the bracket at the last Pro Tour. You know, sometimes you'll see in baseball, they'll talk about, a consecutive innings streak over the course of 2 games. He's on an 8-match winning streak right now.
At least.
At least. Yeah, I don't remember if he had to win his last round.
We'll have to see when he last lost on his route to his Pro Tour title. So the important thing about Steve Rubin and Owen Turtenwald being 5-0 is that not on that sheet and down at 3-2, which is still a perfectly fine record, is Seth Manfield, and it means that the Player of the Year race is currently live. Owen Turtenwald and Steve Rubin, they both need to make the top 8. Steve Rubin must win, and Seth Manfield not get as far as 9-7. So he's kind of on track for that in the very early stages. So those 2 at 9-0. Let's carry on. Let's once again check that leaderboard out for you, because we want to make sure we've covered them all for you. As we see who else is there. Sam Pardy, terrific job by him, one of the great modern players, and so is Patrick Dickman, BDM. Now, Germany was one of the races we looked at and went, well, there are some players who could catch him, Christian Seibold maybe, a couple of others, Dominic Gertzen's playing maybe a great performance, could get close. Patrick Dickman's going, I had a big lead, I'm making it a bigger lead. There's no way I'm letting you anywhere near me.
Buried the needle on the speedometer and just took off over the horizon.
Straight to it. So then Valentin Mackel, now this is a big few rounds for him. I have now seen him, he's got a hatful of Grand Prix top 8s, but not wins. He has a hatful of goods to the Pro Tour. I've seen him at 4-0 and 5-1 on multiple occasions, but we have not yet seen him deep in day 2. Here he is again, 5-0. Is he at his ceiling, where the Swiss pairings literally just, I mean, look at who he would play at 5-0. That makes his 6th round very, very hard to win. He is not one of the best players in that. So a big few rounds coming up for Valentin Mackel. Hope he does well. Luis Scott Vargas, the Hall of Famer. Now, he is tied right now for the lead in the Hall of Fame with Shota Yasuoka, 57 much. He has a positive record, but Luis Scott Vargas doing his best to take care of that. And more importantly, BDM, even if he players.
When I talked to Luis at the open house shoot, he seemed to feel that he should be able to comfortably glide in on the tail end of the at-large berths, regardless of how things played out this weekend. But knew there was some, knew that he could help his case, and was definitely looking to do that. One of the players I wanted to talk about here is we did an interview with Alexander Hayne at the beginning of the weekend about the Canadian World MagicCup race.
Right.
And he was off to probably one of his best starts that we've seen at a Pro Tour.
Well, why don't we take a look at some of the individual races within the races? This is obviously the overall tournament structure, but why don't we take a look at our Player of the Year? Only 3 people can do it. There you see confirmation. #1 ranked right now, Seth Manfield, 3-2. #2 ranked Owen Turtenwald, 5-0. #3 ranked Steve Rubin, 5-0. Rubin and Turtenwald must make the top 8. Ruben must win regardless of what Seth Manfield does. Seth, what about the Hall of Fame slot? Let's take a look at that for you. Plenty of great names on this. Of course, they're all great names. They're Hall of Famers. This is how they stand right now. William Jensen was quite a long way back in this race. Ben Stark similarly. Shuhei Nakamura similarly. You see, Luis Scott Vargas has opened up a 2-round lead over his direct competition, which was Shota Yasuoka. They both came in on 57 points. Paolo Vida Damarosa was on 54 at the start of the weekend, but he's down at 2 and 3. And perhaps the big threat coming into view is the number 9 ranked player from the United States, Paul Rietzel, up to 4 and 1, sitting very nicely, thank you, just behind Luis Scott Vargas, but does need to pick up 5 points overall on Luis Scott Vargas if Rietzel is going to claim that Hall of Fame. But again, Brian, this is one of those players who will be going, I'll accumulate the points, find a much better place with a Paul Rietzel in it.
Oh, absolutely. I've been following him around on the floor, watching him play, and he is intense. But he really plays with both of them, firmly, in the same lane, and it's pretty amazing to watch, actually.
Yep, I agree with that for sure. So what about some World Magic Cup races? Let's give you a couple of those. And let's start with Canada. Confirmation of Alexander Hayne leading on 53 points coming in. He's at 3 and 2. That's perfectly fine. But Pascal Maynard is catching up. Pascal Maynard there came in at 48 points, 5 adrift, and now is looking pretty decent. Sean McLaren, he is basically the last player on that list who could overtake Alexander Hayne. He would basically need to win the whole tournament.
But he's done that before.
He has done that before, indeed. And of course, we've got Jacob Wilson there, and those two have played each other in a Pro Tour final. So that's Canada. We have some amazing against Yuya Watanabe. Wow. But we are going to begin with Luis Scott Vargas against Steve Rubin. Enjoy.
For Eldritch Moon, Gabby Spartz here with in the booth, and we are getting ready to watch round 6. And boy, we have some good feature matches for you this round. Our players are ready, so let's head down to the feature match. Hello everybody and welcome back to Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. This is Gabby Spartz joined by R&D member Ian Duke. And we are getting ready to watch our first feature match. And boy, this is a good one. We have Luis Scott Vargas on the left sitting there. He's a Hall of Famer, Pro Tour champion, has brought band company to the table today. The boogeyman of the format, if you may. And over on the right, we see Steve Rubin. Now, he's brought Black Green Delirium to the table. He's the Pro Tour champion of Shadows over Innistrad, so he's a defending champion coming here. It's a Pro Tour that Luis top-8'd last round, and our players are underway here.
There, which went on to be the most popular and the strongest deck of last standard season. He's actually switched geared, and he's playing Black-Green Delirium here at this tournament. So in his estimation, Green-White Tokens is not the place to be for this tournament.
So it looks like Selfless Spirit is the play for Luis. Selfless Spirit is a new addition for the company decks. It's a real team player.
Yeah, Selfless Spirit likely to be really important here this weekend. We've seen lots and lots of players bringing Kozilek's return decks, and this is one of the most effective tools against it. So cool to see Luis main decking that card.
So Deadweight is going to take that Selfless Spirit down, and Luis, usually kidding around, he likes to kid around with a booth, was promptly told he cannot play his lands that way. Looks like a Yavimaya Coast for him and a pass back to Steve. So taking a look at Steve's hand, there's a Deadweight, a Tireless Tracker, Grasp of Darkness, Evolving Wilds, and a couple of lands. So not a lot of action. However, the Tireless Tracker is able to draw so many cards even when all you have in hand is lands. There's a Tireless Tracker for Steve. Luis is going to spell Queller that. Away goes the Tireless Tracker.
Spell Queller, of course, the big new addition to these Bant Company decks with Eldritch Moon.
Here we can see it on the right. 3-mana 2/3 Flash Flying. And when it enters the battlefield, you can exile a spell with converted mana cost 4 or less. And when it leaves the battlefield, you can cast it again without paying its mana cost. So land for Luis and a Selfless Spirit coming down. And pass back
by making them indestructible. Its one weakness is actually a lot of these black removal spells that give minus power and toughness. Cards like...
just exactly as you named it. There goes Grasp of Darkness. Gonna take care of that Spell Queller. That Selfless Spirit can't really do anything about it.
So you can sacrifice that and get another clue. So things are looking, you know, pretty good as we progress here into the mid-game for Steve Rubin.
What do you think either of these players are trying?
Lots of creatures, lots of value creatures that are doing things to disrupt the opponent, like Reflector Mage and Spell Queller. The Black-Green Delirium deck, I think, is kind of more the control deck in this matchup. It's looking to take out enemy creatures with lots of removal spells, maybe to hope to stick Liliana, the last hope, and then Languish is the other really big card that I want to highlight in this matchup. It's great for sweeping the board against all of the Bant Company decks, smaller.
We're going to see a pass back to Luis, a draw step. Spirit gets Alpha Spirit, getting in there for 2, dropping Steve down to 15. So Luis with a wealth of options here. He has a Duskwatch Recruiter, Reflector Mage, 2 of them actually, a Dromoka's Command, and a Fortified Village. Looks
window of opportunity to take out Sylvan Advocate before Steve Rubin's 6th land enters the battlefield, causing Sylvan Advocate to grow to a 4/5.
So land for Steve, getting another clue, and important to note, he's got 3 clues in place, so if they're planning on playing a long game.
So far in Steve's hand, we see a 2nd copy of Sylvan Advocate, which can path on the Duskwatch Recruiter just to prevent Luis from having a long-term source of card advantage. You know, with both players relatively low on cards in hand, but Steve Rubin having those clues on the battlefield, I think he wants to just kind of trade 1 for 1, ensure that Luis is deprived of his tools that would let him hang in there in a long game.
So he went ahead and followed your exact line, Ian. The Ruinous Path, attempting to kill Duskwatch Recruiter, only gets the Selfless Spirit out of the way.
Right. But that is step 1 toward eventually getting rid of that Duskwatch Recruiter.
So it looks like 3 mana Reflector Mage. And suddenly Steve Rubin's board is looking pretty lonely. There's nothing there, actually.
Yeah, what Steve would really love to find here is a Languish, just to take out everything that Luis has on the board here. Goes ahead and cracks a clue.
And it looks like that is what he's digging for. He's opting for 3. This is presumably a Nissa. Getting him another land as well. Getting him a little bit closer to flipping this Nissa. Here you see Nissa Vastwood Seer over on the right.
And this has been a nice turn for Steve here in that he's been able to successfully spend his mana on other things despite getting Reflector Mage on the previous turn. And that's one of the things you always want to keep in mind when playing against a Reflector Mage deck is leaving yourself options and other ways to spend your mana so you don't get stuck in a spot where your only non-land cards have just been returned to your hand and you're locked out from casting them.
Rubin does play that land and is able to flip Nissa into Nissa Sage Animist. A tick down is going to create an Ashaya in play. A 4/4 is pretty good on this board.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things about the Bant Company deck is, well, it's great about getting, you know, lots of card advantage by getting multiple creatures into play with Collected Company and getting value out of each of their triggers. Ultimately, it does just have a lot of like 2-power creatures sitting around. So having big blockers can be great as long as they don't get Reflector Maged.
So Luis looking here to push damage and make sure that the Nissa is dead this turn. Attacks with the whole team. Ashaya can get in front of the Duskwatch Recruiter, but the Selfless Spirit is going to protect all of Luis's creatures. So Nissa goes down. Duskwatch Recruiter still around. Hopefully we'll be able to draw him into because he's out of cards here.
Yeah, I think I saw Grasp of Darkness perhaps picked up there. We'll see how this turn plays out here.
So a tracker and another clue. Man, this tracker never gets tired. It's always hard at work. Yeah, you saw that correctly indeed. Grasp of Darkness taking down the Duskwatch Recruiter, and now Luis's board has been reduced to just 2 Reflector Mages. They can't really attack well into this big Sylvan Advocate. It's gonna be an uphill battle from here.
So Luis with no cards in hand, likely looking for Collected Company, I think is his best draw here at this point, into some gas, something excellent here, like another Reflector Mage perhaps. But a lot of threats to deal with, and yeah, Luis doesn't find what he needs, goes ahead and packs it up.
Yeah, and packs it up. Steve Rubin up a game here on our main match. We're going to take a look at one of our back matches now. It's going to be, oh, this is a good one. Yeah. Before we take a look at one of our back matches, we will send to some messages, and then we're back with some great, great feature matches.
Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These Magic celebrations are headlined by 2-day open tournaments with the best players in your region, as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Lille, Indianapolis, Guangzhou, Louisville, and Kyoto. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for more information.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is round 6 here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We're taking a look at Patrick Dickman, who's playing Bant Eldrazi Rights, versus Yuya Watanabe, who's playing Red-Green Ramp. Now, Ian, is this similar to the deck that Reed is playing, the Red-Green Ramp?
It looks like it actually has quite a few differences. There are some similarities in that both decks are trying to go all the way up to Emrakul, and that they do take advantage of Delirium. But yeah, Yuya has a couple different twists here. I won't necessarily spoil them right now. I think we're better served by actually taking a look in at the match and seeing what those differences are for ourselves on the battlefield.
So taking a look at Dickman's side of the battlefield, looks like, well, there's a lot going on. So a Tormenting Voice has been tucked away by a Spell Queller. An Eldrazi Displacer. There's so much going on this battlefield, but it looks like on Yuya's side only a Nishkan and baby spiders. Fiery Impulse taking down that Spell Queller. Spell Mastery is online.
Yeah, I believe is that a Tormenting Voice underneath the Spell Queller?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. And so Tormenting Voice can be recast here, discarding this mountain.
Wait. I don't think that you need to discard for this, or is it additional cost? I'm not sure.
So the players are currently discussing what happens when Tormenting Voice comes back from underneath a Spell Queller, if Yuya has to discard a land or not once it's being recast.
Yeah, and I believe the answer is that he does. You're allowed to play the spell without paying its mana cost, but there's an additional non-mana cost of discarding a card. So analyzing this board state a little bit, it looks like Dickman, things going according to plan for him here, and that he has lots of creatures on the battlefield. His deck is a little bit different from the traditional Bant Company decks. We saw it a couple rounds ago. Differences here is that an Eldrazi Displacer. So he's a little bit more of a combo-ish Bant Company deck.
We'll take a look at what's going on with this match in a little bit, but we're heading back to our main match for now. Let's see what happens between the match of Luis Scott Vargas and Steve Rubin. Our players are underway here. Lumbering Falls and Hissing Quagmire are the lands. So Ian, moving post-board, do you think either of these decks are particularly favored? What are they trying to do post-board?
In general, I would say post-sideboard will favor the Black-Green Delirium deck, just because it's a deck that benefits so much from having additional options. Without getting too much into the exact sideboards of these decks, in general, the Black-Green Delirium decks tend to play a lot of one-offs, things that they can search up with Traverse the Ulvenwald or mill themselves into, with cards like Vessel of Nascency or Grapple with the Past. Steve's deck in particular, I'm sure he's bringing extra copies of Languish, that being one of the key cards here. We may see Kalitas, Trader of Get, as well, as always a card that's been great against these green-white decks that have difficulty removing it.
So Luis getting on the board early with that Reflector Mage. Unfortunately, couldn't bounce anything. Tireless Tracker coming down for Steve Rubin, getting ready to draw some cards here. So second Reflector Mage. Away goes the Tireless Tracker. Getting in for 2, dropping Steve Rubin down to 18. This is interesting. This is one of those games where it seems like the pace of it is just going very quickly. So you kind of expect these very long, drawn-out games when you're playing, you know, something like Band Company versus Black Green Delirium. But this could be over pretty quickly, except for that now. Looks like that Languish is going to take care of both Reflector Mages, and we're back down to 0.
Yeah, it looked like Luis was off to a great start there with a couple of Reflector Mages just buying him some early tempo, getting some early beatdown. But again, Gabby, just, yeah, the importance of Languish in this matchup, being able to take out almost all of Bant Company's creatures at a moment's notice, gets Steve Rubin right back into this game. And I actually think I saw even an additional copy of Languish in his hand, so he'll be able to get one more board sweep if he needs to.
So it looks like Luis is responding to the Tireless Tracker and seeing if maybe he finds a Spell Queller, which he does. It is going to exile the Tireless Tracker, and Reflector Mage would have bounced it, but there's nothing there
Yeah,
now.
I was actually going to point out there's the really interesting decision with Collected Company whether you cast it in response to a creature or after the creature has entered the battlefield, because depending on whether you get Spell Queller or Reflector Mage, one or the other would be better. Luis did it in response there because he'd already seen 2 Reflector Mages, but in the end he just hit both anyway, so he had his bases covered.
Always lucky.
But yeah, it's something to be looking out for in the future anyway.
That's the cool new addition coming in for the Bant deck. Tamiyo Field Researcher, perfect colors / an awesome draw engine. The uptick ability in particular, you choose up to 2 target creatures, and until end of turn, whenever either of those creatures deals damage, you get to draw a card. So, you know, this deck also has nice evasive flyers, Selfless Spirit, Spell Queller, both managed to go over the top of some decks, so awesome draw engine.
Yeah, and this puts Steve Rubin in a really tight spot because now Luis has both creature threats and a non-creature threat in the form of Tamiyo, as well as Sylvan Advocate with 6 lands, which can survive through Languish. So Steve Rubin's going to need a combination of cards to really deal with this board. Looks like he fires off the second Languish, which sweeps away 2 of the other creatures, gets his Tireless Tracker back from out underneath the Spell Queller, but still Luis in a commanding position here with both Tamiyo and Sylvan Advocate.
Taking a look at Rubin's hand, there's a Sylvan Advocate, a Transgress the Mind, Murder, Ruinous Path, and Llanowar Way. So still a lot of cards / that Tireless Tracker threatens to draw more cards. Over on Luis's side, we have a Forest, a Duskwatch Recruiter, a Fortified Village, and a Yavimaya Co. So not working with a lot here, though. Duskwatch Recruiter is good at finding more of your team. There he is, Duskwatch Recruiter, and a pass back to Steve.
Steve all the way down to 5 life here. Took a huge attack there from Sylvan Advocate plus Lumbering Falls. And now he's in a really tight position here. I mean, he can use a single target removal spell to take out the Sylvan Advocate, but he's still facing down that Lumbering Falls and the Tamiyo also, which just keeps ticking up and up toward that ultimate. So time is of the essence here for Steve Rubin.
Getting an update from one of our back tables, Brian Braun-Duin currently leads 1-0 versus Paul Cheon.
So Murder taking out Sylvan Advocate. Tireless Tracker hanging back to block could, you know, threaten to block either the Lumbering Falls or the Duskwatch Recruiter.
And there we get to see a look at Murder. 3 mana, instant speed, destroy target creature. Not a card we've seen a lot of this weekend, but it's definitely very good in black-based control decks. Dead Wake taking down that Duskwatch Recruiter, and in comes Tireless Tracker for 3, dropping Luis down to 17.
So Steve there opting to chip away at Tamiyo rather than represent a blocker on the Lumbering Falls. I like that play. I mean, leaving up the Tireless Tracker leaves Tamiyo still ticking up toward the ultimate. Luis can still activate the Lumbering Falls, and plus Tamiyo on the Lumbering Falls would allow him to trade as well as draw a card. Just doesn't seem like a winning line of play for Steve Rubin, so I like the attack there a lot.
So in comes the Slumbering Falls. Because of the Tamiyo uptick, Luis gets to draw a card. Looks like Ruben has picked up a copy of Ishkana Graph Widow.
That would certainly be great to get online. I think Steve's problem so far this game is he's just been stuck on 4 lands. I mean, he's got plenty of powerful cards to cast in his hand. He just can't cast more than 1 per turn, really.
Well, he definitely needs some blockers at this point. Steve considering some of his options. Transgress the Mind could take a peek at Luis's hand, but he needs a way to deal with some of those attackers that are coming in. Ishkana and Graph Widow. So he is going to lead with Transgress. He sees that he cannot do anything about this. He's going to pick up his cards. The players are even now. They're going to push it on to a game 3.
So if you're wondering what happened there, I think Steve knew he was dead no matter what. So he just wanted to cast a Transgress the Mind, take a peek at Luis's hand, maybe see how Luis sideboarded, or see if there were any surprising cards he didn't know about before conceding the game. And sure enough, he did see a negate in Luis's hand, which could be very valuable information for the next game. You know, not playing your Languish into a negate could be the difference between winning and losing. So
yeah. Moving back to one of our back tables, taking a look at Patrick Dickmann versus Yuya Watanabe. Dickmann's playing Bant Eldrazi Rides, and Yuya Watanabe is on red-green ramp. Taking a look at this board now, Eldrazi Displacer and Reflector Mage, that's a nice combo.
Yep.
Over on Yuya's side, we have a Hangerback Walker and an Ishkana, I believe. So getting an update from what's happened in this game, we missed this because we weren't here yet, but we've already, Yuya has already forced Dickmann to play a Reflector Mage bouncing Umracool in order to not die.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, and this is Yuya playing Dickmann's turn.
Okay. I was wondering why the things are a little confusing and Yuya's leaning over the table there. This is actually Patrick Dickmann's turn. Yuya is in control of Patrick's turn.
Okay.
All right, so this is now Dickmann's additional turn. Yeah, and so Patrick Dickmann used the Displacer to displace his own Ishkana and making three new spiders.
This is an interesting board state to jump into.
We're gonna head back to one of our to our main match, Scott Vargas versus Steve Rubin. We'll see what happens. I will give you updates on what's going on in that match in a little bit. Hissing Quagmires to start for Steve, and just a land for Luis and pass. Sylvan Advocate, so that's a pretty good start, except it's immediately dead. Down goes the Advocate because of that ultimate price, and we're going to see an untap from Steve. Here you can see ultimate price. 2 mana, destroy target monocolor creature. Ultimate price was made for killing Sylvan Advocate.
Yeah, anytime you can stick a Planeswalker onto an empty board, you're in great shape. Liliana, a really big enabler of these black-green Delirium decks. Steve using her -2 ability to mill the top 2 cards of his library, look for a creature, doesn't find one, but still gets a couple new card types into the graveyard, which will be really important for Delirium.
So 3 mana for Luis, gonna play a Nissa Vastwood Seer, get a land. Has to take a little bit of pain though. Thankfully this forest will mean that he doesn't have to take any more damage from blue lands. Nissa thankfully can survive through the Liliana, though Liliana's pretty good against Selfless Spirit.
Yes, that is that's a very, very important interaction here for sure.
Taking a look at our players' hands. Luis has a lot of stuff. Reflector Mage, Spell Queller, Negate, something that you mentioned earlier, could really come up against Languish. 2 Collected Companies, and he's about to have a 4th land in just 1 turn. Over on the other hand, Steve has a Forest, a Traverse the Ulvenwald, and an Evolving Wilds. That's not going to do it. He's going to have to find something more meaningful here.
Looks like Steve in the process of resolving a traverse. We will see in just a moment what he got there. Looks like Ishkana. Yeah.
Liliana takes up, targeting the Nissa, and Ishkana is going to get this board under control. That was a fantastic sequence for him. Fortified village. Revealing forest. Just a quick update from one of our back tables. In the game in which Emrakul had been resolved and eventually bounced with a Reflector Mage, it has been recast.
So down comes Ishkana for Steve Rubin here. Liliana ticks up again, minusing Nissa. And Luis, of course, casting Collected Company after passing the turn with 4 lands untapped. I think both players knew what was coming there.
So unlucky, players at 4 lands, and has nothing to do.
Right.
Looks like he finds a Duskwatch Recruiter and a Sylvan Advocate off the top. And untap and a draw. Forest is a draw for Luis Scott Vargas' turn.
So we're really progressing into the mid-game here. Both players' decks doing what they do. Luis just pouring plenty of creatures onto the battlefield, looking to get some value out of Duskwatch Recruiter, as well as a second copy of Collected Company in Luis's hand. So plenty more gas coming out of the Bant Company side of this matchup. Steve Rubin, on the other hand, with Liliana and Ishkana going, is doing his graveyard thing, getting plenty of spiders onto the battlefield.
Quick update from one of our back tables. Owen Turtenwald versus Reed Duke, who are playing back there, are currently tied at 1-1. Here we see the flip side of a Duskwatch Recruiter. Crownlord Howler is a card that's really important in just generally in the deck. It's great at allowing the players to just kind of like dump out all your creatures at once. And if it manages to flip back and forth, you can just continue to draw even more cards.
So interesting little sequence there. Steve Rubin went for a second Traverse the Elven Wald. Luis thought and then decided to negate it, which means that Luis won't be able to cast his second Collected Company this turn, so very relevant there. I think Luis just correctly realizing that he doesn't want Steve to have access to something really powerful like an Emrakul, especially with that Liliana, the Last Hope on the battlefield. You know, Steve has just so many options there with what he can get and then what he can bring back from the graveyard.
Unfortunately for Luis, Steve had a second Traverse Evil one, the Ulvenwald there. Does find that Emrakul and now currently sitting in his hand. So, Ian, are we supposed to call a flavor judge of Liliana and Emrakul out at the same time? I don't know how hand. Seems like he's just going to ship it back to him. Steve cracking that Evolving Wilds to find a swamp.
So Steve's still, I think, a little ways away from playing Emrakul here. I believe he has 4 or 5 different types in his graveyard, which would mean he needs about 8 mana. We can get the exact for you in just a moment here, but working his way up to Emrakul. Of course, Emrakul costing 13 mana, reduced by each card type in your graveyard.
There we see Emrakul, a Promise Stund over on the right. 13 mana, 13/13, flying trample, protection from instants. That's an interesting clause, actually. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I definitely can, actually. So the original version, or one of the earlier versions of Emrakul, I should say, actually gained control of your opponent until the end of their next turn.
Okay.
So you actually controlled both yourself and your opponent for the remainder of your turn when you cast Emrakul. Now, it turned out that was pretty problematic for perspective and also for digital implementations of Magic, like Duels and Magic Online. So we kind of rethought a little bit how to get that similar effect, and that's why we gave her protection from instants.
Ishkana tokens. And a Reflector Mage, or sorry, a Tireless Tracker for Luis. The Grasp of Darkness, down it goes. Steve here considering some of his options as well. The only card in hand is currently Emrakul, the Promised End. On the other hand, Luis with Reflector, Mage, Spellqueller, and Ojutai's Command.
So I think what Steve is trying to do here is just kind of hold out a little bit until he can get enough mana or cards in graveyard to cast Emrakul, at which point, you know, Luis may have the option to Ojutai's Command it, but Steve could just bring it right back to his hand with Liliana.
How much of a priority do you think Luis has to make of killing this Liliana in light of that?
I think it's a pretty high priority if he's able to do it, although the board is pretty stalled up with the Ishkana and the Spider tokens right now. So, but definitely Luis with the options here and Steve with the sort of late game plan that he's hoping to hold out to hit. So it's kind of on Luis to try to figure out how to piece apart the board state right now and start cracking through and maybe get rid of that Liliana, or just start pressuring Steve in such a way that he can't simply survive until he casts Emrakul and win the game.
So getting a clue by playing a land. Still with a wealth of options here. Over on the right, we can see Tireless Tracker. 3 mana, 3/2. And it seems like when people play Tireless Tracker, they always have the land for the clue. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you investigate. And when you sack a clue, it grows by +1/+1.
So the way this game is shaping up, it definitely looks like Luis will win the late game as long as he doesn't lose to Emrakul. So he just wants to be super careful. He, of course, knows the Emrakul is in Steve's hand. It was revealed to traverse the Ulvenwald earlier on in the game. So Luis basically has full information about what's going on both sides of the table here.
How do you feel like knowing that Emrakul's on the other side? How is that going to affect the board state that he currently has right now?
So he's definitely going to be thinking about leaving Ojutai's Command up is one thing, as well as holding on to that Reflector Mage to buy a little bit more time with Emrakul. Although it's worth pointing out there is an interesting interaction between Reflector Mage and Emrakul. Because Emrakul ends up granting your opponent an additional turn, and Reflector Mage locks out the card from being cast until your opponent's next turn, what would happen is... sometimes what happens is that extra turn actually makes the difference and lets you just untap and play Emrakul again.
Oh, that's really neat.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll cover that interaction a little bit more if it does
comes up.
Yeah, if it does come up later on. So.
Getting an update from one of our back tables. That interaction actually did come up in one of the back tables in the match with Yuya.
Cards in hand? 3.
Players still considering their options here. Steve Rubin looks like he wants to put that Ishkana in front of Tireless Tracker. We're not sure who these creatures are attacking, but presumably some of them are Liliana. Surely Luis is considering what happens if Liliana sticks around. Yeah, getting an update. It's all the creatures are currently attacking Liliana, so Luis keenly aware of what could happen if he is able to counter that Emrakul, but Liliana is able to buy it back in some way. This will drop Liliana down to 1 loyalty. Steve Rubin's going to crack that Evolving Wilds, getting a swamp.
So interesting there that, you know, Luis valued taking loyalty away from the Liliana so much that he was actually is actually willing to send in the Tireless Tracker and actually lose that creature in exchange for getting some damage on the Liliana. But yeah, the play definitely makes sense. I think Luis wants to avoid that turn where Steve goes Emrakul, Luis counters it with Ojutai's Command, and then Steve can just bring it back again with Liliana. So really good thinking ahead to prevent that situation from happening.
Great draw here for Steve Rubin, and Nissa Vastwood Seer that can transform this turn.
Yeah, we may see that 4/4 Ashaya showing up here just to provide an extra blocker, make it that much more penalizing for Luis if he does want to attack into Liliana again.
Update from one of our back tables. Patrick Dickman versus Yuya Watanabe. They are currently 1-1. All right, so Nissa has transformed. Steve has a choice here. Does he want to draw cards? Does he want to have a 4/4 in play? 4/4 is a pretty good blocker against most of the things, except the Sylvan Advocate.
Yeah, although even then, the combination of Ashaya, the 4/4 Elemental, and Ishkana could block and take out that Sylvan Advocate. So that's one route Steve can take. The major punish to that would be a Reflector Mage from Luis, which we do know Luis has. But yeah, it looks like instead Steve has opted to tick up on Nissa.
Guildleaf Winnower. That's a neat inclusion.
Yeah, this is another card that's kind of slept under the radar since it came out in Magic Origins. But it's a great card to have access to in these Delirium decks, something you can tutor up with Traverse.
Yeah, this is a sideboard card actually, and it's, you know what it's very good against? Spellqueller.
Yeah, 2 3s.
There we see still an advocate. As long as the power and toughness aren't equal. Tamio Field Researcher coming down for Luis. In come all the creatures.
Wow, and that -2 from Tamio just devastating there, tapping down those 2 big blockers on Steve Rubin's side of the battlefield and taking out 2 planeswalkers.
Update from one of our back tables. Brian Bonduin takes the match between him and Paul Chion. So this was a devastating turn for Steve. He lost both his planeswalkers. His whole team is tapped. And currently he only has an Emrakul, the Promised End in hand. So what do you do here if you're Steve?
Yeah, this is a really tough situation. I mean, things were looking okay until that Tamio came down. And you know, Gabby, we saw Steve Rubin win the first game in this matchup, and it may come down to both the second and third games where Tamio is the star of the show.
Mm-hmm.
So really, really impressive from Luis's side there.
Here we go.
Okay, Emrakul comes out.
Emrakul, the Promised End. Luis, unfortunately, has 4 lands, but one of them is an Evolving Wilds. No counter here. He allows it to resolve. Deadweight takes down the Duskwatch Recruiter. Oh, Spellqueller comes in to save the day. Deadweight currently underneath that Spellqueller, though we don't know how long that'll be, considering that Steve has access to Luis's turn this time.
Yeah, one option, I mean, one simple option here among the other things is just to attack that Spellqueller into the Emrakul.
Mm-hmm.
Emrakul blocks, Deadweight comes back out and takes out the Duskwatch Recruiter.
So now Steve has to take a look at this and say, how much damage can I do? So the draw for Steve/Luis's turn is a Tireless Tracker. And so Steve's looking at the graveyard and saying, all right, how do let's wreck this.
So yeah, things that I'm seeing that would be good here are casting Tireless Tracker and countering it with Ojutai's Command, attacking Spellqueller into Emrakul. Emrakul blocks, Deadweight comes out, goes on the Duskwatch Recruiter and kills that, and then Tamio can -2 and tap Steve's 2 remaining creatures.
That sounds awful.
I don't know if that's the perfect way to mess up your opponent's turn, but it sounds like a pretty good start.
It sounds pretty good. Yeah, so here we go. Spellqueller attacking into Emrakul. In comes Deadweight, down goes Duskwatch Recruiter. 3 mana, making sure he pays life for it. Tireless Tracker, counter from Ojutai's Command. Man, you called it. Yeah, minus Tamio, tap down 2 creatures.
Okay, that is the power of Emrakul, boys and girls.
Is this the best Emrakul turn we've seen so far in the feature match? Because that was devastating.
That was pretty good.
Dear God. All right, so we are back again on Luis's turn. This is the following turn after Emrakul. And moving back to Steve Rubin.
So I believe Luis has a Lumbering Falls there, which can be a blocker. Gilt Leaf Winnower, relevantly, having Menace here. That's 17 points, so not enough to beat Luis by themselves. Steve has to be thinking about what if Luis top decked a Flash Creature or something along those lines, but nope.
Yeah, and that'll do it. We see the hand extension there. Steve Rubin is going to take this match 2-1 versus Luis Scott Vargas. Man, that Emrakul was insane.
Yeah, that was amazing.
We still got some sweet magic for all of you. We're moving back to one of our back matches. It is Owen Turtenwald playing the Duke himself.
Well, not the Duke.
That's true.
A
Duke. So Owen playing Teamer Emerge. Some people lovingly nicknamed it Teamerge. And Reed, we saw him in the feature match last round. He's playing the Red-Green Delirium ramp deck. So these two are amazing friends, teammates, have played infinite Magic against each other. You probably are keenly familiar with how both of their decks work.
Yeah, I mean, they tested together for this event. I think they each know how each other's decks work and what went into them and probably how the matchup plays out. I personally don't know which of these two is favored here. My guess would be probably Owen's deck with the inclusion of Elder Deep Fiend, just giving him a little bit more tempo advantage. But I could easily be wrong there.
So. Oh my goodness, dude, this is left and right.
We came at the right time.
We came at the right time. So Emrakul, the Promised End, coming down for Owen Turnwell. There she is again, and once again, I'm putting Thinking Cap on. Let's see how much damage we can do. Otherwise, pretty simple board state here. Just two Shaman of the Forgotten Ways and an Elder Deep Fiend for Owen. All right, so Owen considering his options. His hand is currently a Shaman of the Forgotten Ways, and this is Pilgrimage and a Shivan Reef. There's his hand. Over on the other side, we have Reed with also an Emrakul, the Promised End, Traverse the Ulvenwald, Vessel of Nascency, and a Hedron Archive.
Draw.
All right, so this is the draw step. It's a forest, and now this is Owen controlling Reed's turn. There have been so many times that people have controlled other people's turns, Ian. We actually need a little, like a die or something to represent when people are being controlled. So he's counting up Reed's mana. And doing a little bit of math to see how far away Reed is from casting his own Emrakul. All right, so Owen's going to start out by traversing. nice bonus. He gets to look at all of his deck. Although, in all fairness, he probably already knows the content of the deck.
So this is interesting. Owen actually counting his own library while resolving the traverse. Reads, I wonder what he's thinking about here.
Well, I see Ulamog at the bottom of his deck, so I wonder if he's considering what happens if he's counting libraries. And the count is 28. So if you are Owen here and you're trying to train wreck Reed's turn, what are you thinking about here?
Well, step one is to see if there's anything you can traverse for and actually get that is useful. I mean, you can, of course, traverse and fail to find and get nothing. But you may actually be able to find something that you can use to wreck Reed even harder than just finding nothing.
And I think that's what he's opting for here. A World Breaker, and he's targeting his Reed's own Shrine of the Forsaken Gods. Exiling it.
And that is certainly an effort to keep Reed from casting Reed's own Emrakul on Reed's next extra turn, which is coming right up. So, yeah, it's a little unusual to, when you have the option of just doing nothing for your opponent, to give them a 5/7 reach creature, but Owen values destroying that land much more than giving Reed this 5/7 creature, given the context of the match right now.
The other thing, too, is that Owen does have things like Elder Deep Fiend in his deck. Eventually, he can tap it, so it doesn't matter. Emrakul can attack easily through a World Breaker. So, you know, a 5/7, even though it's usually a very large body, in this board, it's not really doing that much.
Mm-hmm. So now we're on to Reed's extra turn here.
Taking a look at Reed's hand, we have an Emrakul the Promised End, a Vessel of Nascency, and a Hedron Archive. So looks like the players are doing a little bit of math here, seeing how far away we are from this Emrakul.
So, I mean, one sort of easy play for Reed here is just to play the Vessel, crack it, and then just cast Hedron Archive and pass the turn. I mean, that's sort of like saying, hey, Owen, I hope you have nothing and that I can cast Emrakul next turn. But that may be the best that Reed can do with what he has right now.
He revealed a couple good things here. Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger, Ulvenwald Hydra, and Anissa Vastwood Seer.
Yeah, I mean, Ulamog is certainly an awesome thing to have access to. Actually, I think I just heard Owen saying to Reed, I think I might have just thrown it away.
Really?
Yeah, I think I heard them saying that, so.
Well, Owen was keenly aware of that Ulamog, so he was definitely taking all of that into consideration. I wonder what line he's thinking of. There you see Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. When you awesome cast trigger, you exile 2 permanents. But most importantly, and what Owen was taking a look at is when Ulamog attacks, you exile the top 20 cards of a library. So that ends the game pretty quickly. There's only 3 minutes left in this match as well, so this game is ending soon one way or another.
I wonder if what Owen was thinking about was actually playing Reed's Hedron Archive and sacrificing it to deny Reed the opportunity to cast it this turn. So
yeah, that's entirely possible, and it'll be interesting. It's possible that we might be able to get a chat with him and bring back some news about what that was.
Yeah,
but
I'd love to hear. I mean, that was just an amazingly intricate sequence to come in on, and really curious, you know, what both players were thinking about there. But yeah, I think what Owen was trying to do was just deny Reed as much mana as possible, and he probably thought hard about playing the Hedron Archive and sacrificing it right away to deny Reed the opportunity to just cast it here and then potentially untap with it.
it does feel a little bad that he does draw him 2 cards when he does that.
Right, which I assume is the reason why he didn't do that, but you know, it's a risk either way for sure. So now we're back onto Owen's turn here. He certainly has a powerful board, but I don't think he has enough to end the game right here. You know, he can certainly make a big attack with Emrakul. Reed is able to block and absorb 7 of the damage with his World Breaker, but then Reed will simply be able to untap and play Emrakul, and then potentially even survive to cast his Ulamog afterwards. A second copy of Emrakul.
Wow. All right, this is a big game.
Yeah, if that is the case, that is an amazing draw for Owen here. And it might be enough to flip things around and put him back in the driver's seat.
So on getting in there with everybody. Yeah, the World Breaker had to get in front of Emrakul there. 5 mana. 6, 7. And if you're Reed at this point, you can start sweating it because you know what's coming. Here it is. She is Emrakul, the Promised End. What an amazing draw for Owen.
And I believe Reed has 10 mana exactly, which means Owen can now control Reed's turn and cast Reed's... I mean, he could cast Reed's own Ulamog and exile some of Reed's permanents. I guess it's probably better just... Yeah, I think that would be the play there, right? So Reed can play the Ulamog and ensure that Owen can play Reed's Ulamog for him and ensure he has the choice over which permanents are being exiled by Ulamog's ability, thereby leaving Owen's Emrakul on the battlefield and allowing Owen to attack on his next turn.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why Owen was also counting his own library. He wants to make sure that if Ulamog does attack, he doesn't just die to it.
Right. So I believe the play here is, Owen has Reed cast Emrakul, exiles 2 non-essential permanents, perhaps lands or something like that. Then Reed gets an extra turn. He gets to theoretically attack once with the Ulamog and exile 20 cards from Owen's library, but that's not enough for Owen to lose the game. And then on Owen's following turn, he can attack with Emrakul and win.
And time has been called on this round, so we're moving on to extra turns. Now, I want to pull up Emrakul, Ulamog, but when Ulamog enters the battlefield and the trigger goes on the stack, it's already on the battlefield, so it should be able to exile itself?
No, it's actually a cast trigger.
It's a cast trigger. All right, there you go.
Ulamog.
But he could get rid of the archive and another land.
Yep.
Yeah.
Float 2 mana. Activate World Breaker.
Breaker's ability to return it to Reed's hand and then cast the World Breaker and use the World Breaker's ability to exile the Hedron archive. So this is even safer.
Yeah, that was a very nice line from Owen. It's very safe, right? It doesn't. You don't care, like we mentioned earlier. He doesn't care about the 5/7.
Right.
But denying Reed from 2 lands there.
Yep, it puts Reed low enough on lands that he's not going to be able to cast Ulamog before the game is over.
Got a final result from one of our other tables. Patrick Digman wins 2 over Yuya Watanabe. And we are in additional turns here. This is additional turn 1 of 5.
It's also worth noting the extra turn created by Emrakul counts as an additional turn. Additional turns just means there are 5 additional. Normally that's players alternating back and forth, but in this particular case, there is an additional, there is an extra turn there.
There you go, and it was a very good draw. The player acknowledging
that was an
down
intense game. I mean, Magic is hard enough when you're only playing with your own cards, but when you also have to figure out the optimal or most suboptimal play for your opponent, things get really tricky there. So pretty cool to watch that match unfold. Yeah,
and we see some nice banter between the players. Like I said, they're very good friends, and they know their decks and they know what they can do. So they can see how good of a draw that was. That was a fantastic draw for Owen. And currently undefeated, correct?
Yes, that puts Owen to 6-0, and Reed to 5-1.
And they're both doing fantastic in this tournament still. So there will be a lot more Magic coming in the next couple of rounds, and hopefully we get to see more sweet decks like this. The Delirium decks have been awesome.
Yeah.
Extra turns have been pretty cool to watch.
I'd love to see more of those blue-black decks with Voldar and Pariah. Those were really cool
and
and unexpected for me.
Absolutely. Mitch, what do you have for us over in the news desk?
Gabby, what we have for you is just an astonishing array of talent at the top tables. Patrick Dickman, modern master most notably, but currently leading the World Magic Cup race for Germany. He is going to lock that up pretty soon into tomorrow. He is now 6-0. Sam Pardy is 6-0. Steve Rubin, 6-0. Owen Turtenwald, 6-0. So the door is ajar in the Player of the Year race. Seth Manfield started out 0-2, but then put the brakes on. 1-2, and then into constructed. 2-2, 3-2, now 4-2. But as long as he doesn't make the top 8 and one of the other 2 do, well, then the Pro Player of the Year will still be live coming into Sunday. Owen needs a minimum of top 8 depending on what Seth does, and Steve Rubin, he just needs to win the whole thing and hope Seth doesn't get to around about 10-6. So right now they're doing all that can be asked of them, 6-0, 6-0 for the 2 chasers in Player of the Year. Now the other Rubin is doing very nicely, thank you. Hall of Famer Ben, he is at 5-1, alongside what a list we've got here. You've got Jacob Wilson, 5-1, Pro Tour Hall of Famer Paul Rietzl, 5-1. Li Shi Chan with his 4 Pro Tour top 8s is 5-1. Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren, Andrew Cuneo, the inventor of Draw Go, before some of you watching were even born, he's 5-1. Ken Yukihiro, 5-1. Pro Tour champion Jeremy Desani, 5-1. From France, chasing World Magic Cup glory from an outsider's berth, Louis Deltour, 5-1, runner-up at Grand Prix London in 2013. Andrew Brown of East, we haven't heard much about East-West Bowl so far, but Andrew Brown flying the flag, having a decent run on day 1, 5-1. Matt Sperling is 5-1. So, of course, is Luis Scott Vargas. Yuya Watanabe is 5-1 because he's just lost to Patrick Dickman in the feature match area. Just a ton of the best players in the game accumulating at the top of the standings. Well, we're going to have another deck tech in a little while, but first of all, Brian David Marshall, as you know, went out into the wilds of Sydney in pursuit of the inside track on this Pro Tour. And teams mean different things to different people, and when it comes to the favorite memories of what is a team experience, well, that might be about dinner, that might be about drafts, that might be, sure, about finding the perfect constructed deck, or it might be about a hideous misplay on Magic Online. It takes all sorts to build a team, and that team bond is what we explore now in the team experience here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
I think one of the best ones has to be before Pro Tour Philadelphia, when Conley Woods rented us a off-season ski lodge in the middle of nowhere in like Pennsylvania, where we were just there for like a week and a half, and it was just a lot of fun. I mean, it was just like couldn't really go anywhere. We were just like testing this like pretty big house, and I don't know, we just had a lot of fun. We had to cook meals. We played water polo of all things because they had a pool. Like it was just, I don't know, it was just a kind of unique experience.
This year, I got to play in 2 straight team GPs with Luis Scott Vargas and Eric Froelich. And I've been on a lot of different teams over the years. I haven't really been a player that was just firmly committed to one team. And I think it's the best team I've ever played on, and probably the best 3-man team that's ever been. I mean, I know that Phoenix Foundation's Pro Tour wins were incredible, but Kai, Dirk, Marco, me, Luis Farrell, I'm taking us.
The craziest one and my favorite was Grand Prix Nashville, because it was me, Jacob Wilson, and Jesse Hampton, and Jesse had some flight issues and got snowed in and had to drive in the snow for the first time in his life, because he's from Seattle, 6 hours to make it to the tournament. But he got there right as we finished deck building, so he wasn't even part of that. Was on 0 sleep, and we managed to make day 2 somehow despite that, and then won the tournament from there.
We merged with Channel Fireball and tested with them, and the result of that was very narratively appropriate. Like it was like you had scripted it. Matt Nass was coming off having just developed a couple of very good decks in Rally and Hardened Scales in a row. And Sam obviously is a known brewer, and soon the end result was that ideas that both of them had been working on separately, we combined right before the PT, and that ended up becoming the Cryptolith Right deck that our team played to pretty good success and managed to put Luis in the top 8 with at that PT.
So my favorite team experience has actually been the last 2 Pro Tours since Team Ultra added the channel. Basically every Pro Tour is just a giant goof off. Of course we're testing for a Pro Tour, so there's a bunch of serious work going on, but like most of these guys are just way better than I am, so it's just a constant learning process, just trying to pick their brain on tons of different things and give my feedback and guidance where I can on certain things.
I've been able to kind of like rejoin the community and rejoin this kind of awesome atmosphere. Playtesting with these guys, it's just an amazing kind of experience, and it's what I relish. It's really what I think what I miss when I'm not playing with it.
So the best team moment for me is just working together, building decks before the Pro Tour. The most fun I have playing Magic is definitely figuring out a new format when there are all these possibilities and they're all exciting. Working with Justin, he tries to be like extremely grounded and realistic, and I'll like play a deck and have a couple good results with it and just get very excited. And he's like, we don't know if this is any good. And I'm like, look, enthusiasm is part of my process. I'm just gonna build something and play with it and get excited. And if I'm not doing that, I'm just gonna be depressed and defeated and not productive. Before we even came out here to test with everyone else, we had like 30 different standard decks built, because whenever it would be like, okay, well, let's test, I'd be like, okay, but I want to try this new thing. Okay, but I want to try this new thing. And it would always be like, okay, we have to make 2 new decks before we can play any Magic. And we just ended up with a giant pile of deck boxes very quickly.
What I like the most about it is just going into a tournament and all of us doing well. We just had our Pro Tour Paris, where we had Cobblade, and Rise of the Eldrazi in Puerto Rico, where we had this really cool red, green, blue, just Oracle Mandia, Lotus Cobra, Jace the Mind Sculptor, Comet Storm, just tons of stuff going on. And and that was a pretty cool deck. And then we also had, I guess, the Worlds back in 2011.
My favorite team experience had to have been Worlds in San Francisco, where it's my local tournament, so all my family is there watching me as I top 8 the tournament alongside 3 teammates. That was just super awesome. I had an awful lot of people staying at my house for testing.
Probably this one, just because I get to work online, which is convenient with my job, and then there's enough people in Madison that I can still test live.
Yeah, so I was on the U.S. national team a couple of years ago, and Owen Turtenwald, Neil Oliver, and Isaac Sears were my teammates. And there was this one round we were playing for top 8 contention in the World Magic Cup, and Owen has to win 3 from to make the top 8, and he's got 5 minutes to win the green-black constellation mirror, and it was a really grindy mirror. Those games typically took 20+ minutes. He plays as fast as I've ever seen anyone play Magic, and we barely get there. Super exciting. That match got me back on the Pro Tour because we had made it to the top 8, so just an amazing experience.
Way back in the day, I teamed with some guys from Florida / my friend Orrin Beasley, and those were kind of the guys I worked with when I got my first Pro Tour top 8 in Nagoya, and I still have teamed with them in Team Grand Prix since then. So, the last 2 we played in, we got top 4, and qualifying them for a Pro Tour when we top 4'd was pretty awesome to get to play with them again. So,
Grand Prix San Jose. This was the Team Prix with the Pork Bun Oath, myself, Ifro, and Luis. I had 2 Hall of Famers on my team. Fortunate enough to have them on my team, and I wasn't qualified. I wasn't qualified for the second Pro Tour of that season, and I was basically just kind of happy to just kind of be relevant on the Pro Tour, and just to be able to play with these guys was a good feeling. And the only way for me to qualify for the next Pro Tour, which was 1 week away, is me winning the entire tournament.
Everything's in, and that's gonna do it. Palcheon wins.
Oh my God, Palcheon just qualified. And we got there, and it was just insane. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, just dream come true. And that qualification gave me just enough points to actually give me gold. It put me back on the gravy train because I got those 3 pro points. I barely had the enough pro points to qualify for the Pro Tour, and here I am.
That is great stuff. Thanks to BDM going into the house, and thanks to all the housemates for giving us their team experiences. Plenty more from them tomorrow here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. But right now it's Deck Tech time. Waiting for us is Pro Tour Hall of Famer, and he is with one of the latest Harry Yuya pros. It's Michael Bonder.
Hello and welcome. I'm Randy Buehler, joined by Michael Bonda.
Hi.
You seem super excited to talk about this deck.
I am super excited, Randy.
we set some of the baseline decks for you guys. We looked at Band Company, we looked at Black White Control. Now, let's put some spice on the table, shall we?
Yeah.
We've called this deck 4-Color Emerge.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have a name for it.
We called it Eldritch or Eldritch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just,
let's look at some cards.
Yeah, let's look at some cards.
Let's see what's going on.
Yeah.
So, talk to me about these. Seem like the fixture green cards in a lot of the graveyard decks.
Yeah. So we're basically playing Dredge in Standard at the moment. So what we have here is a tutor, Traverse Your Own World. It's mostly a land tutor, but in the deck, as we go forth, we can see that it's actually just a Demonic Tutor in the deck, like a tutor for any card in the deck that we need.
That seems good for G.
Yeah, exactly. So Gather the Pack is really good at making Spell Mastery itself, but it actually just fills up the grave with 5 cards without being disadvantaged, like the new card, the Tigan Scheme, the blue one.
Yeah.
And then we have Grabble the Past for extra lands. We will see our curve later on, but extra lands and just getting back like the key components of the deck.
Okay, so put stuff in the graveyard.
Put stuff and tutor. Yeah,
and tutor.
basically.
Sounds good. Now let's look at some more cards.
Yeah. So we have our all-star Jace. He's back, and he's great. So when you fill up your graveyard, you want to flashback things in the graveyard. You have Jace. You do Jace to fix your hand, and late game he's just an all-star.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is one of our 2-drops, and our other 2-drop is our Noose Constrictor, which will at the moment, it doesn't make sense, but later on in the deck list, it will kind of make sense because we're playing like this Dredge deck, and we want things in our graveyard. And it's also really good against band spirits, band humans, yeah, because sometimes you lose to tempo. But this card, like Wild Mongrel back in the days.
Yeah, no, so it's like a solid 2-drop. It can affect the board.
Exactly.
It can block. Yeah. And sometimes you just gotta get a card into the graveyard.
Exactly, and it doesn't die to Dromoka's command. It's only like, it's very good. And then we just have Nissa for these late game grinds and also for some emerge.
And as a 1-of, you can tutor for it as well.
Yes, exactly.
All right, now.
Yeah.
Talk to me about this package.
So
I did not see this coming. I'm going to admit, I heard rumors, and wow, yeah, Haunted Dead, Prized Amalgam. What is going on?
Yeah, there's like different kind of emerge strategies going in the leagues if you play on Magic Online. But this is like the most fine-tuned engine that we had.
Okay.
We got it from a friend of ours, and then we tried to tweak it ourselves. But this
this is Daniel Unwin, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So this is an Australian local guy who, you know, a regular in top 8s when the Grand Prix circuit comes to Australia. He's not qualified for this Pro Tour.
Nope.
But he was brewing anyway. He was helping his buddies out, and one of his buddies is Martin Yuza, who's on your team.
Who's on Cabin Crew, and eventually we got this deck. We got it a little late, so we didn't really test like super much. But the games we got in, and the more we learned about the deck, the more we had a really good deck as well. But we half of us discarded it for this deck because it's just so strong.
Wow.
Yeah. So Prized Amalgam is a good card in Modern at the moment, so it's also a good card in Standard. But it's not good if you just hardcast it.
Sure.
But when you have Haunted Dead, there's like this sweet mechanic. So in your opponent's second main phase, you discard 2 cards. If Haunted Dead is in your graveyard.
Okay.
So you put it in the graveyard with Grapple the Past or Gather the Pack. And then you pay 2 the next turn. So this is turn 3. You pay 2 in your opponent's second main phase.
Okay.
Then you get a Spirit. Then you discard 2 Prized Amalgams. And you get a 2/2. Then in his end of turn, you'll get back 2 Prized Amalgams. So in turn 3, in your turn 4, ready to attack, you have, so it's 9 power on the board.
So you discard the Prized Amalgams to the activated ability and get the Amalgams back.
Yeah, because there's a little colon there. So they'll go to the graveyard, then the creature will get to the battlefield, and then we go on. Yeah.
Spectacular.
But a key thing about this Haunted Dead, not only discarding, but it also has like this beautiful converted mana cost 4. So if we
Where are
take
you going with that? Yeah, maybe we should look at some more cards and see what you could do with randomly having a 4 converted mana cost creature that you paid 2 mana for and used to get your Prized Amalgams back.
So at the moment it looks like a kind of a sketchy mana base because now there's a red card, red mythic, and then there's this 8-drop. So what we have here is we don't really want to hardcast our Kozilek's Return.
Can you hardcast it?
Yeah, we'll see. There's
like
one mountain.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
But we don't really want to because we want to like put it in the grave and discard it to Haunted Dead.
Sure.
And then when we play the Elder Deep Fiend, we just like tap all his lands, trigger on the stack, and then everything blows, and then Fiend will come on the board. Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and then it's actually kind of sweet because you can like discard 2 cards to Haunted Dead. Then you can say trigger on the stack. Then you can pay 3 mana, sacrifice the Haunted Dead, tap your opponent's guys.
Sure.
Then Kozilek's Return resolves, killing every single creature on the board. There's no Haunted Dead, there's no Spirit. You only have Elder Fiend on the stack. But then, as the triggers resolve, you get a 1/1, and then end of turn all the Prized Amalgams. So you basically do a like you get 11 power or something like that, and then
so you stack it where the return doesn't even kill off your Prized Amalgams.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's some shenanigans. That's welcome to Standard, I guess.
Welcome to Standard, yeah. And there's literally no graveyard removal that's worth playing, or any deck that's like dying to graveyard removal. So having the Prized Amalgams, like Justin Cohen played like an Exile effect, which was super brutal.
Yep.
So because he already played it on Magic Online, something similar.
Okay.
So he knew that this was kind of in the meta game. Well prepared. Super sweet deck.
The rest of the deck, I think it's just the lands, right?
Yeah, no,
a couple random 1-offs.
Yeah, so like the decks are pretty much 50, 55, 45 in all the matchups. So having like these sweet 1-offs that people don't know if they actually know the deck, like Just to Win.
Yeah.
So you can also discard it to Noose Constrictor and to Haunted Dead and then get some sweet mechanics.
Madness, sure.
Yeah, and then just this legendary sweetheart, Ishkana. which is against the spirit decks, the tap, and all these grindy matchups.
Right.
You can tutor it up. It's a one-off.
Right. It's a one-off, but it's really a 5-of.
If you mill it, you can get it with the Grapple the Past.
There you go.
Yeah, and then I think it's only lands for the rest. Yeah. So it's 3 because we have Nissa. We want to be able to get the forest if we mill it.
Makes sense.
Also, it's super hungry on the tutors. Then we have 2 islands because it's necessary for the Fiend. And also, we take a lot of damage from our pain lands.
Okay.
Then we have 1 of each, so we can actually play our cards. 4 Woven Wilds, it's classic. And then...
Yeah, the last page will be the non-basics.
Yep. So we have 2 Lumbering Falls for late game, 2 Sunken Hollows, just to... Yeah, we have so much green, so we kind of also want the black without taking damage. And then we have the pain lands.
Wow.
Just to, yeah.
Deck is sweet. Is it as much fun as it looks?
It is super fun. I played every single minute of the standard part so far, and it's perfect. Like, I love playing Magic, so this is the perfect deck.
There you go. 4-color Emerge. Welcome to Standard, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
We're going to send it back to Rich.
So I've been joined at the desk by Brian David Marshall and Randy Bewlett. Gentlemen, do you remember that Pro Tour Eldritch Moon that was Bant Company, Bant Company, Bant Company, and Bant Company, followed by Bant Company Mirrors?
No.
I don't either. So
it's only Bant Company until the day it dies.
Randy, you've joined us at the news desk because I wanted to ask you about a conversation I know you've had out on the floor in the last couple of rounds, because we're trying to get a sense, for all we joke, about Bank Company. We are trying to get a sense of this new emerging standard metagame and what it means to you when you go to your next Friday Night Magic or your next Magic tournament. And you talked with the leader of the Constructed Master coming in, Sam Black.
Right.
So what did he say to you, bearing in mind that he lost his first 2 rounds, has just beaten Bant Company in...
And I saw him, he said this on Twitter. He said he just completely misunderstood the metagame and felt like he had no chance to win in Standard, because what he actually did was he played to beat Bant Company. He said, all right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play a deck that's very affecting. The problem is what he had to do in order to make his deck good against Bant Company was to leave himself a little soft to Liliana. And the one thing that is everywhere, I mean, if you carve up, I mean, we can say, okay, Bant Company's the most played deck, but if you carve things up as Liliana decks as a category, you get the Delirium decks, you get some of the zombie decks, you get so many decks that can attack from a Liliana perspective. That might be the most played archetype if that's how you wanted to divide things up. So, you know, he's playing blue-black zombies. He's got like Crypt Breakers and things that just die to Liliana. So, it's a totally different take on the metagame. If you lined yourself up to beat Bant Company, but you can't handle Liliana, that's looking a lot like it was the wrong call. And I mean, that's what Sam was saying. He thinks he's dead money right now.
Right, so Crypt Breaker is sort of a deal breaker as things stand, because Liliana is just going, nope, nope, no. BDM, your sense of Standard as we head towards the last couple of rounds here, it is not the metagame of Friday, Friday morning.
Well, so when we did a segment with Channel Fireball Ultra Pro where we talked to them about their history, but also about their deck choices, and the big specter that loomed over Standard on Thursday was Bant Company, and this was very much a deck on every playtesting team's mind, and it's really just been a very, very different format once we've gotten here, and we've just seen all of these green tutors traverse the Uvenwald, called Green Sun Zenith by Ian Duke earlier today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Luis still seemed confident. I mean, I haven't talked to him. He just picked up his first loss in that last round, but I know going into that round, he was just like, yeah, Bant Company's still great. Look, people don't test sideboarded matchups. After you've got negates for the control matchups. He's got Tamios we saw in that feature match area. I don't know, but he did just pick up his first loss, so...
But that was the thing that came out from that team. There was 2 camps on that team. There was the beat 'em team and there was the join 'em team.
Sure.
And Luis was definitely, he's like, I don't mind playing this deck. It's I could play this deck pretty well, and I can make a lot of hay with it. So.
Right now, 5 players have a perfect record: Owen Turtenwald, Steve Rubin, Sam Pardy, Patrick Dickman, and Pascal Maynard. That's who's left. But this round, round number 7, it's all about the 5 and 1s. We're going to head down to the feature match area for more great standard Magic. Here comes round 7, a Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Hello there, and welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ian Duke. We're down the stretch on day number 1, and down in the feature match here, we have a Hall of Famer, Olivier Ruel, and we've also got a Platinum Pro. We've got Jacob Wilson. Let's head down to the feature match area. Coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we're ready for round 7 action here, Ian. We are deep into the standard portion of our tournament here on day 1, and in the feature match area, got a nice one lined up here. We've got Olivier Ruel. Take a look at Olivier. He is a Hall of Famer. Now, for more recent Magic fans, play as many tournament Pro Tour top 8. It's him on the Pro Tour. Yeah, he's from France. On the other side of the table, from Canada, we've got Jacob Wilson. Now, if you've been watching Magic for the last few years, you will certainly know Jacob Wilson. He's a Platinum Pro. He is now 21 years old. A lot of experience under his belt at just 21, and here he is. So the matchup here, to sort of set the stage for you, is a Sultai control deck for Olivier Ruel. It looks really cool. I'm super curious to see what it does. Every time I went down the deck list, I kept thinking, oh, this is like a Traversa Ovenwald deck. Well, it's got a couple of them, but it's not, based around that deck. And it just really is playing a lot of awesome cards in Sultai colors for control. The other side of the table is Jacob Wilson playing Black-Green Delirium, a deck that is certainly be gaining more and more popularity here in the early stages of the tournament.
Yeah, indeed. And if you're someone who follows the Star City circuit, Olivier Ruel's deck looks very similar to the deck that I believe Ali Antrazi has played in the past couple Star City Opens. So if you're familiar with that, then you have a good head start on what his deck is. But yeah, it's got a little bit of a Delirium theme. It's more controlling. Obviously, it splashes the blue for cards like Jace and Silumgar, among other things.
Love it.
And yeah, I actually really like taking advantage of playing Jace. Right now in Standard, blue is not one of the most popular colors, but Jace is still an extremely powerful card, especially with all the graveyard interactions we've seen. So,
and we have seen people fill up their graveyards here with Grapple with the Past and other cards. Liliana puts cards in the graveyard. There's Delirium is flying around the feature match area here, no doubt about that. So not a lot of action here in the early stages. Players kind of jockeying for position with their mana. You see a couple of Evolving Wilds, a Traverse for a Swamp.
+1 and less.
And now we've got a Liliana, the Last Hope here for Olivier Ruel. Right on time, and no board state to speak of whatsoever, though I will say she ran away. Ruinous Path is going to take down Liliana, the Last Hope, so no fun for Olivier. In fact, he gets absolutely nothing out of it. The rare 1-for-1 with a Planeswalker. And now, it looks like Jacob has passed the turn back to Ruel, who's got a Transcast. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, like, from a flavor standpoint, if your Last Hope goes away on turn 3, aren't you in big trouble? I mean,
it looks like Jacob was a little hope flooded here. He actually had 3 copies of Liliana, the Last Hope. So the last hope is the one that gets taken away from Transgress, but he's also got 2 backup copies ready to go.
And in all seriousness, this is pretty cool because we haven't really seen a Liliana mirror yet. So I'm interested to see how that dynamic plays out.
It is interesting that they don't interact with each other, so the first person to stick a Liliana and ultimate it is going to have a massive advantage, likely win the game if uninteracted with. But there's also this game of chicken where you can minus Liliana, get a creature back, and start to try to pressure your opponent's Liliana at some point, too. Very curious. There's a Traverse. The Oldman there for Jacob Wilson. He can cast that, get a Swamp, play the Swamp, and still play Liliana this turn. And now he's the one who's going to have Liliana on an empty board. And he's immediately going to minus Liliana here, Ian.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, it's straight up card advantage. It's a little bit better than draw a card, between the value you get out of milling yourself and the fact that you're getting an action card back, and you sometimes have a little bit of choice over what it is.
Interestingly here, he did not have a creature in the yard at that point.
Right.
But he did hit actually 2.
Yeah, I mean,
he took a
in these
Sylvan
Delirium
Advocate.
decks, there's just a ton of value to filling your graveyard, you know? In a way, your graveyard is like a second hand that you have access to with all these cards we've seen that can bring things back, you know, Liliana among them.
Yeah.
So that looks like a Grim Flayer.
It's a Grim Flayer, yep.
Yeah, this is a card that, we talked about before, there are a lot of different versions of the spectrum of Delirium decks. One of them is the more aggressive version that plays Grim Flayer.
Yeah, it's a
and some
2/2
other
with
early
Trample,
creatures.
and it gets a bonus for Delirium. It gets +2/+2 as long as you've got Delirium. And we can see, probably has it in the meantime, by the way. Languish takes care of the Grim Flayer, but there's another one to replace it in a Terrarian as well. And Grim Flayer has a cool activated or triggered ability too. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you look at the top 3 cards of your library. You can put any number of them into your graveyard and the rest on top of your library in any order. So not card advantage. You don't get to draw any of them. But setting up your next draw step, enabling more Delirium, getting more graveyard shenanigans, pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like scrying, except then instead of putting them on the bottom of your library, you're putting them in your graveyard. So it's a little bit better than scrying.
Definitely.
We actually nicknamed that in R&D. We call that scheming after the card Tygam scheme.
Wow, that
when
is
we
the
just need to refer to.
Scheming is proud and happy to have something named
Yeah,
after
it's
it
got a
at this
lasting
point.
legacy. Yeah.
Certainly wasn't for its play unlimited. So Grim Flayer on the battlefield here, along with the Turian and a Liliana. For Jacob Wilson, he's going to plus Liliana to shrink down the 2/3 Sylvan Advocate. Get rid of a Terrarian here. So now he's going to get to add 2 mana of any color here and then draw a card. He found his 4th copy of Liliana. And he gets to play Ishkana with Delirium. Wow. The black-green Delirium deck really showing off the straightforward power of Delirium here.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say Jacob's deck is like the classic streamlined black-green Delirium deck. No, it's not splashing any other colors. It's not really doing anything unusual out of the ordinary. Lots of 4-ofs, just playing all the good kind of classic cards here.
Yeah, maybe they're classic for you.
Well, yeah, sorry.
future
I'm
classic?
from another time, I guess.
All right, so Grim Flayer is going to go ahead and attack as a 4/4 with Trample. There's going to be no blocks from Olivier, so that's going to get that trigger that we just talked about a minute ago. So you can see Jacob is now examining the top 3 and deciding what he wants to do with them. They can go either back on top or in the graveyard. Looks like 2 in the yard and 1 back on top. I expect we'll see that quite often.
Mm-hmm. So interesting fact, actually, about an earlier version of Grim Flayer. Of course, all the stats were different, everything at the time. But that ability actually entombed a card. You actually searched your library for a card and put it directly in the graveyard, which also was very cool in the Delirium decks. But we found ourselves playing so much of the card that we were concerned about too much repeated shuffling every turn. It was really slowing the games down. So we went with this other ability instead.
Oh, that's interesting. In the meantime, the beatdowns continue here for Jacob Wilson. He attacks again with Grim Flayer after Olivier did not play a land, just drew his card past the turn back. Wow. Wilson just put 2 spells into his graveyard, and there is Ishkana. This time with Spider Friends and on the battlefield as Jacob passes a turn back. And this one is really getting out of hand for Olivier.
Yeah, we're seeing Jacob attacking on multiple different angles here. He's got several powerful creatures. He's swarming the board. He has Liliana ticking up in the meantime. And while all that's going on, Olivier just a little bit stuck on lands here, a little bit bottlenecked, not really able to get much traction in this game.
And here's a language to help reset things. And, you can see one of the downsides to the Grim Flayer plan is that it does die to languish even with Delirium.
Yep, very, very notable.
Ishkana, on the other hand, schluffs off the languish.
Although there are times when you actually wish Ishkana were dead, so you could just bring her back and play her again, make more spiders.
Speaking of, Jacob is now minusing his Liliana. Now, it was looking for a little bit there, like he may just try to go for an ultimate. He had her loyalty up to 5 and could put it up to 6. She ultimates at 7, and it's incredibly difficult to beat the ultimate given a few turns. But he's decided instead that he's going to go for the value plan here, minus Liliana, and start buying back creatures from his graveyard.
Yeah, I like that plan. I think the game is still close enough that the incremental advantage could mean the difference. I mean, once you go down the path of just trying to tick your Planeswalker up toward the ultimate and not really getting any value along the way, you really run the risk that your opponent, gets a creature on the battlefield or top decks a Ruinous Path or something along that lines, and you're back to square one.
Super risky. Also, he's just going to play another Liliana here, Ian.
Okay.
I think he just figured, look, I've got 2 more in my hand. 1 got transgressed.
Yeah.
They're just not doing anything anyway, so he may as well kind of cash in that Liliana for a creature.
And this is where we're really seeing the Black-Green Delirium deck go into like a grinding kind of mid-range type mode. Previously today, in our earlier rounds, we saw decks that were just kind of going up to the big Emrakul endgame plan.
Yep.
But these decks are perfectly capable of just hanging out in the mid-game and just grinding out card advantage with things like Liliana and Graveyard Recursion.
Can tell you that Brian Bronduin is playing against Andrew Brown and has picked up his first game of that match. Brian Bronduin's on Black-Green at Delirium himself. Andrew Brown's on Teamer Emerge. Olivia's kind of talking things through to himself. I see he's got an Obnixilis Reignited in his hand. You can see that on the side of your screen there. He's got a very powerful hand. Silumgar's Command, Dragonlord, Silumgar, and Emrakul. He's got action. He can cast Obnixilis here, too, if he wants.
Yeah, the trouble with Obnixilis is he's under a lot of pressure. I mean, if he uses the -3 ability to destroy Ishkana, well, then Hissing Quagmire and Spider can come in and finish off the Obnixilis. If he pluses the Obnixilis, he's getting further behind on life. So yeah, I like the decision just to leave up the option of Silumgar's Command here. And of course, one of the modes on Silumgar's Command being destroy a Planeswalker, so that can kind of help him catch up a little bit.
So Ashaya and Ishkana teaming up here.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Ashaya in play. I was thinking that was still a Spider left over from Ishkana.
It's kind of like a spider.
It's a little bigger.
A lot bigger.
A little bigger than a spider.
This has the potential to put Olivier down to 1.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see the Silumgar's Command coming out here, probably returning a permanent and destroying a Planeswalker.
Yeah, that would make sense. Could just get rid of Ashaya here.
Yep.
I return to your hand.
And there's 2 Planeswalkers to choose from if that is the other mode.
Yeah.
And
Now, does Olivier know Jacob has yet another copy of Liliana in his hand?
He does not. So he had seen 3, taken 1, and then there's been 2 played since.
Right, okay. But even so, opts to take out the Nissa. Totally fair.
Yeah.
And here comes Emrakul.
So here's Emrakul. Wow, okay. Well, Jacob Wilson is firing on all cylinders. He's really, it's kind of cool. We've really got a chance to see this deck in action, right? I mean, he showed us everything this deck does.
Yeah.
Like, look at the graveyard filled up, Delirium twice over. He gets the big top end with new Emrakul. He's got Ishkana. He's got Planeswalkers. This deck looks great.
Yeah, it's
I can't believe it can do all these things for just 2 colors. Olivier has branched into blue. Matt Sperling, by the way, up a game over Antonio Del Moral Leon.
So where we sit right now, we're in Olivier Rouel's turn, but it's being controlled by Jacob Wilson. Now, this is actually a pretty tricky decision here. The things I'm seeing here, Marshall, are the Dragon Lord Silumgar and the Ob Nixilis are both cards that are capable of taking out Jacob's Emrakul. So Jacob could, for example, play Ob Nixilis and, -3 it just to spend some loyalty, but then that would leave Olivier with the Dragon Lord Silumgar. And it leaves Olivier with Ob Nixilis, which can take out Emrakul. So it seems to me like no matter which path Jacob chooses, he is going to end up losing his Emrakul. But we will see how things play out. These turns can be very, very complicated.
I'll do nothing. Do nothing.
And it looks like the option there for Jacob Wilson is do nothing. Interesting. It was what you said, and he just doesn't want to leave him with anything on the battlefield, so he'll just do nothing. If doing one thing doesn't get the job done, then you may as well set Olivier back a little bit on mana and make him do something here.
So now the seemingly obvious play is to play Dragon Lord Silumgar, take control of Emrakul.
That's pretty sweet. Now, of course, the downside here is that Jacob, if he does have a removal spell for Silumgar, can snap that off and then force Olivier to play Ob Nixilis the next turn, and he is kind of controlling his next 2 turns,
right. And it looks
remotely.
like Jacob does have a way to deal with this here. He has Grasp of Darkness for -4/-4, as well as Liliana for an additional -2/-1. So that's a total of 5 toughness.
Yep.
And I believe that's enough to take out the Dragon Lord Silumgar and return Emrakul to her rightful home.
And we saw that exact sequence that you just described there, Ian. And now things do get interesting because now Jacob wants to play the 2 Sylvan Advocates he's got in his hand and just try to get dead. But he's got to be careful. See what he ends up doing. He's going to attack right now. And this is going to put Olivier to 1. Now every threat is lethal for Jacob Wilson, including the land.
Mm-hmm.
The Quagmire, which is very difficult to interact with and certainly isn't going to get the job done. So Jacob Wilson takes down the first game from Olivier Rouel with his black-green Delirium deck. We'll be right back after these messages.
Ready to take your game to the next level and start on the path to the Pro Tour? Rise to the challenge and test your skills at a local preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. To find an event near you, visit magic.wizards.com/pptq. Up your game with Ultra Pro Magic the Gathering accessories. Find the best Magic art on card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and more. Visit ultrapro.com to learn more and find a retailer near you.
And welcome back to the feature match area. We're in Sydney, Australia for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon, and we're right in the middle of round 7. Let's take a look at a side table while our main match gets all shuffled up. We've got Brian Bronduin versus Andrew Brown. BBD, as we call him, is up a game. And it looks like Andrew's got an effect on upkeep. So let's see what Andrew's got going on here. It looks like he's using an Emerge here. I'll let him describe it. So this is an Elder Deep Fiend that's being emerged. It looks like from a Wretched Gryph, and this is on Brian's upkeep. So he has the ability to sacrifice Ugin Sanctum here. And he's, I love how he says, I'm going to debate. So he is now weighing his options with Ugin Sanctum. So he's going to get to search now for a massive Eldrazi. He finds medium-sized, at least as far as Eldrazi's go. Another Wretched Gryph. So as you can see, Andrew Brown here pretty clearly going for the Emerge strategy. And it looks sweet. This is the Teamer Emerge deck. And this is cool.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Elder Deep Fiend, really nasty on your opponent's upkeep. Look what it did.
We saw a lot of cool interactions there. Emerge Eldrazi, triggering Kozilek's Return, and triggering Sanctum of Ugin, fetching an Emerge. We're seeing Elder Deep Fiends potentially being chained one into another. As cool as locking your opponent's lands down every turn is.
I'm the type of person that does think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
a misbind click aficionado.
I kind of am, yeah. Apologies to the world, but I do like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting gameplay there. It's actually something we've been playing around with a little bit, is tapping lands as a form of softer land destruction, where you can interact with your opponent's ability to cast their spells, but not in a permanent way.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I mean, Elder Deep Fiend makes you earn it. You know, it's not like you get to 4 mana and you get to do it. You have to build out a board or take on some risk. So traverse the Ulvenwalds for Brian Bronduin is going to go find him Nissa. But given that his other 4 lands were tapped down by the Elder Deep Fiend, he's not going to be able to cast anything else this turn, it looks like. It's like another Kozilek's return off the top for Andrew Brown. Not really what he wanted to see. I think he might have 2 in his hand as well. But he's got a 5/6. He's not facing down any heat here. No opposition currently. How bad could it be? Oh yeah, he's getting in there. So this is a big hit, 8 damage. It's going to drop BBD down to 10 life. I like that. Very aggressive from Andrew Brown. I think he's got a Matter Reshaper in his hand, Ian, that I don't know if he can actually cast here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Looks like he has 2 Lumbering Falls, no Yavimaya Coast or any other colorless source. Matter Reshaper, of course, a great creature to emerge from.
Why don't we head back to our main match here? It looks like play is just underway. We'll let this one finish up on its own. Take a look at our feature match area, by the way. A lot of big names down there. We'll be bouncing around as needed. In the meantime, Duress here from Jacob Wilson. And see if he hits anything.
Is that an Oath of Liliana?
Does look like it.
Yeah. Takes the Silumgar's command instead, I believe.
Yeah. Huh.
Oath of Liliana is a card that's, seen a little bit of hype so far. Definitely a strong one.
I mean, I'm assuming that in this deck it's actually focusing on that second ability.
Yeah, there are definitely a fair number of Planeswalkers, including Jace, which does trigger this, when it transforms. And it doesn't take that much more value for a 3-mana Edict effect, making your opponent sacrifice a creature. It doesn't take a lot more.
No.
So you get 1 zombie out of this, you're pretty happy.
No turn 3 play yet for Jacob Wilson. He's just going to pass the turn. He's facing down a Sylvan Advocate right now at 18 life, so he's got a little room to work. Take a look at his hand, and he's got Grasp, Infinite Obliteration, Naming Emrakul, maybe, and a Transgress. So by passing the turn, he has left Olivier to untap and have some blue mana available, but it also opens up different options for Jacob to take down maybe Planeswalker of some sort, or, hey, a land. Yeah, there we go. Grasp of Darkness takes out the Hissing Quagmire. That's a big one.
That's huge.
You don't see that very often. Not only does it prevent 2 damage, it also means that Sylvan Advocate's miles away from getting into big beast mode.
Yeah, and based on what we saw last game, Olivier's deck is very mana hungry. I mean,
yeah,
he got up to 4 lands and then was still kind of, stalled on mana and couldn't cast all the spells that he wanted. So losing a land this early is a big deal.
This is crazy too. Jacob is just taking the full control route here. He just took Traverse the Ulvenwald with a Duress and left Olivier with that Oath of Liliana.
Yeah, very interesting here. You would expect of these 2 decks, the one that's splashing blue to take the more controlling approach. But at least the way that these players have drawn this game, things aren't looking that way. It looks like Jacob is taking the controlling route.
Yeah. Jacob has some creatures in his hand, but he's deciding when he wants to kind of open up. Well, he's just not going to open up that door at all. He's just going to transgress away the last spell from Olivier Rouel. And that means that next turn, Jacob does get to start playing his own Sylvan Advocates here. Ooh, that was a nice one. He just found a Nissa off the top, so now he gets to play that. He had no more lands in his hand. Go grab a forest, play that, and then he can play a Sylvan Advocate.
Oh, fantastic draw.
Yeah. Jacob has done his job here. He has torn apart the hand from Olivier Rouel, left him with nothing and even down a land drop. And now, top of the deck.
Boom.
Does that work? Wow.
I'd say so. That's a nice pickup.
Man, that's nice, especially on this board, given that he still has a nice blocker. 1 mana away from having Sylvan Advocate grow as well. Now, is he going to have to manage the board here?
I think he is, because if Jacob simply draws and plays a 6th land and gets his Sylvan Advocate upgraded earlier, then Ob Nixilis is going to take a ton of damage.
Yeah.
So I think it's worth just the -3. Take out Jacob's Sylvan Advocate.
And then just hide behind.
Yeah, I think so.
The Advocate. That makes a lot of sense. Also, Nissa is not sent to transform next turn, even with a land drop, as Jacob is on 5 lands, and it's 7th that actually transforms Nissa. So I like your line a lot there, Ian, and it looks like Olivier agrees. And he's right back in it. Now he's got a card draw engine. He's facing down a not a super scary board here, and he can just start chugging away. Now, really, a lot of tension here, though, because if that Sylvan Advocate were to die, shields are fully down for Olivier, he is completely tapped out, then Nissa can actually just attack Ob Nixilis and send him packing. Yep. And there it is. Wow, what a swingy game. Ian.
Wow,
this
yeah.
has
A lot
just
back
been
and forth.
all over the place.
2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1.
Mm-hmm. Rouel down to 1 card in hand. It looks like just a Nissa Vastwood Seer. Not a bad one.
Yeah, not a bad one at all.
And there's Infinite Obliteration. I couldn't quite hear what he said. I would assume Emrakul.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he brought it in for that
Dragonlord
reason.
Silumgar?
Okay. I guess Jacob, reasoning that Olivier is far enough away from casting Emrakul, would need to both draw it and get enough extra in the graveyard or enough more mana sources, that he's more worried about the short-term possibility of a Dragonlord Silumgar, say, for example, stealing his Nissa.
There you go. It looks like there was just the 1, maybe 2 copies.
Now, in a game, you got to do what the situation dictates, but I think the way this played out, that Infinite Obliteration actually hurts Jacob substantially there, because he boarded in a card, he had to spend a draw step drawing that, and all he did was take 1 Dragonlord Silumgar out of Olivier's deck that wasn't even in Olivier's hand, right?
Yeah, very, very minimal effect. And wow, Origins in the house. Here's 2 potential Planeswalkers for Olivier. If he gets to untap and draws a land, it could be transform.
Yeah, that yet another big swing there. I mean, yeah, again, Jacob essentially going down a card with that Infinite Obliteration, and Olivier with 2 back-to-back pretty good top decks there.
Was that a Traverse?
Traverse, wow.
What a great draw
off the top. That's just enormous. I mean, Tireless Tracker, maybe, although, Jacob has no other lands in his hand. What are other possibilities? Could just go for Emrakul. I mean, I think he's not quite yet there on being able to cast Emrakul, but...
I was wondering what was so longer, but this choice.
It looks like he just went for a swamp.
Oh,
just to transform.
Oh, okay, to transform Nissa, I see.
Yeah, he actually, I think he tried to grab something he couldn't, and Olivier was like, no, can't get a Planeswalker or whatever. So he said, well, I'll make a Planeswalker.
Yeah, there you go. He
Thank
did
you
get a
very much.
Planeswalker in the end.
It's also possible that he doesn't have Delirium at this point.
Do you know what this does? This? Yeah? Okay. So it's negate.
Yes.
-2, -3.
Yes.
Boomerang. And destroy target planeswalker. It bounces any permanent? Any permanent.
That's right. And he is right. But
Right.
Of course, they were talking about Silumgar's command there and what options you can take. There's 4 different modes you get to choose 2 of.
Yeah, and the reason that's so relevant right now is, of course, Olivier has Jace on the battlefield, which could transform and then flash that back from the graveyard.
I searched for a swamp. You did? You search for a swamp. Liliana comes from the +1 ability of Nissa.
For basic land, yeah, it's true. Okay.
The time extension?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
So that was what we talked about a few minutes ago about what he could actually search for.
Yeah, it
But
may have been a
you
case
can search
where,
for a basic land.
Yeah, I think Jacob may have cast the Traverse thinking he had Delirium, was considering getting a creature perhaps, but didn't have it, so got a land instead, transformed the Nissa, drew the Liliana off the Nissa. So everything is all squared away there.
Yep.
But always good to have a
By the
judge
way,
check.
the tradition of haymakers continues, because that sequence you just outlined is pretty insane.
Yeah.
Like, this started with Traverse for Swamp, and now he's got 2 Planeswalkers,
Right,
and he's like,
right.
go ahead. I got to say, this game has been one of the more back-and-forth games I've seen in a while. It feels like every time somebody passes a turn, they're way ahead, and then by the time the turn comes back to them, they've fallen behind.
Destroy Nissa.
So we see a Silumgar's command being flashed back here.
Yeah,
and he's choosing his 2 modes, probably going to return a permanent to Jacob's
Yeah,
hand
I could
to
see,
destroy
for
a
example,
Planeswalker.
returning the Hissing Quagmire, which would prevent that from attacking into Jace on the following turn.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Chasing Quagmire to your hand.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Ian Duke all over it, and Jace safely protected for the time being. Olivier did not hit a land, of course, though, to transform his own Nissa Vastwood Seer. He would have loved that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Nissa Vastwood Seer.
Pretty amazing seeing how Liliana can bring back Nissa, which then transforms into a Planeswalker.
That's just what?
When your Planeswalker is buying back another Planeswalker from the graveyard. That's pretty incredible.
And that was dead weight, too, for Jacob Wilson.
Wow.
To take down the opposing Nissa. It just never ends. How many Planeswalkers will Olivier untap or send the turn? Right? Minimum 2, right? Like, we know 2.
And imagine even that Oath of Liliana were on the battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
Just how much value that
Zombie City.
pumping out.
Well, there's a Planeswalker for Olivier.
Wow. You
Here
were
we
joking,
go.
but you weren't
It's
joking.
just true. And now he gets back Nissa. Is it going to be 3? Go get a forest?
Wow.
It was more than 2 that the over came in. This is insane. Wow.
Welcome to the Liliana show, ladies and gentlemen.
My goodness. Wow, Liliana's been ultra impressive
Yeah,
here.
very, very impressive.
I think the thing that I appreciate the most about this card is that in a matchup like this, she's able to grind card advantage, and you see what she's capable of total longer. It's really impressive. All right, so 3 Planeswalkers apiece, or 2 Planeswalkers for Wilson, excuse me, and 3 for Wuel. A couple of Ashayas. The little 2 you see above Jacob's Ashaya, I think, is indicating that Liliana has sent her death stare, or maybe it was Jace, actually. Probably Jace, right? Because
Yeah, it was
Liliana
Jace,
minus
Liliana
to get
minus.
back. Yeah,
Yep.
so Jace has his spell cast there on Ashaya.
Mm-hmm.
don't want to have people think those are counters or something like that. And with a freshly drawn Liliana, Jacob Wilson has nope.
Ishkanah's pretty darn good.
That is pretty good. Olivier's down to 1 card in hand. It's not great. It's a Dispel.
Okay.
Haven't seen a lot of targets for Dispel from Wilson. A few spot removal spells.
Yeah,
that's about
that's
it.
a little bit of a strange inclusion.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it.
sideboard.
I'm surprised to see it.
Especially just like fundamentally level 0, right? You're playing against a Delirium deck. How many instants could they possibly have, right? Like, you know, they need.
Okay, and it was Ishkanah that he got back. And does he actually have Delirium now? We can look. Well, it does look like he has it, yes.
Okay.
Take a look at Ishkanah Gref Widow Super Spider. Love that card. Really cool card.
Have you built your Spider Commander deck yet?
Brian David Marshall did that for me.
Very nice.
Yeah, he says I can use it whenever I want. We kind of had a couple of early ideas for it together, and then he just took it and ran with it. And now the problem is he's actually worried it's gotten too good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it might be too good. So Jacob's passed the turn back now to Olivier. With his merely 3 planeswalkers. Now his Ashaya is being shrunk by that Liliana ability.
Okay.
He's got a die on that to indicate it. So Ashaya is just a 2/3 at this point.
Sure.
Ruel working through his options. This is a complex board. It has gotten quite filled up over the last few turns.
+2, +1 here.
On Ashaya, so they're kind of trading that effect off here.
Play another Liliana.
Play another Liliana. Okay, now what? Get something sweet back. Plus this 2. One
-2 as well.
Ishkanah.
-2.
And then he's going to -2 this Liliana, which is going to mill 2 cards, and then he's going to get to grab a creature back. And I believe it was a Sylvan Advocate. All right.
Now, could he have done that in the other order, minus the first Liliana, then play the second? So perhaps he, was thinking of making one play and then midway through decided on another one, which happens sometimes.
It does happen sometimes. The key when you find yourself in that position is to still make the right play from that point.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of players get embarrassed that they started down the wrong path, so they just continue down the wrong path, right? And you've just got to do what's right.
Right.
And it looks like, small clarification on Olivier Ruel's hand. We mentioned a Dispel earlier. It looks like that was actually Clash of Wills, I think.
Okay.
And that makes a lot more sense.
That makes more sense. He's got 2 copies of Clash of Wills. All right. And, well, settle in, kiddos, because we have entered the grind phase of our game. We at one point, we had this down to like a Planeswalker on one side or a couple of creatures on one side, and now it's just full-on, fully built-out board, and a tireless tracker for Jacob Wilson is going to help with that a lot. Aims to take that match. So Antonio is the one who's going to improve to 6-1. Sounds like Ulamog and Oblivion Sword teamed up to...
Ooh, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'll have to check out that deck in a later round.
Yeah, where are all the Oblivion Swords? That card's so sweet.
I don't know.
Yep.
No, Jacob Wilson is undeterred here. He wants to start pressuring the Planeswalkers.
And if I recall correctly, Ashaya and Ishkana
Yes.
both have -2 power.
That's correct. Yeah, if it becomes noteworthy, Ashai is the one with the toughness loss as well.
Jace with these 4. Yep.
Okay, so those are going to Chase.
Liliana with this one. That's the attack. Can I block? Yes.
Okay, so you heard what Jacob said. He's going to attack Jace with that group in the middle,
So
and Liliana with the other one.
The 1/4. That's a 2/4. Yeah.
She thought it was the other way around. But it looks like it was actually Ishkana that got the Liliana minus, turning it into a 1/4 is what they said. And Ashai is the one who got the Jace minus, turning Ashai into a 2/4.
Yes, I believe that is true.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that's what it is.
Yeah.
And that's the decisions that blocks, that Ruel are going to make as far as blocks go.
So successfully protects the Planeswalkers.
Yep. They did take a hit.
Yep.
1/1 and 2 loyalty down the line there, but they're still on the battlefield. Yeah, these Clash of Wills really hurting Ruel here.
Yeah, they've just been stuck in his hand for a
Yeah.
number of turns.
There's a second copy of Jace, Vryn's Prodigy for Ruel.
Now I have to wonder here, Marshall, is this game just ticking away until one player or the other finds Emrakul? I have to imagine an Emrakul would just be devastating on this board.
Yeah, you know, at some point it felt like the players are going to be able to grind through what the other player had, and it's starting to feel like that's a lot less likely.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we might be dealing with an Emrakul situation, and that does kind of bring up an interesting point with Olivier, you know, and his Clash of Wills. He can counter it, and look, the trigger still goes, but 13 Flyers, no joke.
Yeah, it certainly takes a
You know.
little bit of the wind out of the sails.
Yeah.
But I mean, even just with this number of Planeswalkers, I mean, general rule of thumb is the more permanents there are on the board, the more devastating of an effect a Mind Slaver or mind control type effect would have.
So we see some trades here from Wilson. He did let his Tireless Tracker go there to protect his own Planeswalkers. And there's that Jace that we mentioned a minute ago. And then these are going to shrink down the offensive force of Jacob Wilson. We've seen this before.
Him. With some those two, and -2, and that one's get -2, -1.
Okay, so you hear Olivier say that the Advocate's the one that's getting the Liliana. So we'll keep that in mind in case combat matters here in this next turn.
This one. -2. Sure.
Jacob has something in mind here because he immediately minused Liliana. Let's see what he's going to get back. I'm hoping to just hit Emrakul there, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's why, like, he has a game plan here, which is just aggressively churn through my library until I can find Emrakul.
Emrakul making her presence felt here in the early stages of Standard, and even a little bit in Limited this morning. That is a really cool card, by the way. You guys came up with a sweet one.
Well, you can pass on your compliments to Ken Nagel.
I
He's
will.
actually here this weekend.
I saw him.
He's the lead designer of Eldritch Moon. And we also have Brian Hawley from Inside R&D, who did a lot of the FFL playtesting for this environment as well.
So Nissa in hand now for Jacob Wilson. But he's going to get his attack on here. He animated his Hissing Quagmire, and he's lining up some attacks. Jacob really trying his hardest to pressure these planeswalkers. And even though these two creatures have been shrunk down a bit, hey, they still have power.
Mm-hmm. Jacob trying to get through by sheer numbers here, just, you know, attacking through, trying to get through the blockers and get some chip damage on those planeswalkers.
And before blockers, we're going to see Grasp of Darkness. Is this going to prompt one of the Clash of Wills here? It probably has to, right? It's just dying in his hand there.
Yeah, I think so. And he can indeed Clash of Wills for exactly X equals 4, which is 1 more mana than Jacob has. So pretty good for Olivier just to make use of that Clash of Wills that's been stuck in his hand for so long.
Now, is there any reason that why Jacob waited until after he attacked
I
to
think
do that?
He was just giving Olivier an extra opportunity to act first.
To play a Silumgar
Something like that, or a
something
removal
like that.
spell of his own, or yeah, could be really anything, even like Elder Deep Fiend. I mean, who knows what the possibilities are.
So blocks are now being lined up here, and it looks like Jace may be chumping. So Ashaya gets to eat up the Sylvan Advocate. Jace has to just jump in front of the Quagmire to keep Nissa alive. And Liliana does die in that transaction. So, you know, Emrakul aside, Jacob is running the full grind here.
Yep. He's making some progress here for sure. And I think Liliana definitely one of the key elements to take out from your opponent's side of the board here. As we've seen, Liliana excels at bringing back the Origins creature planeswalkers, the double-faced creatures.
You know, I think that let me take a look. I think Olivia may have drawn an Oath of Liliana here.
I actually think he drew another Liliana.
It was just actual Liliana?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well. Pick your poison here, I suppose. So it looks like Nissa is being attacked, and Jacob's in the tough position of trying to decide if he wants to chump block with Tireless Tracker. Ouch. He did.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of makes sense that Nissa represents an additional card every turn, whereas the Tireless Tracker, you know, will give him additional cards, but only when he plays a land each turn, and it eats up some mana and so forth. So
also much more fragile.
Mm-hmm.
God, here we go again. Sylvan Advocate plus Jace this turn.
Jace, -2 to
Is this Olivier pulling back in the lead? Jacob's been very aggressive with his creatures, trying to manage his opponent's planeswalkers. That last turn went almost how he wanted, except for the Clash of Wills.
Yeah, that's
and
a
that
great
was a
point.
big. He lost a creature straight up to that.
Yeah, Jacob definitely took the stance of, you know, I'm willing to lose a little bit of equity in terms of chump attacking with my creatures and getting them picked off as long as I can take out your planeswalkers because I have enough stuff that, you know, it's worth it for me to kind of trade 1 for 1 and remove some stuff from each side of the board. But, you know, between Olivier drawing another Liliana to back that up and also having the Clash of Wills for that key removal spell, things definitely turned back in his favor there. So this is just incredible, Marshall, how we're seeing these two black-green based decks really grind out these games. And specifically the interaction with Liliana and the Origins Planeswalkers has been really impressive this game.
Yeah, the level of sheer card advantage that these decks can throw at each other is pretty insane. And they're really showing it off here in game 2.
Looks like a Ruinous Path being considered there by Jacob Wilson.
That's correct. I see it right here.
A lot of options here with this. Do you awaken? Do you not? Which planeswalker do you kill? Looks like the unflipped Jace
That's
gets
what he
taken
went
out
for.
there.
Yep.
Okay.
AKA a blocker, because he did awaken his Ruinous Path, which gives him a 4/4 attacker in addition to the other creatures he's already got. So, nice play from Jacob as he gets to take out not only what could become a planeswalker next turn, but also take out a potential blocker that would save a planeswalker. So let's see if Jacob can leverage what looks like it was a very good draw in Ruinous Path and see if he can't take out some planeswalkers here.
Make a decision. I know we should be saying this, but so Jace with those two. Yep.
Deciding where to send the other attackers. Those two are going to go at Jace.
Those two, and that's it.
And that's it. So that's a Hissing Quagmire and a Spider.
So that's it too.
But with only one blocker back for a while.
Block the Spider.
That does put Jace down to 1, meaning no flashback spells coming. And I think Jacob's pretty happy to trade a 1/2 Spider for 2 loyalty off of Jace at that juncture.
Yeah, what was the Spider attack there just a hedge in case Olivier traded the Sylvan Advocate with the Hissing Quagmire? Just to get in an extra damage there to make sure Jace couldn't -3? Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Because
Yeah.
it was on 3 and could flash back something disgusting.
Yeah.
Maybe a Silumgar's Command or whatever he's got in his yard.
-2/-0 to your 4/4. -2/-1 to your Spider. +1.
I know that we're starting to get down to the line on clock. I'm sure that, you know, those of us who have been with us since the beginning of the round have started to look at their watch like, wait a second. This one's gone on for quite a while. This is game 2.
It's hard to believe this round has been 7.5 hours already, Marshall. Time really is flying by.
Including the draft.
No, in all seriousness, this has been actually a fascinating game.
Yes.
And a really good look at how these decks operate and the power of some of these new Eldritch Moon cards.
And it looks like Olivier is now going to take the offensive here.
You.
Okay, what do you have my left total at?
9. No, sorry. Oh, 12. That's the wrong game. 12.
Okay, well that's...
Which planeswalker did what?
Liliana.
It's a little bit awkward just because Olivier was actually, in his mind, attacking for lethal there for 10. But he had the wrong life total written. He had him at 9. He's actually at 12. So it might open up some options here for Jacob to not block, you know, because he is attacking Jacob here.
I see.
Also, you'll note at the bottom of your screen, additional turn counter is now up. That means that time has been called in the round. And Jacob is going to now just try to survive. He's up
That's
a
right.
game.
Yeah, Jacob is up 1-0, which means if this game ends in a draw, Jacob Wilson will win the match with 1 win.
That's right. If Olivier can finish off Jacob in the extra turns here, then we will have a draw. He's fighting for that at this point. They won't be able to play their last game in either circumstance. We've also got Paul Rietzel versus Ken Yukihiro in extra turns as well, with extra turns flying around the table thanks to Emrakul's. So we're getting an idea on how Standard's shaping up. You know, it takes a little later tomorrow before we know kind of what's rising to the top, but we're starting to see some of the ingredients today. So Jacob has a couple of creatures that have been shrunk down a little by planeswalkers.
I mean, really, Jacob would still just love to see his copy of Emrakul
Yeah.
or even a Traverse.
Isn't this supposed to be easy? Aren't you supposed to find your Emrakul at some point?
Sometimes it's just hiding on the bottom of your library. What can you do?
Yeah, he's certainly churned through a good percentage of his library here, too. I mean, look at his board state and look at his graveyard.
Yeah.
Looks like he's lining up Nissa, maybe a Tireless Tracker. Jacob carefully making sure that he has all the mana that he needs. The first thing he does is actually sacrifice the clue that had been sitting on the turn for 4 turns, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
He just hasn't found a window to actually use that yet. This is turn 1.
So Den Protector actually huge here for Jacob Wilson.
Yeah, that's
Gives
what he
him a
drew
lot
off the
of
clue.
options.
Yeah. Yeah, look at his graveyard.
This could, for example, turn face up, get back, traverse the Ulvenwald, which could then go and get back Emrakul. Now, opts for the Nissa first, it looks like.
It was second from the bottom.
Now,
Looks like
we
about
know
5th down, yeah.
that Olivier Rouel still has that second copy of Clash of Wills.
Yeah.
So Jacob's going to have to be, well, he doesn't know he has to be, but we'll be watching to see if he is careful enough to play around that or to just allow.
I think he will be. I think that other Clash of Wills might have caught him off guard a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's going to be very aware of that card now, since it did generate Olivier a pretty significant advantage since he was able to do it inside of combat.
Very true. Now, the flip side of that is he's under time pressure in the sense that we're in additional turns right now. So he may not have the option to leave tons and tons of mana up.
Now, speaking of additional turns, it's a little weird with Emrakul.
Yeah, we should be careful in our terminology there. So additional turns means when the match goes to time, there are 5 more turns that are allowed to be played. So when time is called, that's turn 0. The next player's turn is turn 1.
Which
back
is
and
this
forth.
turn.
Yeah. If Emrakul gets played, that's an effect that actually gives a player an extra turn. It's like a time warp effect or a card that says take an extra turn. That's a separate thing from the additional turns at the end, but I believe the way it works is taking an extra turn also counts
correct.
as an additional turn.
That's
so
absolutely
it's
right.
not necessarily each player gets 3 more turns in a back and forth manner.
So this is interesting. Jacob actually went for Tireless Tracker here. And Olivier is looking to tap him out here and counter it by demanding 4 more mana. Now, he can pay, but it takes all of his mana and means no Hissing Quagmire attacks or anything of that sort this turn.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. And so Jacob says, okay, I'll pay. And so he gets a Tireless Tracker and passes a turn. This is additional turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the relevant thing there is that taps a potential blocker also for Jacob Wilson.
And he's down to a lowly 4 life here.
Yes. So it could allow something like a removal spell off the top to let Olivier make a strong attack there.
Yeah, and you saw Jacob thought it through like, well, I get a blocker either way, right? Like if I pay for it, I get a Tireless Tracker that's an additional blocker. Also, he has 4 creatures to block now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Jacob looks like he's in fine shape to survive this turn.
Yeah, you mentioned Elder Deep Fiend earlier, and if I was Jacob, that's the card I just really not want to see here.
Yeah, I think it's extremely unlikely that card would be in Olivier's deck.
Agreed.
But, you never know. He's playing Traverse the Ulvenwald. It could be a spicy one-off.
It would be game. Tap your 4 creatures, hit you for 4, but yeah, that's not happening. Jacob's going to browse the graveyard of Olivier as Olivier works his way through his own turn. Now he's got, looks like 2 copies of Hissing Quagmire on his side, Olivier. But he's going to need to do a heck of a lot here if he's going to get Jacob from 4 to 0 this turn. As you can see, this is turn 2. That means that Jacob gets turn 3 and Olivier gets turn 4. So he will have 1 more attack step here to try to put together 4 damage. Woo!
-2, -0 to...
The Sylvan Advocate, of course, is going to pump up those Hissing Quagmires as well. They're going to be 4/4s on the attack. And this could be a really devastating attack from Ruel, who has the ability to attack with 4 different lethal threats.
Yep, each of Olivier's creatures has 4 power. He's attacking with 4 of them. Jacob has, I think, 4 creatures he can block with, so this means all those creatures will have to line up.
Yeah, he'll get to trade off 1, and the rest are going to die. This is going to be really close Can Wilson set up getting Emrakul and making that a win?
Yeah,
With
really
no board
interesting.
state, it makes it a lot harder. Like you can run one creature into your Emrakul, but Olivier just has access to multiple creatures here. 2 Hissing Quagmires. He also has a Lumbering Falls down there now. And of course that Sylvan Advocate.
Nissa ticks up. There's Liliana. So we talked before about there's the play of Den Protector face down, turn it face up, get Traverse, cast Reverse. That's 6 mana right there.
Yep.
That leaves him with 7 more mana.
I think he's going for it. He says, you have no cards, and Will puts his hands up, says, I got nothing. So Jacob gets to plan out exactly what he wants to do here. And there's Emrakul, and he can cast Emrakul.
Okay. Yep, there's the 6+7 mana.
Look how few cards he has in his library. So this trigger goes on the stack. Now that's going to be turn 4, but that means that Ruel gets turn 5.
Yes.
So Jacob has a lot of work to do. How is he going to get rid of all these creatures? I suppose getting rid of the Advocate effectively shrinks down the lands as well, so that is a big deal.
So step 1 is, I mean, the Sylvan Advocate can attack into Emrakul this turn. So by the way, we're on Olivier's turn. This is additional turn 4.
Yeah.
This is the turn that Jacob is controlling of Olivier's.
Now, can he also maybe send a Lumbering Falls into the Den Protector, and then after the Advocate gets blocked by Emrakul, it'll shrink back down, and that'll be enough to kill it?
Yeah, that seems like a fine play. There's also Olivier Jacob can use Olivier's Jace to target one of his own creatures potentially to prevent a trade.
Okay.
No, I guess that wouldn't work here.
Those 2 vote, -2/-1.
Looks like the judge is just making sure that everything looks correct here.
Full trade, and there was a chump block.
Okay, so this one is. How much is this one?
4/4.
4/4.
4/4.
And this one is 2.
No, this is 4/4. This is 4/4.
But it has -2.
No, it's a 4/4. The -2 is on.
-2 is here. Okay.
Everything looked good from what I could see there. The judge is just doing a double check.
Yep. Yeah, this is a rewind to the attack step that happened on the previous turn, just to make sure that all the creatures lived and died as were supposed to happen.
So this one has Destar Strikes?
Yes.
Okay. En fait, le Quagmire meurt parce qu'il est 4/4 et qu'il y a une 4/4 en face. Ok, pas de souci. Sorry.
So, yeah, no problem.
So we cleared it up. Looks like everything happened correctly in that.
So now they're going to restate the board, put the board state back to where it was with Emrakul happening.
Yep.
And this is Jacob taking control of the turn. So the first thing he's going to do is cast Traverse.
Yes.
Now, you can fail to find. That's sort of level 1. But you also can find things that mess around with your opponent's board.
Absolutely true.
And that is that Traverse, by the way, is the only card in hand for Ruel. This is additional turn 4, but remember, the way Emrakul works is that your opponent gets to take a turn after the turn that you stole from them.
Right.
And so that means that turn 5 and the last turn of this match is going to be in Olivier Ruel's hands, and all he has to do is get in for 4 to make a draw, and if he can't, it's going to be a win for Wilson.
So no matter what, Jacob will not have a turn where he can attack with Emrakul. So Jacob is not going to win this game. He's playing to not lose this game, and if this game ends in a draw, then Jacob wins the entire match.
Exactly. So let's see if he can piece it together. This is so fun.
I was joking before, it's kind of like a Magic the Puzzling kind of a thing, right? Where I can't wait for the articles.
By the way, the puzzling is starting to come. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, absolutely. But it looks like flashback on Silumgar's command from Jace, which also kills Jace.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to return something, probably one of the lands. Well, let's find out. Let's just let Jacob do it. It has hexproof, but you control the planeswalker, so he can actually do that.
Right.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. It doesn't feel right if you're sitting in Ruel's seat because it is Jacob who's deciding it. But remember, he's controlling Ruel here. Does this actually work out for Wilson?
I don't think the -2/-1 is actually relevant here, right? Because,
well,
the Sylvan Advocate's going to die in combat, and that'll afterwards.
The question is, can he keep his Den Protector around?
No, I don't think so either way, because Lumbering Falls is a 5/5, right?
Yeah,
So it goes down to a 3/4, and then it'll kill the Den Protector, and then after the Sylvan Advocate dies, now the Lumbering Falls will die.
Or alive rather than attack with it.
Oh, yeah. Just wondering which it was.
Okay, but the Advocate did die in that sequence.
So turn 5 it is.
Okay. So
is this enough? This is turn 5. This is it.
So Olivier has a Hissing Quagmire and a Lumbering Falls, so he can make 3 creatures, or sorry, just the 2 creatures, right? Because all his other creatures were dead. So he has 2 attacking creatures. Jacob has 2 blockers. So it's really going to come down to what Olivier can find off the top.
He found a Den Protector.
Wow, that's huge. That may be what he needed to win here.
Does he have enough mana left over?
That's the question. And what does he have access to in his graveyard? Now, certainly he's probably got removal spells. Creature doesn't really help him. A Planeswalker doesn't really help him. Dragon Lord Silumgar, unfortunately, was exiled by the earlier Infinite Obliteration.
That's right. All those many turns ago, it's like
actually
coming back
turned out
as
to be pretty relevant in this game.
Bad. And he does hit a land that remember doing anything else with Nissa there wouldn't really have been great unless it was a particular spell that he needed to win the game. So that could give him the wiggle room he needs here. Let's find out. Man, this game.
I mean, what is helpful here? I guess, I think you need a combination of multiple cards. I can think of, like, Den Protector getting an Oath of Liliana back.
Okay, that takes down
taking out
one
a creature. If maybe he can find a way to get, like, a Deadweight as well and take out, the Den Protector first. And but he still needs then mana to activate the creature lands as well. So I can't right now see a way for Olivier to string it all together.
Yeah, and Olivier's just not playing a lot of cheap removal. He's got an Ultimate Price. He's got 3 Grasp of Darkness. that counts. And Languish? Is Languish a possibility? No, it isn't.
I don't think
either.
so.
No. This is going to be really tough, it feels like, for Royal to get through 2 blockers.
So Liliana brought back Sylvan Advocate, which is relevant because it'll actually pump up the creature lands to each be 4 and 5 power respectively, which makes them each lethal on their own. If theoretically he could use the Den Protector to bring back a removal spell and take out the Den Protector and still activate both his creature lands,
he
that
would
be able
work.
to get through. But I don't think
You're
he has
talking
enough
about
mana to do all
15 or
that.
16 mana.
Yeah,
here,
absolutely.
Right? He's trying to see if there's any possible way. He has all this land, he's got a Planeswalker, he's got so much action. It's Sylvan Advocate. That's a start. He's going to need a lot more than that, though. Snap block both, and that does it. Jacob Wilson wins the match 1-0. The full grind fest there. I mean, they went deep into their libraries, and Jacob Wilson finally puts together the win. And, the interesting thing that I'll note here is that the only thing that stopped the grind there was extra turns. I mean, that's what put it to an end there. Now, you were talking about it earlier, Ian. Emrakul at any point during that game would have been incredibly powerful.
Right, at almost any point.
Yeah,
a little bit earlier. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, it was good enough. All right, so that's going to do it for round 7 here from Sydney. Let's send it to Rich Hagan at the news desk.
Grind fest indeed. My goodness gracious me. Best 3 out of 5 on Sunday. Right, so that is Ian Duke and Marshall with the call there. It's going to be great stuff. Wow. You are going to have such mental reserves of stamina to actually correctly work out with someone else's turn. Great stuff. Right now, 6-0-1, Steve Rubin. Right now, with a microphone out on the floor, Brian David Marshall. BDM, take it away.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Steve Rubin, the winner of the last Pro Tour. Steve, what's life been like in between that Pro Tour and this Pro Tour for you? Has anything changed as a Pro Tour champion?
Oh, really? Not much has changed. I still love playing Magic. I still love hanging out with my Magic friends, get to come back to Sydney, Australia. A long trip, but I'm happy I'm here.
You get asked to sign many cards now. Is there anything in particular people ask you to sign when you're at a GP or at a store?
I sign mostly playmats. I have signed some Archangel Avacyn's, though. It's scary. That's like a pretty expensive card. I don't want to ruin it for people, but...
always scary to sign a rare.
Yeah.
So how long have you been in Australia, and how long are you staying after this event?
We have been here since the week before the Grand Prix. So it's 2 weeks now, and then I'm going to be staying another week until Friday, and then I leave and go to Portland, actually.
I'm just going to assume you haven't done anything other than play Magic up till this point?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been mostly Magic. I made sure I had that week after so I could actually see the sites and do touristy stuff. So I have a bunch of stuff planned, so it should be fun.
So 6-0-1, you unintentionally drew with Pascal Menard. You said that's never happened to you on the Pro Tour before, that you actually played to a draw?
Yeah, we just had a long match. You know, I don't think any of us could have done anything. It was unfortunate, but it happens, and I just have to keep playing.
Of course, it happened 25 minutes ago while that was still going. So if you had to say, like, what percentage, like when you guys are like predicting the metagame, how close do you guys think you got it for this tournament?
I think maybe about 60 or 70%. You know, we anticipated there'd be more green-white and maybe a little bit more humans. We tested Emerge. We didn't think it was that good, but a lot of other teams made a lot better Emerge decks than we did. So that's kind of like the unexpected angle that came to us at this Pro Tour.
Yeah, we saw Pascal, well, they didn't see it, but I saw Pascal Menard get you kind of locked under Elder Deep Fiends there in the first game.
Yeah, the Elder Deep Fiend does a lot of work against my deck. You know, they have Kozilek's Return, so it can clear the board and tap you out for a huge time walk swing. So it is tricky to deal with Elder Deep Fiend. I think they really got a good deck there.
All right, well, Steve Rubin hasn't done any losing since Sunday of the last Pro Tour. He's hoping to continue that trend as we head into the last round and on to day 2 here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and your reigning Pro Tour champion, Steve Rubin. Now, Shaheen Soorani, we mentioned at the news desk, if he's playing Esper, all is right with the world. He's always playing Esper. He's not playing Esper this weekend. What's going on? Person we should ask about that, Shaheen Soorani. Let's do that now.
Hello and welcome. I'm Randy Bueller. I'm joined by Shaheen Soorani, and there are no islands in your deck for this Pro Tour. What's going on, dude?
I must be sick. It must be the Australian weather. Something's wrong.
You're delirious.
I'm delirious. Literally, figuratively, magically.
Now, I hear you. So you're playing Green-Black Delirium.
Yep.
We're going to talk about it. Before we get into the cards, though, talk to me about how you decided Green-Black Delirium. Why is this where you're actually at?
Well, we had 2 decks coming in, and one was Esper, one was Black-Green Delirium. I'm on a team with Craig Wesco, Chris Fennell, and a few other great players, and they're not really the deck building type, so I came with the 2 decks. And I had Black White Angels also, but that was kind of known. So I was like, okay, these are the decks that we could play. I think they're both very powerful. I might be slightly biased, but I didn't want to be the guy saying Esper's good, you know, because I mean, no one, it's a boy cry wolf. Yeah, slightly biased. So we were playing matches with Esper. We're doing great with it. People were on board. Everyone's behind me. Craig Wesco's play testing with it. He's getting coaching from me, sideboarding tips. I'm excited. I'm like, it's going to be an Esper team, right? And then the day before, there's some kind of like medium finishes from them, and I think they believe, honestly, it's more of the player, not the deck. Not saying I'm great or anything, but I'm pretty good at that color combination. So we all decided that black-green was best for the team, and I'm a team player, and I think it was time for me to try to break out of my shell. I haven't played 4 since 2008. Wow. Real tournament, and that was Nationals. And I decided that maybe it's time to give it a whirl. So what better time than the last?
So you haven't played 4 since 2008, and I was watching your last round. When's the last time you kept a 0 lander and won the game? Won the game 3 for the match.
He kept the 7. I mulliganed. I got my 6, no land, mulligan. I looked at my 5, no land. I said, you know what? I have my language, I got my transgress, I got my traverse, I got my traverse the Uvenwald. I'm like, it's
you
time.
got an Othanissa, too.
And it's time to make or break it. Make or break this round.
It's a great draw against Band Company if you go land into land.
So I scribe bottom, get the nice sweat going, still sweating a little bit, and now we hit the land. It was beautiful. First time in 20 years I kept the no lander, and it paid off, so it was great.
New stuff happening right and left.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at the deck. Grim Flayer, 4 of. This has got to be one of the key cards in this deck, and it puts you a little more in the aggro Black-Green Delirium, and we've seen several builds of Black-Green Delirium floating around this weekend. Talk to me about your take on it, and Grimflayer in particular.
Okay, so I thought it was a genius because I thought that I heard a lot of buzz about how bad Grimflayer was. I heard it from players on the Open Series. I heard it from players, pros around as well. And I was like, there's a lot of text on this Mythic Rare. True. And the last time there's a lot of text on the 2-drop Mythic Rare in green-white. It's pretty good. So I decided to give it a try, and I said, it's on color. It's a great card, and let's see what the actual impact of a game is when you actually put 3 cards in the graveyard to at least get a scry 3 at worst. Yep. And it turned into something magical. Once you start hitting with it and fuel the other Delirium cards that already existed in the format, it just became the pinnacle 2-drop. So.
And then Sylvan Advocate, Tireless Tracker, still good?
Yep, Tarmogoyf and Tarmogoyf's friends, still great.
There you go.
Yep.
Let's look at some more cards. Green's got a lot of nice selectivity here. It's actually one of the interesting things I found about the green decks here. Is they almost feel like blue decks.
They do. They draw better than blue decks.
They do.
I don't know what happened. I don't know when the world got turned upside down and forests are drawing better than islands. But if that continues to be the case, you might see me sleeving these up a little bit more. I mean, this card's played in Modern, it's played in Standard. It's the closest you got to Ponder, and it just gives you great selectivity, like you said, so they're great.
Okay, let's keep going. Pretty interesting set of singletons and a couple Mind Rack Demons. These creatures pack some punch.
They do. My favorite card in these, of course, is Emrakul. I raved about him for right when on release and for a month. I believe that this is the best card for control to win. It's the best card for mid-range to win. It's the best card for mid-range leaning aggro to win because the effective Mindslaver is so powerful that it is a rarity to kind of take their turn and lose still somehow. Yeah. I have been so behind, and it's better in this deck than Control just by a slight margin because you have all these blockers, so you're able to just wrath their board when they attack you, and you guys have seen some footage.
Oh yeah, I feel like we should have had an Emrakul counter for the feature match area. We've seen so many of them.
It's just the best card in Standard, in my opinion.
Wow.
Win condition.
Best card in Standard.
Best win condition card in Standard.
All
Absolutely.
Right.
Let me fix that.
Belor seems fun. Ishkanah.
Belor, Ishkanah is another great one before too, and it's just like being able to just have a Siege Gang Commander or Cloud Goat Ranger that's be able to fill the board up makes it fit in a control shell like Sultai from Ali Andrazi and at mid-range, and it's going to be a card we're going to see in Standard for a long, long time. So.
Makes sense.
Yep.
And then a lot of removals. This is not just an aggro beatdown Delirium deck. This is very much capable of going to that sort of mid-range, almost rock style, grind them out game.
Absolutely, and if you play Grimflayer on 2, you feel like the rock because you kill their blocker, you set some cards up in your deck, you put some cards in the graveyard, you get Delirium. These cards exist in this many counts, like 4 Grasp, Murder. Like I never thought I'd see the day where I play a card like Murder. And then I see, how bad Ruinous Path was in testing, and then Murder just is an easy replacement for that card and that effect. You have to connect with Grimflayer, and without these cards, there's just no connecting with them. So the package is definitely very, very good there.
Makes sense. Let's keep going. Liliana.
Yeah.
Speaking of new additions, welcome to Standard. Liliana seems to be everywhere today.
I loved it when people said this card was not good. It is a 3-mana Planeswalker.
Right.
I mean, it costs 3. It's right there. And it has 2 very relevant abilities. And then the ultimate is the Control Dream. I mean, in this deck,
this wins the game.
There's not a lot of Ruinous Paths going on, because like I said, it's not a very good card against anything else but these, right?
Sure.
So you have this card easily getting to ultimate more often than I ever thought it would. And then the other abilities make it a very versatile card. Goes in aggro, goes in combo, goes in everything you could ever think of. And then you got can't leave home without
Can't go too far. Can't go too far wrong with that. Let's look at the lands, just to round things out. Pretty straightforward mana base.
Yeah, it's the Evolving Wilds and Quagmires. All these things are great, and it provides card advantage.
Let's send it back to Rich.
Cool. The players are ready. All right, thanks very much, Randy. Well, I can tell you the players are ready. We've had 7 rounds, 1 to go. Let's get ready to rock. Here comes round number 8 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. And I can tell you that in our feature match area, this is what we've got coming your way. Louis Del Tour against Yuya Watanabe. Logan Nettles against Ken Yukihiro. Pascal Menard against Louis Scott Vargas. Here comes Owen Turtenwald against Steve Rubin.
You heard it from Rich. We've got a nice one lined up. 2 undefeated players, 1-6-0-1, 1-7-0. We've got Owen Turtenwald versus Steve Rubin right now. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We're in Sydney, Australia, and it's time for round number 8. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke. And we got a nice one lined up here, Ian, no doubt about it. We've got Hall of Fame elect Owen Turtenwald. He was just announced today that he was voted in the Hall of Fame. Now, that doesn't actually put you in right away. You got to wait till the next Pro Tour to be inducted, but he is has been elected to it. And then on the other side, we've got Steve Rubin, the Pro Tour Shadows over Innistrad champion. And these players both off to a great start to their tournament. 7-0 for Owen Turtenwald, 6-0-1 for Rubin. Now, talking matchups here, we've got two different decks. We've got a green-black Delirium deck that we've seen a fair bit on camera already on Rubin's side, and then Teamer Emerge from Turtenwald. What are these decks trying to do? And if you have any idea of who's advantaged, who would you say?
Yeah, so as you said, we've seen the green-black Delirium deck. Its game plan is to stock its graveyard, achieve Delirium early, get a bunch of power-ups from that on its various cards, and then also have a lot of graveyard recursion, getting value out of things like Liliana and Grapple with the Past. On the other side of the board, on the left here, at Owen Turtenwald's deck, we're calling Teamer Emerge. This is getting use out of big Eldrazi like Elder Deep Fiend, and actually going all the way up to Emrakul, leveraging a lot of power out of Kozilek's Return as well. So definitely between these two decks, the Teamer Emerge deck is the deck that's trying to go a little bit bigger. It has the later game. It's going to try to play a little bit more defensive and get up to those big threats.
Speaking of defensive, there's a Gnarlwood Dryad there in the early stages here for Turtenwald, who's kind of firing on all cylinders here. He's got his Grapple with the Past going. He's now got a Nissa's Pilgrimage. But on the other side of the table, Steve Rubin kicks things off with the Grim Flayer.
Mm-hmm.
A nice little 2-drop that shows off some of the synergies that you can get when you do play a Delirium-style deck. When you have Delirium, it's a 4/4 with Trample with upside for 2 mana.
Fantastic card.
Very impressive.
Now, you asked me earlier if I had any idea who was advantaged in this matchup. I did get a chance to chat with Team Pantheon, Owen's team, and they tried out a variety of different, black-green Delirium decks. Obviously, Owen is playing the Emerge deck. Reed is a red-green ramp into Emrakul deck. So they really explored this space of the Eldrazi, Delirium, and Emrakul. And what they found was that this Teamer Emerge deck that Owen is playing against was advantaged against at least their version of black-green Delirium. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're advantaged against Steve's version, because each of these versions is significantly different. But my initial inclination is to say that Owen is probably the favorite in this matchup.
Okay. He's also got Delirium already. Even before that Dryad hit the hit the graveyard, just 4-card Delirium right off the bat.
Okay. Thank you. Do you want to get the Oracle text? Sorry. Sure. Can I have it? The Oracle text on the young player? I'm going to bring it to you.
So we don't need to ask for Oracle text, because we have it right up on the screen for you there. But the players, and anytime you're playing in a Magic tournament of this competition level, like at a Grand Prix, where there's a judge around, if you want, you can ask for the Oracle text on a card. And the Oracle text is the most up-to-date text on the card, so that counts for old cards where the text may have changed a little bit since its original printing. And it also counts for, foreign cards. If you don't read that language, you can get an English version of it. It's meant to be so that everybody knows exactly what's going on with the game. There's no hidden information because a card, is in another language or whatever. And Owen, being a thorough player, is going to get the Oracle text on Grimflayer just to make sure.
So we have a peek here at Owen's hand. A lot of power going on in this hand here. He's got some big heavy hitters in the form of Emrakul and Chandra Flamecaller. Elder Deep Fiend as well, though nothing too heavy to emerge from yet. And Kozilek's Return, a card that pairs really well with Elder Deep Fiend, and can possibly sweep the board if the game heads in that direction. But for now, I think we're just going to see Owen continuing to ramp up, maybe try to get to the Chandra Flamecaller next turn, if he can. Oh, looks like he just goes straight for that Kozilek's Return.
That's
Wants
right.
to take out that Grim Flayer before Delirium
Before he gets Delirium, yeah. And while Steve Rubin was completely tapped out, he knew he had the opening, and he took that opportunity, though. Steve might make him regret it a little here with the immediate follow-up Tireless Tracker. And interestingly, we see Steve crack the clue immediately, presumably to play around that similar sequence of another Kozilek's Return killing it. Smart play there for Rubin. Again, both players acting a lot on their own turn to prevent their opponents from interacting with their plays and shutting off certain avenues. And that looked like a Pilgrim's Eye there from Turnwald.
Yeah, this is going to let Owen pick up his sixth land and also his second red source.
Okay.
And that'll allow Chandra Flamecaller in the future.
Pilgrim's Eye, I'm assuming, also added benefit of really helping out with Delirium. Takes care of 2 Delirium slots on its own.
Yeah, I overheard Reed and Owen talking about these Emrakul decks, and they mentioned that Nissa's Pilgrimage is like the best card when you're ramping into Emrakul.
Update from our back table. Luis Scott Vargas. He is up a game in his match over Pascal Maynard. That was a quick one. Luis is playing Bant Company, and Pascal is on Teamer Emerge as well. And that might be a different version. East West Bowl might have come up with their own version of it compared to the one that Owen's playing here. And Owen's just going to cash in the Pilgrim's Eye for 4 life.
And for an artifact in the graveyard.
Yeah, so now he has like Super Delirium, which normally doesn't matter. Once you hit 4, you've done your job, but we know there are a few cards in the format that actually care about it. Namely, Emrakul, the Promised End. Owen does run 3 copies of that card in his deck.
Looks to me like Owen has instant sorcery, artifact, creature, and land in his graveyard. So that's a 5 mana discount on Emrakul, making her cost 8 mana. Is it possible that we'll see Emrakul this turn from Owen?
Yeah. He has one in his hand now. There's really no reason not to run it out as far as looking at Steve's side, right? Protection from instants, you know that she's going to survive. There's no counter spells incoming. Let's do it. There we go. Emrakul, the Promised End.
That was fast.
Wow.
I feel like. That was off of double Nissa's Pilgrimage. So
Turbo
this is
Emrakul.
turn 6, I think. Wow.
And that Pilgrim's Eye was the difference between casting it now and not?
And Kozilek's Return off of the Emrakul.
Of course. Kozilek's Return hiding in the graveyard of Turtenwald is going to wipe the board and do a lot of the hard work that Owen was going to have to do as some type of combat and using your spells and all that.
Huge play there from Owen.
So is Ruben considering sacrificing a clue here? Yeah, he's thought about it. Draw step. Now, again, we want to remind you, now Owen is making all of the decisions for Ruben.
Land, sorcery. Yeah.
So Steve Rubin with Emrakul, Grimflayer, a couple Languishes in his hand, plus the card he drew from the turn. We're still getting that updated for you. Owen just deciding what to do. Looks like he
activated Hissing Quagmire and then Grasp of Darkness.
Very nice.
So solid, right? I mean, that isn't, we've seen, in fact, from Owen, we've seen, bigger blowouts than that. But in this case, he's going to have to settle for killing a land and taking a card out of Steve's hand. Pretty good.
Very good, especially considering one of the only ways Steve Rubin gets back into this game is with an Emrakul of his own. So that mana denial there, something we've seen come up actually quite a few times in these, I don't want to say mirror match because their decks are obviously very different, but the Emrakul mirror, I guess I want to say, where both players are trying to get up there to cast Emrakul.
Like Steve's played a different copy of Grimflayer, this one in English, or another language that Owen happens to know. Owen's going to attack, and of course, the race does not favor Steve Rubin here.
Upkeep.
Oh, he's got an Upkeep Elder Deep Fiend as well, and he's just
Savage.
hard casting it, tapping down all the lands, and locking Steve Rubin out of this game. That was impressive stuff from Turtenwald.
Very, very impressive.
Powering out Emrakul and then backing her up with an Elder Deep Fiend for the victory. He takes game 1. We'll be back right after these messages.
Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action next weekend at Game Day. Test your skills and your new standard deck at a store near you. Top finishers are awarded special Game Day prizes, including full art premium promo cards and a champion playmat for the winner. Want to play in the next Pro Tour? Qualifiers are happening this weekend on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Sydney. Let's jump down and take a look at Logan Nettles versus Ken Yukihiro. Logan Nettles, a player you may not have heard of. He hasn't played in a ton of Pro Tours. He's played in 3 coming in. He's got a very reasonable 58.5% win percentage there. But where he's really known is Magic Online.
That's right. Yeah, he's a long-time Magic Online grinder. Goes by the name Jabberwocky.
If you've ever played against Jabberwocky, yeah, that's him.
Yep.
A few other things to know about Logan. One of them, great mid-range jump shot. The other one, he's your cousin, right?
He is, yeah. It's quite a day for me, actually. I got to commentate on my brother and on my cousin.
You know, I'm going to start hanging out with you more.
Yeah.
Because these guys, like Reed Duke, Logan Nettles, and you know, for those of you that do play a lot of Magic Online, to give you a snapshot of Logan and his skill set, he is over 2,000 at Limited. Last, like 2 weeks ago,
wow.
He posted it.
I didn't
That's
know
a rating
That's
that you
really,
can
really
have.
impressive.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. All right, so in comes... Hey, look, Emrakul. Oh, no, a backup Emrakul. She is legendary. You got to figure that Ken's going to be able to win the game from here. Oh, interesting. So Logan Nettles is actually going to put a counter on his Hangerback Walker, and then he's going to kill it. And make sure that that happens, and that gives him chump blockers.
Yeah, the trouble is
the turn after.
Emrakul actually has trample as well.
Bummer.
Yeah.
It's bad news. Now Logan's at 1.
Oh, and Llanowar Waste as well. So
he had a Llanowar Waste in there?
Waste,
okay,
yep.
So Llanowar Waste, of course, one of the...
Dead multiple times over there.
Pain lands, yeah. Emrakul ×2 getting the job done for Ken Yukihiro. All right, we're going to head back to our main feature match as they get set. First game was fun. I like that. Owen just powering out an Emrakul and then backing it up with an Elder Deep Fiend to just lock Steve out. Now we can get a chance to see what Steve comes up with on his side. His deck, less explosive, right? He's not really looking to play Emrakul multiple turns early. He does have the ability to go deep on Delirium, but it's a late game finisher for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Owen's deck really was impressive that game. I mean, looking at the deck list and kind of looking at the collection of cards in the deck, it looks a little weird. Like, I don't know quite what the word is, but it looks like it'd have a lot of awkward draws and sort of that the cards are mismatched in a way. But seeing it play out there, it really came together as a coherent strategy.
Owen Turtenwald and Yuya Watanabe both earned the Hall of Fame elect status as of today.
Congratulations to them.
Congrats to them. Well earned by both of them, two of the great players in our game for years.
Years, yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting because they're young guys. You know, Owen's, I think he's 27. He's not that old. But if you've been following high-level Magic for, you know, the last few years, it's just he's always there.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the few arguments for Owen not getting to the Hall of Fame this year is like, well, we'll just get him next year or the year after winning. So.
Yeah.
But of course, you follow that logic, and it's just like, well, you know, he definitely should just be in the Hall of Fame right now, and he is.
Yeah, that actually was my logic when it came time for me to vote. Also, just appreciate the professionalism of Owen. Watch him in the feature match area, and he is professional. Straightforward, communicates, he's cordial. And I like that. So lands are being developed in the early stages. Of game 2 here. Steve Rubin finds himself currently undefeated, 6-0-1, facing down Owen Turtenwald, who's just riding that wave this morning at 7-0. Wow, negate from Owen Turtenwald is going to take care of Liliana right away. That's nice.
Yeah, that was pretty surprising. I mean, obviously, negate a great card to have access to if you have blue in your deck. Wouldn't necessarily have expected it to come in this matchup, and for Owen to have it there on turn 2 on the draw against Liliana, that was just very fortuitous for Owen. I wonder if that's one of the things he was thinking about in bringing that card in.
Mm-hmm. It does line up nicely. You see that Owen played Grapple with the Past, found an island, and just played it. In the meantime, Sylvan Advocate and this is Pilgrimage. You can see that Steve has left up double black mana, and if you're sitting in Owen's seat, you could be thinking of things like Grasp of Darkness, and he's just not going to play into it. He's just going to say, I'll just start making a bunch of mana. And, he already has Spell Mastery as well, so he gets to go grab an extra forest beyond the one that goes on the battlefield and the one that goes in his hand. And he's just kind of cruising here with now a Vessel of Nascency. And he's going to start taking damage from this Advocate, but sitting at 17 going to 15, he's got some time. Nothing from Ruben. Let's take a look at what Ruben has going on here. Ishkana, Traverse, and a pair of lands. Wow.
But of course, no Delirium and no easy way to get Delirium in the near future.
Right. He could have cast Ishkana this turn, but he just decided,
Yeah, it's actually pretty wild. The decks we've seen so far that are based on Delirium are so good at achieving it that you almost take for granted that you're always getting those Delirium bonuses. But in fact, you aren't always. And, Ishkana, much less impressive when she's just a 3/5 spider for 5 mana.
Whoa. Yuya Watanabe just won his game 1 against Louis Del Tour. And apparently, Louis played Emrakul. Did not win.
Okay, so it can be done.
It can be done. And the person to do it is Yuya Watanabe. He's up a game.
So Owen here with the second Nissa's Pilgrimage. Again, as I mentioned earlier, talking to Owen, he said this is one of the best cards in these type of matchups here. Just ensuring you keep hitting your land drops. It's card advantage. It's ramp. Just does so much.
Yeah, look at his hand. Owen's got 6, 7 cards in hand still at this intermediate to late stage of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And Ruben's had enough. He's going to start beating down. He's going to attack for 8 damage here. And Turnwald does need to find some action. It looks like he's going to play Kozilek's Return just to get it into his graveyard there.
Yeah, there's basically no effect there.
Yeah.
Sylvan Advocate giving +2/+2 to the creature land there. So nothing actually died here, but having that in his graveyard means it can come back for 5 damage on a future turn, perhaps this turn.
Go.
And now there's an Elder Deep Fiend on upkeep, which is going to trigger the Kozilek's Return here, right?
Yep.
It is a May.
Sure.
Trigger, do it, take down the Advocate, and I've got a 5/6. So now you can see the power of Owen Turnwald's deck starting to take form here, where he's just playing huge, powerful, swingy spells in this mid to late game part of the game. Luis Scott Vargas wins his match 2-0 over Pascal Maynard. People that have watched Luis play know how quickly he can play. And it looks like he did so here with his Bant Company deck, defeating Pascal with Temur Emerge.
Sure. Go ahead.
All right, a Grimflayer is what Steve Rubin has come up with here. Remember, those other lands were tapped from the Elder Deep Fiend. Still, decent turn there for Ruben. He does not have Delirium still, so it's just going to be a 2/2. By the way, that puts Luis Scott Vargas at 7-1 to end the day. And that was actually Pascal's first loss of the day. He's 6-1-1.
Wow.
Decent chance we see a significant number of draws as well. We already see one here from Ruben. These decks seem to be playing out in a fashion that does lend for long games. And
Yeah.
so that's something we'll
They
keep our
tend
eye
to
on.
be very grindy, absolutely.
Yeah.
So here we are in Owen's turn. Looks
He's
like he's grappling with the past.
Yeah.
See a couple copies of Emrakul there in the graveyard, imagine.
Yep.
That's a go-to for him.
That's got to be a good one. There's also a Kozilek's Return that, again, just incidentally got put in there from the grapple.
Yeah,
How sweet is that?
Great value, great value.
Right. It just beautifully takes down the Grimflare, leaving the Elder Deep Fiend untouched at 6 toughness.
Mm-hmm.
All these small things add up to a great deck. What did he end up getting? A Deep Fiend?
Yes, looks like.
It's really interesting that Ruben gets to know that the Deep Fiend is coming. You know.
That certainly matters a lot. And Owen here already down to 6 life. He's got to be a little bit careful.
Mhm.
You know, there's a creature land there in the form of Hissing Quagmire, as well as the Grim Flayer, which could suddenly become a 4/4 as Delirium kicks in. So Owen's got to navigate this pretty carefully. I'd say can head on board right now, but when your life total is that low, you do have to watch out.
Yeah, and it does look like he's going to end up going for the Deep Fiend play here, sacrificing the Pilgrim's Eye.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely on upkeep. So there's 4 mana, including 2 blue. And then the 3 mana from the Pilgrim's Eye contributes to the Emerge cost. And now we have a pair of Elder Deep Fiends. Those, by the way, are not legendary. You can just pile up as much octopus as you want here. And Owen Turtenwald. Calamari's on the menu. Let's see if Steve Rubin has anything he can do about it. 14 life, but he's facing down multiple potentially backbreaking turns from Turtenwald here.
Traverse. Yep.
So Steve opting to traverse for an extra swamp there.
He has not had access to his lands, to all of his lands over the last 2 turns, and it looks like he still just has nothing to do. Turtenwald must have figured, look, if you couldn't do anything last turn, I'll just repeat. You still can't do anything this turn. And now look at his board state. How savage is that? Hit you for 10, put you to 4. It's going to be difficult for Owen to die from there. This is Gather the Pack. So Owen's going to look at the top 5 creatures, and he can choose one. Now, if he's got Spell Mastery, he can choose 2, though. It looks like he actually only saw 1 creature off the top there. And that was a Den Protector, not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. That gives him tons and tons of options.
Now, this has been really impressive showing from Owen in the Teamer Emerge deck here. All right, well, with the Morph, he's just got multiple lethal threats now.
Yeah,
the Gnarlwood Dryad plus Morph plus any of the Deep Fiends gets it done. And speaking of getting it done, that's what Owen did. He just 8-0'd day 1 here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. He got voted into the Hall of Fame, and he wanted to show people
Oh, yeah.
why.
Yeah, awesome day for Owen. He's got to be feeling great.
Wow, 8-0. Fantastic stuff from Owen Turtenwald. Maybe he'll just pick up that 4th Pro Tour top 8 right before he gets inducted anyway. We'll see. A lot of work to do tomorrow for him to accomplish that goal, but what a great start. That does leave us with 2 tables left over. And looks like we're going to see what Logan Nettles and Ken Yukihiro are up to. Last time we checked, Yukihiro was kind of finishing things off with Emrakul on his side. This time it looks a little different, though. There's a Liliana, and is she on 6?
Yeah, that looks to be the case. So she's getting close.
Yeah, next turn she'll go to 7, and the turn after that, it is zombie time.
We may actually get to see if Liliana's army of zombies can defeat Emrakul.
That's all I really want. Man, that graphic we have leading into the round, it is so cool. Like every time I'm just end up watching that, I'm like, oh, wait. It's so sweet.
Okay.
Take a look at Logan. Where's Logan live? Where's he from?
California.
He's from California.
Yeah.
And there's Ken Yukihiro from Japan. He's on red-green ramp. Oh, he's got a nice one in his hand. Collective Defiance.
Oh, very cool.
This is a multi-purpose card that can do damage to your opponent. It can do damage to creatures, and it can even find you cards late in the game if you happen to draw too many spells that just aren't working for you. You can have target player, it can be you or your opponent, discard their whole hand and draw that many cards. Interestingly, it sounds like Ken's actually been using it pretty aggressively to fuel Delirium.
Oh, that's very cool.
Just
kind of
get rid of my whole hand,
dump
whatever.
Stuff in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It's also pretty cool with a card like Nissa's Pilgrimage. You get some extra forests in your hand and then cash them in for new cards from your library.
Wow. That's really cool.
Yeah, this deck is pretty neat. Is this the same deck that I feel like we saw somebody else in the feature match area playing this deck as well? Was it Yuya Watanabe, I think, is on a similar list?
This deck looks pretty straightforward. Yeah, there's a few different flavors of red-green ramp. Reed Duke.
Yep.
He's playing one. Yuya is playing a version of it as well. And we've got Ken.
6 cards.
5 cards in hand for Ken Yukihiro. Logan is going to go ahead and play Nissa Vastwood Seer.
Why 5? You played a land? Or this way. Okay, you played that. Alright. Minus, plus. -2. Yep.
You heard Logan kind of working through his options. Should I minus it? Should I plus it? He decided on minus.
And one thing I know about Logan's play, we talked about he's a big Magic Online grinder. Logan is the type of player who will, on Magic Online, sit and think about a key decision for like minutes at a time, right? Which is something that you can't actually do in live Magic. There are more, the time limits work a little bit different. You don't have that chess clock that you have on Magic Online. So.
Yeah. But he's very deliberate.
He's very
thoughtful,
deliberate.
methodical player. Well, it works for him because he comes up with the right answer most of the time. He's very, very good at that.
I discard? Yep. Okay.
Oh, interesting. So Collective Defiance is going to... Oh my.
This
wow,
was all
did you
3
see what
modes.
that just did? It was all 3 modes. So it was kill Nissa, do 3 to you, redirect it to Liliana, and then you discard your whole hand and draw that many cards. You got to figure that Logan had been building up to something and that Ken was like, all right, let's just not let whatever Emrakuls you had floating around, which, by the way, he did have an Emrakul in his hand.
Now, we just sort of tuned into the matchup a couple turns ago, so we don't know exactly what Ken knows or could suspect about Logan's hand, but he may have had very precise reasoning for making Logan discard his hand and draw new cards.
Absolutely.
Certainly, knowing about the Emrakul there would be that difference.
It looks like Duress from Logan Nettles here. And a Goblin Dark Dweller's on the battlefield there.
Yeah, it looks like it
for
to
Ken
me.
Yukihiro. It's a little obscured, but I think that is what it is.
20 to 20? 20 to 20, yep.
So a little threat.
Looks like this is really going to hinge on what Logan cycled his hand into on that previous turn.
That was interesting. He actually tapped his mana. He had something lined up that he wanted to play, and he decided against it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting. The card in his hand is a Mind Rack Demon.
Okay.
He may not have Delirium. It looks like he does, though.
Yeah, I wonder what he's.
So let's see what he's playing around here.
It could be maybe a Kozilek's Return in the graveyard that he's afraid of. Yeah, he certainly has to have Delirium with a graveyard that size.
Yeah, we can only see part of it on the main shot, but there's more, and he does have Delirium. Yeah, his hand is, we can take a look at it here. It's Swamp Mind Rack Demon. He just didn't play anything. And so Ken Yukihiro is going to take this opportunity to make the most expensive 3/3 ever, though it is a hanger back walker, so it won't stay 3/3 if he doesn't want it to. And Ken's got Emrakul.
Okay.
Which will probably do it. You know, just as an attacker, I don't think that Logan has anything to deal with it. And at this point, he's already getting attacked for a bunch of damage his turn anyway. Yeah, it looks like Ken making Logan discard his hand there was really devastating.
Yeah.
For Logan's plan, because all he's done since then is played a Duress. So he's drawn a land for the turn, so it's Mind Rack Demon and a pair of lands. That's it.
So very, very good chance that's going to be the game there.
That is, yeah, I mean, he's got one draw step to peel here, but look at the board state now for Ken Yukihiro. He activated the Hissing Quagmire, attacked, then Ken blocked with his own hanger back, put a counter on it, it died. This is it, and that's going to do it. Ken Yukihiro 2-0 over Logan Nettles. Still, a very good start to the Pro Tour here for Logan. He finishes the day at 6-2. Can't cut that. Again, this is his 4th Pro Tour played, you know, so looking to put up a strong finish, try to run it up, and keep playing on the PT. He's certainly capable from a skill standpoint. We know that. He just needs to run together enough pro points and invites to stick. All right, that leaves us with just one table left where we've got Yuya Watanabe versus Louis Del Tour. Again, Louis is on Jund Delirium, and Yuya is on a red-green ramp deck. Let's take a look at the list here. Let's see what he's up to. Now let's try to get an idea for what this board state has going on as well. I see a Goblin Dark Dwellers there and a Dragon Lord Atarka for Yuya. And then on the other side, Louis looks like he just played a Vessel of Nascency and now an Ishkanah Graph Widow. So what are you thinking on a big snapshot stage here? Oh, it looks like Emrakul, shown from Yuya Watanabe,
with
earned the
Kozilek's
concession.
Return in the graveyard, so that could just clear past everything. Dragon Lord Atarka swings in for 8. Boom.
Good game. All right, so we came right at the end of that one, and to see Yuya Watanabe finish the day strong, our newly minted Hall of Fame elects are 7-1 and 8-0. So yeah, I guess that they both felt like they should prove it there. So great stuff down in the feature match area. That one went a little quicker as well. We have seen that some of these decks, when they get matched up, are really trying to smash out every little bit of value against each other. But then one of the things that we've noticed, of course, is Emrakul sometimes shows up and as promised, the end. So we've seen a fair bit of that as well. What are you thinking about Emrakul? Now, I want it from a specific perspective.
Okay.
R&D developer,
Yeah.
Ian. I'm sure you're taking notes in your head, and when you get back to the office, there's going to be type of stuff. What are you seeing?
She's certainly very powerful as a flagship card of the new set. I'm really excited to see her seeing a lot of play. It's a powerful effect that asks you to build a deck around it, which is really, really important. And I feel like it's doing a great job ending these games that otherwise could grind out a lot. So far, from what I've seen this weekend, I really, really like what it's doing in these matchups.
I love the subtlety that you guys came up with take the extra turn from your opponent, but then give them a turn. Right? Because, one of the things that you note when you play against these cards, we call from the original artifact that just said that means you get 2 turns in a row as well, right? It's not just stealing their turn, it's also you getting back-to-back turns, and this kind of breaks that up, and I think that's a really neat, elegant solution. It still gives people a chance. All right, that's it for day 1 here from the feature match area. Let's head back to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
Thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe and Ian Duke with the call for the last round of feature match action, but don't go anywhere. Still plenty going on out on the floor. And we want to hear from the movers and shakers here on day 1 of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. That means Brian David Marshall with microphone in hand out on the floor. BDM, who have you got with you right now?
Thanks, Rich. I've got Hall of Famer-elect Owen Turtenwald. Oh, by the way, he's also 8-0, put himself into the conversation here for the Player of the Year title, U.S. World Magic Cup captaincy. Owen, how's your tournament going today?
My tournament's going great. I just have beaten everyone senseless who they put in front of me. So I hope to keep doing that.
So I talked to you a little bit before the Hall of Fame announcement, and you were like a little still in shock almost about it. How has the reaction been from friends and family upon hearing that you were a Pro Tour Hall of Fame elect?
I have the best friends and family, so they've been really cool about not going like, oh my God, this is so surprising, and going like, well, of course you were supposed to get in. Every one of my friends they think very highly of me, and so they were really supportive and, just positive about the whole thing.
All right, let's talk a little bit quickly about the tournament. You're 8-0. Pantheon, how did you guys approach this standard format with the specter of Band Company looming over it?
We just kind of brute forced it. We really tried like every single possible different deck a lot. We were holed up in the house in Australia and Bondi Beach playing games all day, every day. It's wake up, do a draft, play constructed, do a draft, play constructed, go to sleep. Maybe eat if there's time.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right, so he's 8-0. He's going to go eat now. He's earned it. Owen Turtenwald, Hall of Famer-elect, 8-0. Lots of magic from him tomorrow here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon.
Thanks very much to Brian for that interview with Owen Turtenwald. Much more from the floor from him coming out. I've been joined by Randy Buehler, Hall of Famer here. Randy, plenty going on. In particular, let's talk about Player of the Year. See that door swing open right now. Now, first things first, traditionally at a Pro Tour, we would say that 12 wins, 3 losses and a draw, 100% into the top 8, and then we would be debating over tie breaks for the 12 and 4s,
yeah,
right?
Historically, you've seen a 12 and 4 sneak in, maybe 2 of them.
Right.
But I see where you're going with this. We only have 300 players. And that means 12 and 4, I would say a majority of the 12 and 4s are going to get in. Like that 4th loss, which usually feels fatal, you're like, I guess I'll win out and cross my fingers. I don't think all the 12 and 4s will get in, but I feel like a majority of them will.
There is certainly talk on the floor, just chatting with some of the pros. They think it may be as many as all, and the question mark may even be that there'll be 1 11-4-1 potentially sneaking in.
Part of that depends how many unintentional draws there are. We have seen this format go slow, right? We only had 1 7-0. Owen was the only 7-0. Now he's 8-0, obviously, but you saw an unintentional draw between Steve Rubin and Pascal Maynard. That just sucks points out of the system. That's the kind of thing that, if that keeps happening, you could see all the 12 and 4s and potentially even a little lower in the standings get in.
Okay. Now, we said that if Seth Manfield didn't make the top 8 and then Owen Turtenwald or Steve Rubin did, then things would go live. Well, here's how it works. Because you would get extra points for getting to 12 and 4 but not making the top 8. That is now off the table, really, for Seth Manfield, because if he gets to 12 and 4, he'll be in the top 8.
Yeah.
So that'll be fine. So realistically, if he's not in the top 8, the most he can do is 97 points, a mere 97 pro points in a season.
That's 10 points for 11-5?
Right.
Yeah.
Owen, meanwhile, if he made the final, would get to 98.
Okay.
And if he wins the final, he will get to 102. So, right now, if Owen Turtenwald goes 4 and 4 tomorrow, having just gone 8-0 today, Player of the Year, barring Seth getting into the top 8, which is still possible, looks like we may get into Sunday with the Player of the Year race, which would be super exciting.
Yeah, Owen has to be a favorite to make the top 8 at this point.
Oh, for sure.
All he needs is a 4-4.
Right. Now, someone who up until last Sunday night could still have been in the Player of the Year race was Louis Scott Vargas. But Seth Manfield put paid to that by doing well at the Grand Prix. So Louis Scott Vargas is out of the running for that. But that doesn't mean he's out of the running for this tournament. And we're going to hear from him now out on the floor with Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas. Luis, you top-8'd the last 2 Pro Tours. When we did a little interview in the house, you said, 7 Pro Tour top 8s so far. You're holding true to your tease that you might add another one to your resume here.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm 7-1. I went 3 in the draft, 4-1 in the constructed, and really love the draft format. And actually do like the constructed format a lot. The games play out very nicely.
Now, it's kind of interesting. We did a piece that we're going to show tomorrow with the CFB Ultra Pro team where you guys talked about the specter of Band Company. And you said, spoilers here, you said, you're not scared of playing Band Company. It's not a deck you dislike playing.
Right. I think a lot of people are actually afraid of playing Bant Company mirrors. That's just this dreaded I don't want to do that. But I'm actually okay with it. So yeah, we're playing level 1 Bant. We're playing all the cards you'd expect, but we really like how interactive the games are and how the deck plays out. It's a 26 land deck that can never get flooded because it has Dusk Watches and Tireless Trackers. It's playing all the best cards. It's pretty expected. We don't think we broke it. You can't come into a tournament with Bant and think oh yeah, no one's going to see this coming. But I think the deck is great.
Now, what about the other half of the team that ended up playing the Bant Breaker?
Well, so yeah, the other half of the team played Blue-Black Zombies, which is a sweet deck, don't get me wrong, but it's not faring well in a field full of Lilianas. There's just so many Lilianas and Languishes and Deadweights, and so they're not super happy with their choice, unfortunately.
Okay, and then what's your plan for, looking at the field, how would you say you anticipated the rest of the field other than the Band Company decks and your deck? What does this field look like compared to your expectations for the standard format?
It's a little more Delirium Eldrazi heavy. There is more of that than we expected. I mean, there's more Elder Deep Fiends and Kozilek's Returns. One of the things that we like is that our matchup against Black Control decks with Bant is just better than people think. If you test a bunch of game 1s of Black Control against Bant, you're going to come away thinking, yep, Black Control's great. But when you play Bant against Black Control post-board, it gets so much better for Bant, and I really do like how those games play out.
So sideboarding was one of the things you cited as a reason this deck was pretty good and a reason people might underestimate the Bant deck.
Yeah, people historically always play too many game 1s in testing. I mean, we've been guilty of that ourselves. And when Bant gets to side out Dramoka's command for Negate, and Tameo and all these other awesome cards, it just changes things completely.
That's right. He said Tameo. There's some pretty sweet, there's a little bit of spice in the Bant deck.
Tameo's our best sideboard card. She has been incredibly good.
All right, Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas looking to join some elite company with 3 consecutive Pro Tour top 8s if things hold true to form from today to tomorrow. Sending it back to Rich.
Thanks very much, BDM. 3 consecutive top 8s, Randy.
Yeah.
That sounds rather impressive.
It's crazy. It hasn't been done in 18 years. 3 consecutive Pro Tour top 8s.
Wow. Okay, so we're going back to the late 1990s.
Yes.
So that sort of puts us in the realm of Kai Buddha, possibly?
Kai never did it. Kai actually had a streak where he won 3 out of 4 Pro Tours, but there was a 44th snuggled into the middle of his best streak. So.
Okay, my guess too would be maybe Bob Marr with Chicago involved there somewhere, maybe?
Now, this is so long ago, it was John Finkel's top 8s, 2, 3, and 4.
Wow.
New York 98 that he wins, Worlds 98 that Brian Selden wins, and then Dirk Baborowski's Chicago is the start of the next season. That's the last time anybody had 3 Pro Tour top 8s in a row.
Well, Luis Scott Vargas is on track for that. Indeed, he is ahead of on track for that. And by our reckoning, there's every chance that Owen Turtenwald and Luis Scott Vargas, they may end up in the same draft pod tomorrow morning.
I mean, they certainly will.
Right.
We may get to watch both of them draft.
Right.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, we'll see what we get out of that. So, what is your take on Constructed as we head? We're at the halfway mark, almost. Still some results outstanding, but we're almost at the halfway mark. What is your sense of where Standard is compared to where we thought it might be on Thursday night?
Yeah, it's good news. It's almost universally good news. Bant Company is here, but I mean, other than Luis, have we seen anybody else winning with it? I mean,
Not especially.
Yeah, I mean, it was only 19% of the metagame, and it feels like it's actually less than that at the top. I don't think Bant Company is dead or anything. I don't think people have, solved it and destroyed it, but I think you have to be a good player playing it well, and that's Luis, obviously. I think what we've seen, though, is there are a bunch of graveyard strategies that are powerful. We've seen Kozilek's Return. We've seen Liliana. We've seen some people who targeted Bant Company losing because they can't deal with a Liliana. They can't deal with a Kozilek's Return. And good Lord, has Emrakul been everywhere.
So just for a moment, I mean, I think the Spike to Johnny to Timmy ratio at the desk is weighted pretty heavily in the Spike department. But just for a moment, let's acknowledge that we are dealing with Emrakul.
Yes.
We are dealing with Liliana going up against Emrakul. We are dealing with Kozilek's Return. We are dealing with decks with Ulamog in. I mean, you might as well just call it Eldrazi Moon and be done. I mean, in terms of the flavor and actually, because we can all remember sets where the name cards aren't the best cards in the format and don't really see play, and you just go away and think, oh, that's a shame, because it was a cool story.
Like, oh, Spell Queller's the best card.
Right.
I think Emrakul and Liliana are both amazing Magic cards.
Right. I'm particularly impressed by the new entry in the Magic lexicon, controlled by. That was not a two-word phrase I thought that we would particularly need at this Pro Tour, but it turns out you do, because you go, and now it's Reed Duke's turn, controlled by Owen Turtenwald. It's Logan Nettles' turn, controlled by Marcio Carvalho. And that is, I mean, the dance of Emrakul, one of the most absurd things I think we've seen for a long time at the Pro Tour, is someone taking a turn and saying, my correct play is to give you a 5/7 World Breaker. Just crazy stuff.
I have to blow up your Hedron archive, so you can't cast Emrakul too.
Well,
makes perfect sense.
I can tell you see the time just ticking down to the end of the round, but there are matches still going on. BDM's got down there with a camera, cleared the decks, piled through. BDM, what are you looking at right now?
Okay, we are on table 7, and we are watching Patrick Dickman with Bant Company playing against David Schneier from Montreal, who's playing Esper. He is undefeated with Esper so far in this tournament. I'm not certain about Patrick Dickman's record in Standard yet, but they are coming up on time. There are some, looks like some black-white tokens from Westvale Abbey. Oh, some white tokens in play from Westvale Abbey. There are a couple of Planeswalkers on the other side of the table there for David Schneier. You see Jace has been transformed. You see Obnixless. You see Gideon. So the life totals are 18 for Patrick Dickman to just 5 for David Schneier.
Wow. Now, 3 Planeswalkers is a lot. We have seen 4 bite the dust to a Nahiri's Wrath previously at this Pro Tour. I think Martin Muller pulled that particular one off. But right now, Patrick Dickman has a lot of Planeswalker action to get rid of, BDM.
Yeah, absolutely. You see he's holding his head in his hand there. He's got his trying to keep his head from exploding as he tries to figure out how he's going to win this match in the amount of time that's remaining.
Dickman, remember, began 6-0, then lost in round 7, so he's looking to halt a disappointing slide at the end of the day as he passes the turn back to David Schneier. RPTQer, right, BDM?
Yeah, absolutely. He qualified in Montreal. So there you see a declaration in stone on the tokens.
Oof.
That is going to clear them out of the way. I believe that the players have entered extra turns. Yes, David Schneier is on turn 0 of extra turns right now.
Just getting the signal from table judge Stephen Swanger of the United States there. Andre Prost on the right, watching on, the Latvian heir presumptive for the title once again. We may well see him at the World Magic Cup later this year.
So Declaration in Stone has targeted a token. And Patrick Dickman, he's holding a negate. He's considering that card right now. And he does play the negate. Counters, attempts to counter anyway, Declaration in Stone. There's still 1 card in hand for David Schneier. We don't know what it is.
This is great to see Esper at the top tables because as soon as you see Shaheen Surani not play it, you think, okay, well maybe there just isn't one. And there are lots of us Blue Counterspell fans out there.
David Schneider's ready to pick up the mantle for Esper. He said this is the deck he's been playing for quite some time, knows it really well, and was able to tune it for what he anticipated in this metagame. So again, this is turn 0, so that means turn 1 will go. Turn 1, 3, and 5 will go to Patrick Dickman here. And he is very, very close to unleashing Ormondal, the Profane Prince here. So. Token gets shot down with Obnixilus. Jace flashes back. Declaration of Stone. Declaration of Stone clears away those tokens.
So it's an empty board for Patrick Dickman right now. Schneider doing his thing with Planeswalkers aplenty.
Makes a Gideon Jura token. Makes a Soldier 2/2. Little dispute over life total from activating the Westvale Abbey here.
Just off camera, Dennis Rashid. He's had a decent day, made it into day 2, hasn't played for a while. Full-time school teacher now, the Swede with 2 Pro Tour top 8s. He's watching on this one to see whether fellow European Patrick Dickman can get the job done and get to 7 wins overnight.
Patrick Dickman makes a token at the end of the turn. He goes to 17, and this is turn 1 of extra turns. See the Declaration in Stone move to the Exile Zone, since it was flashed back with the Jace.
So down to 13 matches left in this day 1. We're 5.5 minutes past time in the final round of 8. In the background, you see tables 2 and 4 and 1 and 3. We know that Owen Turtenwald and Louis Scott Vargas will be at those tables when we begin tomorrow morning. At least one of these two likely to join them.
Behind me, you will not be surprised to find out that Olivier Ruel is still playing against Emmanuel Gershenson on table 22.
Right.
We saw them play well past time in the last round in the feature match area.
Yeah, and it looks like even Flock and Eduardo Sajkalik next door to them have just shaken hands on their match.
Yeah, and on table 11, Paul Rietzel and Alexa Teleroff just completed their match.
Yeah, Rietzel was 5-1-1 coming into this last round.
Looks
a
like
good day for him.
Teleroff won that match. It looks like Teleroff won the match with Paul Rietzel.
So Alexa Telerov already locked for the World Magic Cup as the Serbian national champion, as he was last year, or he was on the team last year.
Schneider goes down to 4 to draw a card with Obnixilus.
And just remind us, BDM, this is extra turn number...
This is extra turn number 2. Turns 3 and 5 are going to go to Dickman. Another token gets made. And just 1 token gets in. Patrick Dickman. Or maybe that was more than 1 token. He goes down to, he goes to 11, makes 2 tokens with a pair of Westvale Abbeys at the end of the turn.
Well, when you do have 14 land in play, I guess you get the chance to do that.
This is turn 3, and I can tell you Patrick Dickman's hand is quite spicy. He's got a Reflector Mage and a Reality Smasher here.
BDM, a huge, huge result has just come through. Li Shichan of Hong Kong advances to 6-2 at the expense of Seth Manfield, who finishes day one at 5-3.
With a pair of would-be champions breathing down his neck.
Well and truly.
All right, here comes Reflector Mage.
Also, another big result, BDM, just coming through. Finally, Oliver 2's resistance has cracked. Owen Turtenwald went 5-0 in Constructed, and Oliver 2 went win, 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 win. But
All
then...
right, Ojutai's command is going to counter the Reflector Mage, return Jace Vryn's Prodigy into play.
Just to confirm, Oliver 2 lost his final round of Constructed, so went 4-1. And I'll check the scores, but I think that potentially puts Owen into the lead in Constructed Master. We'll check that.
Well, he certainly hasn't done any losing today.
Nope, he has not. Yep, by my reckoning, Owen Turtenwald now leads the Constructed Master by a single point from Oliver 2 with that defeat for 2 in the last couple of moments of day one.
Okay, this is turn 4 of extra turns here. An ultimate on Gideon.